Chapter 181. After seeing the face of the person coming, Maiga's first reaction was to look at Fusie's face. But he saw that she had already looked away and turned to stare at the representatives of other forces, as if she had not noticed anything. Didn't you recognize her? During the time when Ina lived in Morin, she used plasticizer to change her face and eye color, but her height and body shape did not change. Not everyone can separate their consciousness like Fusie. The process of replacing the body is too painful for humans, and the probability of failure is far greater than success. Fusie lowered her eyes. Although she had expected it, when this day really came, she found that it was not as easy to accept as she imagined. Horace whispered something, but saw the woman raised her hand and waved it lightly, indicating that he didn't need to say more, and then she fell silent in anger. The time was almost up, and seeing that everyone had taken their seats, Euphemia was still missing. Fusie looked around and confirmed that Euphemia did not appear in any corner. Not only her, Lucifer didn't show up either. Fusie felt something was wrong. Let alone Euphemia, who was always punctual, she would definitely arrive early for such an important occasion. Besides, Lucifer and Euphemia always act separately. Even if there is an emergency at this time, someone should be there to explain the situation. Fusie's pupils lit up slightly. The micro-optical brain hidden in her iris can receive information, and is not affected even in the most violent areas of interstellar storms. But at this moment, the optical brain showed no signal. This situation would occur in Dansitu. Fusie could only think of one possibility. A large pollution source appeared. The moment this thought appeared, everyone's ears rang with a buzzing sound at the same time. This sound went straight to the brain, and it appeared suddenly. Most of the people present were not prepared. Even someone as strong as Tan Sui Wuha could remain calm, while people like Kafurlis, who were not as strong as them, fell to the ground in pain and could not move. Chris was not very sensitive to sound, so this kind of attack similar to infrasound was not very threatening to her, and she could still maintain basic mobility. Fusie suddenly stood up and wanted to go outside to check the situation, but calmed down when she met Tan Sui Wua's eyes. The Interstellar Federation was headed by Ndakla, and the meeting should have been led by Tan Sui Wua. Euphemia was only assisting here. Moreover, many people did not know about Poseris's abdication yet, so it was best to wait and see. The emergence of large pollution sources will inevitably be accompanied by the spread of pollution areas. If not handled properly, it is likely to cause interstellar turmoil. The stars in the entire venue began to break, and the constantly flashing light intensified the fear in everyone's hearts. Some interstellar representatives have not awakened their spiritual bodies. They have just been in high positions for a long time, and have never lacked guards around them. They came to Dansitu to attend an interstellar meeting and unexpectedly encountered a sudden outbreak in the contaminated area. They immediately panicked. Many people have never experienced a real large-scale infection in the contaminated area, although cleaning up the contaminated area is a common practice for all soldiers on the front line. Fusie's thoughts were racing. How could there be pollutants in Dansitu? The magnetic field here is special. There has not been a large-scale pollution incident in 100 years, and this is without any human intervention. Silence. Tan Sui Wua stepped onto the trial platform, and her voice instantly spread throughout the venue. Her mental power spread out, bringing the entire venue into the range of perception, and everyone's actions were under control. The piercing buzzing sound stopped. After the acute phase of the pollution zone outbreak, there will be a period of incubation. The situation is unclear. Don't panic. The high-level pollution zone will produce a certain degree of mental pollution. Please ask the guides present to start working. Tan Sui Wu arranged in an orderly manner. After saying this, she turned her attention to the Defir representative area. This time, Morin and Shilai were not present. Tan Sui Wu was the first person in charge of the federal meeting. All the federal fleets on the list had to obey her dispatch and mobilization. Fusi watched Tan Sui Wu arrange the defense deployment in an orderly manner, and send the vanguard to check the cause and spread speed of the pollutants. The noisy voices in the meeting hall quickly disappeared. If it was at her doorstep, it would be fine. It would not be shameful to be afraid. Now that representatives from major galaxies have gathered here, it would be embarrassing to be scared and crawl under the table. Just as the representatives were sitting down pretending to be calm, a silver-black figure suddenly stood up. Her voice was cold and without any personal emotion. Your Majesty, it is urgent to clear the contaminated area. I volunteer to help the Federation. Please allow me to lead a pioneer exploration team. Tan Sui Wuha looked down and met the other party's light gray eyes, as if a little surprised. I haven't attended the Federation meeting for many years, and have never met you. I wonder what position you hold in Defir. As soon as these words came out, Everyone secretly guessed the Queen's intentions. You know, the personal grudge between Defeer and Indicli is not a day or two. The former Interstellar Overlord and the current Interstellar Overlord will always meet one day. Now this person has run into the Queen's gun, and he looks like an inexperienced newcomer. This must be severely intimidated. Horus stepped forward and wanted to reveal his identity, but was stopped by the look in front of him. He stopped moving, and his eyes were filled with a barely perceptible coldness. It was my negligence. Let me introduce myself. I am the captain of the Garoman Special Task Force. Horus is the deputy assigned to me by the chairman. You can call me Nidini. Please take care of me in the future. She used strict words and had a good attitude, but there was still no expression on her face. When this was said, everyone was secretly shocked. If I remember correctly, Horus was the captain of the Garoman Special Task Force not long ago. In just half a year, this position has been replaced. It's still an unknown woman. This is not in line with the national conditions of Defeer. If the situation is not urgent, many small interstellar captains would probably open the internal communication channel to start exchanging information. Tan Sui Wu nodded. She glanced at the defendant's seat meaningfully, and saw that Fusey did not look in this direction. Okay, the first and second teams of the Federation will cooperate with you. Please make sure to find out the cause, and spread rate of the pollution source, and contain it on the spot if necessary. Tan Sui Wu completed the deployment without any personal grudges. Naademi nodded gently, and turned to leave the venue without delay. Bai Jianqing stood silently behind Tan Sui Wu. Because of the protection of the sentinels, he was not attacked by infrasound. He suddenly thought of something and whispered in the Queen's ear, "Is she the owner of the twin spirits?" Tan Sui Wu nodded slowly. The existence of Garoman is not a secret. At least for the top leaders of the galaxy like them, the Special Dispatch Team is a difficult organization that has to be allowed to exist. Fusey listened to her footsteps going away, and instead of relaxing, she became more alert. If she guessed correctly, Iona's spiritual body mutation skills were related to containment. Whether it was Disaster, Asta, or Polaris, they were all pollution sources that she had led the team to deal with. She could contain these pollution sources, and use them for her own benefit. Not to mention Morin, the greedy old man. Even the review committee would not let her wander around. Such abilities would be fought over anywhere. Horus was originally the current captain of Garoman, but after Ina returned, he could only play a supporting role for her. Was he willing? Fusey didn't know why Ina left Morin and appeared in Dancetu. This time, she even gave up the means of disguising her identity, and showed her true face. What was her purpose in returning to Defeer? It couldn't be that after going to school, she found that it was easier to work, so she defected to her old employer. Moreover, she knew that this meeting was an activity to judge Asiki for illegal entry, and she was attending the meeting on behalf of Defil. From this point of view, Ina has stood on the opposite side of Fusey. Fusey did not want to draw such an arbitrary conclusion. She did not show obvious hostility, and her purpose was not yet revealed. The scene was disturbed by the chaotic magnetic field of the polluted area, and the interstellar live broadcast had long been disconnected. I guess the major galaxy forums have been boiling. Dancetu is located in a remote area, and the news is not so well informed. At least the meeting cannot be held normally before they solve this pollution source. The news of Posilis's abdication has not spread yet. At least many people present do not know that the warden has been replaced. If Euphemia can take this opportunity to make a name for herself, she might be able to win some favors. Moreover, the ability of Nightmare is linked to the power of pollution, so this is a rare opportunity for training. Thinking of this, Fusey no longer hesitated. She stood up suddenly, and met the puzzled look cast by Tan Sui Wu. Dancetu has a special geographical location. Defeer has no experience in dealing with polluted areas at the wrong time. I will ask to join the pollution source exploration team, and contain, and deal with it as soon as possible. Tan Sui Wu's expression remained unchanged. She could probably guess who Fusey was doing this for, but she couldn't help but feel a little confused. It is said that Disorder is cold-blooded and ruthless. She always comes and goes alone and never travels with others. She won the famous interstellar battle of Silas Flag alone. But now she saw that Fusey was clearly worried about Euphemia. Not only did she want to introduce her to her, but now she also wanted to use the high-level pollution zone to gild Euphemia's resume. If Morin had not been related by blood, she would really doubt whether Euphemia was Fusey's daughter, who was stranded outside. A pair of light golden eyes flashed in front of Tan Sui Wu's eyes, and the golden highlights in her daughter's hair were like naughty elves swaying in front of her. Okay, the solution to the pollution source is urgent now. I hope your cooperation will go smoothly. Hearing her agree so easily, Fusey raised her head in surprise. Tan So-woo didn't have time to speculate with her. The main fleet of Indical was stationed not far from here, and Tan Sui-yen was still here, so these troubles must be solved as soon as possible. I will stay here to ensure the safety of the rear, and I trouble you with the exploration and containment, Tan So-woo said. Fusey nodded, and she didn't say much. Before leaving, she gave Meigas a calm look, telling him not to go with her on the adventure. She needed someone to pass on the message, and they couldn't all fall into the contaminated area. Meigas originally wanted to leave with her, but after receiving her signal, he could only slowly stop and watch her leave behind Ina. So far, Meigas can conclude that Fusey has recognized her old friend. It's just that her performance is too plain, and it's hard to guess how she feels. Meigas' palm is silently placed on his heart, and the disadvantage of not having a deep spiritual connection is revealed. Chapter 182. Lucifer was wandering in a thick and misty white fog. It was funny to say that Lucifer had heard a lot of strange stories and anecdotes when he was working in Dansetsu, which were all gossips told to him by his colleagues. Since he became the deputy of the warden, no one told him any more. But it was not a pity, because he never believed it. Today, retribution came. Lucifer looked around. The visual range in the white fog was only about 1 meter. If two people were not tied together by ropes or limbs, they would soon be separated after entering the thick fog. The faint mental power fluctuations surrounded him, and when he released his mental body to perceive, the mental power disappeared. It was a bit like a fully automatic cat toy, which could be seen, but would not let the cat really catch it. Lucifer tried his best to recall the strange stories told to him by his colleagues. This white fog was not the first time it appeared in Dansetsu, but it did not show any mental fluctuations before, and each time it appeared, it was only for a short moment, and it would disappear immediately after being seen by people. Therefore, many people think that this is just a normal phenomenon caused by the low-temperature environment of Dansetsu. But every time it appears, it is accompanied by a strange thing. For example, a colleague in charge of the review position complained to him that he would see his ex-boyfriend, who had died many years ago, every weekday morning, and when he went to find out, he would disappear. For example, a colleague in charge of raw material statistics would tell him that every time the white fog appeared, the financial products she bought would suddenly increase in returns. If this benefit was brought by the white fog, she would be willing to call it the god of luck. Lucifer turned a deaf ear to the god of luck. Anyway, he did not believe in any metaphysics of fortune-telling. As for the ex-boyfriend, who died many years ago, Lucifer guessed that it was an illusion. He was not alone in being sucked into the white fog. At that time, he was coordinating the list of backup resources with his subordinates. This matter was originally within his scope of work, and even if Poe's lease was gone, it would not affect the progress of the work. Who knew that there would be unexpected changes in the sky? In a blink of an eye, the underground storage room far away from the ground was foggy. It happened suddenly, and Lucifer and the 3 people in charge of the docking work were all sucked into the white fog. Since it has come, it is better to make the best of it. The moment Lucifer realized that the surroundings had been conquered by the pollution source, the first thought in his mind was that he didn't have to go to work today. The pollution area has spread to this extent. Even if there is a big job, he has to give in. I don't know if this accident can buy Dansetsu a few days of internal vacation, Lucifer thought lazily. However, as soon as he entered the contaminated area caused by this pollution source, his colleagues, who were involved with him, seemed to see an extremely terrifying scene. They screamed and tore their necks and cheeks until they were covered in blood and their flesh was gone. They still did not stop tearing. Lucifer could not help but look sideways. If he remembered correctly, these colleagues were quietly discussing Moran's new medical beauty project not long ago, and planned to use the holiday to go to Moran to strengthen their skin. Now looking at their bloody and white-boned faces, even Lucifer felt a chill on both sides of his cheeks. He had no intention of helping them. This contaminated area appeared too strange, and he had not noticed any abnormal mental fluctuations so far. If this was a large-scale contaminated area, Euphemia, who lived in the upper class, would probably not be spared. If Euphemia was here, it would be easy. If neither of them were here, Ivesky would definitely find out that something was wrong. They just had to wait for her to rescue them. Thinking of this time, Lucifer relaxed. No matter how difficult the contaminated area was, it was not a problem he should consider. As long as he could survive until Ivesky broke through the contaminated area, he would win. But before Lucifer could find a safe place to settle down, a vague and ethereal voice sounded in his ears. "Are you willing?" Lucifer's eyelids jumped. The voice seemed not to notice Lucifer's speechlessness, and said to itself, You are obviously the one who is more qualified to succeed the warden, but you were interfered by a relative. Are you willing? Lucifer looked around and still couldn't find the source of the voice. The surroundings were thick fog that could not be dissolved, and the voice seemed to be squeezed out from the corners in all directions, and no human figure could be seen at all. Lucifer remained cautious and silent, quietly on alert, ready to release his spirit body to deal with emergencies at any time. What? Are you afraid that your connections will come after you? Don't worry, as long as you agree to join forces with me, I promise to kill that little girl without anyone knowing, the voice said excitedly. It looked at Lucifer expectantly, and saw him move his lips, and said sarcastically, "What the hell are you?" Lucifer's original intention was to spy on the other party, but he didn't expect to hit the other party's sore spot. What the hell am I? Tiny humans have no sense of all. I kindly pulled you into the group, but you turned around and asked me what I was? It was obviously very angry, and its voice switched back and forth between male and female, and it would also scream in Lucifer's ear with a sharp childish voice as if to prank. Lucifer, who hates human cubs the most, Very good, although I haven't seen the whole picture yet, I have lost the desire to cooperate. Lucifer lowered his eyelashes, and had to use the ultimate workplace method to deal with it coldly. That thing was not resigned. After going crazy, it came to harm Lucifer's ears again, while painting pie in the sky for him and suppressing his personality. Lucifer walked with long legs in the white fog to find other people who were swept in. Although he couldn't see anything, his hearing was excellent. As long as there was a heartbeat or breathing of a living person, he could confirm the other party's position. I'm talking to you. What's your attitude? The voice in the ear ignited again. See, even the source of pollution can't stand cold violence. Lucifer kicked a hard object under his feet. He squatted down while paying attention to the surrounding situation, and picked up the black metal broken arm. A very common metal prosthesis will simulate the temperature of the user to heat itself, and there is still residual heat on it. Judging from the temperature above, its user was clearly using it just now. Lucifer looked up, and there was still a little blood on the mechanical prosthesis. I am afraid that the user has met with an accident. Seeing that Lucifer treated him as nothing, the voice weakened and was about to use the ultimate rhetoric to try to turn Lucifer against him. Hey! I say! It suddenly paused, as if it suddenly saw some delicious food, and left Lucifer and rushed towards the southwest corner. It was at this time that Lucifer noticed a faint air flow, as if there was a person standing next to him, and this person suddenly launched a breeze. Lucifer was thinking. Before he could figure out what was going on, a strange wind blew around him again. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Why is she here? Could it be that she brought in those people's subconscious connections? The voice was muttering around Lucifer. Lucifer looked at its neurotic appearance and did not respond. At the same time, Fusey looked at the white mist that was quickly withdrawing under her feet and raised her eyebrows unexpectedly. Is it her illusion? Why does she always feel that the white mist is consciously avoiding her? Did the pollution source here have any entanglement with her? It shouldn't be. She doesn't remember any pollution source that has no mental fluctuations and is highly diffusive. This white mist covered half of Dancetu in just half a day. The speed of diffusion is even faster than that of Asta back then. If it is not stopped quickly, it is probably only a matter of time before the entire Dancetu falls. Fusey didn't give up and took 2 more steps forward. She saw the white mist that was so thick that milk could drip out suddenly dissipate, revealing a small monitoring booth wrapped in it. Fusey, This pollution source is probably even more stupid than disaster. I suggest you withdraw from this pioneer exploration team. A calm female voice came from behind Fusey. You will affect the progress of our mission. Fusey turned her head and Naidimi, who was wearing a silver-black military uniform, stared at her expressionlessly, obviously not welcoming her to join. Fusey moved her left foot forward tentatively, and saw that the white mist shrank back again. The pollution source that was originally focused on expanding its territory seemed to have suddenly changed its nature and behaved like a dog slapped by its owner. I will explain the situation to the federal leader. Please don't delay our exploration progress. Naidimi persuaded Fusey to withdraw again. Although her expression did not change at all, her tone was colder than before. Fusey raised her eyelids and looked at her for 2 seconds. In the past, these light gray eyes would only look at her with a faint smile, and never showed such an indifferent side. Fusey looked back at the restless Bai Wu, lowered her head, and kicked the container at her feet, and the universe-level metal wall, made of hard alloy, instantly dented a little. Got it. Fusey raised her head and looked into the other's eyes steadily. I quit. Chapter 183. Friends who often take care of children should know that when a child is silent for a few hours, You should think about whether he has caused trouble. Naademi looked at Fusey, who disappeared silently from her field of vision, and she felt that she had to do something big by herself. She was ready to be pestered by Fusey, but she didn't expect that this guy would not argue at all today and simply quit the Pioneer Exploration team. It is hard not to suspect that she might have planned to leave the team and act alone. The contaminated area came strangely this time, and it should be resolved as soon as possible. Horace spoke to comfort her from behind. Naademi glanced at him and said nothing more. Her chief subordinate was the spy placed by Morin next to her, and there was no point in arguing with him at this time. Everyone be on alert. The situation in the contaminated area is unclear. Report any abnormality immediately. Yes. Everyone followed her into the thick white fog. Without Fusey's interference, this strange contaminated area became much more welcoming. The huge mist instantly engulfed everyone's figures. Fusey looked at the tall and thin black and white building in front of her, thinking about which side would be faster to go up. This black and white building is the signal transmission tower of Dansitu, the tallest building in the entire space station. The white fog engulfed most of the surface buildings, and only this building was half alive. Since approaching the contaminated area directly will be repelled, we must rush in when it is not prepared. Fusey has observed that the horizontal expansion speed of this contaminated area is extremely amazing, almost comparable to the speed of sound, but the vertical expansion speed is very slow. It will definitely not have time to react if it invades from above. But there is a problem now. Looking up from the bottom, this black and white building is completely covered by white fog from the waist up, and the passage leading to the upper floor is also occupied by white fog. If you want to reach the upper floor without alerting the pollution source, you may need external help. It would be much more convenient if you have a flying spirit body mutation skill. A figure appeared in Fusey's mind. Tan Suiyin did not show up at the Interstellar Federation conference, and she could not return to Indakla alone. She must be on standby at the base now. If you can trick her. No, borrow her spirit body. It will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. However, Tan Suiyin has been protected in the ivory tower for many years, and has never seen any pollution area raging. This white fog came strangely. If she made any mistakes in the pollution area, her boss would not be easy to deal with. Fusey was in a dilemma. She didn't know where this pollution source came from. Why did she exclude her alone? When she was in Morin, she also took in more than 10 pollution sources of all sizes. This kind of person who regarded her as a flood and beast was the first time she saw it. Fusey was thinking whether to climb the 100-meter-high building by herself or go to the Indakla base to tie up Tan Suiyin, when a cold female voice came from behind. Do you want to go up? The voice was unfamiliar, and the footsteps of the person coming were almost inaudible, so Fusey didn't notice it at the first time. She turned her head unexpectedly, and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of her. Feng Zhao Qinyu turned the jean shackles on her wrist that were still buzzing, and her face, which was very similar to Feng Qingye, showed a little boredom. You have been looking at the top. Don't you want to go up? To be honest, Fusey was a little surprised to see her here, but then she thought about it. The white fog had eroded most of the Dansitu space station, including the place where Feng Zhao Qinyu was imprisoned. The jean shackles and heavy prison doors in the contaminated area were ineffective, and she could break free with a little brain power. Fusey looked at her inconspicuously. There was no obvious alienation feature. Probably, she had not been assimilated by the pollution source. Fusey did not ask why she appeared here. When she heard that Feng Zhao Qinyu seemed to have a way to climb the black and white building, she immediately became interested. What good ideas do you have? Feng Zhao Qinyu pointed at the dull jean shackles on her wrist. I will help you climb the building. After the matter is over, you will announce the news of my death to the public, just like Zoe and Nofui. This is negotiating conditions. Fusey was not fooled. You want to change your identity and return to Indakla? Feng Zhao Qinyu is a difficult opponent. If she wants to serve the queen again, being in prison will not only not become a stain, but will become her token of loyalty. No, Feng Zhao Qinyu smiled slightly. Why go back when the person is dead? Fusey clapped her hands lightly. It's great, but the queen promoted you a lot back then. Once the news of your death spreads out, you can never go back again. The snow-white wings spread out from behind Feng Zhao Qinyu. Without a word of nonsense, she moved as smoothly as a ghost, rushed over to hug Fusey's waist, and instantly brought her into the air. The wind was whistling in her ears, and Fusey did not resist her movements. The ground in front of her was getting farther and farther away. She glanced at the white falcon wings behind Feng Zhao Qinyu and secretly checked it. There was no mental fluctuation. Fusey understood in her heart, and all the doubts were explained. She only knew that Feng Zhao Qingyu lost her spiritual body and became an ordinary person, but she never figured out why she was exiled to Dansitu. Even if she asked the queen to agree, her family would not let her go to the interstellar prison to degenerate. But if Feng Zhao Qingyu had already become an alien species, then her exile to Dansitu would be much more reasonable. Normal sentinels and guides may lose their spiritual bodies after emptying their spiritual power, just like Poseidon became an ordinary person after her and Maigas divided their power. But if the spiritual power breaks through the threshold and enters the manic period in the runaway state, without the guidance of a senior guide, it will become an alien species. Fuxi looked at Feng Zhao Qingyu's back without hesitation. The broad and sharp wings of the white falcon stretched behind her, and every flap would bring a violent turbulence. The initial judgment is that the degree of alienation is about 30%. Under their feet is a dense and boundless white fog, and above them is the black and white building protruding outward. The sky terrace. Fuxi suddenly had an idea. She patted Feng Zhao Qingyu's hand and said, "Hurry, throw me in." The speed was too fast, and her voice was half obliterated by the wind. Feng Zhao Qingyu glanced at her, without asking or saying anything, and threw her upward with the force of her wrist. She accelerated upward and then dived towards Fuxi, turning her body to use the force and kicking her directly. Fuxi reacted quickly, adjusted her body's shape, and kicked out quickly to counter the force of her kick. The force was transmitted in an instant, and the speed doubled directly. Seeing Fuxi's figure shot into the white fog like an ion cannon, Feng Zhao Qingyu felt that her mission was completed. She hovered in the air for a while, and wanted to find a place to rest, waiting for Fuxi to contain the pollution source, and then appear again. "Sister." Feng Zhao Qingyu paused. "Save me, sister." She lowered her head in disbelief, and the faint voice lingered in her ears. Her alienation was not only the pair of wings behind her, but also her eyes had the vision of a falcon. It was this extraordinary vision that allowed her to clearly see Feng Zhao Qingyu's figure in the constantly swirling white fog. Feng Zhao Qingyu narrowed her eyes. She had heard something about the queen's visit to Dansitu this time, but she didn't know the detailed list of the accompanying troops. The ability of this pollution source is unknown. If this is a bait it has transformed, it is likely that it will fall into its trap if it rushes in. Feng Zhao Qingyu has also dealt with many high-risk pollution areas in the early years. She knows that some pollution sources are not very aggressive, but have full wisdom, and are good at using human weaknesses to fight back. Thinking of this, Feng Zhao Qingyu no longer hesitated, flapped her wings upwards, and tried her best to distance herself from the white fog. Seeing her leave without looking back, the white fog paused, as if it was stunned by her completely ruthless cold-bloodedness, and then it suddenly made a strange bird cry. Feng Zhao Qingyu suddenly stopped and hovered in the air. She looked down, and the vague black in the white mist was mixed with the white of the thick fog, like a chaotic smoke. And Tan Suiyan's face appeared in it. Feng Zhao Qingyu turned around and swooped down without any hesitation, and then rushed into the thick fog. Oh my, it's incredible. Lucifer was already immune to this strange sound, and he was unmoved by its strange cry, and continued to explore this area aimlessly. He doubted that he was the only living person left here, because he had walked for so long, and had not heard any living voices. The familiar buildings and interior layouts had also disappeared, and he had completely entered a completely new area. The source of pollution sincerely wanted to see him running around like a headless fly. Aren't you curious about why I suddenly said that? Since there was no way out anyway, Lucifer simply acted as a supporting actor for it. Hey, what did you say? Finally you're willing to pay attention to me? You humans are really weird. You're not tempted by the good promotion opportunity you're given. That guy over there was unmoved when he saw his biological brother, but rushed in when he saw his immediate superior. How weird. The voice seemed to have opened some kind of restriction, mumbling a lot. Lucifer didn't know what was wrong with it, and silently began to regret talking to it. Originally, this guy had been quiet for a while. Judging from its behavior of rushing out and running back, it should have encountered some natural enemy. It finally stopped for a while, but now it's starting to chatter again. Hey, it's actually a rare mutant species. This is rare. The voice muttered to itself. Lucifer turned around again, and finally gave up. He sat on the ground very casually, ready to test the bottom of this thing. Hey! Damn, I let this guy in again! The surrounding white mist suddenly became violent, and the cold wind blew fiercely on Lucifer's face, blocking his mouth that had just opened. Lucifer, what should I do? What should I do? She will definitely eat me. I don't want to die, whoa. It changed into the voice of a human cub and began to howl, and Lucifer's ears began to hurt. He closed his mouth and wanted to slow down his breath, but suddenly tasted a hint of sweetness. Lucifer slightly widened his eyes, caught the word "she will definitely eat me," and suddenly he had an idea. He stretched out his hand to gather the white mist around him, and stuffed it into his mouth. The sweetness became stronger and stronger. After tasting it carefully, there was a little fruity fragrance, but the taste was a little empty, and it was truly melt in the mouth. "Hey! I'm talking to you?" The voice was shouting happily, but when he turned around and saw Lucifer already eating at the buffet, the whole pollution source was about to explode. "Why are you greedy for my body?" Chapter 184. Lucifer did not take the threat of the white mist seriously. He did not stop his movements. Even his spirit body came out at some point, opening its mouth to chew the white mist in the air. "Hey, hey, hey! Why are you eating and taking? That's too much." A helpless curse came from the air. It saw that Lucifer's spirit body had a huge mouth and instantly realized that it was inviting a wolf into the house. The furry spherical spirit body was pitch black, and its body was covered with short and dense black hair. If you look closely, the hair was clearly shining with a metallic luster. It was not as harmless as it looked. This thing was as big as a human head. There was only a huge mouth that penetrated half of the body, and huge scarlet eyeballs on the whole body. From the perspective of normal people's aesthetics, it was not really beautiful. It also had a pair of bat-like wings on its back, and it relied on this pair of small wings to drive its body to move. This was a bit weird and cute. I was wondering why they had to insert a relative when there was already an adjutant. It turns out he's a weirdo who's not popular. It still didn't give up lobbying. "Well, stop eating for a while." "Hey! I said stop eating." The almost roaring voice exploded in Lucifer's ears, finally bringing him back to his senses. Lucifer raised the back of his hand and wiped his lips reservedly. His originally cold and distant eyes actually revealed a bit of madness. He stared at the thickest point of the white mist, his Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his whole face revealed a bit of weird and inhuman feeling. "What?" Lucifer's voice was hoarse, not like he had just eaten a big meal, but like someone interrupted his good thing. The voice paused, and it felt that if Lucifer continued to let it go, he would probably have to eat a state banquet here. "Hey, you haven't been full for so many years, have you? Look at you now, you look like a starving ghost." The pollution source was amazed. It had been lurking in Dansitu for decades, but it was not as hungry as Lucifer, who dared to put even the pollution source of unknown origin into his mouth. Lucifer slowly put down his hand, his eyes still fixed on the position just now, but the enthusiasm in his pupils had dissipated a lot. "I promised the warden that I would not expose my spirit body unless it was necessary, and I can't break my promise." So he starved for 10 years. The pollution source instantly became excited, and approached Lucifer in a mean way, and asked, "I didn't know you were the kind of person who kept your promises." Because there is no chance, Lucifer lazily lifted his eyelids and looked at the condensed white mist around him. "Most people would like to announce my spirit body to the world when they see it, so they had to kill it. Poseidon is one of the few superiors who is willing to promote me." The pollution source, who had always been mean, suddenly fell silent. Lucifer keenly sensed that it seemed to be ready for battle, because the white mist in the entire space exuded a smell like gunpowder. "You found me so quickly. Interesting, interesting. A twin spirit body rarely seen in a century. He. Play with you." Its voice became deep and low, as if there was a bellows in its throat, very agitated. As soon as the voice fell, Lucifer felt that another monkey rushed out from his side, and disappeared with a strange cry of hee. Lucifer turned his neck. The thick fog around him had not yet dissipated, but the smell was no longer sweet. Instead, it was an extremely pungent smell of gunpowder. Lucifer tried a little bit, but couldn't help but retching, and gave up the idea of swallowing. He couldn't eat everything. Naidini led the team to search the contaminated area, but they had been in for a long time, and except for a few team members whose mental values dropped sharply, they didn't find anything abnormal. All the federal detachments are equipped with high-level guides, and their mental purification ability is extraordinary. This level of mental pollution is not a threat at all. But Horus didn't know what was wrong with him, and he was absent-minded many times, and he almost fell behind several times. She has conquered hundreds of pollution sources, and there are also pollution areas of this scale. Naidini didn't think that this sudden pollution source would be special. The laughter of children came from all directions, which made people nervous. There was also an indescribable anger in my heart. Naidemi loosened the suppressor on her neck, and her eyes suddenly became cold. "Everyone be alert, don't fall behind." Her voice was very penetrating, with a high-frequency sound unique to women, which immediately cheered everyone up. Another chuckle, but this time it turned into a slightly mature boy's voice. Naademi looked around vigilantly, but suddenly a young man's voice rang in her ears, with a mixture of maturity and frivolity. What a beautiful sister, why are you so serious? Since you are here, play with me. As its voice lengthened, more than a dozen people in the team suddenly stopped in place, including Horace, and they all opened their eyes wide. What's going on? Naademi was the first to react, and she ordered loudly, everyone open the gas mask. Don't inhale the mist here. It's called a mask, but it's actually an oxygen supply system for everyone. High-level sentinels can hold their breath for a long time, but guides can't, so every team is equipped with such equipment. Don't worry, sister. I blow up some fireworks for you to play with, okay? As its high-pitched voice fell, the only 2K1 level guides in the team instantly exploded two huge blood flowers in their lungs, and the spurting blood splashed on everyone, warm and sticky. Naademi's face sank, but she was not shaken by its power. Instead, she said calmly, keep the formation and don't move. It can only control the guides to self-destruct. Keep your spirituality stable, and don't fall into its tricks. Ula, so cool, sister, but don't believe my one-sided words. With her experience, she could have reminded you to open the gas mask before coming in, but she waited until now to say it. She doesn't want you to get out alive at all. The smiling voice drilled into everyone's eardrums, hoping that the world would not be in chaos. It used the most commonly used Moran language in the Federation. In order to ensure that everyone could understand it, it also thoughtfully penetrated into everyone's spiritual seed to transmit consciousness. Naademi didn't move her eyes or eyebrows. She immediately checked the bodies of the two guides. Not only the chest area, but also their faces were blasted to varying degrees, becoming unrecognizable. She half squatted on the ground to carefully check the details of the bodies, and whispered in her ears, the temporary commander will definitely not care about our lives. She must have bad intentions. What good stuff can come out of Defeer, especially Defeer's women? How can they resist? They must be using us as cannon fodder. How could Horace let such a person step on his feet? Maybe he has some unspeakable secret with the new chief. They were not far away, and although the voice was lowered, it was obvious that it could not escape the ears of top sentinels like Naademi. She stood up and clapped her hands without changing her expression. These two people have been swapped, and the identities of the two bodies are unknown and need to be confirmed. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and someone asked unwillingly, this is just your one-sided statement to cover up your decision-making mistakes. Naademi looked at the speaker inexplicably. You are teammates who spend every day together. You should know that one of them has 3 red moles under her left ear, and the other's little finger is much shorter than her ring finger. Except for the gender and body shape of these two bodies, other details do not match. Anyone with a brain should be able to see the flaws. Everyone went forward to check with doubt, and sure enough, except for gender and body shape, there was no similarity. Naademi looked at everyone, hesitant to speak, and waved her hand lazily. Forget it, I don't expect you to be smart. Since you call yourself cannon fodder, go ahead and explore the way. Remember to bring the map transmitter. By the way, you should know how to use it, right? The map transmitter is the most basic auxiliary tool for exploring the contaminated area. It can draw a 3-dimensional map and share it with all teammates. It is the most basic entry-level tool. Hearing Naademi's lukewarm ridicule, everyone felt a little embarrassed. Some of the hot-tempered ones immediately stepped forward. Who are you mocking? Did I say something wrong? Don't use the Queen's order as a shield. If you don't have the ability, don't lead the team. Hee. I like watching this kind of scene the most. Fight. Fight. The lingering voice appeared again, as if it was very satisfied with the incident it had provoked. Naademi raised her eyelids, her light gray eyes stared at the person who made the sound, and then swept across the entire Vanguard team. Her breath was steady, without any signs of anger or irritation, but everyone inevitably felt difficulty breathing under her glance and held their breath involuntarily. You can withdraw now. Naademi spread her hands and turned into the depths of the fog. Horace shook his head helplessly at these idiots and turned to catch up with Naademi, leaving everyone staring at each other in bewilderment. Captain, what should we do now? The hot-tempered team member turned his head and looked at their original captain, quite at a loss. No one expected that Naademi would simply abandon them and act alone. The man who had been standing at the end of the team took 2 steps forward. He was tall and had a resolute face. His mental power fluctuation level was actually at the A level. It's not like we haven't dealt with contaminated areas before. The source of this pollution is not up to the task this time. It can only use deceptive tricks. We can solve it without her people from Defeal. The captain is right. I get angry when I see her arrogant look. I don't know how she climbed to this position. Who is she showing her displeasure to? Be careful with your words in the army. The man rarely restrained the words of the team members. He had served in the Federation for many years, and of course knew what the dragon boat flower embroidery meant in Defil. It was a treatment that only the highest military rank could enjoy, and it was not a position that could be obtained by relying on connections. It's just that he had some prejudice against the women of Defil, thinking that they were weak in character and had despicable genes and could not handle the task, so he let the team members say a few sarcastic words to Naidini. It's just that this woman is really petty. Just 2 harmless questions made her give up the large army and act alone. It can be seen that it is difficult to accomplish great things. I just hope that he won't come back crying and begging for their protection. Thinking of this, the man no longer hesitated and gave orders to the team members behind him. Everyone listen up, continue exploring. Chapter 185. On the other side, Fusey was staring at Feng Zhao Qingyu, who had returned. When she rushed down, the air current she brought penetrated a 10-mile radius, and it was hard to ignore. Fusey was a little surprised. Feng Zhao Qingyu didn't seem like someone who would meddle in other people's business. Feng Zhao Qingyu met Fusey's half-smiley eyes and asked without any hesitation, "Did the princess come with His Majesty to attend the meeting?" Fusey raised her eyebrows. Although she didn't come with Tan Sui Wuha, she is indeed in Dan Sai too now. Why, did you see her? Feng Zhao Qingyu was a little scared. She knew that Tan Sui-yin looked arrogant and domineering, but in fact his mental strength had been at a bottleneck and had not been broken through for many years. Tan Sui-yin was a child raised in the palm of the Empress's hand. He had never seen the dangers of the world, and had no chance of winning against the high-risk pollution area. So even though she knew that the face that appeared in the thick fog was most likely a trap set by the pollution source, she still rushed down without hesitation. Fusey understood this, and her eyes looking at Feng Zhao Qingyu were full of inquiry. So worried about her. Fusey teased, she is not without the ability to protect herself, and she will not be so quickly affected by the pollution source. The surrounding white fog was filled with unknown dangers, but Fusey had no sense of urgency at all, and even pulled Feng Zhao Qingyu to gossip. If I remember correctly, Tan Sui-yin was once your immediate superior. Feng Zhao Qingyu was appreciated by the queen when she was studying at Hermon in her early years. She skipped many procedures and directly promoted her to a major in the personal guard. She was honored at a young age. The following events can be summarized as the impermanence of the world. In short, as far as Fusey knows, Feng Zhao Qingyu was indeed appointed as Tan Sui-yin's guard to protect her safety. Feng Zhao Qingyu did not deny, "It's over, and we have nothing to do with each other now." "Okay," Fusey nodded sympathetically, and then mentioned another thing. "Have you seen any other phantoms?" She was looking for answers to questions. Feng Zhao Qingyu glanced at her. "Do you have a clue?" In this regard, Fusey did not intend to hide it. Feng Zhao Qingyu was disdainful of doing sneaky things, so it was okay to tell her. The ability of the pollution source can be roughly divided into several categories. It has not shown any aggression in this thick fog so far, but it is consciously avoiding my approach. It must be highly intelligent. Her analysis was reasonable. Feng Zhao Qingyu nodded slightly. Just now, she saw Feng Zhao Qingyu first, and when she saw that she could not lead her into the trap, she threw out Tan Sui-yin as a bait. Obviously, she knew the importance of the two in her heart. Highly intelligent pollution sources do not like to kill people on a large scale as their main purpose. They prefer to play with humans and watch them despair and resentment. These are the emotions they like to devour the most. Where do you think it will hide its most important body? Fusey raised her eyelids. Feng Zhao Qingyu was about to ask how she knew, but was interrupted by a sudden explosion. As the explosion sounded, the ground of the entire space station trembled, as if it barely withstood the impact. Fusey squinted and looked into the distance. A hazy white light burst out from the fog. Theoretically, the penetration of white light is very weak. Judging from the explosion shock and light mapping, the accident site was not far from the two. Fusey and Feng Zhao Qingyu looked at each other and flew towards the explosion point at the same time. The closer they got, the more frightened they were. Fusey could vaguely see two agile figures, one black and one white, shuttling back and forth in the white fog, accompanied by continuous beast roars. The white light with strong penetrating power was the daytime that Ina had used before. The light emitted by this spiritual body mutation skill was extremely hot. If this was ordinary white fog condensed from water vapor, it would have been evaporated long ago. The closer they got to the center of the explosion, the more frightened they were. They saw a towering door appear in front of them, in which a mass of black and white energy was condensed, which was constantly absorbing the surrounding thick fog. Fusey stopped involuntarily, and admired the majestic gate covered with ferocious beast faces with her eyes. Its two pillars, one dark black and the other white, looked like some kind of plant condensation, but it exuded a wild flavor that only animals have. Just looking at it made people have an irresistible desire to collect it. Garoman? Thing Zhao Qingye murmured. How could it appear here? Hearing her exclamation, Fusey finally realized her guess. The Garoman Special Detachment Team originally did not have an accurate name, until their leader became famous in one battle, and the chairman personally named this team, using the name of the spiritual body mutation skill, Garoman. Whether it is the famous Asta, the disaster that ravages the world, or the extremely special Polaris pollution source, once entering this door, it will become a weapon in the hands of others. Other people's containment is read as detention and written as destruction. While this Garoman's containment means waste recycling, enemies become friendly forces, and one person can defeat 10,000 troops. Naidimi sensed the fluctuations of mental power around her, and her doubts grew. Something was wrong. Although there was a weak mental power feedback in the fog, it was endless and endless. The operation of Garoman could only absorb some of it, but could not completely contain it. She thought that the real body of this guy was hidden in the fog, so she took Horus away from the main force and acted alone, just to deploy Garoman to directly take the source of pollution into her pocket, commonly known as embezzlement. But I didn't expect that even Garoman couldn't completely contain this thing. You know, Asta, which caused cholera on half the planet, only lasted for 2 hours. Two auras that were difficult to ignore approached. Naidimi gathered her thoughts, clasped her hands, and Garoman stopped the continuous containment action. The condensed white mist dissipated again, like a wheat ear with a straw pulled out. Horus then discovered that there were two more strange auras, and shouted, "Who is there?" Feng Zhao Qingye turned around and wanted to leave. She had no intention of arguing with the people of Garoman. She had had friction with them when she served under the queen before, but that was also a conflict caused by different camps. She herself was not belligerent. Who knew that Fusey beside her didn't know what was wrong, and responded as if she was afraid that others would not find it. Here. Feng Zhao Qingye, Horus, Naidimi was not surprised at all. She was very familiar with the sound of Fusey's walking and the frequency of her breathing, and even knew in what circumstances her heartbeat would accelerate. I'm not asking you to go back. Naidimi glanced at her. The white mist was sucked very thin by Garoman, and the outline of the human figure could be roughly seen, but the facial features and expressions were still unclear. So Fusey didn't see the faint helplessness in her eyes. Fusey certainly wouldn't tell her true purpose, so she made up an irrefutable excuse. I was swallowed by the white fog halfway through, and I certainly didn't want to wade into this muddy water. The source of pollution who was peeping in the dark. Shock. I'm not. I didn't. You're learning to spit at the source, Fusey continued. Since we're here, let's just solve it before we leave. The resentful source of pollution complained silently again. What a lousy excuse. Naidimi stared at her quietly, and then looked away for a long time, sighing, okay. She took back her spirit body leisurely, and the two spirit bodies of the same size and opposite colors suddenly disappeared. The body of this thing is not here, and its specific abilities are unknown. Although it has high intelligence, its mind remains at the child stage. In other words, it has a bit of a bad taste. Naidimi habitually summarized for Fusey, and only after she finished speaking did she realize that her attitude was wrong. Horus looked at his boss, with a complicated look as he gave a summary report to Iveseki. The scene was very harmonious for a while. What was even more strange was that neither of them felt anything was wrong. Fusey nodded seriously. This guy is indeed very bad, but he is very good at hiding his strength. We haven't seen any victims yet, so I guess the number of casualties is not large. Speaking of this, Naidimi's voice sank slightly. I did see 2 human corpses. She repeated what happened before to Fusey, including the pollution source saying that she had bad intentions and deliberately let the federal team die. Fusey's focus was always on the 2 corpses. What was the temperature when you checked the 2 corpses? Naidimi thought for a moment. The degree of rigor mortis is not high, and the temperature is moderate. Because of the massive blood loss, the original temperature should be higher. Fusey narrowed her eyes. The degree of rigor mortis is not high, and the death time is not long, but they are the only 2 bodies we have seen since we came in. They are very likely ordinary people, and the original temperature is not low. The weather outside Dansetsu is very cold, and only the internal buildings of the space station have a constant temperature all year round. Among them, The temperature of the logistics department is the highest, so the two bodies you saw are most likely victims who were swept in during the later docking of supplies. Naademi nodded in agreement. Most likely. Feng Zhaoqing watched them communicate back and forth, and suddenly said, "Do you know each other?" "No. No," the two said in unison. Feng Zhaoqing was silent. Their communication and body movements all revealed familiarity, and they really didn't look like two mortal enemies who didn't know each other. Fusey paused, pointed in a direction. "If you believe me, go this way." Horace finally couldn't stand it anymore, and asked, "Why should I listen to you? Your identity is not a secret. It's hard to say that you don't have evil intentions." Fusey spread her hands. "I've said it. If you believe it or not, I don't want to stay here all the time." After that, she took the lead and walked in that direction. Naademi didn't express any opinion, just followed her. Her figure disappeared in the thick fog. "Horace? No, just follow the enemy like this?" "Sir, look back at me, sir?" Feng Zhaoqing also followed Fusey's steps. She was still a little worried about Tan Suiyan's safety. If AI Fuziki bumped into Tan Suiyan alone, the situation would be uncontrollable. Fusey heard the footsteps behind her, and was not surprised. She lowered her eyes to look at the black mist emanating from her fingertips, pursed her lips, and savored the taste it conveyed. She chose this road without any special identification method. It was simply because the white mist in this direction tasted unusual. Seems a little sweet? Chapter 186. Just as the three were exploring the center of the space station, in an inconspicuous corner, a bunch of inconspicuous mist condensed and formed, and the big mouth muttered to itself, "It's over, the nest is going to be destroyed." It was too familiar with the breath of that person, and it had tried its best to avoid her, but it didn't expect that this person would not turn back until it hit the wall, and broke in from the commanding heights. From the day it was born, it was an invincible existence among its kind. There has been no large-scale pollution area or high-risk pollution source in Dansitu for nearly 100 years, not because of the special magnetic field, nor because it is far away from the crowd. It is because all the pollution sources are swallowed up as nutrients and transformed into a part of itself as soon as they are born in the cradle. In theory, Pozila should pay tribute to it 300 kilograms of microcloud mineral crystals every year. How much manpower and financial resources has it saved him in solving the pollution sources? They should all be converted into mineral crystals and pay tribute to it. No, after years of dormancy, if this ancestor breaks into its nest one day, it will be a big loss. We must make some trouble for them. It transformed into a chubby hand, and slapped the other chubby palm hard like a human. Xiao Jiujiu Fusey here knew nothing about it. She was busy looking for the traces of Lucifer and Euphemia. One of these two people is her candidate for the future management of Dansitu, and the other is the mobile key holding key data information. If this pollution source that came out of nowhere is assimilated, there will be more trouble. Fusey held Feng Zhaoqing in her left hand, and Naademi in her right hand. As there was no guide present, they could only use this most primitive method to prevent the three of them from getting separated. At first, Feng Zhaoqing was a little reluctant to hold hands, so Fusey said, "I didn't see you being so shy when you hugged me outside the contaminated area." Feng Zhaoqing, Finally, he still held Fusey's hand, but she was obviously not used to being so close to other sentinels, and her arm muscles were extremely stiff. Fusey was not shy about it, and she held her hand and rubbed it twice. There were some hard scales on the inside of her palm, similar to the claws of a white falcon, and her nails were sharper than those of a normal person. Combined with the alienated wings hidden behind her, it was initially judged that her alienation level was 40%. In some galaxies that are tolerant of alienated species, a 40% alienation level is not a big deal, and you can still be a soldier there with some inhibitors. But Indicli's tolerance for alienated species is almost zero. In the final analysis, it is still a saying that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Who can guarantee that the mutants won't suddenly increase the pollution and lose their minds one day? Indicli is the most populous galaxy, and the population density in the central city is very high. Throwing an alien species into the central city is like throwing a hot iron ball into ice water. Something weird. Naademi suddenly spoke behind her. Feeling that she paused, Fusey also stopped. Fusey asked sincerely, "What do you mean?" They had been walking for a while, and didn't see any landmark buildings, not even a gate. Most pollution sources create pollution areas by using smell or energy to bring the surrounding areas under their jurisdiction. For example, disaster uses poisonous fog to pollute a radius of 100 miles, leaving no grass but this thing. Naademi looked around with a hesitant expression. Fusey also noticed this doubt. According to common sense, Gallim can absorb the life essence of all living things around it in an instant, but cannot absorb inorganic life forms. But when Fusey and Feng Zhaoqinyu arrived, Garome was clearly absorbing the thick fog around, causing the entire fog to become much thinner. A vague idea gradually took shape, and Fusey said firmly, "This entire white fog is its body." Feng Zhaoqinyu subconsciously took a breath of cold air. Then haven't we been swallowed by it? There's no need to be so pessimistic. Fusey crossed her arms. The human body is divided into limbs, spleen and stomach. We are now in the marginal area. This road should lead to the brain or atrium. Naidemi nodded and agreed with her statement. The way this contaminated area works, Naidemi glanced at Fusey, is very similar to your spirit body. Fusey raised her palm upon hearing this, and a faint black mist surrounded it. Once the black mist appeared, the surrounding thick fog instantly retreated, and the vision became much clearer. Feng Zhaoqinyu couldn't help but ask the question that had been buried in her heart for many years. What on earth is this thing of yours? Does it have a physical body? She had fought with Fusey when she was working at Indiclair, and she only saw her use a move to reflect the antimatter particle beam originally fired at her. 3 main battleships were blown up, and countless autonomous auxiliary air fleets also suffered. At that time, some people speculated that Iseki's ability might be related to retrogression. But the various battles that followed showed that her ability was not limited to this one, and she had more strength and means. This ethereal and disordered spirit is really weird. The Jinza Church of Indakla even set up a special strategic team for her to study the spiritual ability of Iveseki, but they have not figured it out yet. Fusey thought about it, and actually answered Feng Zhaoqingyu's question. You can regard it as a lifelike body like Yuan. Humans are carbon-based life forms, with flesh and blood and complete organ systems. In the universe, magical life forms, like Yuan, are rare, but not uncommon. This answer is not perfunctory. Feng Zhaoqinyu wanted to ask something else, but her ears moved slightly, and her eyes flashed. She was about to reach out and push the two away, but she saw them tacitly loosen their connected hands, and both retreated. The scorching breath came to her face, and the boiling magma fell from the sky. Fortunately, the 3 of them dodged in time, but a large pit was dissolved in the ground, and the boiling heat only stopped when it touched the bottom crystal layer. Traitor! You still dare to hide? Accompanied by a roar, another series of lava blocks fell from the sky, heading precisely towards Fusey's figure. Fusey's eyes narrowed slightly, with a strong mental fluctuation. The other party was at least the spirit body of a sentinel above level A, and the spirit body's mutation skill was highly offensive. Naidemi frowned slowly. The voice sounded familiar. It seemed to be the captain of the team sent by the Federation. The black mist on Fusey's palm had not been retracted yet. She originally wanted to use her spirit body to explore this contaminated area, but suffered this misfortune. A flying lizard that looked like a dragon, but was not a dragon, fell from the sky, and the magma just now was its saliva. In front of the huge spirit body, Fusey's figure instantly became smaller. She looked at the large lizard in front of her, who came with bad intentions, glanced at the people who followed, and said slowly, "What is this? You're still pretending?" Paul was furious. He originally thought that this man was untrustworthy. How could a guilty person join the FBI? But since the Queen had personally ordered it, he couldn't question her. Who knew that this man was really harboring evil intentions? He just wanted to prevent her from participating in the operation to explore the contaminated area, so he secretly killed 6 team members in succession. Naidemi saw the slightly thin team behind him, and then saw Paul's flushed face, and understood. You were ambushed? Paul's reason was gradually lost, and his whole body was about to burn. Isn't it the work of this death row prisoner? She ambushed and attacked us on the road we must pass, and killed 6 high-level sentinels in succession and left, and even told us to seek revenge on her. At this point, the gravitational wave weapon in Paul's hand, which was originally used to deal with the pollution source, was already aimed at Fu. See, we saw everything with our own eyes. Your spirit body has obvious characteristics. We can never admit our mistakes. What else can you argue about? You heard me. Just come to me for revenge? Fusey touched her chin slowly and raised the corner of her lips. Then why didn't I kill you too? Why did I leave you as a hidden danger? Fusey spread her hands. I'm not like you. My cerebellum is not fully developed. The guide in the team was teleported away by an unknown force long ago, leaving behind 2 female corpses with miserable deaths. No one was doing spiritual counseling, and Paul's not very rational brain lacked the ability to think independently. Don't argue. We saw it with our own eyes. How could it be false? Paul shouted, No more nonsense, and the spirit body mutation skill blasted towards Fusey. Fusey shook her head helplessly. It seemed that the Federation was also full of water. Anyone could get promoted. They were not as smart as Poseidon. Talents were hard to come by. Suddenly, I felt that Lucifer and Poseidon did not have to die. Fusey was distracted while dodging the dense lava rain. The lizard looked red. It should be a four-legged swamp lizard living in the volcanic magma. Fusey was thinking about Euphemia and had no time to entangle with this reckless man. She originally wanted to kill him, but then she thought that Feng Zhao Qingyu was still here. If she reported the truth to the queen, it would be very troublesome to solve the problem. Fusey clasped her hands together. A circle of black mist suddenly rose under her feet. They condensed into a dense net, and then opened the net like a carnivorous plant, directly catching the lava and the four-legged swamp lizard. Fusey stretched out her left hand, and clenched it slightly in the air. The boiling black tennis ball was instantly silenced, and turned into surging spiritual power, and dissipated in the air, along with the lizard, without a trace. Before Paul came to his senses, his spiritual body had been forcibly beaten back to the spiritual sea, and was listless and unable to be summoned again. He couldn't use the spiritual body mutation skill. Paul looked at the person in front of him with fear and uncertainty, and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" "What, of course, is to kill you and silence you." Fusey smiled and approached him step by step, sincerely wanting to teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Such a person can still live to this day, while working in the Federation. It seems that it is really a peaceful and prosperous era now, and even the danger level of the contaminated area has greatly decreased. This is why there are people who fish in troubled waters. Paul was unable to use his spiritual body, but he was still unwilling to give up. He turned to punch Fusey. His brain was dazed and his steps were weak. Fusey easily grasped his fist, pressed his joints with a smile, and quickly dislocated his two arms. Crack! Two consecutive sounds of bone dislocation rang out, and Paul fell to the ground in pain. Fusey kicked him carelessly. "Can you talk properly now?" The team members behind him looked at each other, and those who wanted to take action fell silent. They vaguely realized that the inseparable connection between their spiritual bodies and them was covered with a layer of veil, and the connection became intermittent and unpredictable. Their spiritual bodies were also sealed. Chapter 187. Fusey was not a person who liked to waste words. She lowered her head and asked Paul two questions. "You only saw me ambush you, but was there anyone helping you? How did I get away after I ambushed you, and which direction did I flee to?" Paul didn't want to answer Fusey's question, but he couldn't stand the force of her stepping on him. Although Fusey looked relaxed, he felt like a mountain was pressing on his back, and his bones creaked in pain. "Stop stepping! Stop stepping! Ah, it hurts!" Paul wailed as soon as he opened his mouth. Until now, he still didn't understand why he was lying on the ground. Fusey's spirit body only appeared for a moment, and he didn't even see the appearance of that thing clearly. Fusey's voice came from above his head again. "Don't let me ask a second time. I didn't see it. How do I know which direction you retreated from? I can't see anything here, so I followed the direction where the spirit power disappeared last to find you." He answered Fusey's question reluctantly. This guy seemed to be scared. His body was shaking non-stop. His muscles were cramping. Who could have thought that Fusey would be so murderous? Fusey shook her head gently. "Where are the others? Only one person ambushed you?" Paul nodded hurriedly. "There were no other spiritual fluctuations. Anyway, I didn't sense it." Fusey touched her chin. It seemed that the pollution source was really trying to make things difficult for her, and only used such a despicable method of framing her. Strange, she hadn't seen this thing the last time she came to Dansetsu, so she shouldn't have had any grudges against it. But now this blatant targeting behavior is really annoying. In that case, Fusey raised a malicious smile at the corner of her lips, and the force on her foot suddenly increased. Poor Paul felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, and his eyes went black and he fainted. Fusey waved her hand, and the few surviving team members also fell to the ground, stirring up a puff of white mist when they fell to the ground. Nidini watched her turn around and leave, and after thinking about it, she said, "Just leave them here?" Fusey snorted and laughed. "Otherwise? They slandered me for ambushing on the way, and I was merciful for not confirming this crime." Nidini shook her head helplessly. "No, I mean that they might trip other people who are involved in the contaminated area if they lie here. Isn't this a sudden disaster?" Feng Zhao Qingyu, unexpected kindness. Fusey really thought about this question for a second or two. She looked at the surrounding environment. When Paul released his spirit body just now, he dissolved a lot of holes on the ground of the space station. The wool comes from the sheep. Fusey threw these unfortunate guys into the pit and buried them hastily. Nidini watched her movements from the side, and the black fog condensed into tentacles, which were very convenient and easy to use. As she watched, her vision suddenly blurred for a moment, and she subconsciously took a half step back. When she regained consciousness, there was only her breathing and heartbeat around her. Nidini tentatively said, "Fusey?" No one answered. Fusey was still grunting and throwing the body, but when she turned around, she saw that the person was gone. Not only did Nidini disappear, but even Feng Zhao's clear breath disappeared completely. Fusey raised her eyebrows. Seeing that she couldn't win a head-on confrontation, she planned to defeat them one by one. Fusey jumped up from the bottom of the pit and landed almost silently. "It's still a bit smart, but not much," Fusey said calmly. The fog was thick all around, and people who stayed here for a long time became more irritable. Fusey said coldly, "I give you a chance. Follow me now, there's still a glimmer of hope." The pollution source has indeed been paying attention to her movements. When she heard her say this, she subconsciously wanted to show up. "There's no way, I really can't beat it. If I could win in a head-on confrontation, I would have fought it a long time ago, but then I thought about it just now instigating Lucifer to rebel and create crises for Fusey. Can Fusey really accept it without any scruples? This is obviously impossible. This is just Fusey's delaying tactic, and we must not be fooled." Seeing that she didn't get a response, Fusey didn't insist. She got a new ability after swallowing Yulan, so she just tried it with this thing. Fusey's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her blue pupils suddenly lit up. A faint blue mist rose from her feet, mixed with a dark color, which looked like the mixed colors of the universe and the starry sky. In 3 breaths, Fusey's perception had spread to the end of the entire polluted area. Fusey suddenly opened her eyes, found it. Before she finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot in an instant and flew towards Euphemia. Seeing that Fusey had already located Euphemia's position, the already wandering pollution source panicked and subconsciously assimilated Feng Zhao, Qinyu, and Naadimi. Just as Fusey speculated, this entire polluted area was part of it, and the mist they inhaled into their lungs was its body, that is, the source of pollution. It is true that the Sentinel's body is difficult to assimilate, but Fusey and others have been in the contaminated area for quite some time, and there is no guide to assist them. If they carry out assimilation at this time, the chance of success will be greatly increased. Humans will endure hardships for 10 years to sharpen their swords, and the pollution source will also lie dormant and wait for the opportunity. Nidini looked at the person in front of her and paused. "You crawled out of the grave." If Paul was here, he would definitely recognize that the silver-black military uniform on this man is exactly the same as Nidini's, and even the dragon boat flower embroidery pattern is more complicated and diverse. The handsome man smiled. His face was so beautiful that it was hard to tell whether he was male or female, and he exuded a feminine aura. "My dear, I can't bear to let you go. How could I die so easily?" Nidini narrowed her eyes. "I watched you die with my own eyes, and my brain and heart were crushed by me. You are now just an illusion fabricated by the contaminated area." The man laughed loudly and seemed very happy. "So powerful, you saw through my fakeness at a glance. And I show you in, do you want to disappear by yourself, or do I kill you again?" Nidini's tone was still light, and 2 clouded leopards, one black and one white, suddenly appeared behind her, and they showed their fangs and claws to the people in front of them. And I show you and looked at her, his eyes gradually becoming intimate. "Why bother? I just betrayed you once. Why can't you forgive me? If your betrayal means leading me into the high-risk contaminated area and then besieging me, just for the position of the leader of the Garhomen, then I just did the same thing. You forgive me, and go back to where you came from." Nidini's voice suddenly became heavier when she said the last word, and the spiritual body mutation skill, Daytime, was instantly activated. The blinding white light did not hinder Inai Shoyuan's vision, but made him more excited. "Oh dear, I really wronged you in the past at the Garo Gate. Twin spirits can only be seen once in 100 years, and I haven't seen the true appearance of your other spirit." Nidini's eyes were stern, and she put her hands together and activated the Gallow Gate without any hesitation. Daylight could not harm this phantom, so she used Gallow Gate to absorb the surrounding white mist, and this phantom born in the polluted area would naturally disappear. Her strategy was very correct, but she still underestimated the degree of Inai Shoyuan's perversion. This guy seemed to come just to disgust her. Even though he was just a phantom now, he still inherited the familiar vicious formula in her memory. When activating Gallow Gate, Nidini herself was inconvenient to move, and she had to achieve a high degree of resonance with her spirit body, so she could only watch Ni Xiaoyuan walk in front of her with a huge suction force. He was obviously not feeling well either. Gallum continuously absorbed the surrounding mist, and his figure gradually faded. Ni Xiaoyuan's thin white fingers gently touched Naidini's face, and his voice was light. My dear, if you had been a little gentler at that time, I would not have fought you to the death with the idea of dying together. TSK, he touched Naidini's back and saw her frown as expected. My soul-devouring seal is not so easy to remove. Does it hurt? The chairman is a black-hearted man. You and I are just dogs under his command. Ahem. He is reluctant to remove this for you. What if you can take the position of leader again? Seeing Ni Xiaoyuan's figure becoming increasingly faint, he put down his hand, and his voice was as vague as a dream. You can't escape, I wait for you in hell. As Ni Xiaoyuan's figure completely disappeared, Naidini's throat felt fishy, and she couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. The pollution source hiding in the dark saw this scene, and was really surprised. It clearly fabricated an illusion based on the toughest opponent in this person's mind, wanting her to increase the degree of alienation in the battle. So how could it produce such a good-looking but useless little white face? While wondering, a familiar voice came through the fog. Yaina, it's okay. Right? Fusey hurried forward and saw the blood coughed up by Naidemi. Her eyes moved slightly. Gallum is not a small mutation skill. Frequent use will only aggravate your degree of alienation. Naidemi waved her arm away. You are not her. Fusey sighed. I am not. But what is the difference between me? Fusey raised her head sincerely, and stared into Naidemi's eyes. I am not here to fight with you. Naidemi took 2 steps back, and kept a safe distance from her. She had experienced the close combat ability of a Fuseki, and she could not take this risk. Fusey tilted her head. I heard the conversation between you and that person just now, but don't worry, I am a fake, and a Fuseki herself will not know it. Seeing the two of them chatting like this, the pollution source was so angry. Let's not talk about why the toughest opponent is Fusey. What is the direction of this? Just chat like this? Shouldn't the counterfeit fight at the first sign of disagreement? Why can they sit down and chat when they are all opponents? Hey, Naidini, calm down. She seemed to understand the operating rules of this contaminated area. It seems that you already know. Fusey raised a familiar smile on her face. In fact, I am very curious about your past, but I have never asked, and today I have seen the tip of the iceberg. Naidini was silent. Do you have all her memories? Strictly speaking, when I was generated, I only referred to the me in your memory, but because the original body is in the contaminated area, I have become more complete. Fusey explained. Fusey showed a little inquiring look. Do you want to ask anything? Naidini opened her mouth. Although the person in front of her was a counterfeit, he retained Fusey's appearance and memory. This seemed to be a good opportunity to spy on her secrets. You? Naidini felt her throat dry and swallowed subconsciously. Do you hate me? Chapter 188. You actually asked such a question. It seems that this place has a great impact on you. Fusey took 2 steps forward, trying to see Naidini's face clearly. Almost as soon as she moved, Naidini stepped back vigilantly. Don't get close to me, otherwise Ni Xiaoyuan's fate will be your future. Okay, Fusey took 2 steps back. She rarely compromised like this. Thinking back to the question Naidini asked just now, she had a guess in her mind. Are you still awake? Naidini rubbed her temples. Using Gallum continuously would consume a lot of mental energy, not to mention that she was now inside the pollution source. Every breath she took was part of this thing. If the pollution source is a highly toxic thing, then she is now soaked in a poison tank. It would be a miracle if she is not polluted. Since you asked this, I answer it. Seeing that she was hesitant to speak, Fusey started talking. Fusey tapped the dragon boat flower embroidery on her chest. Through the thick white fog, her voice penetrated Naidini's ears. There are no eternal enemies or friends in the world. Even if you stand on the opposite side of me, it is just the trend of the times. Fusey looked relaxed. There is no hatred. Even if you shoot me now, I will praise you for your accurate shooting. Before she finished speaking, Fusey felt a chill in her abdomen. Naidini actually took out the gravitational wave transmitter and pierced through the body fabricated by the pollution source. Gravitational wave weapons are very powerful against life forms. Even the body of the sentinel cannot withstand the frontal impact of this thing. Really decisive. Fusey lowered her eyes to look at the hollow in her abdomen. The wrist-sized gap was emitting a little white mist. She was like a clay sculpture whose core support was destroyed. Her whole body turned into thick mist and merged with the polluted area behind her. It couldn't be delayed any longer. Naidini coughed twice. The longer she stayed here, the weaker her mental barriers became. Normally, she couldn't ask such questions with strong personal emotions. After these 2 waves, she could probably figure out the pollution and attack methods of this pollution source. Like Asta, this thing can continuously erode the spiritual sea of humans in the polluted area and assimilate through direct pollution. Moreover, it hides its most important brain and heart very well. So far, they are still only spinning in the limbs or torso of this thing. Naidimi sighed, and a shadow slowly appeared from the shadow area behind her. The Black Panther rubbed her calf intimately, and 2 golden cloud patterns on both sides of her cheeks were shining faintly. Shadow summoning can mobilize the shadow vision within a radius of 100 miles. It was originally a tracking and positioning skill, but in Naidimi's hands, it has other wonderful uses. The space station is not lacking in stars. Where there is light, there must be darkness. As long as she wants, the entire space station will be her eyes. Naidimi closed her eyes, and all her perceptions were connected to her spiritual body. Countless scenes flooded into her mind. The turbulent information made her back of the head ache. Naidimi frowned slightly. Danceto has experienced a lot of turmoil since the fall of Poseidon a few days ago. Euphemia and Lucifer were really worried about it for a while, and many personnel changes needed them to decide personally. After this battle, the population density of the space station here has dropped a lot, which is a blessing in disguise. After the pollution source broke out, only a few thousand people were involved in the pollution area. The number of victims was reduced to the greatest extent. Naidimi's vision continued to change with the spiritual body's mutation skills. She wanted to directly find the most important part of the pollution source. After using Gallium to contain it, the pollution area would naturally dissipate. No. There is no here. Found it. The location with the strongest mental fluctuations is on the underground floor of the black and white building. Naidimi paused, and she saw the figures of Feng Zhao Qingyu and Tan Sui-Yin at the same time. What happened? Tan Sui-Yin was also involved in the pollution area. She should have been well protected by the Queen's guards. How could she step into such a dangerous place? Naidimi did not rush forward with her spiritual body. She observed carefully for a while, and found a loophole. This Tan Sui-Yin was also a phantom fabricated by the pollution source to consume Feng Zhao Qingyu's mental power. According to the logic of Ni Xiaoyuan and Fuzi's appearance, the contaminated area will read their memories and generate the toughest opponent in their subconscious. In other words, in Feng Zhao Qingyu's subconscious, the toughest opponent she encountered was Tan Sui-Yin? This is more surprising than Fuzi's appearance. Naidemi also has ordinary curiosity. Seeing the 2 of them confronting each other, she manipulated her spirit body to hide in the shadows and moved a little closer. Long time no see. Tan Sui-Yin has all the memories and abilities of the real owner, so she did not show hostility to Feng Zhao Qingyu. In contrast to her leisure, Feng Zhao Qingyu's whole body was stiff, and her legs were like nails to the floor, and could not move at all. Tan Sui-Yin took 2 steps forward. The fog was so thick that she could hardly see Feng Zhao Qingyu's face. Why don't you come over? Don't you recognize me after not seeing me for a few years? This thing can create a doll similar to an isotope, but it cannot completely control their behavior. Feng Zhao Qingyu lost her spiritual body, and her perception of mental fluctuations was much weaker. Just like she couldn't tell whether the 2 phantoms used to confuse her were real or fake outside the contaminated area, she couldn't tell whether the person in front of her was really Tan Sui-Yin. Feng Zhao Qingyu hesitated and said, "Your Highness, why are you here?" Well, Tan Sui-Yin thought, based on the surrounding environment and my memory, I shouldn't be here. Feng Zhao Qingyu heard her say this. Combined with the ability of this pollution source, the person in front of her was most likely a phantom fabricated by the pollution source. This conclusion made Feng Zhao Qingyu feel relieved. Her tense body relaxed like a bow that had been untied. That's good. Tan Sui-Yin had almost no experience in cleaning polluted areas. She had only seen large areas of polluted areas in the simulation room of Tan Sui Palace. If she entered the polluted area alone, it would be the negligence of the church and the guards. Hey, you're telling me this after not seeing each other for so many years? I was worried that you were not doing well in Dansai too. Tan Sui-Yin pretended to be angry. In fact, Tan Sui-Yin was nearly 100 years older than Feng Zhao Qingyu, but because of the queen's doting and the long larval period of the golden-footed crow, her mind was not like a centenarian at all. Feng Zhao Qingyu pursed her lips, avoiding Tan Sui-Yin's gaze, and said in a bitter voice, I'm fine. Dansai too is far away from human habitation, and there has not been any high-risk pollution source in recent years. I'm not asking you that. Tan Sui-Yin patted her shoulder. Even if you become an alien species, you are still a human being. Did you sleep well? I remember that you had insomnia before, although sentinels don't need too much sleep. Naidemi hid in the dark and listened to the Princess of the Golden Branches and Jade Leaves chattering about an alien species, and suddenly realized that she was a hidden chatterbox. It was really rare that the heir who shouldered the fate of the entire galaxy turned out to be so lively and cheerful. Naidemi was just surprised. She had seen the tragic scene of Morin's adopted son fighting for the right of inheritance into fear. Human life was just an insignificant stepping stone before the throne. Hey, have you found the core of the pollution source? Tan Suiyan saw Feng Zhao Qingyu was a little distracted, and asked aloud. Not yet. Feng Zhao Qingyu came back to her senses. My perception is very weak now, and I can't accurately locate the location where the mental fluctuations are the strongest. This is also the reason why she had to leave Indeclare. The alienated species are always aliens among humans. Since she can't continue to serve the queen, the family will naturally not keep a waste like her. Thinking of what her mother said to her before leaving, Feng Zhao Qingyu looked indifferent. I have to leave. Staying here will aggravate the degree of alienation. Oh, I heard from my mother that she will arrange a fake death for you in 2 years and change your identity. At that time, you can go back to Indeclare or travel to other galaxies. During this time, you should be careful and don't enter this kind of polluted area casually, Tan Suiyan warned. Feng Zhao Qingyu, who had not changed her expression all the time, suddenly looked up, her voice dry and hoarse. The queen. Did she really say that? Tan Suiyan searched his memory again and confirmed that he had heard this news from his mother. Yes, you can change your identity with Yan Xiu and continue to live. It just so happens that the great changes in Dansathu will facilitate our secret operations. Yan Xiu also worked for the queen, but he once led the team poorly and caused heavy casualties due to wrong decisions. He was impeached by the church and sentenced to exile to Dansathu. Many people secretly said that he was exiled because of his great achievements. After all, he had made great contributions to the queen. It was really chilling to be exiled like this. Now it seems that the queen is not going to kill them all, but to let them retire and live in old age in a gentle way. Feng Zhao Qingyu's heart trembled, and a string in his mind broke with a snap. She almost lost control and asked, what else did the queen say? I don't know if the thick fog she inhaled into her lungs eroded her spirit. Feng Zhao Qingyu stared at the light golden hair in front of her almost stubbornly, waiting for her answer. Tan Suiyan didn't doubt him. Feng Zhao Qingyu was deeply trusted by her mother when she served in the royal guards. It didn't matter if she asked one more question. I remember that when you first arrived in Dansathu, your mother asked Poseidon about your recent situation. But Poseidon was still very ruthless at that time. I didn't have a way to deal with him. Later, I don't know why he agreed again. Tan Suiyan said it in detail, because Tan Sui Wuha was worried about this matter, but he couldn't ignore the advice of the church. They have assisted the queen for nearly 1,000 years, and their foundation has spread all over the galaxy. Tan Sui Wuha didn't want to have a quarrel with the church unless it was necessary. As the person on the other side was talking, her breathing almost stopped. Tan Suiyan took 2 steps forward and closed the distance between them. Hey, what are you doing? Before she finished speaking, a sharp wind passed by her ears, and a feather blade as sharp as fine steel cut across her neck, instantly cutting off her throat. Tan Suiyan's figure dissipated in the thick fog. Feng Zhao Qingyu slowly retracted his wings and looked aside coldly. Who is there? Naidemi controlled the black leopard to appear. If she didn't admit that she had eavesdropped on the conversation, it would be too irresponsible. It was me. The face of Feng Zhao Qingyu hidden behind the thick fog was fully revealed in the field of vision, and there was a faint flash of water in her eyes. Feng Zhao Qingyu's eyes were exactly the same as her brother's, with smooth lines and upturned eyes, as sharp as an eagle. But her eyes were red at the moment, and she really had no deterrent power. Thinking of the conversation just now, Naidemi suddenly had an idea. The so-called toughest opponent may not be an enemy on the battlefield, but may also be a competitor for something that is unattainable at a young age. If she saw it right, the look in Feng Zhao Qingyu's eyes when she killed Tan Suiyan's phantom was called jealousy. She was jealous that Tan Suiyan could have the favor of the queen, or more accurately, the mother's love. Others might not be able to see her complicated feelings, but Naidemi was different. She understood the feeling of spying on other people's happiness like a rat in the gutter. So she didn't say anything more considerately and directly opened up this article. I found the core location of the pollution source. Shall we go? Chapter 189. Fusey walked all the way to the heart of the pollution source. She spread her spirit body, almost covering the border of the entire pollution zone. The black mist she dispersed strengthened her perception. She was very familiar with Euphemia's mental fluctuations, and found her last stop without much effort. Fusey looked around, and there seemed to be a little breath of other people left here. After savoring it carefully, this breath was a little familiar. Not long ago, this guy had gnawed a gap in the spiritual realm created by Fusey. Fusey tapped the floor under her feet lightly and whispered, "Lucifer?" Lucifer was feeling sleepy. He was too full and lazy. This pollution source was more hungry than he thought. He had not eaten for many years. This meal made him think that he could starve for another 10 years. The voice above his head reached his ears. Lucifer opened his eyes, through the ball of hair lying on his chest, and replied, "I'm here." There was a thick metal floor between the two of them, but it did not prevent them from talking. "Have you seen Euphemia?" "No." "Have you seen the source of pollution?" "No." Fusey, Is it an illusion? Where did that top 10 employee go? Fusey thought about it. The room where Lucifer was a hidden energy storage room under the space station. There were many energy mineral crystals in it. The contaminated area caused the space station's mechanism to stop working. The main gate could not be entered. Forcibly breaking through from above might cause an explosion. It's empty inside. I don't have a leverage point. Please create a breakthrough from above. Lucifer's voice came up from below. Empty? Fusey was a little surprised. Dance's energy reserves have always been abundant, and they were just replenished not long ago. Although she was confused, she learned that there were no flammable and explosive energy mineral crystals below. Fusey measured the direction and told Lucifer below to stay away. Boom! With two loud noises, countless white mists poured down. Lucifer felt bloated when he looked at this thing. Too full, he really couldn't eat. Fusey squatted leisurely beside him and tilted her head at him. "Aren't you coming up yet?" Lucifer stretched his stiff muscles and bones, quickly turned over and left this empty and weird room. He just climbed up, but saw Fusey's head fall down, exclaiming, "Strange, isn't there any contamination here?" Ahem, Lucifer felt as embarrassed as if he said he was losing weight in front of others, but was exposed for ordering takeout in the middle of the night. Euphemia was on the 3rd floor of the black and white building before the contamination erupted. Fusey raised her head and glanced at him. I don't know if it was her illusion. Through the hazy white mist, Lucifer's facial features seemed more delicate. His appearance was originally handsome, and now he had a kind of charm that sucked people's essence. Thinking of the empty room just now, Lucifer is unlikely to eat the energy crystal raw. It must be that the pollution source transformed the energy crystal in it, and then was absorbed by Lucifer's spirit body. After all, this guy can even eat her spirit body, so it is reasonable to eat a pollution source. Is it delicious? Fusey suddenly asked. It's okay, just average. Lucifer was silent for a while, not daring to look at the expression on Fusey's face. Fusey thought, why would it rather be eaten by you than let you out? According to the previous encounter, this thing can randomly teleport people in the contaminated area to any place, whether alive or dead. Lucifer recalled the corpses of his colleagues, who died tragically before. He thought those corpses disappeared later, that they were digested by the pollution source, but they were moved to other places. Fusey touched her chin and decided to look for Euphemia first. As long as her safety was confirmed, there would only be some necessary procedures left to contain the pollution source. In terms of this thing, it is more stubborn than strong. Compared with the death tentacles of Asta, the harm of this thing is really not enough. Lucifer stared at the back of Fusey's neck. There was a faint black mist wrapped around her body. It was her spirit body, which could better assist her actions. But somehow, he felt that thing was much more delicious than the white mist. What are you standing there for? Let's go! Fusey turned around and saw that Lucifer had not followed, so she called him. Lucifer came back to his senses, swallowed his saliva involuntarily, and smiled bitterly. Evesky was much more terrible than the source of pollution. At this time, he was a little envious of the guide who followed her. If he could get her favor, he would at least not have to hide in the second half of his life. Fusey and Lucifer went up all the way. Fusey was not familiar with the internal structure here. This building was built by Poseidon after she blew up 3 space stations last time. At this time, Lucifer's role was highlighted. He was simply the most useful human map, and he could accurately identify the direction in the thick fog. Here, Lucifer pointed to the hidden door in the corner. You need to take the corresponding elevator to reach a specific room. No energy system can be activated in the contaminated area. We can only climb up. Fusey pushed open the hidden door. Because it uses magnetic levitation technology, there is no energy supply at the moment, so the elevator cabin stays at the bottom. Looking around, it is smooth and empty inside. The nearly 30-meter cylindrical interior may overturn with jumping force alone. Fusey turned to Lucifer and said, Go up first. You step on me, or I step on you. Lucifer shrugged, and Dizzy patted his thigh on the side. Come on. Fusey didn't say anything more, stepped on him to gain strength, and Lucifer cooperated very well, and clasped his hands together to give her a launching point. Fusey jumped up nimbly, and crossed a distance of dozens of meters to the 3rd floor in the blink of an eye. She looked around to find a rope to pick up Lucifer, but heard a strong flapping sound. Fusey suddenly thought of something and looked down. Lucifer opened a pair of black wings behind him, and flapped them vigorously, landing lightly beside Fusey. This was his spiritual body fusion state. I don't know if it was because he was full, but when he merged with his spiritual body, he didn't feel out of control as before, but felt a long-lost sense of ease. Fusey kept staring at his back, and Lucifer also glanced over. Oh, it was his tail that was swinging uncontrollably. His tail looked a bit like a charred bone, without phosphorus armor and flesh, which didn't meet the aesthetic tastes of most people. Speaking of which, the tails of the succubus seemed to be very popular, with a great feel and a cute image. He had seen many juvenile succubi being kept in captivity. Their growth value was very low, and it was difficult for them to turn over in a world where the strong prey on the weak. You? Fusey opened her mouth to speak, but she felt a dangerous breath approaching from behind her, and she stopped talking. Lucifer didn't understand, and just when he was about to ask her what was wrong, he heard a dull sound of footsteps coming from behind the two of them. The rhythm was neither fast nor slow, and the steps were steady and powerful, but there was an invisible sense of oppression. The two were very close, and Lucifer saw Fusey's pupils shrink for a moment, and the muscles of her whole body tightened, and the casual and leisurely posture completely disappeared. A low voice, like a stringed instrument, sounded faintly. Long time no see. As soon as the voice fell, a whole layer of thick fog dissipated instantly. They seemed to be busy escaping, scrambling to leave here, and vacate the battlefield for the next confrontation. Fusey stared at the man in front of her expressionlessly, and did not answer. Lucifer's heart was alarmed. His post-meal digestion mentality disappeared, replaced by the vigilance of facing a top predator. The man in front of him looked just over 30 years old. He didn't have the childishness of a teenager, but only the gloom and background of the deep sea. He had black hair and black eyes, and his skin was so white that it was almost transparent. You could vaguely see the light blue blood vessels under his skin. Compared with humans, he looked more like some kind of baked porcelain. He had a high nose bridge, soft eyebrows, and thin lips as red as roses. Putting aside his strange and gloomy temperament, he was a handsome man with a high rate of turning heads. Defeer's silver-black military uniform made him look very well proportioned with broad shoulders and long legs. His hair hung softly on his side, and the ends of his hair were slightly curled, adding a bit of casual laziness. Unlike Naidimi's military uniform with dragon boat flower embroidery, he was dressed in plain clothes, with only a silver shadow weaver emblem on his chest. Seeing the emblem, Lucifer had a flash of inspiration, and the identity of this man was about to be revealed. Mullen, Fusey said indifferently, you are not dead yet. Mullen couldn't help laughing, and he didn't hesitate to smile at Fusey. It's my fault for disappointing you. Lucifer felt that the pollution he had eaten had become a stone pressing on his stomach, making him dizzy. Otherwise, how could he see the current chairman of the field come to Dancetu in person? Fusey noticed Lucifer's intention to retreat, and said unhappily, he is a phantom fabricated by the pollution source. He must have read my consciousness and memory, otherwise this annoying face could not be so similar. The real Morin would not lead to fear for a moment. They have been troubled by internal and external troubles for a long time. If Morin disappears from the court, there will be a coup. You are still so smart. Morin smiled and approached Fusey's side. I really like you. Fusey felt a chill on her back, and quickly stepped back 2 steps. Your mouth can't speak. I can tear it off for you. Lucifer whispered beside him. Since it is a phantom, he should not have any lethality, right? He lowered his head when he asked, and his breath brushed Fusey's ears lightly, and the distance between the two was a little close. Mullen seemed to notice that there was a third person present, and his smile disappeared instantly. He raised his right hand, and his index and middle fingers trembled slightly. Lucifer only had time to see his shadow on the ground twist for a moment, before he was hit head-on by a high-speed interstellar train and flew backwards. Fortunately, Lucifer's body was strong enough. When he hit the wall behind him, his bones only made a tooth-grinding sound of dislocation, but were not completely broken. Morin was stunned for a moment, then looked down at his palm, and a faint black mist dissipated from his palm. Fusey's eyelashes drooped slightly, and the black mist instantly returned to defense, alerting the every move of the person in front of him. If Fusey hadn't blocked Morin's attack, Lucifer would have been a puddle of mud now. Lucifer groaned in pain, his consciousness collapsed, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Morin was not annoyed when his attack was resolved. He rubbed the inside of his palm with lingering feelings. It's just a double A-level sentinel, he doesn't deserve to be so close to you. His original intention was to have a few words with Fusey alone. He didn't care that Lucifer was not dead. The elephant would not go back and step on the ant a second time after stepping on it. He took 2 more steps forward, and stopped when he noticed Fusey's rejection. This memory will not be passed on to the main body, I just want to be closer to you. He said it in a very light voice at the end, and Fusey ridiculously heard a sense of grievance. Fusey laughed instead of getting angry. You are getting more and more disgusting now. Why are you pretending to be innocent at your age? Mullen said kindly, it's just for you. He suddenly remembered something, and despite Fusey's refusal, he stretched out his hand to twist a strand of her silver hair, with a worried look in his eyes. This body can't last long, right? Moroz's laboratory still retains the genetic sequence and DNA code of the experimental subject. The dense and dangerous black fog suddenly exploded, and this world instantly turned into Fusey's domain field, and the Shadow Weaver who had been hiding under Morin's feet was forced to show up. The appearance of the Shadow Weaver is a large spider with thin legs, like a living nebula peeled off from the night sky. The translucent body can clearly see the blue blood vessels, which is more like the trend of a celestial body. Ignoring its sharp mouthparts and huge compound eyes, this thing looks more like a grotesque constellation cloud, with a strange beauty. When forced to reveal itself by Fusey, it just shook its slender forelimbs, took out a ball of white things from under its mouthparts, and handed it to Fusey, and sent it forward with its tentacles flatteringly. Fusey looked closely, and saw that the thing was a kitten doll made of translucent spider silk, the size of a palm, and it was vivid and dynamic, as if a cat would jump into her palm in the next second. It was unbelievable. If Lucifer was still awake, he would definitely exclaim. The spider silk of the Shadow Weaver is so precious that a small section can be exchanged for a bucket of water flames, but it is used to weave plush dolls? But Fusey did not appreciate it. Her blue eyes gradually became frost-stained. Fusey now feels like she is being insulted in person by her opponent, just like slapping him in the face, and even though she has used all her strength, the opponent still wants to come close to you and slap you again. At this time, don't slap him anymore, just pull out your gun. Chapter 190. For Euphemia, breaking through this contaminated area is not a difficult task. Her spirit-body mutation skill, Sky Sound, can purify all negative states, and the foggy contaminated area cannot disturb her vision. It is only because of her sense of responsibility that she has been circling in the contaminated area to find the core of the contaminated area and contain it. A completely black caracal is parked at her feet, staring at the direction of the black and white building with a pair of orange-yellow cat eyes. Strange, Euphemia whispered. Such a strong mental fluctuation. After a period of handover, Euphemia has become familiar with most of the structure of the Danceta space station, and she has just searched the entire black and white building, but she has not found the source of the pollution. Since its body is not there, where does such a strong mental fluctuation come from? Euphemia's heart sank slightly. According to her inference, the interstellar meeting has been held for a while. When she and Lucifer are not present, Sister AI will definitely venture into the contaminated area to search. With such strong mental fluctuations, Sister AI must be in danger. Euphemia no longer hesitated and immediately rushed to the location pointed by the spirit body. At the same time, Feng Zhao Qingyu and Naademi joined together and headed towards the black and white building together. But halfway through, Naademi suddenly paused and a chill surged into her heart. Oh no, since this pollution source dispersed and defeated them one by one, she and Feng Zhao Qingyu both encountered the most difficult opponent in their lives, and Fusey must face the same situation. Unlike the two of them, for Fusey, there was only one person who made her worry all the time, and she wished she could deal with him as soon as possible. Feng Zhao Qingyu didn't understand. She looked at Naademi in confusion. What's wrong? Naademi shook her head slowly, looked at the building, and said in a deep voice, There's no need to go over there. Feng Zhao Qingyu was stunned, and then her ears moved slightly, and a burst of explosions that could not be ignored broke into her perception. Feng Zhao Qingyu looked in the direction of the sound, and found that the source of the sound was their destination, the black and white building. She understood that Eve Siki must have arrived at the core area in advance, and now they would just follow the tail. Thinking of this, Feng Zhao Qingyu stopped moving. Unlike her relaxed attitude, Naademi was in great pain at the moment. Emolin's strength was unfathomable, and others didn't know the inside story, but Naademi had heard about the battle of the century between Shilai and Emolin. The two did not try their best, because Shilai brought a large army to pressure Mo Lin, and under the persuasion of the review committee and the pressure of the old aristocratic forces, Mo Lin had to let him go. Naidimi has been working at Garoman for nearly 10 years, and has never seen Morin try his best. Morin has many adopted sons, all of whom are ambitious and capable. In recent years, some have constantly challenged the authority of the chairman, and all of them have died tragically at the feet of the Shadow Weaver. Moreover, Morin holds the biggest weakness of the experimental subject, the gene sequence. Gene weapons are more powerful than dark crystal weapons. If Morin is determined to fight to the death, with Fusey, gene weapons are his biggest support. Fortunately, the phantoms in the contaminated area do not have the ability to transport through space, and gene weapons will not cross millions of light years to reach Dansetsu. Naidimi knows very well that if they rush over, they will only cause trouble, and may become a breakthrough. I have to say that Naidimi's judgment was extremely accurate. Morin didn't want to fight with Fusey at all. He was so happy to finally see the treasure he had been thinking about. How could he fight with her? But he was just a puppet now. This memory would not be synchronized with the main body. Even if Fusey gave him a good face now, he would not remember it far away into feel. What a pity, what a pity. Morin thought while dodging the black fog coming from the front. The Shadow Weaver followed him conscientiously to create a reversal position for him. Otherwise, with Fusey's speed, Morin would have been pierced into a sieve long ago. Morin dodged and comforted. There is no need to be so hostile to me. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Fusey still didn't buy it. She moved her fingers slightly, and the black fog condensed into dozens of sharp blades and shot towards Morin. All 8 legs of the Shadow Weaver were deployed, and each leg could cut a crack in the void. Morin shuttled through these cracks, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Fusey saw this and snorted coldly, unbalanced. The black mist under her feet immediately rippled, like a drop of water entering the sea, creating layers of ripples. Morin's body paused, and when he looked up, he saw that the black blade was already in front of him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and dodged sideways, but Fusey caught the flaw and pierced his left shoulder fiercely. Fusey wanted to pursue the victory, and the black mist slashed all the way to Morin's heart, but saw the Shadow Weaver raised his head and opened his mouth, and a ball of blue and white spider web gradually condensed in the crystal clear teeth. Fusey thought it was not good, and quickly withdrew, taking the lead in avoiding the vast and boundless giant web. I don't know if Morin's serious injury affected his aim. The angle of the spider web seemed a bit off. This is one of Morin's spiritual body mutation skills, void weaving life. The life body hit by the spider web will have all its spiritual power sucked away. At the least, its abilities will be disabled and it will become an ordinary person, and at the worst, its mental disorder and brain will be scrapped and it will become an idiot. In either case, it is fatal to the sentinel or the guide. Morin covered his left shoulder that was dissipating into white mist, and put on a bitter smile on his face. It's really heartless. Fusey recovered, and most of Morin's shoulder in front of him turned into misty white mist. Because it was an illusion fabricated by the pollution source, there was no blood splashing. So much nonsense. Fusey clasped her hands together, and the black mist behind her rushed towards Morin like crazy, and each wisp was a sharp sword, swarming up densely. Fusey did not hide his killing intent. Morin looked hurt. Seeing that his body was about to be torn apart by the black mist, he said slowly, "Before you do anything, listen to what this little friend wants first." A force as powerful as a bamboo broke through the black mist in Morin, and the space was torn apart instantly. The Shadow Weaver's legs held a light blue spider web in front of Morin, and half of his head secretly poked out. The black mist stopped in midair, and the sharp and fierce killing intent almost pounced on Euphemia's face. Euphemia's body was stiff, and her whole body was wrapped in spider silk. The cold and sticky silk blades strangled her skin. If she struggled a little, she would end up with bruises all over her body. Not to mention that as long as Morin had a thought, she would be drained of her mental power, and become a disabled person. Well, I have heard of the reputation of Nightmare for a long time, but today I see that she is still a little girl. Morin walked out slowly from behind the Shadow Weaver with a smile on his face. He said this, but his eyes were still glued to Fusey for a long time. Fusey glanced at the spider web that bound Euphemia. No wonder Morin missed his aim just now. It turned out that he had other intentions. Fusey took a breath and leaned forward unconsciously. "Are you threatening me?" "How could that be?" Morin smiled and shook his head. "I can't stand seeing you in trouble." He smiled slowly, but the Shadow Weaver was constantly tightening the spider silk on Euphemia's body, leaving blood marks. "Let me think about it. You entered Dansetsu alone this time to push this child to the position of warden, right?" Morin tidied up his messy clothes and said leisurely. Fusey didn't say anything. Her eyes swept around obscurely, waiting for an opportunity to kill Morin with one blow. Morin didn't feel embarrassed when no one spoke to him. He had long been accustomed to talking to himself in front of Fusey. But this child is still young, and you alone may not be able to convince everyone. I heard that Tan Sui Wuha also attended this interstellar meeting. It's a good idea for you to get her support to shut up the people in the Federation. Mullen nodded approvingly. Euphemia finally couldn't help sobbing when she heard this. The lower half of her face was sealed by thick spider silk. Morin didn't want anyone to interrupt his conversation with Fusey, so he deprived her of the right to speak early. Hearing Euphemia's weak sobs, Fusey immediately said, "Don't touch her." Mullen immediately raised his hands up, with his palms facing outwards, as if surrendering. "I didn't do it, it was the child who struggled non-stop." Fusey frowned slightly. "You don't want to see." "Don't rush to threaten me," Morin suddenly interrupted her. "You know, I have no taboos, resources, or territory. Nothing can compare to your weight in my heart." Fusey was silent for a moment. This is why she is so powerless every time she faces Morin. Both the living and the dead are afraid of madmen. If a madman holds a powerful nuclear weapon in his hand, everyone will retreat. Morin has no family, and his many adopted sons are just chess pieces in his hands. In his eyes, the survival of Defeer is just a game of winning or losing. As for his own life, it is a chip that can be pushed onto the gambling table at will. As a last resort, Fusey said in a deep voice, "As you said, you are a homotope that does not share memories with the main body. So what's wrong with letting me kill you to satisfy my desire?" Mullen was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and after realizing what Fusey said, he became visibly excited, with joy in his eyes and eyebrows. "Are you being spoiled by me, dear?" Fusey was waiting for him to relax at this moment, and the spiritual body mutation skill, Chaos, instantly disintegrated the spider silk that the weaver had imprisoned on Euphemia, and the flexible spider silk turned into stars and dissipated in the air. Suddenly losing the fulcrum, Euphemia's body fell down involuntarily, and Fusey flew forward and hugged her waist accurately, using the momentum to get out of the influence range of the Shadow Weaver. Mullen glanced at the Shadow Weaver under his feet. The big-headed spider was hid by the black mist, and the two forelimbs were wrong to take out the kitten doll from under the mouthparts to stroke it. "Stupid thing," Maureen kicked it, "a useless thing." Fusey saw his movements and felt that his brain was worse than before. Every move of the spirit body was a reflection of the host spirit. He scolded his spirit body, which was equivalent to self-harm. The person in his arms trembled with shoulders. Fusey lowered her eyes and looked at Euphemia. "How are you?" Euphemia shook her head silently, blaming herself. She originally wanted to help Sister AI. She might suffer a loss against a strong enemy after recovering from a serious illness. But now it seems that Euphemia feels that she is the loss that dragged Fusey down. Fusey did not notice her loss. She repeatedly checked whether Euphemia had other scars on her body. Morin was extremely vicious, and it was impossible for her to succeed so easily. A lavender spider mark appeared on Euphemia's left shoulder. Fusey rubbed it twice with her thumb, and the familiar mental fluctuations jumped on it. Fusey turned to look at Morin, who was grinning like a fool. "You left a co-birth mark on her?" Morin had laughed enough, and turned to Euphemia with a proud and disdainful look. "It is her honor to get the co-birth mark I drew myself." As soon as the voice fell, Fusey rarely burst out a swear word, and then a silver light flashed, and Yu Ming appeared on Fusey's palm. "Untie it. As you said, I am a phantom now, and it's okay for you to kill me to satisfy your desire, but the co-birth mark on her body." Morin paused meaningfully. "I'm afraid you have to go to Defil in person to ask for help from me." He laughed loudly, and his whole shoulders trembled uncontrollably. As he moved, the collapse of his left shoulder became more and more serious, and there was a tendency to spread to the whole body. The isotope fabricated by the pollution source was a fake after all, and could not support his intense mental consumption. Even if Fusey didn't do it, he was not far from dissipating. But the co-birth mark on Euphemia is a real brand. Fusey closed her eyes. The co-birth mark is a derivative of Morin's spiritual body mutation skill, Void Weaving Life. Being branded with this mark means becoming Morin's possession. As long as he wants, he can take Euphemia's life at any time. This is his usual trick. Once upon a time, Fusey also had this mark on her body, but her body was strong enough, and with the power of her spiritual body, she could break through this shackle by herself. As a guide, Euphemia's body is not strong enough. Fusey's forced infusion of her spiritual body power to help her break through the mark will only cause her organ failure and death. This is an unsolvable dilemma. Fusey opened her eyes, and her mind was clearer than ever before. "Wait, Morin." Originally, I didn't want to return to that land so soon, but now it seems that I have to go. The oracles in her hand turned into sharp pestles, which instantly pierced through Morin's chest and nailed him to the floor. Before Morin disappeared, he still had a satisfied smile on his face. Don't make me wait too long. The misty fog dispersed, leaving only a pestle standing on the metal floor. Chapter 191. Euphemia looked at Fusie's gloomy face in doubt. She had never seen Fusie angry before. When she was working in Morin, there were often rumors that Ivsiki was moody and difficult to get along with. But if you really get along with her for a while, you will find that her temper is not as violent as you imagined. But now Euphemia just sat beside her, and the depressed pressure almost made her breathless. Fusie waved her hand, and Yuming returned to her hand obediently. The heavy demon-subduing pestle was not stained with blood, and there was no trace of the murderous look just now. Fusie sighed. What are you hiding? Euphemia was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized that she subconsciously took a few steps back, curled up her body, and wanted to stay away from Fusie. Fusie adjusted her facial expression. She didn't expect to meet Morin here, and her mood was somewhat affected. Does your shoulder hurt? Once the contaminated area dissipates, use the medical cabin to heal it. It will recover in 2 or 3 days. Fusie half crouched down and carefully checked the marks on her body again. Apart from the big trouble of the Coburth mark, there were no other hidden injuries. Luckily, Morin threatened her, otherwise Euphemia would have died on the spot when she touched the web of the Shadow Weaver. I'm sorry, Euphemia said hoarsely, I don't know. Why apologize? Fusie helped her up from the ground. Even if it wasn't for you, the grudge between Morin and me can never be resolved with just 1 or 2 words. Speaking of which, Morin knew that void weaving would not work on her, but he still threw this trick, obviously with other intentions, but she did not immediately see through his intentions. This was her negligence. Fusie raised her hand and rubbed her temple. Shizei often said that her mental stability was far superior to that of other sentinels. In fact, it was because she had not encountered anyone or anything that annoyed her. It took Euphemia a long time to come back to her senses. She was inexperienced, and had never fought against a guide of Morin's level. She could not even think of resisting the suffocating feeling of having her heart pinched by an invisible giant hand. Euphemia turned her head, and saw a shadowy figure. After a closer look, she found that it was Lucifer who had fainted. Fusie followed her gaze, and looked over. Lucifer's body strength is not low. He should have just been knocked unconscious by the force of the head-on impact. Just right. Fusie gently pushed Euphemia and motioned her to take shelter in the corner. It's time to contain this pollution source. Euphemia opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly fell silent after seeing Fusie's expression, and walked aside with her head down. The wound on her body was aching slightly, but Euphemia endured it without groaning. Fusie took a breath gently. Her spirit body had been spreading around without being retracted. She also spread a lot of spirit body clones along the way. Mist has no entity, so this task is not difficult for her. She could sense that the thing hid away the moment Morin appeared, fearing that innocent people would be harmed. As the culprit who fabricated the illusion, it was very clear what kind of person it had fabricated. As for now, Fusie blinked, probably because she noticed that Morin had dissipated and came back to watch the fun. Fusie originally wanted to leave this pollution source to Euphemia to solve, but now things have changed. And it happened that she had a lot of anger in her heart, and had nowhere to vent, so it was better for this thing not to cause any more trouble. Fusie turned Yumming in her hand into a long sword, and thrust it straight into the ground. Wisps of black mist spread from her hand along the handle of the sword, and the speed of opening the floodgates made Euphemia's heart tremble. Fusie closed her eyes slightly, and concentrated her whole body's perception on Yumming, using this weapon to maximize the influence of the spiritual body. Accompanied by a low hum, the blade vibrated constantly, and the black mist raged out, constantly wrapping and swallowing the surrounding thick fog. Waves of eardrum-tearing screams of wronged souls burst out, and Euphemia couldn't help but cover her ears and tighten her shoulders. Even Lucifer, who had fainted, was awakened by the movement. When he opened his eyes, he didn't react to what day it was. What happened? Lucifer sat up blankly. Waves of broken bone pain came from all over his body, and he groaned and lay back down. In the distance, a gray-white raccoon quickly fled along the gap of the shadow of the building. Fusie would never let it go. The black fog spread out and turned into a series of dragons that surrounded the raccoon, and the layers of rings turned into a cage. Fusie raised her left palm and clenched her 5 fingers. More than a dozen dragons were strangled in an instant, and the gray-white raccoon instantly turned into a cat in a cage, squeaking and trying to escape. The raccoon was still struggling, but it was already at the end of its strength. fabricating an illusion like Moring consumed most of its strength. It wanted to sneak away while Fusey and Moring were fighting. But who would have thought that these people came up one by one to either chat or reminisce about the past, and had no intention of fighting at all. After finally fighting, who knew that it stopped halfway? The puppet it had spent so much effort to create was willing to be killed by Fusey, which directly made it lose all its money. It was like investing in a stock with amazing growth on a whim, but it turned green the next second. From human memory, many people have thought of committing suicide because of this. So should it try to survive now? Fusey waved and brought the black cage to her eyes, her blue eyes full of coldness. What are you doing? The gray and white civet cat didn't know what was wrong with it. Its long tail was inserted into the gap of the black cage, forming a loop. It was stuffing its short and thick neck into it, pretending to be depressed and hanging itself. But its body was too fat, and it couldn't stuff its neck into the loop at all. It raised its head, and saw Fusey's eyes that seemed to look at a mentally retarded person. It was scared and screamed, "You are magnanimous, I am blind. Let me go!" Squeak! Squeak! Fusey shook her head gently. This thing looked no different from a civet cat, but why did it scream as annoying as a mouse? Shut up. Fusey ordered in a low voice, remove the contaminated area, and spit out all the people you swallowed intact. This, that, The raccoon's front legs were like the front paws of a chinchilla, poking at each other again and again, but it didn't dare to look Fusey in the eye. It was so scary, it wanted to go home. Go home, go home. There was a strange sense of belonging here, which made it want to cry involuntarily. Although others kill people and set fires to provoke trouble, they are still children. It tried its best to squeeze out 2 clear tears, hoping to awaken Fusey's kindness. Fusey tightened her 5 fingers, and the distinct black lines sank deeply into the gray-white raccoon's body, causing it to squeak in pain. I'm still a child. I don't want to die. Fusey was annoyed by its crying, and threw it out like a ball. The black lines did not loosen but tightened, and the pain doubled. The spherical object bounced again, and finally hit Yumming, who was standing beside it, shaking the blade. The moment it hit Yumming, it suddenly fell silent. The thing that had been howling non-stop was silent, and Fusey looked up. I saw it struggle hard, using its last strength to turn into mist and penetrate into Yumming, struggling with Fusey's mental power in it. Yumming can be driven by injecting a small amount of mental power, so this pollution source used its last strength to fight for the control of Yumming. It hit in Yumming, and the black mist could not do anything to it, so it could only block its retreat to prevent it from escaping. Hey, if you keep the Green Mountains, you won't be afraid of running out of firewood. Now let's see what you can do to me. It resumed its frivolous tone, as if it saw through Fusey's concerns, and tried to escape more miserably. Unexpectedly, Fusey snorted and laughed, and a wisp of black fog squeezed into Yumming to suppress it. Unexpectedly, Yumming's exclusivity was too strong, and this thing was aroused and bit Yumming tightly, and Fusey couldn't force it back for a while. As the pollution source entered Yumming's hiding, the surrounding fog dissipated, and the people who were teleported to various places looked at each other, as if they couldn't believe it. This pollution area was dispersed like this? Naidini saw the white fog retreat, and rushed to the black and white building as soon as possible, but Fengzichinyu left when the fog dissipated. She returned to the cell and pretended that she had never escaped. When Naidini arrived, she saw a long sword shining with silver light standing on the ground, surrounded by black mist. The blade was shaking constantly, and as 2 completely different mental powers fought in it, cracks appeared faintly on the blade. Fusey opened her blue eyes slightly, and stopped fighting immediately after she found that Yumming could not bear it. The pollution source happily took Yumming alone, and the insignificant crack was gradually repaired. No, you can't take it by force. Yumming must be returned to the original owner today. If it is turned into powder here, I don't know how Tan Sui Wuho will make trouble. There is no way. It's really hard to find it, but it's easy to get it. I didn't expect to encounter pure meteorite iron here, Wakakaka. God will not let me go. It said a lot of gibberish. Naidini seemed to understand, but Fusey could understand it accurately. Strange, it's like this again. She obviously can't understand this language, but she can understand what this thing wants to convey. Fusey stepped forward and held Yumming, wanting to use her mental power to force him back again, but she heard a voice in her mind. Leave me a way out. I can be of use to you. Fusey didn't buy it. What can a dirty rat who peeks into other people's privacy do? I know. You have been looking for lost memories, and you know my ability. Although I am not very good at fighting, I am an expert in this area. It seemed to be afraid that Fusey would refuse, and quickly showed its exploitable value. Fusey paused, and was really a little tempted. Until now, she thought she had lost her memory, and those memories must be hidden deep in her mind. And this thing can dig out her deep memories and materialize Morin, which means it has some ability. Fusie's thoughts turned around, and she had made a decision in her heart. Nidini looked at Fusie's silent eyebrows and eyes, and was a little confused. This pollution source is indeed intelligent, but Fusie is not an ignorant child, and should not be confused by its sophistry. Fusie turned her head, and saw Nidini's inquiring gaze, then glanced at the messy space station behind her, and sighed softly. Now it's good, the pollution source has hidden in Yumming. It's not a big deal that it can't be returned intact, but we still need to think of a suitable reason to cover up the whereabouts of the pollution source. Fusie's eyes swept over Nidini, Lucifer, and Euphemia one by one. 3 pairs of eyes saw the truth that the pollution source hid in Yumming. If we want to hide it, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Chapter 192. What do you think? The Yumming in his hand vibrated, like a human mouth opening and closing when speaking. It was not honest when it was flattering. Yumming turned into a soft finger and rubbed Fusie's palm. Fusie had already made up her mind. Not to mention that this thing was hidden in Yumming and difficult to remove, and its ability was indeed not to be underestimated. There are many cases of collecting pollution sources and turning them into their own use. If this thing appeared in Morin, Fusie would not have to think about how to get away with it. He would just use it. Now people are still in the territory of Dansatu, and all the major galaxies have gathered together. This stupid pollution source is afraid that the momentum is not big enough, so he spreads the pollution area so wide. Fusie rubbed her brows with her hands, and sent a wisp of mental power to penetrate into Yumming. It sensed Fusie's intention, and thought that the negotiation had failed. It was about to use the strength of eating to resist, but it heard Fusie's voice clearly. Don't make a sound. No matter what happens later, don't let anyone know that you are hiding here. This means agreement. It was ecstatic and almost couldn't suppress the excitement of escaping death, and showed its true form. The next second, it remembered Fusie's instructions, and huddled in Yumming to pretend to be dead. Nidini took 2 steps forward. She seemed to see Fusie's thoughts. Do you want to keep it? Fusie half turned sideways, and did not hide her selfishness. Yes. Absurd. Nidini's first thought was that Fusie was joking, but looking closely at her expression, it didn't seem like it. It has a high intelligence similar to that of a human, is good at playing with people's hearts, has a bad character and unknown abilities. Nidini frowned as she spoke. She really felt that Fusie was trying to get the skin of a tiger. So what? Fusie has always been open to hiring people, and employees, who can bring benefits are good employees. But Nidini obviously does not agree with this concept. Its ability is elusive, its temper is unbearable, and one day it will kill its master and take the throne. And Shoyuin is the best example. Fusie narrowed her eyes slightly. So you want to report me in front of the queen? Nidini wanted to admit it, but stopped when she met her eyes. Yes, she should have realized from the time she and Meigas entered Tanya, that Fusie never cared about a person's past and nature. As long as she can be used by her now, she doesn't care how bad the past is or how sensitive the identity is. Nidini's face was complicated. She only realized now what she meant by the words she said on the day she introduced Xingqi to Fusie. I originally thought that Fusie's bottom line was different from that of ordinary people, but now it seems that she has no bottom line at all. Nidini couldn't hide her disappointment. Do you have to do this? Fusie said lightly. I have already answered this question. Her face was cold, and it was clear that there was no room for maneuver. She was determined to protect this evil pollution source. Nidini stopped trying to comfort her. She returned to her solemn and cold appearance, and turned to leave to report to the queen. Horus had just arrived, but saw Nidini returning the same way with a cold face. When she saw him, she just glanced at him casually, and motioned him to follow. She was in a bad mood, Horus realized. After serving for many years, he still had some eyes. Horus knew what was good and didn't say much. He followed Nidini, and left together. Fusie's eyes paused for a moment on Nidini's back. She certainly knew what she wanted to remind her of. But she didn't know why Ina showed unprecedented stubbornness in this matter. Maybe it was related to her past experience? Emotionally, Fusie understood Nidini's denunciation, but from her point of view, she didn't care whether the pollution source would turn against her in the future. Just like Ina turned back to Garoman after leaving Tanya, and became her opposite, she was not angry or indignant at all. Enemies can't always be enemies, and friends can't always be friends. Fusie lowered her head and blinked, turned around and looked at Euphemia and Lucifer, but met Euphemia's disapproving eyes. Sister Ai, Euphemia hesitated as she looked at Yumming in her hand, This time the pollution area has a wide range, and many people have died from mental pollution. Fusey understood her implication, and the pollution source in her hand also understood it, and hurriedly defended herself. I swear to God that I have no intention of harming anyone. I was just hungry, and ran out to eat 2 birds. Those people saw things they shouldn't have seen because they had too many evil thoughts in their hearts. Fusey was annoyed when she heard its chirping sound, and slapped Yumming's knife handle with one hand. Don't make a sound. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and it was more like a dog kicked by its owner after being slapped, and it was silent instantly. Fusey raised her eyes, and saw Euphemia's pure and kind eyes, and still patiently explained, I know. You know. Euphemia widened her almond eyes in disbelief, and the bloodstains on the side of her face had just solidified, and were still glowing with fresh blood. Then you should know that this thing can't. Before he finished speaking, Lucifer suddenly interrupted and asked, what did it offer you? In just over 10 days, he had roughly figured out Fusey's personality. He didn't have the filter that Euphemia used to look at her benefactor, but he had the clarity of an outsider. It was easy to change Fusey's mind. As long as she felt that you could bring her benefits, she could put aside any big disagreements. On the contrary, if you lose your value in her eyes, you will soon be separated. Fusey glanced at Lucifer. She was not surprised that he guessed the inside story of the matter, but Fusey didn't intend to explain in detail. She skipped Lucifer's question and asked directly, so are you going to cooperate? Are you going to help her conceal the fact that the pollution source was lodging in the pollution source, or are you going to report her together with Naidimi? Euphemia understood her unfinished words, and was full of doubt. In terms of time, she didn't spend a long time with Fusey. Moreover, she had a blind admiration for Fusey, because in her eyes, the invincible Poseidon could not shake Fusey in the slightest. The person who once saved her from danger has now become a sinister person, who shields the source of pollution and hides the truth. Euphemia's body swayed slightly. She still didn't want to believe this fact, and still survived by chance. Sister AI, if you have any considerations and plans, you can tell me. I will cooperate with you. You don't have to bear it alone. Now the person who was confused changed to Fusey. She tilted her head. Why do you think I have difficulties? Before Euphemia spoke, Fusey said again, what I decided, whether you are willing to cooperate or not, the result will not change, but the way to achieve it will be different. Before Euphemia could comprehend the subtext of these words, a notification of a large fleet entering the customs suddenly sounded. Lucifer looked up with a sense of something, and saw from afar that 2 fleets were entering Dancetu. Judging from the fleet type and number, they were the fleets of Moran and Indicli. Because the contaminated area was cleared, most of the systems in the space station resumed operation. As soon as Lucifer woke up, he turned on the optical computer he carried with him and prepared to go to work. Thank God the optical computer was not broken. Lucifer endured the sharp pain in his body to check the customs entry information. Because of the convening of the Interstellar Conference, a large number of fleets have recently poured into Dancetu, and the customs entry inspection is very strict. The people who come must be the core figures of the major galaxies to pass the artificial intelligence inspection process so easily. Lucifer connected to Dancetu's local area network, and saw the message sent by the central hub, which made his head hurt even more. The reason is that the Jinza Church and Moran's 3rd Fleet have squeezed into Dancetu's world, which is really a gathering of heroes. Putting aside all these trivial matters, Lucifer immediately reported the situation to Fusey. Unexpectedly, Fusey's expression did not change after hearing this, and she just asked, are you sure it is the special fleet of the Golden Foot Crow Church? Lucifer lowered his head to confirm again, and said affirmatively, yes. Fusey lowered her head, and thought for a while. The last time she dealt with the church was the night when Yulon was stolen. As for the 3rd Fleet, it must be that Talus was entrusted by Shizei to send her a feeler, but she didn't expect to run into people from the church. Calculating the time, it took Talus less than a week to rush from Moran to Dancetu. The efficiency is really amazing. Fusey thought about it. She only asked Shizei for 1 feeler. It was a bit wasteful to use it on Posiris, but she couldn't do without it. And now, Fusey looked at Euphemia obscurely. Her face was pale, and her lips were dry. She looked absent-minded. It was obvious that she had not come out of Fusey's words just now. Ah. That, to show my sincerity, you can take a look at this. The yumming in her hand trembled, and a small voice sounded in Fusey's mind. It seemed to annoy Fusey. It no longer used a childish voice to pretend to be cute, but used a low and pleasant female voice. A fragment flashed through Fusey's mind, which was the scene where the pollution source tried to rebel against Lucifer, but was hit by a wall. Hearing Lucifer's words, He is one of the few people willing to promote me. Fusey probably understood his train of thought. It seems that there is no need to use the precious tactile branch on Lucifer. Lucifer cannot be false in front of the pollution source, who can see through people's hearts. Fusey thought for a moment, and then she said to Euphemia, Euphy, I once said that everyone should have their own pursuits. I will ask you one last time, do you want to replace Poseidon and take charge of Dancetu, or continue to work in Morin? Euphemia slowly raised her eyes. Her eyes were more unfamiliar than ever before. I will stay in Dancetu, but I don't need your recommendation. You don't have to make any deals with Tan Sui Wuha for me. I will take this position on my own. Fusey raised her eyebrows, and this sentence to her ears was no different from my wings are already hard, and I can fly far without you. Unlike some caregivers who were heartbroken, Fusey was very relieved to hear this, and her tone was even very gentle. Very good. Euphemia hesitated to speak, and accidentally glanced at the scene behind her, and her face gradually became solemn. Fusey felt something. She turned around, and as expected, she saw a shadowy figure approaching. Fusey narrowed her blue eyes, and patted Yumming on her hand again. Don't make a sound next. No matter what happens, don't show up. Yumming trembled, and turned into an inconspicuous bracelet on Fusey's hand. Fusey guessed correctly that Naidimi reported the situation here to the Queen as soon as possible, which really caused a lot of discussion. But after all, it was just Naidimi's one-sided statement, which still needs to be verified. Unexpectedly, the Queen proposed to come and verify it herself. Everyone then remembered that AI Fuziki was still carrying the charge of illegal entry, and was waiting to be tried. The shadow of the threat of the contaminated area shrouded everyone's heart, and they just needed an outlet to vent, so they were all ready to do a big fight. Chapter 193. Fusey's eyes followed the approaching crowd, and there was no panic on her face. She still had the source of the spread of the large-scale pollution area in her hands. According to the normal script design, Fusey should turn around and run away, and show up again after the storm has passed. At this moment, she would only become the target of public criticism if she faced the people of the Federation head-on. Euphemia was no longer concerned about Fusey's situation. She couldn't understand why a gentle and kind person would associate with the source of pollution. Instead, Lucifer looked at Fusey's leisurely back and asked, Have you thought of an excuse? Fusey was picking up a small piece of spider silk left by the shadow weaver from the ground. Hearing this, she gave him a look. Of course not, and there is evidence everywhere. Quibbling will only waste words. Lucifer subconsciously looked around. This floor of the building was damaged a lot in the battle between Fusey and Morin just now, not to mention that the mental fluctuations left after Morin used the mental body mutation skill were particularly strong. Lucifer glanced at the silver bracelet on Fusey's wrist again. The thing looked mysterious, and did not look like a product of Morin's technology. Before Lucifer could figure out anything, the punitive army overwhelmed the scene in front of him. Tan Sui Wu's voice was clearly heard by everyone. Since the pollution source has been contained, why not hand it over to the Federation? Fusey was not in a hurry to excuse her behavior. Instead, she smiled and walked to the windowsill. She had just opened a big hole here, forming a terrace with an excellent view. Your Majesty, before you hold me accountable, why don't you first ask where those rubbish from the Federation Vanguard investigation team are now, and what they have done? Since you have appeared here in person, the mental fluctuations at the scene must not escape your perception. If they hadn't turned against us, how could the containment time of this pollution source be extended? Fusey's long list was to shift the focus to the Federation. If she remembered correctly, during the years when Tan Sui Wuha was the boss, the person in charge of the Small Centaur Galaxy had been acting on behalf of the Federation's affairs. The Small Centaur Galaxy is a small galaxy that depends on Indicli for its existence. Fusey's words were to divert the trouble, and secretly question Indicli's unpredictable intentions. As soon as these words came out, the arrogance of the crowd sprang towards Fusey really stagnated, and then someone loudly refuted Fusey. Don't confuse the public. As a high-ranking commander of one of the three major galaxies, you entered the country illegally first, and now you are protecting a high-risk pollution source. This matter has spread to all major galaxies. Do you still want to quibble? That's right. The harm of the pollution source is immeasurable. We must never let them flow out. Hand over the pollution source. Sentence him to exile. The person in charge of the Small Centaur Galaxy did not speak at the first time, but kept looking at Tan Sui Wu's expression with his peripheral vision. Are you kidding? How dare he stand on the same side without his boss giving the order? Tan Sui Wu, he remained calm. Someone will naturally investigate the dereliction of duty of the Federation team. According to Naidemi, you are now inclined to shield the source of pollution and do evil. Do you admit this crime or not? As expected of a person who has been in charge of the Federation for more than 100 years. All the galaxy decision-makers present fell silent the moment Tan Sui Wu spoke, listening to the confrontation between the two. Fu Si narrowed her eyes. She could see the details and expressions on Tan Sui Wu's face. She could see clearly that the queen said the words of judgment, but her face did not have the slightest fierceness. Instead, she had a determination to win. Fu Si met her light golden eyes and raised her eyebrows slightly. She had a bold guess. From the moment Tan Sui Wu proposed the leader battle, she was determined to use Yuming to make a fuss. Even if the pollution source did not intervene, Tan Sui Wu would find another crime to pin on her so as to make trouble. Now that the pollution source is living on Yuming, it is even more impossible for Fu Si to return Yuming to its original owner. It is said that when the situation is not favorable to oneself, the incompetent will muddy the water, and the competent will hit the key point directly. Fu Si chose to eat and take, muddy the water, and hit the key point directly. Tan Sui Wu saw the faint smile on Fu Si's lips, and had predicted her next words in advance. So when Fu Si said I challenge you to a leader battle, she was not surprised at all. Ignoring Bai Jianqing's disapproving eyes and the panic of the crowd, Tan Sui Wu said calmly, then follow the tradition, you decide the time, I decide the place. Do you have any objections? As soon as this was said, everyone discussed it endlessly. What's going on? Why did they decide to fight for no reason? Ifuzaki is a person who acts without rules, and has an arrogant and unruly personality. Although it is a bit abrupt to decide to fight without saying anything, it is also reasonable. Ifuzaki is now accused of many crimes. The leader war against the queen is a fight to the death, and a battle to turn the tide. If he wins this battle, no one in the 3 galaxies will be qualified to launch the supreme judgment against him, and if he loses this battle, he will just die. For the commander who has been stationed on the front line for many years, death is the best destination. But everyone still feels surprised, for no other reason, that is the current monarch of Indical, the ruler of the super galaxy. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest in the galaxy. What's more, Tan Sui has the most special golden-footed crow spirit body, which is also the fundamental reason why Indical has stood firm for many years. The golden-footed crow, also known as the immortal bird, not only allows its partner to share an infinite lifespan, but is also a tribe that possesses the secret method of immortality. Only the golden-footed crow can kill the golden-footed crow. This was a tacit secret that everyone knew after Tan Sui Wu killed the previous monarch. No matter how strong Ai Fusichi is, she only has a 1-point chance of winning against Tan Sui Wu, and the remaining 99 points are death. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Ai Fusichi with a gloating look. Originally, she was sentenced to exile at most, but now she has made it a death penalty by herself. Only Bai Jianqing did not give Fu Si a single glance, still staring at Tan Sui Wu's back, as if he strongly disagreed with her decision. Fu Si did not let go of the expressions on everyone's faces. This thunderbolt went down, and exploded a lot of unexpected gains. For example, Bai Jianqing's worries and concerns that he wanted to say but stopped. Another example is the fear and faint guilt on the face of the person in charge of the small Centaur galaxy. There was also a flash of regret on Naademi's face. Regret? Fusey thought she had seen it wrong and wanted to look closely, but the person below had already returned to his cold face. It seemed that the mental threshold had dropped and caused her to be dazzled. How could there be a look of regret on Naademi's face? You have to know that Naademi has contained more pollution sources than the battles commanded by Ifuzaki. She almost regarded this as a lifelong pursuit, otherwise her Garoman would not have grown to the current level. Tan Sui asked Bai Jianqing to sense the residual mental fluctuations around him, so that he would not always look at her with a resentful look behind her. Bai Jianqing was reluctant, but dared not disobey her orders. He could only take the logistics team to do the finishing work, looking back every few steps. Dansatu has set up a pollution source removal department, but there has been no abnormal situation for 100 years, so it has been somewhat slack. After all, this is a space fortress, and it will exist as a place of exile for major galaxies in the future. It cannot be abandoned just because of the spread of a contaminated area. After a leader battle, Fusey temporarily gained freedom. If Posleys is still here, he will have to be a witness. But now that he has fallen, the witness has become Naademi. In terms of identity, she came to the federal meeting on behalf of Defil, and she is indeed qualified to be a witness. Unexpectedly, Naademi said very straightforwardly, I'm afraid I can't handle this important task. She refused so quickly that Tan Sui couldn't help but ask one more question. Why? I just received the order from the chairman of the board, and will return to Defil immediately. Your Majesty, Please ask for help from others. Naidini's words can be said to be offensive. Her tone was calm and her eyes were eager. She really looked like she was in a hurry to report back. Tan Suo nodded. In that case, you can leave after the meeting is over. It's just about the candidate for the position of warden. About this, Naidini replied, the chairman of the board said that he believes in the decision of Her Majesty the Queen, so he abstained. Tan Suo said him, which seemed a little surprised, but he didn't say much. He turned around and called everyone to start the meeting. The interstellar meeting is held every 3 years. This time, it was held in advance because of Fusie's matter. In essence, it was a meeting of many forces in the Federation. Naturally, there were many things to be handed over. Tan Sui Wuha sent everyone back, leaving Fusie alone. I said, you will agree? Tan Sui Wuhi smiled, with a hint of determination. Fusie raised her eyes, and her blue eyes reflected Tan Sui Wuhi's figure. In the leader battle, there is only death, not defeat. I don't care, but if you lose to me, Indicli will be leaderless. Do you really believe in Tan Sui Yan's ability? Tan Sui Wuhi smiled and said, do you think I will lose? She looked determined, but Fu Si was thoughtful. As the queen's personal guide, Bai Jianqing had an absolute understanding of her strength. His first reaction to hearing about the leader battle was not pride, but resistance. This shows that Tan Sui Wuhi's recent state is not as strong as she showed. Tan Sui Wuhi's eyes stayed on her wrist for a moment. It seems that you use it very well. Fu Si subconsciously hit her wrist behind her. Tan Sui Wuha chuckled and said, don't worry, I have no intention of taking it back. Now Fusie was really confused. This is what you gave to Tan Sui Yan, but I tricked it into your hands. Why don't you take it back? Fusie has already used the word cheat, which means that she admitted that she used a trick when she snatched Yuming back then. Tan Sui Wuhi smiled indifferently. It's okay. Su Su has me to back her up. It's normal to be deceived when you are young. I also took many deeters in my time. It's just a mind engine weapon. Tan Sui Wuhi waved his hand. Consider it my reward to you. Reward? Fu Si tilted her head. Was she finally getting to the point? You want me to deliberately lose to you in a leader battle? Tan Sui Wuhi was stunned, and then laughed at her confidence. No, you just try your best, and I won't be soft-hearted either. Fu Si frowned slightly. Then you. Tan Sui Wuhi flicked his fingertips lightly, and the vast and majestic mental power spread out to ensure that no one would hear the conversation that followed. Fu Si felt the mental power spreading around her body, and she was not panicked, but raised her eyebrows unexpectedly. It was strange, and she was really a little curious about the deal that allowed Tan Sui Wuhi to place a double insurance. Chapter 194. It took only 10 minutes for Fusie to finish her conversation with Tan Sui Wuha. Her Majesty had to go back to preside over the interstellar meeting, so she didn't stay here for too long. When Fusie was the only one around, she was still a little stunned. Her values were impacted, and she needed some time to digest it. A big hole was opened in the black and white building, and it became more and more empty and lonely after Tan Sui Wuha withdrew his mental power. A noisy airflow sound passed through my ears. It was the sound of a small shuttle. Judging from the sound of the engine and the landing device, this was a unique system of Moran. Calculating the time, it's time. Fusie? A familiar voice sounded behind her. Fusie guessed the identity of the person before she saw him. Fusie blinked and turned to look at Talus. It was only half a month since they last met, and Talus's figure was a little thin. As a guide, it was not easy for her to travel day and night to Dancetu. When Talus saw Fusie's familiar face, a noticeable smile appeared on her lips. It was a very pleasant thing for her to see Fusie. Fusie looked down and saw that she was holding a rectangular metal flat box in her hand, which was only the size of 2 adult palms and was completely black. The box only had a golden handle, without any pattern decoration. Talus reached out and handed it out, and a strong mental wave was transmitted from her mind tentacles to the freezer. Fusie immediately took it in her hand. Thank you for your hard work. Please make this trip. This thing is very important. Shize must have considered all kinds of accidents on the road and asked Talus to be the escort. Talus's spiritual body mutation skill, immortality, can guarantee the status and activity of the surrounding spiritual bodies to the greatest extent, which is a very powerful auxiliary skill. Now it is used to ensure that the tentacles in the box will not be damaged. It is really a waste of talent. Only Fusie and Shize can receive this honor. Fusie lifted the box, a faint blue light flashed, and the iris authentication information passed. The freezer opened with a sound, and 2 blood-red tentacles were sealed in test tubes made of microcloud mineral crystals, lying in the dark freezer. A gust of cold air hit her face, and Fusey couldn't help but squint her eyes. Wait, too. She remembered clearly that she had only asked Chizay for 1 tentacles, and after the call was hung up, she had expressed to Maigas that she wanted to include Lucifer in the ranks of compulsory control. But she was just thinking about it. For a guide, stripping the tentacles is like cutting fingers and scraping flesh, and Fusey didn't want to put too much burden on Chizay. But in the freezer in front of her, there were clearly 2 bright red vines, and the unique curved branches were still trembling slightly. Fusey sighed in her heart. Chizay was always like this. He would give her the best no matter what. Sometimes she asked Chizay to approve the funds from the headquarters, but he never gave her the stipulated amount. He always doubled or tripled it. But she didn't expect his generosity to be reflected in this aspect. Fusey glanced at the tentacles in the box, and locked the freezer after confirming that they were correct. Thank you for your hard work. Fusey thanked Talus again solemnly. Are you still on vacation? Most of Talus's vacations were spent in another work mode, such as participating in Tanya's mic competition, or patrolling the border. In short, she rarely had her own life or hobbies. She was once assigned as Fusey's guardian, which was also a disguised vacation given to her by Shilai, who knew that Talus really took it seriously as a job. In a sense, Fusey was very curious about this sense of responsibility that came out of nowhere. Fusey suddenly remembered the last words that Tan Sui Wuha had just said to her. At that time, her expression was very peaceful, and there was a bit of satisfaction that only a mother could have. You have to allow a mother to have her own selfishness. Fusey could not fully understand what Tan Sui Wuha said. She could not understand why a person was responsible for another person's life because of an unfounded sense of responsibility. There are also kinship relationships in nature, but most animals leave their parents and grow up alone before they reach adulthood. Humans obviously have more precious wisdom and creativity and should be independent earlier. Fusey looked at Talus next to her and could not help asking out of curiosity, have you ever been a mother? Not sure if it was her illusion, Talus's body suddenly stiffened for a moment, and the aura around her became a little gloomy. But when Fusey's eyes were on her, Talus returned to normal. She nodded gently. I once gave birth to a child. Talus was a citizen of another star system, and had the right to have children, which was why Fusey asked her. Fusey then asked, what happened later? Later. Because of the spread of war and the tense situation, I couldn't keep the child, and I lost the opportunity after I took office in Moran. Talus lightly skipped that period of time. Fusey noticed her subtle resistance and softened her tone. I know you have been sponsoring orphanages and children's protection foundations. If you have your own children, you will also be a qualified mother. The first half of Fusey's sentence was narrating facts, and the second half was not like comfort, but more like explaining a possibility. How to say it, although she said so, she didn't show any emotion. Talus knew that this was beyond Fusey's cognition. Although she was Fusey's nominal guardian, Fusey had never let her experience the feeling of being a mother. In terms of relationship, they were more like close friends. Talus couldn't help asking, I heard that Euphemia chased you to Dancetu. Did you quarrel? Because Euphemia always regarded Fusey as an elder, Talus guessed that the two quarreled because of old things. Fusey blinked quickly, her silver eyelashes trembled twice, and she uttered 2 words, no. In fact, when you brought Euphemia back to Moran to settle down, I was very pleased that you had such a sense of responsibility. Maybe you didn't notice that your heart is softer than you thought, Talus said gently. Hearing her say this, Fusey's expression was a little strange. Do you think so? Talus touched her head. After all, I have spent a long time with you in Moran. I have my own judgment on whether you are good or bad. Fusey him, and said nothing. If you have an argument with Euphemia, you might as well talk to her more. There is nothing that can't be solved through communication, Talus said softly. Fusey nodded gently, as if she had listened to this persuasion. Talus looked at her for a while before continuing. I saw that the fleet of the Golden Foot Crow Church also came to Dancetu. The leader is a little strange. You have to be more careful. Fusey continued to nod. Talus still needed to arrange the fleet to be stationed, so he didn't continue to chat with her, and the two parted ways. Fusey stood in front of the dilapidated black and white building, and the wind blowing over was bone-chilling. Her thoughts slowly flowed. The Golden Footwood Church was nominally a centralized organization established to assist the Queen, but in fact, it had its own power and prestige over the past thousands of years. From a certain perspective, the Church is to the Queen as the review committee is to the chairman. But the Queen still has absolute prestige and strength, and the power structure of Indical is not as complicated as that of Defil. Fusey was not in a hurry to meet Poe's lease after getting the tactile branch. She promised Maigas to introduce 2 old friends to him, but it was terminated because of the sudden appearance of the contaminated area. Calculating the time, the regular interstellar meeting should be over in 3 hours, and Tan Sui Wuha doesn't like to talk nonsense. Most of the time, he is concise and quick. But Fusey is a little curious. Who will Tan Sui Wuha let continue to serve as the warden? Euphemia said that she had to rely on herself to compete for the job, and Fusey was looking forward to what kind of means she would have. However, Euphemia was marked with the Tongsheng seal by Morin. If she is really elected as the warden, Dancetu will become Defil's appendage before the seal is removed. No leader of any galaxy has the mark of the boss of another galaxy, let alone a potential bomb like the Tongsheng seal. Fusey does not intend to use pulling threads to control Euphemia to achieve her own goals, even though this may be the fastest solution. Pulling threads can not only offset the threat brought by the Tongsheng seal, but also make Euphemia a puppet for her use. With Tan Sui Wu's favoritism, Dancetu is Fusey's possession. The puppet controlled by pulling thread will shorten its lifespan. Euphemia is not an immortal, so this method will only work temporarily. For Fusey, she pulled down Poseidon and nominated a new warden, just to break the unbreakable internal regime of Dancetu. The reason why she felt that Euphemia was suitable for this position was nothing more than her outstanding ability, and a legitimate reason. Former Guide was dissatisfied with Poseidon's dictatorship, and fought back was very suitable to be on the front page of the Star Daily. Euphemia's mistake was that she imagined Fusey as a noble person who saved her from the water and fire. In fact, Fusey just wanted to use her hatred and her past identity to break the balance of Dancetu, and openly reach out to the Star Prison. As for Talus's persuasion, Fusey couldn't help but laugh and shook her head. I don't know if Talus has been in Moran for too long, and has forgotten that people's will is difficult to change. Both Euphemia and Ina seem to have unrealistic expectations of themselves. They prefer to love and trust Fusey in their eyes. Naidini thinks Fusey will give up covering up the pollution source because of her advice, and Euphemia thinks Fusey's help to her is out of kindness or integrity. And Talus actually thinks Fusey has the patience and ideas to change a person. It's so strange, Fusey has never said that she is a good person, and has never helped anyone without expecting anything in return. From Bernard to Luo Yi, the reason why everyone around her can stay with her for a long time is simply because their value is high enough. Fusey sighed quietly. If you have expectations for others without permission, you must be prepared for disappointment. Chapter 195. Let me advise you that it is not a long-term solution to seek the skin of a tiger. A steady and hoarse male voice came through the door and reached Fusey's ears. Fusey paused. The voice was unfamiliar. It was someone she didn't know. She recalled the look of Yi when he saw her hesitated to speak, and had a guess. The conversation in the room continued. You are a smart child. You never need my guidance. I believe you can make the right judgment this time. Meiga's voice paused for a while before coming out. I understand, but Uncle Da, she is really different. Fusey realized belatedly that they seemed to be talking about herself. Uncle Da's voice was mixed with a hint of helplessness. Now you have a common goal and can unite the front. But have you ever thought about the future? Since ancient times, money and power are inseparable. Now you want power to stay with her. It's okay to get the core technology of the Wings of the Void, but if she is unwilling to reveal it to you, then you will inevitably be constrained by it in the future. Their voices were not loud, and there was a silencer in the room as a guarantee. Normally, even the sentinels could not hear the conversation inside. But after Fusey absorbed some of the blue, her 5 senses were improved a lot, and she could hear 70% to 80% standing at the door. Meigas didn't realize that their conversation had been heard by the person involved, and he was thinking about how to refute Uncle Da's point of view. Seeing his resistance, Claude was not in a hurry to continue persuading him, but mentioned the route of their recent caravan. Meigas talked to him for a while, and hung up the communication. Fusey could hear his soft sigh. The Wings of the Void is an elite unit in Fusey's hands. It is currently managed by Yitso Bai. The last time it was used was in the Silas Flag Crusade. The biggest reliance of this elite unit is the psychic energy combination technology. In simple terms, it uses the spirit body as a consumption energy to drive the entire fleet to fight. This technology is currently ahead of the 3 major galaxies, and can be said to be the existence of turning the tide of the war. In fact, Fusey herself does not rely on group combat to win. Although this technology was developed by her and Shizei, they did not expect that this technology would have such a strong influence at the beginning of the project. As Claude said, money and power are inseparable. If there is only wealth but no power, you can only wait for death with a full mountain of gold. If there is only power but no wealth, you will be hollowed out and cannibalized like the Cadia family back then. In summary, Meiga's motive for getting the wings of the void is very clear. Fusey thought about it. The best reaction at this time is to turn around and leave, as if she didn't hear it. The tacit understanding is her daily psychology when she gets along with Meiga's. Imagine a guide who meets your aesthetic taste from head to toe, comes to you across thousands of light years, and his personality, figure, taste and knowledge are all in line with your ideal type. There will be no such coincidence in the world. If there is, it must be a conspiracy against you. However, what Meiga's wanted was just the core technology of the wings of the void, which really surprised Fusey. It felt like a lion opening its mouth. Fusey did not hesitate and pushed the door open. Just like Yue would not stop her from entering the top floor, this door also recorded her biological information, allowing her to go to any corner of the Crozier fleet without being blocked. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Meiga's turned back in surprise, and saw the silver-white hair of Fusey brushing against the door. "It's over?" Meiga's asked. When the contaminated area dispersed, he received news that the Golden Footwood Church had also come to Dancetu. Hearing that the Crozier fleet was parked nearby, he had something to discuss with him. Who knew that when he came back, he didn't see anyone. The Pope sent someone to tell him that the Queen had urgently summoned him, and failed to attend the appointment, and asked him to bear with it. The Queen was still presiding over the Interstellar Federation Conference in Dancetu, so Meiga's naturally didn't say much, and had to say that he would meet at another time. It was also at this time that Uncle Da sent a video message. Claude was responsible for the exchanges and daily auction activities of large chambers of commerce in star systems such as Indiclay. Meiga's could learn more about the current Pope of the Golden Footwood Church from him. But he didn't expect Fusey to come back at this time. Then Meiga's heart skipped a beat. Could Fusey have listened to the video call between him and Uncle Da outside the door before entering? Otherwise, how could the time be so coincidental? Fusey almost pushed the door open and entered as soon as he hung up. He looked at Fusey's expression calmly, trying to get a glimpse of clues from her face. Fusey rubbed her neck, took out the suppressor from her folding pocket, and threw it on the shelf in the entrance. She had never worn it, otherwise she would not have heard the conversation between Meiga's and Uncle Da. Meiga's glanced at the familiar black buckle, and the blood in his body had already cooled by half. Who knew that he did not wait for questioning and criticism in the next second? Fusey passed him and walked towards the bathroom. "I use your hydrotherapy cabin." "Oh, okay." Meiga's agreed subconsciously. Fusey seemed to not notice his entanglement and hesitation, and walked in on her own. Meiga's stared at her back, and when she reached out to open the cloakroom, he made up his mind to cut the Gordian knot. "Did you hear it?" Fusey's hands did not stop moving at all. She answered while searching through the various combat uniforms and home clothes in the cloakroom. "I heard it. Do you have anything else to add?" Meiga's reacted for a while, and confirmed that the person in front of him was not his leader during the report meeting, but his partner, who had not yet given him a name. "You don't have anything to ask?" Meiga's asked carefully. Fusey raised her eyes calmly, and looked at him. "Since you know the importance of the conversation, and have to conduct it in a room that is not safe, you clearly gave me the right to enter and exit freely, but pinned your hopes on me not noticing. What kind of answer do you want now?" Meiga's felt dry mouth and accelerated heartbeat. That's right, he didn't deliberately avoid Fusey every time he talked to Uncle Da. The top floor of the fleet was his rest area. Yui had been following him for many years, but didn't have the permission to enter. But he had already entered Fusey's biological characteristics into the system terminal while she was asleep. He had always been secretly expecting Fusey to discover his secret. Perhaps he had expected Fusey to discover his hidden seduction and bad intentions earlier. Whether it was anger or punishment, he hoped that Fusey would personally inflict it. However, the situation did not develop as he expected. Fusey mercilessly revealed his deliberate plan. The room had always been filled with chamomile aromatherapy for calming the mind and helping sleep, but now it was mixed with a faint scent of rose and citrus. Emotional fluctuations will affect the guide's pheromone secretion. Meiga's was not as calm as he showed at the moment. Why? Why can you tolerate such deception? He couldn't restrain his movements. He took 2 steps forward and held Fusey's shoulders. He stared into her eyes, hoping to see mockery and anger, but found nothing. Tolerate? Fusey paused. You seem to have some misunderstandings about me. According to normal people's thinking, there should be no deception and exploitation between lovers. Even if they are just a casual relationship, they should not harbor evil intentions and deceive so much. Fusey looked at the uneasiness and confusion on his face, and couldn't help but hold his face and gently comfort him. Do you know why I hate Morin? Meiga's was shuddered by her gentle touch, and subconsciously asked her, why? Because he wants to change and control me. Fusey recalled her time into fear, and obvious disgust appeared on her face. Your goal did not affect my daily life when it was not achieved, let alone my emotional life. If I was deceived by your appearance and took the initiative to reveal the core technology of the Wings of the Void to you, it was because I was one step short of the mark and was willing to admit defeat. It had nothing to do with your concealment. Fusey rarely took the initiative to explain her thoughts to others, and now there was a strange sense of freshness in talking about it. Meiga's eyelashes trembled slightly. He seemed to understand Fusey's meaning, but he remained silent and did not dare to speak easily. Fusey mistakenly thought that he was still confused, so she said more bluntly, "Everyone should know when entering an intimate relationship that warmth and deception are not contradictory. People are diverse animals. No one can guarantee that they will be faithful to one person. This sentence also works for me." Now Meiga's understood everything. Fusey might have been prepared to be deceived by him since the day he joined the path. That being said, not everyone can stay rational after falling in love. Meiga stared at her eyebrows and confirmed again, "Are you really not angry? Why don't you slap me twice? Don't be soft." Hearing this, Fusey was stunned at first, and then couldn't help laughing. Why would someone rush to get beaten? Afterwards, Fusey recalled his panic and uneasiness, and analyzed Martha's character, and came up with the most reasonable explanation. Most people are taught to be honest and kind since birth. If they conceal or do evil, they will be beaten by their parents. But Meiga's had to lie and use means to protect himself after his family was destroyed, which was contrary to the ideas he was instilled with since childhood. If you lie, you will be beaten. This rule is almost engraved in front of all his cognition. But his not lying and not doing evil does not mean that others will not. Every day after leaving the ivory tower is full of blood and violence. But Fusey didn't think about it at the moment. She just felt that he was too obedient. People who are too conservative will hardly achieve success. So Fusey kissed his lips and whispered, "You can be more indulgent. If you want to cheat anyway, why not cheat more? If I were you, I would not only get the core technology of the Wing of the Void, but also my gene sequence code, Moran's cultivation technology, and Tanya's void terminal technology. All of these must be obtained." Seeing that she was getting more and more excited, the unknown fear climbed into Meiga's heart again. He couldn't tell whether Fusey was really giving him advice or speaking in a sarcastic way. While his mind was still distinguishing, his body had already honestly pressed against him. Meiga's hand holding her shoulder could not help but slide down to hold her waist, subconsciously pulling her towards himself. "I can't do it." He was painful and honest. "If you are more cruel to me, more indifferent," Meiga's murmured against her lips. His voice was very low, and the pauses in his voice were so sticky that it was hard to hear the syllables, but Fusey still understood it. She couldn't help but recall that when Meiga's and she were traveling together in various galaxies in Mike, her attitude was not very good. But he actually said that she was not cruel enough and indifferent enough. Thinking of his proposal to beg Fusey to slap him twice, Fusey couldn't help but worry, would he develop a masochistic constitution? Chapter 196. Fusey asked casually, "If you can't get the core technology of the Wings of the Void, do you have a second plan?" Meiga's hid his identity and became an ordinary student in Tanya, partly to avoid the pursuit of the old nobles of Defil. However, from the fact that he used Ina, the middleman, to show his presence in front of her on the first day of school, his main target was still the unknown marginal person Fusey. Meiga's initial target was the core technology in Fusey's hands, and maybe her gene sequence and spiritual body connection mark. It's just that this guy's will is not firm enough. He has obviously gained her initial trust, but because of his indecision, he made many mistakes. That's why Fusey asked this question. Meiga's pursed his lips, and a hint of hesitation appeared in his deep red pupils. Fusey looked at his expression and said in disbelief, "You didn't leave yourself a way out, did you?" He lowered his eyelashes and dodged his gaze. His slightly long hair blocked his expression. Fusey tilted her head and looked up at him from bottom to top. "Did I really get it right?" Meiga's caught a glimpse of the teasing in her eyes, and subconsciously reached out to cover her eyes, covering the blue pupils that made him unable to help himself. Fusey blinked, and her silver-white eyelashes scratched his palm. Meiga's breathed heavier, and his fingers pressed hard on her eyelids, saying softly, "Coming to Moran is indeed the last way out for me. I have had enough of the days of wandering. I can only die, but it's just the difference between dying for a good cause and dying with regrets." Fusey's vision was blocked, and it was pitch black in front of her, but her perception was exceptionally clear. The scent of roses and citrus in the air was getting stronger and stronger, proving that his heart was not at peace. Fusey opened her mouth to say something, but he leaned over and kissed her lips. His movements were very eager, as if he was eager to prove something. His lips and tongue were more aggressive than before, and his right hand unconsciously grasped the back of her neck to prevent her from retreating. Somehow, every time Fusey got too close to him or stayed intimate with him for too long, she would feel a little tipsy, and her brain would feel a kind of floating pleasure, more like being injected with mental anesthetics than being drunk. Fusey pushed him away against his chest, and tried her best to maintain a clear mind. They were very close, and it would be too torturous for Meigas to kiss again. Meigas buried his face in her neck, and panted lightly. It was okay if he hadn't tasted some delicacies, but once he knew what kind of bliss it was, he would always remember it in his mind. Fusey paused and said, "I have something for you. I'm going to leave for a while." The two spoke almost at the same time. Meigas' high nose rubbed against Fusey's neck twice. "You speak first." Fusey put her hands on his shoulders, and forced the two to separate a certain distance. She ignored Meigas' pleading eyes and said, "I will soon fight a leader battle with Tan Suewuha. You know, only one person can survive this war mode to reduce casualties and survival." Her tone was very calm, mixed with a little hoarseness, but it sounded like thunder in Meigas' ears. What did you say? Why did you suddenly make such a decision?" Meigas himself didn't realize that his language system was disordered again, and his eyes were full of panic. He rarely showed true fear. Fusey saw the unconscious twitching under his eyelids, as if he was trying to suppress his emotions. Fusey continued, "I am not 100% sure that I will win, so I have something to give you in advance." She took the editing light brain, which was only half the size of her palm, and projected the content through the virtual screen. Fusey's light brain has always been equipped with the highest level of defense system and anti-reconnaissance system, and many important data are stored in it. Fusey was injured and exerted force, and the flat light brain body, like a willow leaf, was split into two, and the part with the tip was the core of the entire light brain. Fusey opened Meigas' hand, put the silver-black optical computer into his hand, and closed his palms again. "Take it back. It contains all the data of the Void Wing from its development to its success, including the core technology of spiritual body kinetic energy. You have no shortage of research funds. With this technology, you can at least protect yourself into fear. In addition, if you need some internal intelligence clues or green light channels, you can go to Beslin Oddby. I don't need to tell you the usefulness of Zoe and Nofui. Nielbai and Oddby have a transcendent status in Defear, and they have flourishing branches. The ones who participated in the encirclement and suppression were just their side branches. You don't have to worry about it." Fusey ignored Meigas' increasingly solemn expression, thinking clearly and speaking quickly. "In fact, your biggest obstacle is not the threat of the old noble's military force, but the oppression of Morin and the Inquisition. I asked Yitsongbai to secretly investigate the recent movement of the Dark Fire. Their leader has a very good spiritual body mutation skill that can hide from the first eagle eye inspection. With your ability, it will not be a problem to devour it." The more Meigas listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Fusey had made all the arrangements. She didn't seem to be going to the battlefield, but was determined to die bravely. He was still holding the cold and hard optical computer host in his hand, and the sharp edges on it made his palm hurt. Just now, he was arguing with Uncle Da about the core technology of the Wing of the Void, and in the blink of an eye the thing was in his hands, and this was just the most insignificant gain. At this time, anything he said would be pale, not to mention that Meigas didn't know what he could say. Every decision of Fusey was irreversible. If he wanted to change her mind, even for her safety, he would arouse her disgust. Besides, he had received a huge benefit now, and if he was not careful with his words, he would appear flattering and hypocritical. Fusey saw through his thoughts, and there was no solemn expression on her face. Her voice was calm from beginning to end. "In fact, I only have a very short memory, but I don't know why, my disgust for Morin seems to be innate. If you were not here today, I would also go to find a suitable spear." Meigas could no longer tell whether she was comforting or telling the facts. His eyes were a little sore, and he blinked quickly to relieve the discomfort, but he only felt a wet and cold face. Fusey wanted to say something, but she stopped talking when she saw him like this. Crystal tears crossed her fair and delicate cheeks, and reflected a little clear tears. Fusey leaned over to lick and kiss away the round tears, and kissed along the tear marks with some novelty, and sucked on his thin eyelids. The sad atmosphere was disturbed by her before it appeared. Meigas half closed one eye and laughed and cried, "Dirty, don't lick it." Fusey stopped and thought, "Will you be sad if I die?" Meigas blinked the eye that was kissed, a little helpless. "Baby, I like you, I love you. If you die in the leader battle, I will avenge you and then die for love." He has never been so straightforward, but if he keeps it to himself at this time, He may regret it in the future. Fusey was very happy after hearing this. I like you too, Mimi. I will not hand over such important resources and intelligence to someone I hate. What a weird scene. It was obviously a very romantic confession moment, but the two made it like a stage play with a script, without the loveliness and tenderness between lovers. Unlike Fusey's joy, when he heard her say she liked him, Maiga's heart almost jumped out of his chest, and he wanted Fusey to see his heart that was about to burst. It's a pity that she can't understand it yet. Fusey thought for a moment. If it works, you can replace Morin to control the overall situation of the field. As the chairman of the board, you will have a good time to enjoy, so you don't have to rush to die. Maigas is already immune. He knows that Fusey is emotionally open-minded. Not only is he not discouraged, but he has unprecedented patience. What else can he do? He can only repeat his love over and over again, and show his sincerity again and again. Maybe one day, he can occupy a small part of her heart. Chapter 197. When Yui received the news and went upstairs to discuss with the boss, he actually saw a silver white cat. This is the extremely cold and remote Dansatsu. How could a cat sneak in? Yui went forward to investigate suspiciously, but saw that thing suddenly became alert, turned back and looked at him with its fur standing up. Wow, wow, wow. How come you walk without making any sound? It was ordered by Fusey not to speak in the voice of a child or a woman, and could only speak in a more immature boy's voice, which made the stubborn pollution source uncomfortable. But it did not dare to disobey Fusey's order. Yui stared at the thing carefully. Its back was round like a big mouse, and its pure white fluffy tail was surrounded by a layer of black rings. When it turned around, it had a pair of claws like a mouse. This thing seemed to be a chinchilla, but it had a layer of metallic luster on its body, and it did not look like an ordinary carbon-based creature. When Yui came up, he did not hear any heartbeat or breathing sound, and there was no living thing in the entire corridor. Then this thing. Yui took 2 steps back cautiously. Where did you come from? It had read the memories of many people, so it could guess the thoughts of ordinary people accurately. If it were normal, it would definitely tease this person. Now it has been thrown outside the door by Fusey for several hours. I don't know what they are doing inside. There is no movement at all. The guy's spirit body is still blocking the door, making it unable to peek into the scene inside. I am so angry. At this time, someone bumped into it and made it unhappy. It was really annoying. Hey! What are you doing up here? It glared at Yui with a frivolous tone. Yui still did not relax his vigilance. He stared at the chinchilla in front of him, who spoke human language, and said coldly, I should ask you this question. It didn't want to conflict with Yui. The shackle on its tail prevented it from escaping from yumming, nor could it use large-scale mental pollution. So it reluctantly explained, Fusey brought me up. I don't know what they are doing in there. They ignored me for a long time. After hearing this, Yui not only did not relax his vigilance, but his face became even weirder. Strange, is this still his boss who is a workaholic? At the important moment of the interstellar conference, he actually didn't keep the interstellar information. This is really the first time in the world. You know, Meigas used to take inhibitors during the combination fever and forced himself to go to the meeting. Yui always thought that the boss had cut off his love, but he didn't expect that the time had not come yet. The chinchilla on the ground was obviously very dissatisfied. Its little claws scratched the ground, and the extremely hard alloy floor was covered with scratches. Yui's eyebrows jumped, and he looked at the kitten who didn't know anything, not knowing whether to care or not. As she was struggling, the tightly closed door suddenly opened wide. Fusey wiped her half-wet hair and walked out, and saw the guy who was doing the damage. The sound of the door opening was almost inaudible, and the pollution source was still doing the damage without realizing it. It was not until the noisy boy stopped making a sound that it realized something was wrong. The pollution source turned back stiffly, met Fusey's cold face, and said embarrassedly, I'm just bored. Its tail swept the ground nervously, and the hardness of the iron was not comparable to that of ordinary alloys. Suddenly, there were several clear scratches on the ground, like a mess. Fusey's eyebrows jumped, and she opened her palm to signal it, come here. The pollution source, who was tough but knew the situation, jumped onto Fusey's palm and flattered, what do you want? Fusey glanced at Yui standing next to her, and was about to ask him when he arrived, when a warm, wet body came up behind her. Through Yui's wide eyes, Fusey saw the disheveled guy behind her. He wore a shirt that looked like he was not wearing any, with no buttons fastened. His chest and abdominal muscles were all exposed, and his sleeves were rolled up above his elbows, revealing his white arms with blue veins. Those who knew him had just finished showering, and those who didn't would think he was going to the brightly lit park to have sex. Fusey, on the other hand, was dressed neatly, but the red marks on her neck were slowly fading. His exposed chest muscles were soft and cool, and Fusey poked them with her fingertips, saying helplessly, "Why are you using cold water again? You are not in good health, you should pay more attention." They played too much in the bathroom, and in the end, they had to wash separately to avoid accidents. Fusey heard the sound at the door and came out to check, but who knew that this guy just washed casually in a hurry and ran out. Meigas lowered his head helplessly and kissed the corner of her eye. "It's okay, my parameters have returned to normal." He glanced at Yuyi's surprised and embarrassed face, and had no shame at all, and even hugged the person in his arms tighter. Fusey looked down at the silver-white chinchilla. "Does it have a name?" "You can call it whatever you want, I have no objection," it answered hurriedly. It was quite sensible. Fusey pinched its body. "Shiohei, how long will it take you to recover your strength?" Shiohei didn't think he was black at all. He was obviously very white, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he could only honestly say, "It will take about 5 or 6 days. It can't be blamed for its failure." When Fusey caught it, she really wanted to kill it. If it hadn't cleverly hidden in this meteorite, it would have dissipated in the cosmic dust. Fusey didn't dislike it. She wanted to figure out her memory and origin before the leader battle, so that even if she lost, she would not have any regrets. "In this case, don't be idle these days," Fusey said coldly. "First fix the floor you just damaged, and then help me find some energy gems, preferably a level or above, the more the better." "What?" Shushu raised his head in disbelief. "Can you say it again? I didn't hear it clearly." Yue watched from the side, looking like he was watching a good show. "Energy gems above a level are all put in their auction house, with a reserve price of 100 million, and the final transaction price is never less than 300 million Cebu." Fusey snorted and laughed. "Didn't hear clearly? Then add more." "I heard it clearly. I heard it clearly. Boss, I'm going right now, you can rest assured. I will definitely fulfill my mission." The palm-sized chinchilla jumped down from Fusey's palm, clasped its paws together and bowed, with an extremely correct attitude. Xiaohei looked up at Fusey, his eyes wide open sincerely. "It's just that my power has not yet recovered. If I go to the surrounding galaxies to look for gems, I'm afraid it will delay the recovery of my power." Xiaohei glanced around with a sly look, and when he saw Yuyi's look of watching the show, he was furious, and immediately came up with a plan. Xiaohei said hesitantly, "If someone can help me drive the shuttle, I will be responsible for the survey, and it will save a lot of effort." How could Fusey not know its little thoughts? Just when she was about to criticize it for not thinking about it, and working honestly, the man behind her, who had been silent suddenly said, "Yuyi, you follow it." The smile on Yuyi's face froze, and he lowered his head to look at Shiohei on the ground. "I follow it?" Shiohei stared at him with a pair of green bean eyes, shrewdly. Okay, I think it's okay." Fusey raised her hand and touched the side of his face that was pressed against her shoulder. "Do you think it's okay?" Meigas tilted his head, his lips rubbed behind her ear, and his voice was a little vague. "Why not? There is nothing important these days, and Yuyi is idle anyway." Fusey felt that the two of them were now like two evil capitalists, but Yuyi was his man, so if he said it was okay, it was okay. Fusey nodded at the squatting Totoro. "Don't play tricks. If I find out that you have 2 hearts, yumming will be your grave." The Totoro immediately nodded his big head and kowtowed to Fusey. "I dare not. I dare not." Meigas hummed twice in her ear and said vaguely, "Go to sleep for a while, Yuyi will keep an eye on it." Yuyi saw that his boss was about to fall in love with him, and he said at the right time, "Well, boss, there is a visiting card. The Pope of the Golden Foot Crow Church wants to meet you. He said he wants to discuss the last shooting. The matter of the fair." "The Pope?" Fusey thought for a moment. "Salvucci is here too. This dance-to is really going to be lively." Meigas whispered in her ear, "Do you have any intersection with him?" Fusey reached out and patted his hand around her waist, signaling him to loosen it a little. "Not really. Do you remember the hot spring tour organized by the Banshee family when we went to the tour society last time?" Meigas loosened his arms a little, but changed from one hand to 2 hands, and his 2 arms just covered Fusey's entire lower abdomen, which was a little warm. Of course, he remembered the trip to the hot springs. He accidentally glimpsed Fusey's bare shoulders at that time. He didn't dare to look at her too much, so he didn't investigate the strange mental fluctuations on her body. As for now, Meigas deliberately kissed her shoulder and rubbed his nose against her neck. "Remember, what's wrong? I suspect that someone deliberately put a lot of hypnotic and inhibitors in my room. Because of the mixed smell of the hot spring, I didn't notice it at the first time. Did you notice it at that time?" Meigas thought about it. His attention was all on Fusey at that time. He only noticed a slight mental fluctuation. I just don't know what this has to do with Soul. Fusey pushed Meiga's, who had been sticking to her body for too long, and her skin felt hot. But as soon as she pushed, she heard the man hum like a spoiled child, and stopped the action helplessly. Just hug. There will be fewer opportunities in the future. I suspect that Soul had a secret meeting with Bansheki during the hot spring trip. I smell the fragrance of tan sway on you. Did you see any strange people? Because the Banshee family has a strict family tradition, Bansheki cannot meet Soul casually, so he has to take advantage of the opportunity of mixed people during the study tour. Soul is an ordinary person with low physical fitness and mental strength. If he really wants to sneak into the club, he will definitely reveal his flaws. Meigas thought about it for a while, but still shook his head. He hid well. I didn't find anything wrong. Fusey didn't force it. An ordinary person without a spiritual body can sit on the position of Pope. His scheming ability should not be underestimated. You must be more cautious when you meet him. Meigas nodded indifferently, and put his palm on Fusey's lower abdomen to pull her back. You go and rest. I change clothes and go to see him. He looked at Yui next to him. You get ready, take Xiaohei to the nearby galaxy to search for energy gems, and bring more people. Yui took the order, reached out, and grabbed the Totoro on the ground, and ran away in a panic. There was no way. These two people were too annoying. He was afraid that he would be blinded if he stayed any longer. Chapter 198. Fusey lay on the bed, holding her chin and watching Meyergas change clothes, while her other hand was groping around on the silky and soft bed. He really put a lot of effort into sleeping with her. The bed was made entirely of microfiber fabrics, and she would not feel any discomfort lying on it without a suppressor, as if she was drowning in the sea, wrapped in its gentleness. Meigas saw her movements from the corner of his eyes. His expression darkened, and then he calmed down and said softly, Are you uncomfortable? There is a hibernation chamber in the next room, which is the style you often use. Fusey's eyes were always on his looming muscle lines. Hearing this, she shook her head gently. It's okay, I just wondered why Soul came to Dansetsu. You know, this place is like a bitter cold purgatory for ordinary people. It's not easy for him to come here. It's impossible that he came here just to discuss business. Meigas paused, and still confided in Fusey. I think he still came for the mystery of Jialan. Fusey crossed her legs and put them down. Her posture was leisurely. No matter what his thoughts are, it's impossible for him to succeed easily. Meigas' eyes involuntarily moved up along her calves, but suddenly realized something, and restrainedly turned his eyes away. Fusey couldn't help but smile. What are you afraid of? Just watch if you want to. This body belongs to the 2547 experimental subject. It was not born as a sentinel. It just has a slightly higher physical quality. The rest is all made up by the strength of her spiritual body. Meigas hesitated to speak. He observed Fusey's face, and said carefully, Do I really not need to take medicine? He and Fusey did it so frequently. Fusey loved him, and didn't take any measures. However, she had not injected inhibitors and interferon for a long time. Meigas was afraid that something unexpected would happen to hinder her actions. The smile on Fusey's face became more obvious. Why are there still people rushing to sterilize? Interferon is more effective than you think. You can use it as you like within half a year. Interferon is a semi-finished product that Bernard brought out from Defeer. After his further research and transformation, it has the current effectiveness. It can suppress the manic period and avoid a lot of trouble. Meigas didn't feel lucky to hear her say this. The drug that can inactivate egg cells is also very harmful to other cells in the body. If a permanent mark can be formed, Fusey will not need to inject interferon to maintain her sanity. Meigas wisely didn't continue this topic. He resumed his fully armed look, with no skin exposed from head to toe, and it was difficult to connect him with Xingqi just by his figure. Through personal practice these days, Fusey could feel that his body had traces of injection of muscle-dissolving agents. Although it has recovered almost completely now, it still affected his bone development. In terms of body shape alone, he can be said to be sexy and charming. Fusey hooked her finger at him, and Meigas leaned down obediently. What's wrong? Nothing. Fusey held his face, and kissed him. Let him meet you alone. Don't bring anyone. Go early and come back early. This kiss was on his cold mask, and Meigas couldn't help but feel annoyed. He wanted to take off the mask, and let her kiss him again, but Fusey had already fallen back, looking like she was sleeping. Meigas didn't force it, and considerately helped her cover the thin blanket, turned off the bright and dazzling stars, and turned to leave the door. When he left, he glanced at the floor at the door, which had become smooth as new. Although the pollution source is too playful, its work efficiency is surprisingly high. Maigas didn't want to pursue it. The thing was brought by Fusey. Let alone scratching the floor, he would have no objection even if the airship was overturned. Thinking of this, Maigas suddenly remembered that the place where the thing lived was called Yumming, which coincided with the name of the telekinetic weapon of Indiclaire. According to Yui, Sol was very sincere this time. Because he stood him up last time, he came early this time, and only brought 2 followers with him. Because he and Fusey had not shown up in the lounge, Yui did not dare to disturb them rashly, so he did not report it immediately. Maigas walked slowly into the reception room. The people in the room looked up at him when they heard the voice and stood up immediately. As an ordinary person without any mental power, his appearance is not ordinary. At least from Maigas' perspective, they are of the same height, and Sol can look at him at eye level. Maigas was silent for a moment, and then spoke first. Your honored guest has come from afar, so I believe you have something important to discuss. I will not say anything more. Please follow me to the next room to discuss matters. The Golden Foot Crow Church was dressed in white robes and silver threads. Sol had not taken off his hood, and Maigas was also wearing a mask. No one mentioned the matter of being frank. Seeing that Sol was about to leave with Maigas, the 2 church members behind him stepped forward and said, "You cannot act alone." Sol raised his hand to stop the 2 from moving, and whispered, "It's okay, the Crozier fleet has always kept its promises, and it will not do anything treacherous." Maigas raised his eyebrows slightly behind the mask. Why did he feel that the Pope had an inexplicable hostility towards him? Without time to think about it, Thor walked out first without any hesitation, leaving the 2 followers staring at each other, not knowing whether to follow him. At the same time, Fusey did not fall asleep. Before leaving, Maigas placed a brand new optical computer next to her bed, and the other end was connected to the micro-monitoring star on his body, which could broadcast the images on his side in real time. He didn't say anything, meaning that Fusey could watch it if she wanted to, and ignore it if she didn't want to. Fusey was a little curious about what the new Pope was thinking. She couldn't sleep anyway, so she just watched the live broadcast to kill time. In the reception room, Maigas reached out and took off the mask on his face, but there was a layer under his mask covering his mouth and nose, leaving only his eyes and forehead exposed. Sol was not shy. He took off his hood, revealing a face that was too young and harmless. He smiled and said, "It's our first meeting. You can call me Sol or Uchi." Maigas blinked his red eyes and stretched out his right hand to shake his hand. "Mess, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Sol waved his hand, obviously not caring about his lateness. Instead, he lightly brushed it off. The 2 of them exchanged greetings for a while. No one showed any fear, let alone any flaws. Fusey almost fell asleep watching them. Their conversation was more hypnotic than the ideological and moral education class. Fusey ignored their conversation and looked at Sol's face carefully. This guy had a harmless face, but he had a bit of youthful elegance. He was either the androgynous feminine beauty, or the very orthodox type of sunny and handsome senior. You should know that all the popes were women, because Indiclea's female genes are better. Compared with male genes, they not only have the fatal defect of short lifespan, but also have many other hidden dangers of genetic diseases. On this basis, Sol can still ascend to the position of pope, just like a carp leaping over the dragon gate and a cat turning into a tiger. As Fusey was thinking, her name suddenly appeared in the conversation between the 2. "If I'm not mistaken, you have a close relationship with Ivesiki, otherwise you wouldn't have given her the mystery of Galen, right?" Sol said gently. This sentence points out the relationship between Fusey and him, as well as the fact that it was a gift rather than a sale, and these 2 things are secrets known only to very close people. Only Yui and Shize knew that Fusey gave the mystery of Galen to Fusey. Even Bernard, who helped Fusey with the test, didn't know where the gem came from. Why did Sol know? Sol stared at Maigas' unmoved eyes and continued, "I guess you are her guide, right?" Maigas changed the subject without changing his expression. "I have never had any trading relationship with Moran. As for Ms. Aveski's coming to dance into this time, it was also a coincidence. I didn't know about it in advance. Where did your speculation come from?" Sol shook his head gently. "I have no ill intentions. I just want to tell you that you are not her first guide. Don't trust her for a little bit of profit." Fusey raised her eyebrows. She thought this guy had some clever tricks, but it turned out that he was going to make a dirty rumor for her. A tasteless thing, who lowered the character of the Golden Foot Crow Church by himself. How did Tan Sui Wua choose him? Chapter 199. Sol was more mercenary than Maigas had imagined. Although his gestures were all noble and polite, Maigas felt an indescribable discomfort from him. Just now, Sol showed him the information and files of Fusey over the past 15 years, including some of her unruly and unrestrained love affairs. In fact, this was not surprising. As a sentinel with double S level and no fixed partner, there were always people who wanted to climb up to the high branch of Ivesky. When she was on a mission in Defeer, she had a close personal relationship with the Oddby family. Beslin from the search team and Cell from the review committee had both come forward for her. Beslin and Cell were both high-level guides. Both of them had vouched for Fusey's fake identity in Defeer. After Fusey was exposed, they were also implicated and kept silent for a while. Fortunately, they had the support of Oddby and Nielby, so the chairman gave up the punishment. Maiga said calmly, "This is just your one-sided statement. Besides, we are just a trading relationship. I have no interest in the privacy of my customers." Sol put the light computer in his hand on the table and sneered, "Then let's be frank. If I'm not mistaken, the short-lived K1 level guide in the APAC team on mic is you, right?" Maigas looked at Sol in front of him steadily. He didn't look at the light computer handed over by the other party. He had no intention of prying into Fusey's past, but Sol obviously knew a lot. How is this possible? Only Uncle Da, Fusey and Ina knew that Maigas went to Tanya for school. His spiritual body has a hidden skill that will not be exposed. How did Thor know that? As if he saw through his doubts, Thor chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous, I don't have any bad intentions. The church has been promoting the theory of peace for nearly 100 years. As the Pope, I naturally have to set an example." Maigas sneered in his heart. Thor's words were equivalent to reminding him that although everyone seemed peaceful on the surface, he could not control what they did in private. Indocla's position in the Interstellar Federation was as important as a piece of cake, and the influence of the church also rose with it. Maigas got straight to the point and said, "Your Excellency might as well be frank. Everyone's time is precious, and should not be wasted on meaningless greetings." Thor blinked. "I heard that the Crozier fleet received a batch of rare S-level energy gems in the Centauri galaxy. I want you to transfer these gems to me through the internal channel." Maigas thought about it. Uncle Da had mentioned this to him in a video call. The purity of the gems was very high, and they were originally going to be sent to the auction as the finale. But what does Sol want to do with these gems? Seeing his hesitation, Sol took the initiative to explain, "To be honest, the church has always followed the Queen's orders. Whether it was looking for you two by the mystery of Galen before, or buying a large number of energy gems this time, we just want to get them as soon as possible. After all, if we go through the auction process, it will take a lot of time. The large-scale auction is held once a month, each lasting 3 days. All the items must be kept by the depositor for a week before they can be delivered. If Sol wants to get this batch of gems through the normal process, he will indeed have to wait for nearly a month. In this way, it is understandable that he went directly to Maigas to discuss the deal. But Maigas always felt that things were a little too simple. Out of caution, Maigas did not agree to him immediately, but just said, "Let me think about it, and give you an answer tomorrow at the latest." Sol's eyes were very light green, with a little inorganic gray. When he was not smiling, the lines on his face were cold. "Do you want to discuss it with her?" "Let me remind you," Sol curved his eyes and smiled innocently, "Indoclay, as the largest interstellar trade market, has absolute initiative. If you make enemies with us for one person, the consequences will be more unbearable than you think. Here it comes again, that strange feeling." Maigas stared at his face. Sol had a kind of straightforward feeling that did not belong to society. Every time he spoke, whether it was a threat or an inducement, it was very direct. It's not that he didn't understand the ways of the world, but he simply felt that there was no need for it. In other words, Sol had a faint arrogance, and every time he looked at Maigas, he also had a contempt that was hard to ignore. Maigas suddenly smiled. "There's a reprieve for death row prisoners. Can't you wait even for 1 day?" Sol's smile suddenly disappeared, and the two looked at each other silently for a while. Sol turned and walked towards the door. "In this case, I will wait for good news." As soon as Sol went out, the two followers came up. They seemed very afraid that Sol would leave their sight. Seeing him come out safely, they breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace. Sol walked out by himself, obviously not thinking that meeting Maigas alone was a very dangerous thing. Maigas sent someone to send them out, and only then did he have time to think about why Sol's information was so accurate. "So that's it," Fusey walked out from behind him. "He has undergone mechanical transformation. Those words are not for you, but for me hiding behind the monitoring star." Maigas was stunned when he heard this. Mechanical transformation can indeed enhance the upper limit of human beings to a certain extent, but this technology is not welcomed by the upper class in most galaxies. However, Indoclay is a very tolerant galaxy, so this situation is not uncommon. Fusey tapped her ears. "I heard that his heartbeat sound is different, and there is no normal pulse in his right hand. His mechanical transformation accounts for a large proportion. Recalling the conversation between the two just now, Thor did not expose his hands. He dared to talk to Maigas alone, and he must have something to rely on. Fusey snorted and laughed. You are also careless. You didn't even set up a search checkpoint inside the fleet and let him in like this. Speaking of this, there were originally extremely strict review procedures and entry and exit checkpoints inside the fleet, but because Fusey lived here for the past 2 days, if it was activated, it would take a lot of effort to enter her biological characteristics and genetic information. Maigas nodded and admitted his mistake. It was my negligence. However, he hesitated for a moment and chose to ask directly, why did Thor know my identity? And the matter of the mystery of Jalan, I have not mentioned it to anyone except Yui and Uncle Da. Fusey's eyes dimmed. In fact, before the mic competition started, I found that there was a traitor inside Moran. Now it seems that this traitor is not only hiding in the main city, but also has considerable power in his hands. The sudden intrusion of 6,785 in the final of the mic competition, the leak of the mystery of Jalan, and the exposure of Xingqi's identity are all related to this traitor. From what Thor revealed, this insider not only knows her every move, but also knows her teammates very well. To successfully sneak into the main city of Moran and lurk for many years, know every action of Fusey, invade Tanya's central system without being discovered, bribe the official person in charge of Mike, and the person who can do all of the above at the same time, Fusey's mind can only think of Yi Tsongbai. As the only agent of the governor, Yi Tsongbai's authority can be said to be second to none, not to mention that he has been with Fusey for a long time, and has a certain understanding of Berna. When Fusey first brought Berna back to Moran, Yi Tsongbai proposed to arrange a job for him in the Research Institute, but was strongly opposed by the commander of the 8th Fleet. Fusey did not intend to force it, so she simply invested in an independent research room for Berna. She is the only shareholder, and there is no other disadvantage except burning money. But in this way, the confidentiality work can only rely on the defense system and screening system of the main city itself, and it cannot be considered completely confidential. In other words, the fact that the mystery of Jalan was sent to Berna for testing is likely to be leaked. In this way, it becomes difficult to determine the candidate for the insider, and other factors need to be considered. Seeing her uneasy expression, Maigas asked softly, Uncle Da has indeed received a batch of S-level energy gems, if you need them. No, Fusey came back to her senses. Give it to him, increase the reserve price tenfold, and make a fortune. Of course, Maigas believed what she said, and he immediately ordered Claude to cancel the auction process for that batch of gems. The Wings of the Void does not need energy, or as a driving energy source, but it needs a large amount of startup capital, and a mature enough production line. You can go to Bernard to discuss the latter, and you can only figure out the former yourself. Fusey reached out, and hooked the ends of his hair hanging in front of his chest, playing with it boredly. Maigas suddenly raised his hand and held her wrist. I will wait for you. Fusey raised her eyelids and looked at him. Her blue eyes blinked. You don't mean you will wait for me, but you want to ask if I will wait for you, right? Maigas was stunned for a moment, and sighed at Fusey's sharpness. He really wanted to ask if Fusey would wait for him. She never lacked supporters and pursuers. When he returned to Defir, he had to clear the people on the list first. The manufacture of the Wings of the Void could not be completed overnight. In short, it was a protracted battle. Maigas did not think Fusey would lose to Tan Sui Wuha. There would be only one winner in this leader battle, and that was the person in front of him. At the same time, he was very nervous. If the two of them were separated for 10 or half a decade, how much of Fusey's love for him would remain? Fusey let go of their clasped hands. Don't think too much. Hesitation will only miss the opportunity. She did not respond to his expectations directly. Maigas lowered his eyes. Although his facial expression did not change, he was surrounded by a sense of dejection. He rarely had a childlike mentality. Fusey felt a little itchy in her heart. She thought about it and added, when the matter in Indicli is over, I will go to Defir to find Morin to settle the old things. We will not be separated for too long. Maigas' eyes suddenly lit up, and it was obvious that he was happy. I will wait for you. He repeated it again, but this time his voice was lower, more like a murmur than a promise. Chapter 200. Xiao He grunted as he dug out a stone the size of a human head from the pale, dry ground. Yui leaned aside and watched him work in boredom. Xiao He had grown a lot bigger now. When he stood up, he could reach Yui's knees. His digging efficiency was also surprisingly high. Yu Ming's strength could pry open most of the rock surface, and it was no problem to tear open the shell of the gemstone. Yui watched him deftly peel the gemstone from the ore deposit. His movements were swift, and the original volume of the gemstone was completely preserved. It's true that this thing's working efficiency is higher than 7 or 8 collection towers. It finds energy gemstones from the ore deposit like a mouse can smell grains. It's really amazing. If they could get this guy to work in the caravan, their future net profit points would definitely increase exponentially. Yui stared at Xiaohei's movements, and his cocktail attracted all his attention. There was a black ring as thick as a wrist around Xiaohei's tail, which was tightly wrapped around the end of its tail, a bit like the suppressor that sentinels often wear. Perhaps he had been looking at it for a little too long. Xiaohei raised his head in dissatisfaction. Hey, what are you looking at? As such a disgusting look, you don't like me, do you? Yui looked at the creature in front of him that looked like a cat but not a cat, like a mouse but not a mouse, and couldn't help but feel a chill. Xiaohei stroked his beard, which was already thin. Even if you confess to me now, I won't agree. I am the noble Wudu Yas, and a lowly little cat like you is not worthy of me. Yui almost laughed out of anger. Not to mention that his spiritual body was a golden tiger, not a kitten at all, and this thing was a bit too narcissistic. He just looked at it for a little longer, and so many dramas were derived in its mind. It's really ridiculous. Fortunately, Yui has been tempered by Maigas and won't jump easily. It's the noun that this thing just said that makes Yui a little concerned. His Moran language is not very good, and he can only communicate in daily life. He doesn't know some unpopular and rare words. This thing said that it is noble. Yui didn't understand, but it didn't prevent him from appreciating Xiaohei's arrogance and narcissism. It is obviously a slave prisoner now, but this does not affect its contemptuous attitude. I didn't expect to meet the same kind here, otherwise the whole Dansetsu would be in my pocket. It became excited again as it spoke, and the black ring originally circled on its tail suddenly stretched out a hand, as if it was alive, and slapped it. Snap! With a sound, Xiaohei became obedient in an instant. The hand stretched out its index finger, and pointed at Xiaohei's head as a warning. The big rat instantly became timid, and lowered its head to mine. After a brief warning, the dark hand turned into a ring, and locked on its tail, quietly, as if it had never appeared. Yui's eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously wanted to look around to see if Yusiki was nearby. Then he remembered that she was with their boss, and would never come to this desolate planet to inspect work. He was just thinking about how his boss hooked up with her, and Xiaohei, who had just been quiet for 2 minutes, became restless again, and the voice of Xiaohei rang again. Why, are you curious about your boss's emotional history? I'm not saying that spiritual bodies, like him, are very promiscuous. Before he finished speaking, the black ring on its tail came alive again, but this time it didn't slap him, but turned into a big net to wrap up Xiaohei's limbs, and then swung it back and forth on the ground like a basketball. I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't gossip anymore. Let me go, ugh. It was so dizzy and its eyes were white, and the whole mouse was in a bad state. If it was given another chance, it would definitely not choose to enter Yumming to hide its true body. It would be better to let Fusey kill it, rather than being her free labor and punching bag here. Ugh, Xiaohei retched, while holding the size of a human head. Its strength had not yet recovered, and it was suppressed by Fusey's spirit body, and its tolerance was greatly reduced. There is no regret medicine in the world. Xiaohei pinched a handful of bitter tears for himself and continued to work. Yui looked at the black ring on its tail thoughtfully. He didn't feel it when he slapped it, but his mental power fluctuated greatly after the previous wave of operations. He realized that the black ring was Fusey's spiritual body clone. Generally speaking, the spirit body cannot be too far away from the sentinel or guide, otherwise it will lose control due to mental exhaustion. But Fusey's spirit body was able to suppress the high-risk pollution source after leaving the main body, and it was obvious that it was not lacking in mental support. And this was obviously not something that a normal sentinel could do. Before he could figure out the reason, the optical brain sounded a prompt, and Meiga sent him a message, asking him to take care of the big and small matters in the caravan in the next few days. As long as it didn't go bankrupt tomorrow, Yui could make his own decisions. Yui, Their boss is no longer obsessed with temporary tenderness, and it's okay to be absent from work for a few days in a row. At the same time, Fusey turned her head to look at the person walking side by side with her. Is it really okay? There will be a backlog of work if you leave for too long. Meiga's was a little absent-minded. He glanced at the freezer in Fusey's hand, and answered Fusey's question first. It's okay. When I was away before, Yui would temporarily act as the caravan to complete various daily tasks, but only for a few days. He explained a lot. Fusey was a little strange, and when she turned around, she saw that he looked nervous, a bit like a dog that was caught secretly following its owner to work. Fusey couldn't help but reach out and touch his head. Then you should cover your face, and don't pay too much attention to me. Although it sounds a bit strange, Fusey knows that Posiris is a detail-obsessed person. If he saw Meiga's with her, and then deduced based on various intelligence, it is hard to say whether he would guess Meiga's true identity. Although the vests of both of them are in danger now, Fusey still hopes to keep this identity secret in accordance with the principle of not exposing it if possible. When Fusey found Posiris, Lucifer was also here. Lucifer received the news of the investigation and turned around to see two figures approaching. Sure enough, Maze and Ivsiki came together. Lucifer nodded to the two of them, and then said to Posiris behind him, "Gien. Then I go first." Posiris didn't say anything. He looked at the freezer in Fusey's hand, and he had already guessed it in his heart. He looked at the man next to her, who was wrapped tightly from head to toe, and said calmly, "Is this the manager of the Crozier fleet?" Fusey didn't comment. Posiris had never met Meigas himself, and there was no need to tell him now. Lucifer should have told you the general content of the interstellar meeting. Fusey took 2 steps forward. It's interesting to say that Fusey thought Euphemia would use some means, but she didn't expect that she threw out the evidence of Posiris's abuse of power and illegal transactions in the past 10 years, some of which she collected during her time in Dancetu, and some of which were intelligence she obtained in Moran in recent years using her position as commander. Everyone was shocked to learn that Posiris had lost his spiritual body. You should know that Posiris had been the warden for nearly 100 years, and he was almost the most impartial and selfless one, and he had never made any mistakes. But the evidence that Euphemia produced was verified by the Queen herself and confirmed to be correct, and Lucifer pointed it out in court, so nothing could be false. Moreover, as a victim of Posiris' abuse of power for personal gain, Euphemia told the whole process of her persecution, and after public announcement, she also got witnesses to appear in court. No matter in which galaxy, guides are a rare resource, and many galaxies with scarce guides will specially build white towers to protect the safety of guides. Many sentinels may not get their own guides throughout their lives, and can only survive by relying on public welfare spiritual counseling. Once this happened, Posiris' dismissal was a foregone conclusion. As for who will become the new warden to guard Dancetu, it has become a new problem. At this time, representatives from the Notchway Galaxy and Mesostar all rejected Euphemia as the new warden. Fusey remembered that the first task Euphemia took over after becoming the commander of the 12th Fleet was to quell the riots in the Notchway Galaxy. The Notchway Galaxy is a subsidiary galaxy of Moran. Their manufacturing and technological levels are not as good as Moran, so they are helpless in the face of large areas of pollution, and can only ask Moran for help. Euphemia helped them before, so it is not surprising that she would get their support. As for Mesostar, Fusey was a little surprised. The rulers on Mesostar are not humans, but a half-human tall, hairy creature covered with steel needles. Their manufacturing power is amazing, and their mental power is far superior to that of ordinary guides. However, due to the lack of resources on their home planet, they can only survive by importing resources from surrounding galaxies. Euphemia once helped them recover a batch of important transport ships, which can be regarded as a favor to them. Because of Moran's abstention, Defeer and its affiliated galaxies will not express their views on this matter, and they will all obey Tan Sui Wua's decision. In other words, as long as Tan Sui Wua nods, Euphemia will be the new warden. Fusey is still unclear about what happened later, but the Queen agreed to Euphemia's self-recommendation. The current situation is that Euphemia has successfully ascended to the throne, but the co-birth mark on her body has not been lifted. In other words, Moran can take Euphemia's life at any time. The only solution is to go to Defeer to find Moran, and let him voluntarily remove the effect of the co-birth mark, or rely on a more powerful mental body mutation skill to cover the co-birth mark. But this plan is too vague. Let's not talk about whether there is such a spiritual body mutation skill. Besides, there are very few guides who can surpass Moran in mental power. So today Fusey is not only here to inject tentacles into Posiris. Fusey slowly opened the freezer in her hand, revealing 2 bright red tentacles. Posiris saw what she was holding, and after a little association, he came to the conclusion, "You are very cautious." "No way," Fusey spread her hands. "I have to make sure you won't suddenly turn against me, otherwise, just based on your mouth, I will have a lot more crimes." Besides, Euphemia's attitude is unclear now, and leaving Posiris and Dancetu can also serve as a spy. Poseidon said nothing, just looked at the other red tentacles in the freezer, and said in a calm voice, "You took 2, which means where is the other implant target?" Seeing his indifference to life and death, Fusey came up with a plan and deliberately said, "Of course, One for you and the other for the current warden. In this way, the entire Dancetu will be under my control. She thought about how Poseidon would react, but she didn't expect the man opposite to smile and utter 2 words, sure enough. Chapter 201. It was the first time that Poseidon smiled like this in front of Fusey, as if he finally saw the scene he imagined. You can't trust anyone. Yufei thought she had escaped the abyss that controlled her, but in fact she jumped into another cage. Poseidon sneered, what a naive and stupid girl. Hearing this familiar line, Fusey couldn't help but feel a chill, and said coldly, shut up, how smart are you? You don't even know that you are being used as a knife. You are just an animal thinking with your lower body. Poseidon narrowed his eyelashes. What do you mean? You received an anonymous letter. Someone asked you to cooperate with Tan Suiyin. The purpose is to bring me to Dan. Satu. Fusey stared at his eyes, and said slowly, he knows that you and Tan Suiyin combined are not my opponents. Posela snorted coldly. Under the dual suppression of the judgment of justice and the magic crystal cell, even you may not be able to maintain your peak state. If it weren't for the mistake in the midnight dream. Do you think it was an accident? Fusey's lips curled slightly. According to you, if the person who sent this anonymous letter was Morin, wouldn't he know the relationship between 2547 and me? Maiga's body froze, and he subconsciously wanted to walk away. Listen, Fusey glanced back at him, you can listen. Maiga stopped hesitantly, his eyes lingering on Fusey's back. Fusey continued to confront Posilas. Since he knows the relationship between 2547 and me, he won't hope that you and Tan Suiyin can have any influence on me. Posilius finally realized the inconsistency. He had always thought that it was an anonymous letter written by Morin to retaliate against Fusey. But according to the scene in the dream and Fusey's explanation, Morin's love for her is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Even though she had left Ophir for many years, she had never had the desire for revenge. How could she collude with outsiders to encircle her? But if it wasn't the anonymous letter sent by Morin, who else would have a grudge against Fusey? Posilius did not regret it. Even if there was no anonymous letter, he would definitely fight Fusey to the end if he caught Fusey's handle. Whatever, I am like this now. What's the use even if I know the mastermind behind it? Posilius leaned back, his center of gravity slid back, and he rarely showed a lazy look. Fusey suddenly said, Euphemia can't bear to attack you. I can see that she has feelings for you. Posilas' eyes moved slightly, and then dimmed. She is kind and sensitive by nature. It's okay for you to let her contain the pollution source, but she won't easily kill people. Oh! Fusey glanced at him, you know her well. I didn't do anything unforgivable. Is assault not a crime? Fusey interrupted him. Assault should be sentenced to death. I didn't. Posilas suddenly sat up. I never forced her to be with me. Former warden, do you need me to remind you that in the relationship between guides and sentinels, forcibly establishing a mental connection is also a violation of the law? Fusey's words were precious. Posilas frowned. I repeat, I never forced her to have any intimate contact with me, whether physically or mentally. Although I used some means, I didn't do such a despicable thing. Fusey fell silent, raised her blue eyes, and looked at Poseidon. The two of them competed silently. Poseidon didn't seem to be lying. But Fusey clearly remembered that when she got Euphemia's medical report, Bernard happened to pass by her and said casually, such an obvious temporary mark fluctuation, it looks quite typical. The sentinel can form a short-term mental mark with a guide, which will gradually dissipate after about a month. At that time, Fusey thought it was a mental mark left by Poseidon and didn't think much about it, but now Poseidon denied this possibility. Who marked Euphemia? Fusey moved her feet slightly, her thoughts flying. She raised her eyelids and looked at Poseidius. A month before I took Euphemia away, did any outsiders enter Dancetu? Poseidius also realized something. In addition to a few fixed caravans, only the Golden Foot Crow Church came once, but the time was different. They came earlier, and only stayed for 3 days before returning. Fusey searched in her mind. Euphemia herself is a K1 level guide, and the sentinel who can mark her is at least double A level. If you search according to this idea, the range will be much smaller. Maigas obviously did not expect this situation. In his few impressions, Euphemia is a very sincere and straightforward person. But from the conversation between Fusey and Poseidius, Euphemia was marked by an unknown sentinel, and this person was not Poseidius. Of course, it is not ruled out that Poseidius is lying. Fusey couldn't help but rub the back of her neck. She was a little confused as to why Euphemia would lie to her about such a thing. She could see clearly that Euphemia hated control and coercion as much as she did. Perhaps we all underestimated her. Posiris lowered his eyes, and gently stroked a scar on his wrist. How could a guide, who could be called Nightmare, be really innocent? The spirit body will derive different spirit body mutation skills according to the host's personality, such as Poseris's, Justice Judgment, and Midnight Dream, and Shize's, Pulling Threads. Euphemia's ability allows her to remember all the pain she has experienced and reproduce it. In a sense, she will not easily harm others, but she will never let go of the enemies who have hurt her. In fact, if you put aside the medical examination form, there is no doubt about Euphemia, and if Fusey had not come to ask Posiris about what happened in the past today, this detail would never be exposed to the sun. It's interesting that the person who is pushing the hand behind the scenes knows Fusey well enough, but he doesn't know Posiris. Because I know Fusey, I am sure that she will not ask Euphemia for details of such private matters. Because I don't know Posiris, I naturally blame the warden after leaving the mental mark. But what is the purpose of doing this? From the results, Euphemia was promoted to one of the 12 commanders after arriving in Moran, and Fusey had the idea of pushing her to the position of warden. But Posiris fell from a high position. If it weren't for Yolan's existence, he would be dead now. No matter how you look at it, it seems that he has a grudge against Posiris. Do you have any enemies? The kind that are still at large? Fusey asked. Posila's eyes suddenly looked a little strange. How do you answer this question? Yes, how can people who have reached their status not have two enemies? From the chairman of the galaxy to the small employees, perhaps there is a little hatred buried in their hearts. Fusey sighed quietly. She lowered her eyes to look at the things in her hand, and changed the subject. No matter who sent the anonymous letter, no matter who temporarily marked Euphemia, you can't escape this level. Posilis had also heard about this thing. He stared at the bright red vines, and was dazed for a while. This is a branch of the Guayak wood. It seems that Moran has produced another outstanding leader. Fusey couldn't help but smile when she heard it. Although Shize always acted like a child in front of her, he was indeed the best one in Moran's training plan in recent years. The process may be a little painful, but it is nothing compared to the pain of the blue eroding the body. Fusey took out one of the cryotubes, and walked towards Posilis. Posilis looked at her approaching figure without any fear, but with an unprecedented calmness. I know. Maigas took 2 steps back tactfully and said, I wait for you outside. The man's figure disappeared in the projection. Fusey opened the gap in the ground of the magic crystal cell, and walked into the cell where she was once imprisoned. It seems that you have found a good chess piece. Posilis meant something. Fusey paused in opening the cryotube, and then returned to her natural state. He found me himself. Don't say I am so despicable. How could it be? Posiris chuckled twice. The month before you took Euphemia away, the Croce fleet also came to Dansethu. I thought I would see Fusey's suspicious eyes, but I saw her put the bright red vine on Posiris' wrist without stopping. Don't worry about this problem. Your next task is to stay in Dansethu as my spy, and give me a list of all the exiles that Defei has sent here in recent years. Posiris didn't speak immediately. The red vine suddenly came to life and rushed into Posiris' blood vessels, like a spirit snake, until it was completely immersed in his forearm. The purple blood vessels all bulged in an instant, and the red and black lines spread on his body. Posiris clenched his fists, and his body spasmed involuntarily. It was the first time that Fusey observed the effect of pulling silk at close range, which was a bit novel. Seeing the red and black lines starting to appear on Posiris' neck, Fusey spread her palms, and blue-black mist emanated from her body. At the same time, a thinking tentacle suddenly emerged from Posiris' body, and docilely accepted Fusey's spirit body. Originally, the spirit body's mutation skills could only serve the host himself, but with Shize's efforts, this ability also became a sharp blade in Fusey's hands. Injecting mental power at the last moment, the puppet originally controlled by Shize will only be used by Fusey alone. Fusey no longer looked at Posiris, who was sweating and twitching. She closed the freezer and put the cryotubes in place, then turned and walked towards the exit. It was a pity that she and Posiris didn't have to go this far. Fusey walked briskly to find Maigas in the corridor, and said in a calm voice, Let's go back. We have gained a lot this time. I need to integrate the clues. Chapter 202. When Xiaohei came back with a belly full of energy gems, Fusey was lying on Maigas' lap, and taking a nap. Its mental strength recovered a little, and it accurately captured the pheromones floating in the air, and it couldn't help but sniff. It smells so good, look how fascinated she is. Xiaohei glanced at them with the corner of his eyes, and disdain appeared on his mouth's face. People who are tempted by beauty can't go far. Watch. It will definitely find a chance to escape. Fusey closed her eyes. After leaving Poseidon, she has been screening the scope. There are not many people who have such power, and know her well enough. She cares more about the purpose of the people behind her doing this. The world is bustling with profit, and the world is bustling with profit. No one will sincerely oppose her without the trend of interest. Since the mic finals, the person behind the scenes has been targeting Fusey. The sudden appearance of 6785, Pozelis, who received an anonymous letter and reached a contract with Tan Sui-in, and now Euphemia, almost everyone is being pushed by an invisible hand. If the leader battle had not stopped all the trial progress this time, the 2 charges of harboring the source of pollution and illegal entry alone would have caused many forces to attack her. But these conspiracies are not fatal to her. Yes, Fusey has this confidence. Except for the specific gene engine weapon in Morin's hands, no weapon or spirit body can endanger her life. But if it is Tan Sui-wuha, Fusey can't judge whether the queen is part of the plan of the person behind the scenes. Although theoretically nothing can threaten the monarch of Indical, for Tan Sui-wuha, she has a biggest weakness. Annoyed. A breeze blew across her nose, and her brows felt cool. A gentle force rubbed away the impatience between her brows. Meiga's 5 fingers slid down, massaging her temples with moderate force, and his thin fingers inserted into the silver hair and rubbed it carefully. Xiaohei couldn't stand it anymore, and coughed twice like a human. Cough, cough. Fusey closed her eyes and said coldly, "If you are sick, find a place to bury yourself." "Oh, what's wrong with you?" Xiaohei jumped up and said, "I dug so many energy gems for you. Can you be nicer to me?" Fusey disliked it being noisy, raised her left hand, and flicked it twice with her index finger. The black ring, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly rose again, reaching directly into Xiaohei's belly and taking out a lot of gems. After confirming that there was no one left, it directly circled its mouth, as if it was wearing a muzzle. Although Xiaohei didn't make any sound with this mouth, it didn't dare to disobey Fusey's order easily, so it could only keep silent. Fusey finally opened her eyes, and glanced at the energy gems on the ground. She roughly estimated the number, and was satisfied, so she didn't pursue its chattering. Meiga stopped what he was doing, lowered his head and looked at Fusey. "In fact, the batch of S-level energy gems in my hand don't necessarily have to be transferred to Thor, if you need it." Fusey suddenly sat up, and Meiga's arms were empty, and his heart skipped a beat. He raised his eyes helplessly, and opened his mouth to speak. "Who do you think this batch of energy gems is for? The energy mines in my hands are not short of supply. You can send this batch to the auction house, and see who will buy it." Fusey stood up and walked to the pile of gems piled up like a hill, picked up one, and looked at the color against the light of the sky star. Although this thing is a bit secretive, its working ability is still online. Fusey checked more than a dozen in a row. The quality of each one is between S and A grades, which is fully qualified for auction. Meiga's was a little surprised. He subconsciously said, "Do you want to test the church's intention? Well, the batch of goods you have now can be transferred to Seoul privately, and this batch can also be sent to the auction house stationed in Indiclay at a suitable time to see if the church people will come to bid." Fusey thought about it and added, "If it is the church people who bid, then there is no problem. On the contrary, if it is an unknown businessman, then you must tell me." Meiga's understood her meaning almost instantly. The church people came to participate in the auction, indicating that this matter was indeed appointed by the queen, but if not, it proves that this matter was instructed by Seoul from beginning to end. "I know, I will let people pay attention, but now he knows that you and I are on the same side, he may be on guard," Meiga said. He lowered his eyes, and wanted to put his arm around Fusey's waist, but he saw Xiaohei looking at them mischievously in the corner, so he took back his hand. Fusey turned around and saw his shy gesture, and raised her eyebrows. "If you want to hug me, hug me. If you wait a few more days, you won't have the chance." As soon as he finished speaking, the air was a little cold. Meiga's lowered his head, and his soft hair fell on his chest, rising and falling slightly with his breathing. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "I actually envy Shize." He only said half of the words, but Fusey understood what he had not said. "Why is there still someone rushing to be her brother?" Fusey looked at him for a while, and suddenly chuckled. "You called so many nonsense in bed before, did I say anything? Besides, you were still a child when Martha and I met, and you are not suitable to be my brother no matter how I look at it." Fusey thought about this problem with a somewhat rigorous attitude. Meiga's was a child born by the mother, and he could not be compared with her and Shize. Speaking of the problem of address, Shize called her sister because he lost to her in a game when he was a child, and he was upset for many years. It's so strange that human society always builds relationships of this or that kind. Whether it is blood relationship or family affection, It seems that they don't believe in the purest feelings and have to add a prerequisite to it. You are sisters, so you should be humble to each other. You are mother and daughter, and there should be no overnight hatred. The most typical example is Morin and his many adopted sons. Not to mention how fiercely they fight in private, they have to maintain the appearance of brotherly friendship and respect on the surface. In this way, Fusey can understand Meiga's psychology. It's just because there's no official status, so I want to work on other relationships. Meiga subconsciously rubbed his knuckles with his thumb, and just as he opened his mouth to say something to ease the atmosphere, he heard Fusey's voice. Mimi, if you are really afraid that our relationship will not last long, then you might as well change your mindset. Fusey said patiently. Meiga was stunned. Change your mindset? We are not a serious relationship to begin with. Just treat it as if we never started, so that we won't be sad when we separate. How about that? Fusey said sympathetically. Meiga choked up. The comfort was good, and he should not comfort her next time. It's better to say less of this next time. He doesn't want to experience Fusey's different view of love again. When do you plan to schedule the leader battle? If the topic is changed quickly enough, sadness will not appear. Fusey spread her hands. Actually, I haven't thought about it yet. What? You haven't thought about such an important thing yet? Hearing this noisy voice, Fusey couldn't help but stab him with a knife in the eye. Xiaohei couldn't help but spit out his inner thoughts after holding it for a long time. After receiving Fusey's chill, he shuddered violently. It seems that you are very idle, Fusey said, and suddenly laughed. Then you should work harder and get another batch of goods with the same quality as this pile of gems. Ignoring Xiaohei's sad and angry eyes, Fusey grabbed its neck and threw it out. Turning around, Meiga's eyes were also full of worry. Fusey couldn't help but knock on his forehead. Why, do you think I'm joking? No. Meiga lowered his eyes. Since the time has not been decided yet, do you want to stay in Dancetu for a while longer? No, Fusey refused very straightforwardly this time. I have some things to verify in Indicly in person, and the Queen will return with the church soon after the Interstellar Conference. Because Fusey is still a high-risk criminal, even if the trial is postponed because of the leader battle, she cannot be free again. Tan Sui Wuhe will most likely take her back to Indicly until the day of the leader battle. Meiga obviously understood this situation, and he paused. In other words, there is no choice? Fusey shrugged, looking very relaxed. There is no choice a long time ago. Although I don't know who is targeting me, and what specific plans he has, the leader battle proposed by Tan Sui Wuhe this time is indeed an unpredictable external factor. Sometimes an accident that is not within the orbit is enough to muddy the water, which is also the main reason why Fusey agreed to Tan Sui Wuhe. Before Meiga could say anything, the optical computer he placed aside suddenly lit up, which was an emergency information notification. The information transmission speed within Dancetu's local area network is extremely fast. Meiga took the optical computer and took a look at it, and the huge stone in his heart fell down. The chief speaker of the Federation will return to Indicly from now on, and the handover task of the new warden will be completed in the near future. I hope all departments will cooperate with the work. This is the message sent by Lucifer, because Fusey's optical computer was dismantled by herself, and most of the parts were given to Meiga's. Lucifer now communicates with Meiga's first, and then he conveys it. Fusey was not surprised to hear this news. Tan Sui Wuhe could not leave Indicly for a long time. This time to attend the federal meeting is a rare sight in a century. At this point, Fusey remembered that Talus was also stationed in Dancetu. She came here to deliver the tentacles to Fusey, and had no plans to leave for a while. In this case, Fusey had to say hello to her before leaving. Maybe it would be the last time they met. Meiga looked up at her profile and said softly, "The new customized optical computer is already on the way, or you can tell me if you have any other requirements." Fusey shook her head. "No, the simplest one is fine. It's just a temporary transition. The anti-reconnaissance system inside is also necessary." Well, Meiga agreed. "You don't have to worry about this problem." He raised his hand to brush the broken hair by Fusey's ears back. "Be careful on the way." Chapter 203. Have you thought about it? Let me make it clear first. If you die in a foreign country, I will not travel thousands of miles to collect your body. Talus's tone was a little stiff, and her face was not expectant. Fusey was sitting opposite her, and said kindly, "Sit down first, I am tired of watching you like this." Talus hurried to find her as soon as she got the news. Before she could say anything, Talus began to express her passion, not giving her a chance to refute. Fusey was a little helpless. Different from Shilai's free-range concept, Talus showed an extraordinary desire to protect Fusey from the moment she came to Moran. It was not until she entered Tanya that this vague sense of oppression faded. Even though Fusie's ability and rating were higher than Talus's, she still felt that Fusie had no ability to protect herself. Fusie spread her hands. In a sense, this is a good thing. If I win, at least for the next 200 years, there will be no wars between Indical and Moran. What are you doing? Talus seemed unable to understand. Although we have had many frictions on the border in the past 100 years, it is not necessary for you to use the leader battle to exchange for peace. Fusie originally intended to come up with a random excuse to evade her, but unexpectedly, Talus did not buy it at all. Fusie had to say, although the golden-footed crow is known as the Phoenix, she is not truly immortal. There will always be a way to deal with the enemy. Talus looked at her hesitantly. Do you know that once this leader battle is accepted, someone will inevitably die? It's too late to regret. After the entire galaxy has been notified, I don't know how many people are waiting to see you laugh. Talus' tone was vicious, as if she strongly disagreed with Fusie's decision. Fusie chuckled. Maybe this is the last time we meet, so why don't we talk about something else? Talus was furious when she heard her say that. This person was determined, and there was no way to stop him from making a decision. Speaking of this, when the news of the leader battle was first announced, many people thought it was a false alarm. No one has dared to challenge the authority of the Queen for more than 3,000 years, and Ivsiki is about to be the first one. For this reason, Euphemia came to Talus for this not long ago. She didn't know what had happened to Fusie, and she came to ask about Fusie's recent situation in a very awkward way. Talus was confused but didn't ask much. Talus relayed Euphemia's meaning to Fusie, and took the opportunity to observe Fusie's expression, trying to figure out what conflict had occurred between the two. Fusie didn't want to answer this question, but she caught Talus's inquiring eyes, and suddenly asked, Does Euphemia have any good sentinels? The temporary mark on her must have come from a high-level sentinel. Maybe Talus knows something about this matter. Talus was stunned. Euphemia has only been in close contact with her adjutant since she became the commander-in-chief of the 12th Fleet. Is there any problem? Euphemia's adjutant is a double-level sentinel, a qualified and virtuous wife, a standard Moran, and has never been to Dancetu to perform a mission. From the perspective of age, this possibility is also ruled out. Sentinels can only temporarily and permanently mark guides after they become adults, otherwise their manic period will be triggered early due to the instability of their mental bodies. Who could it be? Fusie sighed. Forget it. It's been so long, there's no point in pursuing it. But she still cares a little, since Euphemia had a favorite sentinel at the time. Why would she ask her for help? It was obviously their first meeting, and Euphemia didn't know whether she was a good person or a bad person. Unless someone instructed her. Ding ding. Fusie turned her head and saw Talus's adjutant came in and reported, Indical's fleet is preparing to return this. His eyes turned to Fusie, and he had heard that this person was not easy to deal with, and he didn't want to make himself unhappy. Fusie stood up and patted Talus's shoulder. I'm leaving. You help me keep an eye on Dancetu. It's not peaceful here recently. There may be some unexpected situation. Talus had no choice but to nod. Perhaps it was due to the tacit understanding of working together for many years. Talus didn't say anything to keep him. Go, go! Children grow up and cannot be controlled by others. Although she was temporarily detained, Tansuawu did not treat her badly. The supplies in the lounge were all of the highest standard. But for some reason, Bai Jianqing always looked at her with inexplicable hostility. As one of the guides of the Queen, it was normal for him to be hostile to Fusie. If the Queen really had an accident in the leader battle, the guide who shared the lifespan with the Queen would also die. Thinking of this, when Bai Jianqing used his vague eyes to scratch her again, Fusie turned a blind eye and did not argue with him. The fleet that the Queen took was not the same as that of the church. Fusie looked around the main ship and did not see Tan Sui in. She must have returned with the church. What are you looking at? Tan Suiwu's voice came from behind. Fusie turned back with a relaxed look. Just take a look. The structure here is different from Moran's main battleship. I haven't seen it yet. Hearing this, Tan Suiwu rarely raised his eyebrows. You are not free from the identity of a high-risk criminal. According to common sense, you cannot act alone. You must wear genetic shackles and assign personnel to monitor you before you can leave Dancetu. Fusie shrugged. You and I both know that illegal entry is just a cover. This time Tan Suiwu did not rush to speak. She glanced around and hooked her fingers implicitly, indicating Fusie to follow her. Fusie followed her tacitly and entered a lounge in the corner. At the same time, a thin figure followed behind the two and quietly approached the room. Fusie followed Tan Suiwu's footsteps into the lounge. Not only was she not nervous, but she looked around curiously. Seeing her leisurely posture, Tan Sui Wu couldn't help but said, "You are relaxed. The time of the leader battle has not been determined yet. Are you going to delay it like this?" "No," Fu Si shook her head quickly. "I heard that your Indicalized prayer day is coming soon, so why not set it in 12 days? Have you found the location?" Tan Sui Wu "As usual, I will inform you of the location 3 days in advance. You don't have to worry about this. I can guarantee absolute fairness with my reputation in life." Fu Si laughed and said, "In fact, I am the one who should be said to be taking advantage. You don't know my spiritual body mutation skills, but you have countless past records and information because of years of fighting." "It doesn't matter," Tan Sui Wu smiled warmly. "I am 3,000 years older than you anyway, and I can't bully the younger generation." Speaking of this, Fusey stroked the silver bracelet on her wrist and asked curiously, "I don't have any memories of the past. Do you know me in the past?" Speaking of this, Tan Sui Wu was a little surprised. "Has Emolin never told you this?" Hearing this name, Fusey felt disgusted for no reason. She looked away and looked down at the floor. "No, since I became conscious, his actions have been unbearable to me. Entering 2547's body was a last resort." She didn't remember what happened during that time, but every molecule and cell in her body was clamoring to escape. Tan Sui Wu didn't seem surprised. She stared at Fusey's ice blue eyes and whispered, "If I say he has his own difficulties, it seems like I am excusing him, but you have to believe that he may be the one among us who least wants you to die." Fusey blinked subconsciously. She caught a very key word, "we." Is there anyone else who knows her in the past? Oh yes, Shilai must be one of them. Not only Shilai, Yi Sonbai must know something. He can act as Moran's agent to make decisions on all matters. The relationship between Yi Sonbai and Shilai is more than deep. Tan Sui Wu's voice was a little smiling. "In fact, you don't have to be so entangled. Moran, as the chairman of the Fear, can't leave Moros easily, and he won't suddenly jump out to make things difficult for you." From her tone, the relationship between Defeer and Indical is not irreconcilable. As if seeing through Fusey's complaints, Tan Sui Wu said slowly, "The relationship between the two galaxies does not actually depend on the attitude of the leaders. This matter is a long story. Then let's make it short." Fusey looked at her with a sharp gaze. Tan Sui Wu was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "You are looking for a breakthrough here. Why are you so entangled in the past?" Tan Sui Wu was puzzled. "Do you have any unfinished things that need to be solved by memory?" "No." Fusey said decisively, "My life is like a fish in water now. Even without the previous memories, I am still me. This overwhelming confidence is indeed dazzling enough." Tan Sui Wu couldn't help but sigh again. No matter when it is, the person opposite can surprise her again. Actually, knock knock, a faint knock on the door suddenly sounded. Tan Sui Wu's voice stagnated, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. "Come in, Jianqing." The man came in as he was called. His noble and delicate face did not reveal his real age at all. He was wearing a pigeon blood red coral bracelet on his wrist, which made his wrist bones thin and bony. Fusey did not hide her scrutiny, and Bai Jianqing was not afraid at all, lowering his head and looking straight into her eyes. "Hello." Bai Jianqing was the first to extend his hand. Fusey was still sitting lazily, without any intention of getting up to return the greeting. "Hello." Bai Jianqing was not discouraged by being ignored like this. He turned his eyes to meet Tan Sui Wu's eyes, and smiled gently. "Your Majesty, there are some things that need your decision, but it seems that I came at the wrong time. If I interrupted your conversation, I apologize first." The strong tea fragrance, Fusey's lips curled slightly, and some tricks were used on her. Fusey didn't like beating around the bush. Anyway, there was no outsider here, so she said directly, "Just eavesdrop. Why do you have to find so many excuses for yourself?" Bai Jianqing's expression remained unchanged, and his voice became colder. "You will only show that you are not well educated if you interrupt casually." Fusey would not spoil him like Tan Sui did. She raised her head and said jokingly, "Education? It seems that it is not something that an intellectual can do to leak the genetic information of a partner casually." Bai Jianqing's pupils shrank slightly, and the lines of his shoulders and neck instantly tensed. Chapter 204. Bai Jianqing stared at Fusey's pale face and spoke slowly. "What did you say?" Tan Sui Wu knew that something bad was going to happen when he heard Fusey say that. She said in a low voice, "Jianqing, calm down." Fusey was a little surprised to hear her voice implying a stop. She turned to look at her. "Strange, I thought you would be very angry, but now it seems that the facts always surprise people." Bai Jianqing wanted to say something, but he heard Tan Sui Wu's order, "You go out first." Bai Jianqing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he took 2 steps back. Just as he was about to lower his head and go out, he saw Fusey stand up and go out neatly. It turned out that she was not talking about him. Bai Jianqing's heartbeat slowly calmed down. Fusey obeyed Tan Sui Wu's order and went out, but it didn't mean that she didn't want to hear some gossip, small information. She lowered her eyes to the silver bracelet on her wrist, and a trace of mental power penetrated into it. Give me an ear and listen to what they are saying. Wow, 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 you remembered me at this time. Xiao Hei's sharp voice appeared in Fusey's mind. I can't afford to offend the one inside. If I'm discovered, I will be torn to pieces. Fusey stretched out her hand and pinched it in her palm to play with it. What are you afraid of? You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. If you are discovered, just say I ordered it. Xiao Hei turned into a chinchilla and rubbed his little ears, his eyes glimpsed around. Then it's a deal, you have to cover for me. Fusey gave it a reassuring look, encouraging it to quickly eavesdrop on others. Because the genetic shackles on her hands will detect all mental fluctuations in her body, this matter can only be left to Xiao Hei. And Xiao Hei has a natural advantage. It has been hiding for decades before the contaminated area spreads without being discovered, and its mental power fluctuations are minimal. Moreover, Xiao Hei's methods are special, and will not be easily discovered by the surrounding mental detection equipment. He is a natural listener of gossip. Stop standing, come and sit down. This is the voice of Tan Sui Wu. Fusey was a little surprised. Her voice was very calm, without any gloomy and cold voice that was not uttered. This surprised her a little. As the monarch of Indakla, she could tolerate the fact that the gene sequence was leaked by the person next to her. What is the difference between this and a thief in the house? The stolen gene sequence code is the most precious and deadly. Put yourself in his shoes. Fusey would like to cut him into pieces to set an example. How could she tolerate the mastermind behind the scenes to go unpunished? Your Majesty, I am guilty. Bai Jianqing's voice was a little low, and Xiao Hei's voice was intermittent. The room was quiet for a while, and Xiao Hei let out a greasy ouch, not knowing what he saw. Fusey didn't think of asking Xiao Hei to transmit the video to her. Eavesdropping was already cheap enough, and watching the real-time broadcast was really a bit of a disregard for Tan Sui Wu. However, listening to Xiao Hei's sly voice, Fusey could probably guess what was going on. Tan Sui Wu spoke again. It's not up to you to decide whether you are guilty or not. I pardon your sins at that time, and it's not my style to bring up the past. Bai Jianqing's voice trembled a little. Your Majesty. You are so kind to me, I am not worthy of the position. Ah, Tan Sui Wu's voice was a little hoarse. Jianqing, everyone makes mistakes. As a monarch, I should punish severely. As a partner, I choose to forgive. The two offset each other. You are still my guide. This is easy to understand, right? Xiao Hei explained in real time. Bai Jianqing nodded twice. Fusey, It's not necessary to be so detailed. It's okay to convert the picture into text. But, why did you agree to the leader battle this time? You know, my brother, and I can't leave you. I am willing to complete the leader battle on your behalf. Bai Jianqing's voice was a little anxious, and it was a little distorted when it reached Fusey's mind. The brother that Bai Jianqing mentioned should be Bai Kongqing. As twin brothers, they have a rare spiritual body of the same frequency. It is said that they have served the queen together for nearly 1,000 years, and their relationship is very close, and they have never had any disagreements. But this is just an external statement. As an insider, Fusey has long understood the relationship between the two brothers. The queen's genes are indeed powerful, but to continue the best offspring, it needs equally excellent genes. Unfortunately, Bai Kongqing's mental fluctuations are gentler and more stable than his younger brother. So Bai Kongqing, as the provider of paternal genes, is Tan Suiyan's true biological father. This incident almost became Bai Jianqing's heart disease. The subsequent gene sequence leak became reasonable. What Fusey didn't expect was that Tan Sui Wu would choose to forgive. Well, it's been so long since the incident happened. There's no need to be upset because of a word from an outsider, Tan Sui Wu said. Bai Jianqing was not as relaxed as she was. He still lowered his head. I came here today to confess another thing. Xiao Hei once again dutifully relayed. He knelt down. He knelt down. This must be a shocking revelation. Fusey thought it was too noisy, so she muted the microphone manually in her mind. Bai Jianqing knelt on his knees in front of the queen, his eyes earnest. You asked me to destroy the child who was not yet formed, and then pretend that nothing happened, but I didn't do it. His voice dropped. My crime is unforgivable. I am willing to accept the invitation on your behalf for the leader battle. If I lose, let me bear the responsibility alone and make up for my crime. After he finished speaking, he felt relieved. Fusey could hear his heavy breathing, quietly waiting for the judgment of the superior. The room was quiet for a long time, so long that Fusey thought that Xiaohei's connection was disconnected, and then he heard the voice of Tan Sui Wuha. About 600 years ago, an unprecedented Zerg invasion broke out on the border of Indiclay. Chris, the leader, almost broke the rules of all border defense systems and drove straight in. In the end, she almost touched the central system of Qingyu. Her voice was neither fast nor slow, as if she was narrating a gossip after dinner. Bai Jianqing couldn't help but raise his head, his pale face almost drained of all blood. You. Tan Sui Wuha interrupted calmly. Why do you think they were able to invade the main city so smoothly, relying on the Zerg's superficial armed forces, and Chris's insignificant command strategy? Some of them I am not completely unaware of, but based on certain considerations, I will not easily erase their contributions to Indiclare, and giving them a chance to stop is also a rule of governance. Tan Sui Wuha leaned on the soft sofa and slowly pinched his nose. Fortunately, Banshee is still sensible, otherwise the 4 major families today might be missing a corner. Bai Jianqing slowly widened his eyes. The Banshee family had been loyal and kind in recent years, and he could not see any signs of their treason. But there was no need for His Majesty to lie to him about this matter. Tan Sui Wuha opened his eyes, leaned down and patted his face. Some people are alive because I want them to be alive. Otherwise you would not have the opportunity to test my feelings here today. Bai Jianqing's lips trembled, and the panic for no reason filled his heart. Your Majesty, I just can't bear it. Okay, does your knee hurt? Get up. Tan Sui Wuha held his forearm, and pulled him up without saying anything. Bai Jianqing stood up in a daze, and couldn't help but stumble. Tan Sui Wuha joked, Why are you as clumsy as Susu? The sword of Damocles in his heart had already fallen. Bai Jianqing recovered and couldn't help but reach out and hug the person in front of him. Your Majesty, don't go to the leader battle. Tan Sui Wuha didn't rush to comfort him. She looked up at the seat behind Bai Jianqing where Fu Si had sat, and said in a light voice, Have you seen enough? Go away. Xiao He was startled, as if he was hit on the head with a stick and thrown out. Fu Si pouted, thinking that there would be some exciting plot, but it was over with a few words. There was no trace of the good show she wanted to see. But think about it, they made such a big fuss in Mike. Tan Sui Wuha would know with a little investigation that, apart from Xing Qi, the guide with unknown origins, Ina, the pure to feel human who enrolled with the governor's recommendation letter, and Inan, who was so neat and stereotyped that he looked like an artificial intelligence, there was only Luo Yi, who had an unknown origin but was full of doubts, right? Speaking of which, Fusey would find that he was also an accident. Fusey had investigated Luo Yi's information many times. He was mediocre to the point of being mediocre. He had a AA rating, but his brain looked like it was not well developed. Fusey could get Yi Songbai to dig out Xing Qi's information, so there was no reason why Luo Yi couldn't. The only explanation was that the person who fabricated his information had the power and status to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi Songbai. In addition, Tan Suiyin was a person who could not hide things. When making a bet, he could easily come to the conclusion that the child that the queen accidentally had was not in Indiclare. With so many coincidences mixed together, Fusey naturally had an idea in her mind. However, these all seemed to be forced, mainly because Fusey saw Bai Jianqing's face and understood everything. She had always wondered where Luo Yi's genes came from, and why he had a good face, but also a not-so-smart brain. Now the case has been solved, because Bai Jianqing secretly started the breeding plan, which made the child mentally retarded. He did not inherit any of the good genes of the golden-footed crow, but only inherited a face that bewitched people. In this way, Bai Jianqing sent him to Morin, which was indeed a good place. At least he did not have to worry about the open and secret struggles between factions, nor did he have to face live threats because of his identity as the son of the queen. But he did not expect that Luo Yi would become her teammate by mistake and miss the Mike finals. In this way, Morin would not be safe. Luo Yi's life is small, and half of his bloodline cannot afford to make a big mistake. If Fusey guessed correctly, Bai Jianqing came to confess today just to take Luo Yi back to Indiclai to prevent any accidents. However, whether the person taken back is dead or alive depends on the queen's wishes. This is why I pity him and plead with tears. I guess Tan Sui Wuha knew the reason why Bai Jianqing came to her, and she didn't intend to pursue it. Fu Si couldn't help but stop and walk back and forth twice when she thought of this. No, this guy has a very good temper. He just forgave Bai Jianqing. If he does something similar in the future, it will not only endanger the ownership of the regime, but also be a fatal blow to the queen herself. Fu Si shook her head and walked back. In order to stabilize the people's hearts, Tan Sui Wui's sacrifice was a bit too great, right? Chapter 205. Fusey was lying with her legs up beside the viewing window. Almost no one would come here. Everyone was busy with things to do. Only she, an idle person, was in the mood to appreciate the interstellar wonders on the road. Not long after, a warm feeling spread up along Fusey's neck. The movement was gentle and a little itchy. She couldn't help but raise her hand to hook it out, and the soft and tender red vines were entangled around her wrist. Why does this scene look familiar? Oh, I remember that when Meigas secretly placed tentacles on her before, the little black snake also tried to please her in this way. It's just that the one she has now is one of the 2 tentacles that Talus sent from afar. Yes, she didn't use it on Lucifer after all. It can't be said to be a sudden kindness, but Fusey asked Xiao He to understand Lucifer's performance and psychological activities in the contaminated area, and learn some inside stories that were not inside stories. She had no intention of exploring Lucifer's past, but his promotion path since he came to Dancetu was a little too fast, so Fusey had to be more cautious. Otherwise, if an opportunity is given, he might be the next warden. Xiao He was full of complaints when he mentioned this person, and the whole mouse was about to explode. I get angry when I mention this. This guy devoured my energy as soon as he came in. Those who know him think he has a good appetite, and those who don't know him think he wants to cheat on his cheaters. But I sent him many invitations, and he was rejected. He kept eating. He looked hungry for a long time. Speaking of this, Xiao He made a tsk sound that attracted people's attention. He is obviously a gifted material, but he has ended up not having enough food. I don't think he can make any big waves. Fusey glanced at it, and snorted. He knows the situation. He won't be valued outside with such a spirit that is not accepted by the secular world. It's better for him to stay in Dancetu, and at least be a deputy. Xiao said angrily, what secular world is bullshit? He should have joined forces with me. If I hadn't wasted my time with him, I would have. Huh? Fusey half opened her eyes, and snorted lazily. What did you say? Xiao, who was angry, suddenly sobered up. Not long ago, he was stunned by Tan Sui's overwhelming spiritual power. He finally recovered. He must have been sober to speak nonsense in front of this evil god. Xiao He's voice was as thin as a mosquito. No, nothing. A tiger in a low position is bullied by a dog, and a dragon in shallow water is teased by a shrimp. Just wait. Once it finds an opportunity, it will definitely give this capitalist who exploits it a head-on blow. Snap! Xiao He stretched out his short paws to cover his forehead, looking at the red vine clinging to Fusey's wrist in disbelief. It did not repent at all when Xiao He glared at it, relying on Fusey's failure to stop it. The whole vine was convex. Into a powerful posture, looking at the fat chinchilla on the ground triumphantly. Xiao He still couldn't believe it. How could a tentacle separated from the host by tens of millions of light years be so full of vitality? And have the energy to slap it? It should be dying, and can only rely on nutrient solution to maintain its activity. Fusey perfunctorily grabbed the vine's soft tail twice, and Xiao He saw the spiritual connection between her and the vine, and instantly understood why this weak tentacle could be so lively. Fusey was wearing genetic shackles, so she didn't have much mental power to use, but she still used it to feed the small vine. Xiao He covered his forehead, and dared not say anything. He was a little suspicious whether Fusey wanted to use that dangerous thing on him. If he was not mistaken, that thing was the softest new bud of the guaiac wood. It was something they loved and hated. Seeing the vivid tactile branch, Fusey couldn't help but think of Shize's beautiful face. He and Fusey conceived and developed the technology of the Wing of the Void together, which took nearly 7 years. After the experiment passed, Shize handed over all the core technologies to Fusey. It was a bit strange to say that Shize was not someone who needed to go to school to get resources, and it was unexpected for Fusey to suddenly enroll in Tanya. Now that he thought about it, he must have learned something from Shilai to come to Tanya. With Shize's research ability and knowledge reserves, he could be evaluated as a professor in Tanya, and he didn't need to start as a student. Fusey spread out her palms, and the red vines enthusiastically jumped onto her palms, like a noble cat raising its head, lively showing her the tail used to whip Xiao He. Fusey couldn't help but laugh. The spirit's clone naturally had the same personality as the original body. For example, the quiet shyness of the little black snake was mixed with obscure and straightforward desires, and the vines that were now showing off on her palms also revealed an unparalleled arrogance. However, Fusey would attribute them all to a harmless little temper. Before she left, she told Meigas that he could go to Berna to discuss the production line. Normal military ships require 1 to 2 years of manufacturing, testing, and deployment, But Berna has been following Fusey for many years and has gained experience, and can produce a sufficient number of void wings as quickly as possible. This will inevitably leak some information to the headquarters. After all, some special materials are only available in Moran. So Shize will definitely know that she has revealed the core technology of the wings of the void to outsiders. This is different from the previous list. Martha is one of the few people she admires. It is just a piece of cake for Fusey to help check the list. In other words, she only provided directions before, but now she directly provides feasible power. If Shize knew about this, he would not agree with Fusey's decision, not to mention whether he would get angry. From all aspects, Maiga's, the knife, has developed feelings that he shouldn't have for Fusey, the knife holder, and he is not suitable to be the fuse to ignite hatred. However, things have already happened. Zoe and Nofui both took the return route of the Crozier fleet. Fusey's optical computer, which she had used for many years, was dismantled by her and handed over to Maiga's. Even Bernard had contact with Maiga's for some reasons. All conditions were prepared for him, and it was harmless even if there were some minor setbacks. As if sensing Fusey's thoughts, the slippery and cold vines wrapped around her 5 fingers, like an intimate and enthusiastic puppy licking her fingers one by one. This scene inevitably reminded Fusey of the time when she and Shize leaned against the window to study materials. Shize would lean on her knees like a child. Only at that time did they look like siblings in the conventional sense. Wait. Fusey suddenly remembered someone. Where did Feng Zhaoqinyu go? Feng Zhaoqinyu offered to help Fusey at that time in order to obtain a certificate of false death and leave Dansai too. Fusey was tripped up by the leader battle and Meiga's confession of feelings. She had been thinking over and over again about the details of this action, and forgot to go to Feng Zhaoqinyu to fulfill her promise. Fusey sat up subconsciously. No, she would pass by Feng Zhaoqinyu's detention area when she went to find Poseidon. Why didn't she remember it at all? It's possible to forget it for a while, but why did Fusey forget it so thoroughly? She is obviously not a forgetful person. Fusey's face turned cold, and she grabbed the chinchilla on the ground and pinched it hard. You gave me a mental suggestion? It's wronged. It's wronged. Let go first. The chinchilla was squeezed by her and squeaked and kicked to make Fusey let go. Fusey let go of her hand, her voice lowered. Why did I subconsciously ignore Feng Zhaoqinyu's existence? Only you have been following me all the time. What did you do? Squeak. I did it if I did it, and I didn't do it if I didn't. There are so many guides around you. Why don't you doubt any of them, but only me? Little Black jumped up and protested unhappily. When Fusey heard it say this, her mind quickly skipped over all the guides she had recently come into contact with. Except for Shize's touch branch and Meiga's himself, there were only Euphemia and Bai Jianxing left. Could it be Euphemia? But she didn't know about Fusey's deal with Feng Zhaoqinyu, or even that they knew each other. For some reason, an inappropriate figure suddenly flashed through Fusey's mind, Sol Wuchi. The Pope of the Golden Foot Wu Church is an ordinary person, which is a consensus among the general public. But Fusey thought of the clues that he knew Meiga's very well, and felt that things were not that simple. When Meiga's appeared as Xingqi, he was not high profile. Except for that face, his performance was only above average and not conspicuous. And if we only talk about appearance, with Luo Yi beside him, Xingqi is not so abrupt. If someone wants to investigate a pate, the focus will not be on Xingqi, but on her as the leading captain, or Aina, who has been cooperating with her. But Sol not only clearly stated the true identity of Meiga's, but also mentioned his extraordinary relationship with Fusey. You should know that Fusey and Meiga's have always maintained the distance between classmates during the competition, and the most intimate action that happened was holding hands. If this can also show that their relationship is extraordinary, Fusey can only criticize Sol for being old-fashioned and conservative. However, this clue gave Fusey another idea. Feng Zhaoqinyu was a sentinel abandoned by Ndakla. If Sol wanted to absorb this excellent warrior, just like he couldn't think of a clear way to get the mystery of Jialan, it is not impossible to secretly take Feng Zhaoqinyu away. With Feng Zhaoqinyu's loyalty to the queen, as long as there is a chance to serve her, she doesn't care whether her identity can be exposed to the sun. The water in Indicli is deeper than she thought. Fu Si thinks that the key node is still the legendary gem. As long as she finds out why Thor wants to get the mystery of Jialan, all the truth will come to the surface. The subconsciously increased strength made Xiao He wail again. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Fu Si was stunned for a moment, and still let go of the poor Totoro in her hand. Xiao He was startled before he could complain a few words, and quickly turned back into a bracelet, and returned to Fu Si's wrist. So you are here? A strange voice reached Fu Si's ears. Fu Si turned her head, and saw a tall and sharp woman. Your Majesty asked me to tell you that you will pass the inspection level soon. Please stay in the lounge, and don't go out in the next time. They are about to arrive in Indicli faster than Fu Si imagined. The source of the matter is there, and this journey may not be a bad thing. Fuzi replied in a relaxed manner, I understand. I will go back right away. Chapter 206. Fuzi now has Xiao He and Shizai Fenzei in her pocket. When she passed the customs inspection, she thought for half a second about how to get away with it. Who knew that the ship that Tan Sui Wu he was on had no intention of stopping for inspection. It entered the interior of Indicli unimpeded and headed straight for the main city. Qingyu is the largest city-state in the entire Indicli. When Fuzi came to participate in the competition held by Mike, it was also held in the space station built next to German, which is still a long way from the core of the main city. So according to common sense, the inspection level here should be more stringent. Is it because Tan Sui Wu he is here? Her perception has covered the entire ship, and there is no need for special inspection? Fuzi shook her head, and did not think about it further. She grabbed Xiao He on the table and reminded, Next, without my permission, you are not allowed to use any mental power. Do you understand? Xiao He nodded hurriedly. There are countless high-level guides in Qingyu. Tan Sui Wu he turned a blind eye to its existence, but it does not mean that others can tolerate it. This is a place with zero tolerance for pollution sources. Once Xiao He is discovered, Yu Ming will be destroyed together. By the way, your strength should have almost recovered. How are you going to help me with my memory? Fuzi lowered her eyes, and looked at it without any emotion. Xiao He trembled involuntarily, and then quickly replied, I can go deep into your spiritual sea. If your previous memory was sealed because of some opportunity, then I can definitely dig it out, but if you don't have the so-called deep memory, I can't do anything. Fuzi's expression was indistinguishable, and her breath was very cold. Xiao He's voice became smaller and smaller, and the whole mouse became trembling. In fact, its ability is not difficult to guess. Fuzi discovered it when she was in the polluted area. Xiao He can fabricate the characters in their memories. The reference of personality, appearance, tone and style is all from their memories. And from the appearance of Morin, Xiao He's mental power is far stronger than she expected. It takes a lot of mental power to support a double S-level sentinel to fight against her, otherwise Fuzi would not be able to suppress Xiao He so easily. If it wants to escape, Fuzi will not leave it alive, and can only kill it on the spot to ensure that it is foolproof. Fortunately, this thing is a little bit afraid of life and hides in Yuming. Wait until we settle down. Fuzi let go of Xiao He. I will find a chance to let you enter my spiritual sea. You should know what will happen if you deceive me. Understand, understand? Xiao He quickly agreed. Just give me 10 minutes. I only need 10 minutes. Fuzi said nothing more. She transformed Yu Ming into a more concealed armband, and hid it under her clothes. Unless you touch it yourself, you won't see anything unusual. The red vine was originally quietly entwined on Fuzi's waist. After feeling Xiao He's breath, it was very dissatisfied. It just twisted a little, and Fuzi held down the tip of its tail. This guy is much more naughty than Meyergas. Because it is nourished by Fuzi's spiritual power, it always wants to drill into places with more spiritual power. Parts like the heart and the back of the neck are obviously more attractive to it. The skin of the vine of the guaiac wood is not completely smooth, with a little rough plant texture. It feels itchy and has a slight tingling sensation when it is scratched against her skin. This would remind her of some inappropriate images. Fortunately, it was obedient enough and became much more honest after noticing that Fuzi was in a bad mood. Like a child who had made a mistake. But Fuzi's mind was full of the next plan, and she had no intention of comforting it. From the most pessimistic point of view, she only had 12 days left. Indicli's Prayer Day was a large-scale event for the entire galaxy, held once every 10 years, presided over by the Queen herself, and all important figures would be present. In other words, the internal defense on that day might be the most stringent, while the church would be relatively loose. If you want to find out what Thor is planning, that day is the best opportunity. I just don't know how far Thor's power has extended, and whether there are spies from other families to tip him off. A conversation flashed through Fuzi's mind. In the lounge, Tan Sui Wu had clearly sensed that Xiao He was eavesdropping on their conversation, so why did he still tell her the secret of history? From her perspective, perhaps it was not entirely for Bai Jianqing to hear. Fuzi suddenly showed a strange smile. She was talking to me. So that's how it was. The reason why the tour was chosen in the remote hot spring beehive was entirely planned by the Banshee family. They have secretly colluded with Thor. Then how much does Tan Sui Wu know? Why didn't she punish him? In this case, Tan Sui Wuhan not only proposed a leader battle to her, but also made such a deal with her in the black and white building. Does she really want to eliminate an external threat for Indeclare? Fusey is almost certain that her real purpose is not here. There is only one explanation. Whether Fusey wins or loses, she can achieve her goal. Click. The heavy metal door opened again, and a familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared in Fusey's sight. We are about to arrive at the main city. His Majesty asked me to inform you to be prepared. Her voice was still slow and vague, but she seemed to firmly believe that Fusey could understand. Fusey couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It was really considerate. What she meant was that she should hide Xiaohei and not be discovered. Fusey nodded. I know, thank you for your hard work. Her optical brain was controlled, and if you wanted to communicate with her, you could only rely on the most primitive human power to pass the message, which was inevitably a bit troublesome. Fusey saw that she was still hesitant after she finished speaking, and couldn't help but wonder, is there anything else? I want to ask you, when you were in Dancetu, have you seen Feng Zhao? Have you seen Qingyu? She spoke quickly and in a low voice, looking around, always alert to whether there was a figure approaching. Fusey was really surprised. She waved her hand. There is an inspector in the corridor. Come in and talk. She shook her head lightly and briefly, and her voice became even lower. No, I just asked a question. I will leave after I get the answer. Fusey looked her up and down, and was a little surprised. Feng Zhao Qingyu was popular. After leaving for so many years, there were still people who cared about her. If I remember correctly, this person had 3 emblem feathers on his shoulders, and his official position was not low. Fusey's eyes moved slightly, and a plan came to her mind. I saw her. She is doing well. I heard that the Queen will arrange a new identity for her, so she won't have to stay in prison in Dancetu in the future. Perhaps sensing that something was wrong here, the inspector in the corridor slowly approached, leaving little time for the two to talk. Hearing Fusey's news, the woman was obviously very happy, with a touch of tenderness in her eyes. Thank you for telling me. But Fusey changed the subject and looked at her. When I left Dancetu, she disappeared, and I don't know where she went. The expression on the woman's face suddenly became a little stiff, as if she was trying her best to hide her emotions, and didn't want Fusey to see the clues. Why? Before she finished speaking, the supervisor had already approached, and they had to end the conversation. Seeing the woman's back disappear at the end of the corridor, Fusey knew that she had planted a seed. If she guessed correctly, this should be the soldier that Feng Zhao Qingyu led in the past. In the blink of an eye, he has become so successful. So it's not too much for her to borrow him, right? Fusey leaned back comfortably on the recliner, waiting for her to visit again. Chapter 207. I don't know if their private conversation was exposed, or Fusey overestimated Feng Zhao Qingyu's appeal. The person who asked her about Feng Zhao Qingyu's recent situation did not come to her again, and Fusey arrived at the main city space station safely. Perhaps the previous journey left some not-so-good memories. Fusey always felt that this trip would not be too smooth. Who knew that until she set foot on Qingyu's territory, no episode happened. Fusey stretched her arms and waist lazily, dragged her steps out, and glanced at Bai Jianqing's back from time to time. He looked very quiet, without the panic in the lounge a few days ago. As the main ship gradually disintegrated, Fusey stepped on Qingyu's territory with both feet. She raised her hand to cover the dazzling stars, and a sudden flower fragrance drifted through her nose. Fusey squinted her eyes. It was a familiar smell, lighter than what she remembered. It was the smell of tan sui flower, elegant and rich, lingering in her nose for a long time. There was a sound of light, and neat footsteps in her ears. Fusey looked sideways, and saw that the church team was approaching. The leader was Tan Sui-in, and Thor followed behind her with his eyebrows downcast. If Fusey remembered correctly, the church team should stay outside for a while to ensure that the search results were correct before entering. According to the normal speed, Thor should still be on the road at this time. How could he arrive with the main fleet? However, Fusey soon stopped worrying about this little detail. A strange mental fluctuation suddenly appeared. Fusey opened her eyes wide and looked. A familiar yet strange face quickly came to everyone. Tan Sui Wuha smiled, and naturally started talking to the visitor. Fusey looked at her lazily, and could not help but sigh at the special genes of the Feng Zhou family. The extremely similar inverted triangles of Feng Qingyu and Feng Zhao Qingyu left a very deep impression on Fusey, and the dark pupil color of their family can be said to be a very recognizable feature in Indeclare. Fusey listened to their conversation with her ears perked up, which was nothing more than some tired from the journey. Many matters in the main city need to wait for your majesty's judgment. There are still some matters to be confirmed on this prayer day, and so on. However, her tone was very relaxed. Although she was reporting on her work, it was obviously not urgent. Fusey looked around. The terrace where they stopped should be the core location of the main city. Through the observation window next to it, you can see the whole picture of Qingyu. It's almost time. Let's go back first. Tan Sui Wuha turned his head and looked at Fusey. Everyone then focused their attention on this uninvited guest. Her albinism was too conspicuous. Even if no one introduced her, everyone knew her identity. Even if they didn't welcome this dangerous person, they had to do their best. Feng Xiaoman had a smile on her face, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Leave the task of arranging this person to me. Fusey listened to their tone as if they were asking for her opinion, and was a little confused. When did the diplomats of Indeclare become so easy to talk to? I have no opinion. Fusey walked over, and when they were close to each other, the faint scent of the tan sui flower became more and more obvious. Strange, if she remembered correctly, although Feng Xiaoman was a guide, the nature of her job determined that she would often go in and out of crowded places, and such a strong smell was not in line with her work quality. Fusey put aside her doubts. After all, this was someone else's territory. Even if she wanted to investigate something, she had to wait until the storm was over. Feng Xiaoman motioned Fusey to follow her. Fusey had just taken 2 steps when her wrist suddenly trembled. A sharp pain spread from her wrist, and her ankle softened. Fusey staggered and barely stabilized her body. Tan Sui noticed the movement here, frowned slightly, and looked disapprovingly at Bai Jianqing, who had been silent all the time. After receiving the order, Bai Jianqing turned on the optical brain and tapped twice to unlock the distance limit on Fusey. Fusey's thoughts flowed. The control terminal of this set of genetic shackles was in Bai Jianqing's hands? If so, then things would be much simpler. Following Feng Xiaoman all the way down, this time without the range limit of the genetic shackles, her hands and feet were much more flexible. This set of genetic shackles is different from the ones Dancity usually uses. When not activated, it will not restrict the actions of criminals. It is said to be a human rights product. As they walked, a strange sound of footsteps came from the corner. Feng Xiaoman realized something and slowed down. 2 familiar faces appeared in their field of vision, and Fusey raised her eyebrows slightly. Sheki had been wearing goggles for many years. He did not have an artificial eye, and his vision depended entirely on mental perception. Why are you here? Feng Xiaoman frowned involuntarily, even though one of the people in front of her was her biological son. Feng Xiaoqing lowered his eyebrows and answered obediently, the patrol team is on vacation today. I heard that His Majesty will return soon. I am afraid that you will be too busy. Feng Xiaoman interrupted without question, observe discipline and abide by the rules. This is not the place you should come. Isn't your sister's lesson enough? Sheki, who wanted to speak, fell silent, leaning towards Feng Xiaoqing imperceptibly, and patting his back with his palm. The air was a little condensed for a moment. Fusey raised her eyebrows, looking at Feng Xiaoqing's gloomy face, and instinctively felt that something was wrong. But she had undoubtedly stepped into this muddy water, and she didn't want to get involved in this complicated mother-son relationship. The last poor person, who was constrained by family ties, is still missing. Feng Xiaoqing and Sheki made way, and watched them leave quietly. But when they were about to walk out of this corridor, Xiaohei seemed to tremble a little, and Fusey pressed it without leaving a trace, so that it was not exposed in front of Feng Xiaoman. Beside him was a high-level pioneer guide, whose K1 level mental power could instantly perceive all mental fluctuations. If Xiaohei had any mental power leaked at this time, not to mention Feng Xiaoman, Fusey would crush it immediately. It was not until Fusey was arranged to stay in a special guest house that the feeling of being monitored like a shadow faded a lot. Fusey rubbed her arms involuntarily. This place was really uncomfortable. From the fragrance of flowers when she landed on the ground to Feng Xiaoman's strange attitude, Fusey felt that this prayer day celebration would not be so easy to start. She checked here. The guest house here was temporarily renovated. The number of monitoring stars and mental fluctuation detectors increased by more than 3 times. There was only one resident in such a large guest house. Well, she was happy to be quiet. However, not everyone can be as stable as her. Xiaohei's voice chirped in her mind. Just now I always felt that someone was watching me. Fusey was pouring flower tea from a cup. She paused for a moment after hearing this. She glanced at the monitoring star in the corner and communicated with Xiaohei in her spiritual sea. Are you sure? It's not because Feng Xiaoman is by my side? Absolutely not. Although the woman's spiritual power is strong, it is more like a sharp knife, and the peeper is a swamp. Xiaohei asked with lingering fear, isn't it that I have been discovered? Fusey thought about it. If someone has discovered Xiaohei's existence, It would be normal to expose her on the spot. She shouldn't be allowed to settle down like this. When they were in Dancetu, the people of the Federation didn't see the final shelter of the pollution source, nor did they know how much life essence Xiaohe had retained. They blindly believed in the Queen's decision. It was different in Indiclay. The attitude towards the disposal of pollution sources here has always been strict, and from Tan Sui Wu's tone, she is not a pure dictator. Fusey knew Xiaohe's ability well, and temporarily ruled out the option of misperception. Who could it be? The people who came to meet today were mixed, and Fusey saw many unfamiliar faces. Xiaohe was eagerly waiting for Fusey to explain the reason. When the tea on the table became warm, Fusey slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip. Not bad. Xiaohe, so what's the answer? If I'm exposed, you can't escape. We are rabbits in the same boat now. Its strange metaphor made Fusey speechless for a while, and she poured another cup of scented tea. Since he didn't expose it at the first time, it means he has something to ask for, or he has other plans. No matter which one it is, just deal with it as it happens. Xiaohe said sarcastically, just deal with it as it happens. Do you want to see where this is? Be careful that you will die in a foreign land before the leader battle starts. Fusey sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling door, with her chin propped up. The buildings in Indiclay are built with many translucent wall tiles, and living in them will unconsciously make people feel happy. She rarely punished Xiaohe for his bad mouth, but slowly said, how about we make a bet? If I win, you will be willing to help me do something, and if I lose, I will give you half of my spirit body to eat. Really? What are you betting on? Xiaohe became uncontrollably excited. The reason why it was defeated by Fusey was because it was still in the larval stage. It had experienced Fusey's spiritual body before. It would definitely reach the mature stage directly if it ate half of it. It would be up to it to leave or stay at that time. Fusey listened to its excited voice and threw out the bait calmly. I guess the peeper will show up tonight. What do you think? Although Xiaohe was still in the larval stage, he had read a lot of human memories, and was familiar with these twists and turns. He hesitated and said, we just arrived today. Even if someone has evil intentions, they must wait for the storm to calm down before they dare to show up, right? Fusey took a sip of the teacup. So do you want to bet? Xiaohe made up his mind. Okay. If the peeper comes to you today, I will be willing to help you. If he doesn't come, you must keep your promise. Fusey seemed to accidentally swipe on the table twice, and then covered it with her palm, and a contract with spiritual power was randomly generated. This was the method she used when she secretly saw Poseidon activate Justice Judgment. Although she did not have the corresponding spiritual body mutation skill, it was still feasible to temporarily make a labor contract. As long as the spiritual power was strong enough, the effectiveness of the contract would be guaranteed in a short period of time. Xiaohe could not wait to sign the bet, and prayed silently in his heart. He must be able to keep his composure, even if he had to wait until tomorrow night. He really wanted Fusey's spiritual body. Xiaohe, who was eager to eat, ignored Fusey's confident attitude and only thought about making a lot of money. It was worth it for him to be a humble servant under Fusey for so long. Chapter 208. Fusey sat in the corridor, maintaining the same posture until dark. The day and night in the main city of Indiclay are of the same length, so there is no curfew here, and the night is as exciting as the day. Fusey propped up her chin and stared at the high wall, silently estimating the time. People will definitely show up. It's just a matter of time. The reason why Fusey made a bet with Xiaohe tonight is thanks to the little episode on the way here. At that time, Feng Xiaoqingye said that the patrol team was on leave today, but Feng Xiaoman's attitude was very subtle, and he just told him to do his part. So Fusey inferred that Feng Xiaoqingye's excuse was deliberately said to her alone. That's why Feng Xiaoman's lecture of observing discipline and abiding by the rules implied that Feng Xiaoqingye did something wrong, but it was not easy to point it out directly in front of her, an outsider. There is another thing that Fusey cares about. When Feng Xiaoman talked about Feng Xiqingyu, there was no regret or nostalgia in her tone, but more contempt and disappointment. You have to know that Feng Xiaoqingyu is a typical child of destiny. She has been promoted since she was selected into the Royal Guards. At a young age, she has reached a height that her peers can never reach in a lifetime. It is said that during her tenure, all the younger generations of Feng Xiao and Liu Yu's family lived under her shadow. Such a person, even if he was exiled because of excessive pollution, should not have no regrets at all. Hee, give me a full meal, I will show you something interesting. Xiaohe's voice suddenly sounded. Fusey did not allow it to use the voice of a woman or a child, so it always used the voice of a boy, which sounded a bit mean at the moment. Fusey stretched her stiff neck. What's the matter? Could it be that Feng Xiaoqingyu has some evidence in your hand? Xiao Hei said with great interest. It's not an evidence. Just tell me whether you want to see it or not. Its particularly cheerful voice was in her ears. Combined with the timing of its voice, Fusey touched her chin. Could it be that? The most difficult opponent in Feng Zhao Qingyu's mind is a very unexpected person. She guessed 80% of the truth as soon as she opened her mouth. Xiao Hei shuddered suddenly. Although it is only a consciousness now, it does not prevent it from thinking Fusey is scary. Seeing that it didn't say anything for a long time, Fusey raised her lips slightly. Did I guess it? Xiao Hei saw that the dinner was gone, and snorted angrily. Guess what? I didn't say anything. Fusey sighed faintly. Really? I was thinking of cooking for you. It seems that you don't need it very much. Yes. I need it very much. I will synchronize the picture to your spiritual sea now. Xiao Hei flatteringly packed everything that happened in the fog and sent it to Fusey's spiritual sea, like a small businessman who was afraid that the client would go back on his word. A ball of black mist emanated from Fusey's fingertips, and slowly wrapped it around Yu Ming disguised as a necklace. Ignoring Xiao Hei's chattering voice, I opened the huge compressed package in my mind. Fusey took a quick look, and it was almost the same as she guessed. The most difficult opponent to deal with in Feng Zhao Qingyu's mind was Tan Sui-yin. How should I put it? As a Moran who has no concept of parents, she can't quite understand Feng Zhao Qingyu's jealousy. Because she wants to get all the maternal love from the monarch, she regards Tan Sui-yin as her biggest enemy. Well, it's a bit absurd no matter how you think about it. But when I saw Feng Zhaoman today, I felt that it made sense. Fusey is very sensitive to people's emotions. It has nothing to do with mental perception. This is her innate talent. At the moment when Feng Zhao Qingyu was mentioned, Feng Zhaoman showed no intention of hiding the negative emotions. Fusey finished watching the images transmitted by Xiao Hei, and Xiao Hei burped after eating and drinking. At that time, I used the illusion of her brother to lure her in, but guess what? She didn't fall for it at all. Later, I used Tan Sui-yin's illusion, and she rushed in before I did anything. Xiao Hei was amazed. I really don't understand what's going on in the human brain. They are obviously so angry that their teeth itch, but they still subconsciously protect her. Fusey was thoughtful. No wonder Feng Zhao Qingyu asked about Wang Ji's whereabouts as soon as she saw her. It turned out that she was tricked in by Xiao Hei. Now think about it, there are still many strange things about her. Moreover, Tan Sui-wuha had already said that he would arrange a new identity for her to escape, and it was not impossible for her to return to Indiclare after the storm had passed. But she just disappeared for no reason. Not only did Fusey not remember her existence, but even Euphemia seemed to have forgotten this criminal who had escaped when the contaminated area spread. Feng Zhao Qingyu had no spiritual body, and could disappear without anyone noticing. Most likely someone helped her, or she was held hostage. From Fusey's point of view, the possibility of the former was far greater than the latter. Two small collisions of bang-bang suddenly sounded. Surrounded by high walls and tall trees, there was only one person in the yard. Fusey came to her senses, and turned to look at the monitoring stars around. I don't know when they all entered a semi-dormant state, and the patrol route was directly cut in half. At this moment, the place where Fusey was sitting became a blind spot for surveillance. Fusey raised her eyelids and looked at the person who came. The dark figure was wearing a layer of opaque hood, which looked a bit like the one in the church. Fusey said lazily, "It's faster than I thought." As soon as the person appeared, Xiao Hei knew that he had lost completely. He screamed, "Did you two make an appointment to play with me? You treat me as an enemy." It's no wonder that Xiao Hei was suspicious. At this moment, only 4 hours had passed since dark, and there was still a long time before dawn. If Fusey hadn't made an appointment with this person to meet, it could only mean that the person who came was really anxious and wanted to see her as soon as possible at the risk of being discovered. Fusey supported her hands behind her back and leisurely lifted her legs. "Don't you want to show me your face?" Xiao Hei called out twice, and was ready to go to bed. Fusey blocked its mental connection. Sheki reached out and took off his hood. He didn't wear goggles, and his expressionless white eyes looked at Fusey. "I take you away." "Huh?" Fusey looked at him with a little care for him. "You're not crazy, are you? This is the main city, Qingyu. Sheki should know more about how many monitoring stars and destroyers there are outside than she does." The pale and beautiful boy pursed his lips. "Time is tight. There is only one chance. I will send you away from Qingyu." Fusey raised her eyebrows. Sheki was not a joker. He could say that, which proved that he had made the corresponding preparations. Fusey glanced behind him meaningfully. "Why, elope with me?" Hearing this, the boy in front of him had a red ear, and his voice was lowered. "I'm serious. You can't fight a leader battle with His Majesty. It's not too late to leave now to avoid the limelight. The night breeze was blowing, and the surroundings were quiet. Fusey stared at him for a while, and suddenly laughed out loud. Sheki stared at the smile on Fusey's lips in confusion, a little at a loss. Fusey pointed to the seat beside her. Sit down. No matter what plans you have, cancel them first and wait until tomorrow morning before leaving. As a result, when she looked up, she met Sheki's disapproving eyes. Fusey couldn't help tapping her temple. I'm not saying, did you forget your smart brain in the mic competition? If it wasn't for Tan Sui Wuha's instruction, you wouldn't have been able to get close to here. No, the reason I can come here. It was Thor who helped you get the pass and got the patrol system of the monitoring star, right? Fusey shook her head slightly. The church has always been under her control. Even if Thor's influence is unprecedented, it's just an ant colony nesting in the salt circle. Sheki lowered his head and rubbed the cold anti-infrared device on his cuffs with his fingers. I understand. Fusey waited quietly for a while and seemed to understand what Tan Sui Wuha said to her. If we can't tell the real winner, I am willing to give you the victory, but I hope you can promise not to launch any invasion actions against Indiclaire in the next 100 years. From the surface meaning, Tan Sui Wuha cares more about Moran's attitude and behavior than victory. But Fusey faintly felt the taste of a last word from these words. From the observations of the past few days, the internal relationship structure of Indiclaire is not simpler than that of Defil. On the contrary, because of the single social structure for nearly 1,000 years, the accumulated corruption and disease in Indiclaire are more fatal. Let's not talk about whether the church has ulterior motives. What is Soul's real purpose? Tan Sui Wuha probably knew about the secret collusion between Sheki and Soul, but she didn't know why she chose to let it go. The Banshee family is known as the Queen's Heart. It has been stable and prestigious for many years, but it has already had second thoughts in the dark. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the internal situation. Tan Sui Wuha wants to strive for 100 years of peace for this homeland to eliminate internal troubles. But Fu Si still doesn't understand. What can she do to fight those parasites if she loses her life? Could it be that Tan Sui Wuha has a backup plan, but once the leader battle is launched, there will inevitably be casualties? Fu Si believes that she and Tan Sui Wuha are evenly matched, and no one is sure to win. If it is a tie, Tan Sui Wuha will be willing to give up the victory, as long as Fu Si ensures that Moran will never invade Indiclaire's territory within 100 years. You have to know that if this kind of thing is spread out, it will be written in history and carried in the coffin. Putting herself in his shoes, Fusey asked herself that she didn't want to leave any defeat, not to mention that Tan Sui Wuha had no less than her honor shackles. Sheki approached her silently, but did not sit next to her rashly. Give me a reason. Sheki tried to blink, even though he could only see a vague shadow. You obviously have a choice. Fusey felt a little strange. Sheki's attitude and behavior clearly showed that he had extraordinary feelings for her. But Fusey didn't remember when she had seen him. Fusey stared at his handsome face, because the white pupils added a bit of weirdness, making him look a little cold. Have I seen you somewhere? Fusey answered the question irrelevantly. Chapter 209. Fusey could feel that after she asked this question, Sheki became visibly excited. He blinked. Actually, I was not born with white pupils, nor was I born blind. This sentence almost made it clear. Fusey tried to search her memory. In fact, in her limited experience, she had only stepped into Indiclaire a few times. She quickly locked the time period, but she looked at Sheki's figure and face again, and was a little surprised. Is that child who was eating by the lake you? Sheki was not exposed to the unbearable past, but was uncontrollably excited. Is it that you still remember? I'm very happy. It was unbelievable that Fusey thought that the child would die in winter. The first time she met Sheki was on the border of Indiclaire. Fusey was visiting for a group of dispatch teams that disappeared for no reason. At that time, Moran and Indiclaire were close to allies, so she received a friendly reception. In her free time while searching for the whereabouts of the team, Fusey would observe the customs of Indiclaire, and catch 2 fish from the natural lake in the backyard to satisfy her hunger. It was then that she discovered a small figure squatting in the weeds in the backyard. His eyes were big and round, as black as ink, like a dirty black cat. Fusey wanted to tease him, so she threw the fish she caught in front of him to observe his reaction. Unexpectedly, he immediately picked up the still jumping black fish and bit it until his mouth was full of blood. At that time, he didn't care whether the food in his hand was delicious or whether his movements were appropriate. His dark pupils were full of the desire to survive. Fusey was using the body of 2547 at the time, and her white hair color was very recognizable, so it was not surprising that she could leave a deep impression on Sheki. Fusey suspected that he recognized her as Mike. Sheki chuckled. Yes, when we met, although I couldn't see you, my spirit told me that it was you. Fusey thought of the spirit with a human face and a snake body that always followed Sheki, and suddenly turned her head to see that it was indeed standing not far away, with a handsome face that was so handsome that it was difficult to tell whether it was male or female, facing her quietly. It saw Fusey's movements, opened its mouth in a friendly manner, and the forked tongue tip moved up and down, collecting the smell information in the air. Fusey clearly remembered that when she fed Sheki casually, he was clearly an ordinary person with no mental power. His limbs were thin and weak, and he couldn't even catch grass carp in the lake alone. Besides, his age at that time had long passed the best time to awaken his spirit. Fusey opened her palm toward Sheki, and the spirit with a human face and a snake body dutifully transmitted this scene to Sheki. Sheki was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head obediently, letting Fusey touch his eyes. Fusey touched his eye sockets, and felt no abnormal mental fluctuations or blood clots. The skin touched by her fingers was cold. He closed his eyes, but his eyelashes kept trembling because of nervousness. If she remembered correctly, the inherited spirit of the Banshee family was a three-eyed snake, and only once every 200 years would a spirit with a human head and a snake body awaken. In this way, Sheki must have paid an unimaginable price to awaken by force, and his eyes were affected by drugs or mental oppression, which led to blindness. Miserable. There is no essential difference from the little black cat hiding in the bushes before. Sheki felt that she had not moved for a long time, and explained in a low voice, "It is my own choice." Fusey came back to her senses, and slowly withdrew her hand. Acquired drugs forcefully stimulate the awakening of the spirit body, which will indeed cause irreversible damage to the body. There is also the second half of the sentence that Fusey did not say. Now the technology of mechanical prosthesis is very mature, and Sheki can completely use artificial eyes to make up for the missing vision. But some guides who are born with disabilities will have stronger and more acute perceptions than ordinary guides. In a way, physical disabilities will create a broad spiritual realm. This is the path he chose. Sheki tilted his head. Actually, I didn't plan to go back this time. Fusey supported her chin and glanced at him. Banshee is willing to let you die? A special spirit body that can only be awakened once in 100 years, shouldn't it be treated as an heir and cultivated well? However, the people who have been in charge of the Banshee family for generations have all been women. But in the face of absolute talent, gender is not an insurmountable gap. The breeze gradually rose, the night darkened, and the boy shook his head gently. She has many children, and I used to be the most insignificant one. Dying on the border is my destiny. This is another blind spot in Fusey's knowledge. She asked with a little humility, do biological children also have different levels? Maybe? Sheki tried to open his eyes wide, but he didn't really understand. Because my talent is not excellent, my father used drugs to conduct an acquired awakening experiment to make my mother happy. He stretched out his finger and pointed at his eyes. Blindness can win my mother's love, which is a rare weapon. Fusey tilted her head. The surrounding monitoring stars had not yet resumed their actions. It seemed that Sheki had really spent a lot of money this time, and was determined to save her from danger. Such sincere feelings were just because of a meal that he gave her as a child. Fusey thought about it, and said directly, "What is your relationship with Thor?" She just wanted to see Sheki's reaction, and did not expect him to tell her everything. Sheki was stunned, and his lifeless eyes fixed on Fusey. In fact, I know very little about him. When I met him, he was already the leader of the Golden Foot Crow Church. Fusey calculated Thor's specific age in her heart. His face looked very young. But the strength of the heartbeat, and the speed of the eyeballs will not lie. Did he sneak in to meet you when he visited the society last time? Fusey continued to ask. You took Yulan away too, right? Sheki opened his mouth, and an unconcealable surprise appeared on his face. He thought he had done everything well enough, but he was still easily discovered by the person in front of him. The young man stammered and said with a wry smile, "Is it too late for me to choose a side now?" At present, Thor only has the advantage of information, but Fusey can restore the facts by inference. Unless necessary, he doesn't want to stand on the opposite side of Fusey. Fusey waved her hand. Yulan is very important to me. If you know its whereabouts, you can exchange something from me. Speaking of trading, Sheki suddenly remembered something. He stood up and took out an old and rotten iron sheet from his folded pocket. Fusey's eyes moved involuntarily and froze. Sheki didn't notice her strangeness. He explained, "This is a special prize from the exhibition match. Principal Shilai gave it to me personally. He said something very strange at the time. Now I think it should be prepared for you." He didn't plan to go back today, so he brought this thing with him. No matter whether it is important or not, he doesn't want to leave any regrets. Fusey reached out to take the metal piece he handed over. It was cold to the touch, and the uneven surface was a bit cutting. She subconsciously rubbed it carefully. There was a buzzing in her ears. Fusey saw Sheki's lips moving, but no syllables were heard. Countless images flashed through her mind, but there was no useful information. Fusey's adrenaline surged, but the pain in the back of her head did not ease at all. Who? It's not just the head, the atrium seems to have been pierced, and is leaking air. She covered her heart and slowly bent down. Sheki finally realized that something was wrong. When Shilai handed the thing to him, he only said, "If it were you, this key would not be useful." Now Fusey could no longer maintain basic consciousness. She held the ordinary metal sheet tightly. The sharp blade cut her hand with deep blood, and the entire metal sheet was crumpled into a ball of scrap metal. Sheki hurriedly reached out to grab Fusey's wrist. The strong smell of blood spread in the air, and sticky and slippery cold sweat flowed down Fusey's forehead. How could this happen? I didn't mean to do it. Can you still hear me? Sheki didn't dare to touch her bloody palm, and could only pinch her shoulders to support her body. Fusey let out a suppressed groan of pain in her throat. The pain on her palm was just a tip of the glacier. The last time she felt this kind of dying pain was when she first merged with 2547's body. Along with the pain, fragmented memories appeared. She saw herself walking side by side with a blurry figure in a completely unfamiliar environment, and then saw Morin's enlarged face filled with shadows, and finally the picture stopped in the familiar pure white laboratory. At the same time, Fusey got an important message. Fusey endured the pain and let go of the iron sheet in her hand. The sticky and warm blood fell to the ground along the lines of her palm. Sheki noticed that her mental fluctuations had stabilized, and the snake-like spirit standing behind the two of them quietly returned to the corner. Where is Yulan? Fusey's hoarse voice sounded like a crow screaming in her throat, and Sheki couldn't help frowning. He couldn't see what happened to Fusey, but he could feel her frantic mental fluctuations, and the thick smell of blood floating in the air. In this case, her first sentence was still asking about Yulan's whereabouts. Sheki took a deep breath. Yulan is very smart. It found that I would harm it, so it threw down a part of it as bait. I used it to make a deal with Thor. Fusey got a message from those intermittent fragments that she was not a carbon-based creature in the conventional sense. Yulan was most similar to her in terms of life form. And Thor was obviously doing the same experiment as Morin. They wanted to imprison this non-human life form in a certain container to achieve the purpose of studying biodiversity. It's just that Morin was more radical. He placed thousands of experimental subjects in front of Fusey, waiting for her to choose a place to live. Thor simply used gemstone raw stones as carriers, which was simple and rough and had a high fault tolerance rate. This is probably why he is obsessed with the mystery of Jialan. Fusey shook her head slightly. Her mind became clearer. The wound on her hand had solidified, but the fishy smell in her nose still lingered. Sheki let go of her hand, and after calming down, he remembered to ask, "What is that thing?" He studied the metal piece for a while after getting it, but the teammates said that they had never seen such a retro and shabby thing. It was only half the size of a palm, and one of the four corners seemed to be missing. The words and carvings on the surface seemed to have been worn away, and no information could be seen clearly. Fusey lowered her eyes and looked at the thing that rolled on the ground. "What did Shilai tell you?" "He said that if it was you, this key would not be useful." Sheki repeated it in Moran language, and even the tone and pauses were exactly the same as in his memory. So Fusey heard an annoying indifference from this passage, as if everything in the world was under control and there was nothing to worry about. Shilai did it on purpose. Because the prizes of exhibition matches are mostly things with far more commemorative significance than practical significance, Fusey naturally did not expect that the key to unlock her memory had left her at the beginning. This is an identity card. It is normal that you have never seen it. Now there is no physical terminal. All identity authentication can be completed by relying on biometric information and optical computer terminals. Fusey's voice was still a little weak, but her voice was as calm as ever. Her memory was still not fully restored, only vague fragments. Sheki did not ask any more questions, and said, "Soul's purpose is unclear. I hope you can think carefully. Staying here means staying under the surveillance of the Golden Foot Crow Church, and every move will be restricted." Fusey waved her hand. "I guess he will soon lose interest in watching me. The church will change by tomorrow morning at the latest." "How could that be?" Sheki subconsciously retorted, "There is no news leaking out now. If there is a policy change, we will definitely receive the news." Fusey slowly exhaled. No major battle in history has been announced in advance. Similarly, hunters will not announce it to the world before setting traps. Sheki fell silent. He looked at Fusey's hand and immediately stood up to get the light therapy device. You still need to treat your hand. Tetanus vaccine must also be arranged. Fusey shook her hand carelessly. Indigo mist spread from her palm, the deep wound that could be seen to the bone gradually healed, and the sound of blood and flesh growing wildly was clearly audible. Sheki paused and his pupils widened slightly. He used to live under the same roof with Yulan, and he was very familiar with this kind of mental fluctuation. Medusa, who had been silent in the corner, could not hold back any longer. She stood up and swam around Fusey anxiously. After pondering for a while, Sheki whispered, "Do you need mental counseling?" Fusey opened her eyes. "No, I'm awake now." The discomfort of the dull pain in the back of her head had faded. Fusey now received unexpected news. When Shiohei fully recovered, she might be able to dig out all the memory fragments. Even if Shilai was a riddle man and refused to tell the truth, she had a way to figure out the mystery of her body. Fusey looked at the blood line on her palm that was healing. This time, she was more surprised than she had imagined. Chapter 210. Fusey's self-healing speed far exceeds that of a normal sentinel. If Sheki had moved a little slower, the wound on her hand might have healed. Sheki put down the medical kit in his hand and touched the skin on Fusey's palm with some disbelief. It was intact. Only the remaining bloodstains showed that her once-cut palm was not an illusion. Sheki couldn't see it, so he could only judge her bleeding amount and calculate her healing time based on the bloody smell in the air. Generally speaking, the healing speed of a normal sentinel's wound is 3 times that of an ordinary person. For a special spirit body like Tan Sui Wuha, the healing speed will be more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. The wound on Fusey's palm healed in 10 minutes. This recovery speed even exceeded that of the queen with the phoenix spirit body. This terrifying self-healing speed reminded Sheki of Yulan. When Yulan was taken in by the Banshee family, if any of the younger generation was injured in the contaminated area, they could offer 2 raspberry cakes to Yulan and healed instantly without doing anything. It works better than any medical cabin. An idea inevitably popped up in Sheki's mind. Could Fusey have already got Yulan and was just testing his attitude now? It's no wonder he was suspicious. Fusey's image to the outside world was that of an extremely egoist. She could sit down and talk to you calmly. It must be because you have something to gain from her. Sheki paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was a little hoarse. I really don't know where the remaining Yuan is. Fusey was still looking at the red marks on her palm, and when he heard him say that, she knew he was overthinking again. Although the situation is tense now, Fusey spread her hands. But I don't want to be your enemy. Sheki slightly widened his eyes, trying to make his white pupils look harmless. I am very happy. Fusey looked at him like this, and couldn't bear to tell the truth. After awakening the spirit of Medusa, Sheki is undoubtedly the most promising heir of the Banshee family in this generation. Indicli's male genes have natural defects, and compared with a healthy and strong heir, Sheki has more room for operation. And from the current situation, Sheki also knows some information about Thor. It's just that I have reservations, and can't confess everything. Fusey thought about the various strange things she found after coming to Indicli today. Do you know Feng Zhao Qingyu? Fusey asked. Hearing this familiar name, Sheki was stunned at first, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Qingye is my teammate, but I rarely hear him mention his sister. Qingye and I are already relatively talented, but compared with his sister, we are the difference between Hongyang and the ditch. Sheki's tone was very calm, and there was no jealousy or bitter personal emotions. I don't know if you have heard a saying, in Indicler, every family has its own problems. Sheki explained to Fusey. The general meaning is that every family is not easy to get along with. My mother has countless children, and Fengza Qingye is now the only child in the family. Sheki suddenly remembered something and added, but Lin Xian is an accident. Lin Xian, the adopted daughter, seemed to have no sense of existence. She didn't even have time to meet Fusey in the finals of Mike. Lin Xian's arrival has relieved Qingye's pressure in a sense. Sheki slowly sat down next to Fusey. The night is long, so it's okay to chat. In fact, since the finals, Fusey has discovered that Fengza Qingye has a stubbornness that is hard to ignore. White rainbow piercing the sun, this large-scale spiritual body mutation skill will drain the host's spiritual power in an instant. It is a deadly skill that will make both sides desperate. At that time, Aina obviously had a trump card that she had not used. If she bit back, the consequences for the entire team could be serious or minor. Fusey could feel his urgency. He wanted to win desperately. In fact, this is also human nature. Who doesn't want to win the game when participating in Mike? Sheki is as sharp as Fusey. He continued, he can't lose any game. If he doesn't win the first place in a game, he will have an extra brand on his body. Brand? Fusey was obviously a little surprised, then he. Yes, Qingye took a leave of absence after the finals. On the surface, it was to prepare for joining the patrol team, but in fact, it was because the brand marks were difficult to hide and needed time to recover. Because he lost to Fusey in the finals, he had to be punished? What kind of twisted logic is this? Is Feng Xiaoman too respectful to Feng Zhao Qingye? Or too contemptuous of me? Fusey tilted her head. Is it not normal to lose to me? What's more, the few people in her team are not easy to deal with. Well, it may be a bit inappropriate for me to say this. Sheki pondered for a while. You know, the history of the Fengzhe family is the longest in the entire Indeclare. They are known as the Queen's Eye. Because of their strict and demanding family style, they have always been the leaders of the 4 major families. Fusey suddenly thought of something. But in the past 100 years, Ban's reputation has far surpassed Feng Zhao, right? Sheki shrugged. The outside world has a sharp eye. In terms of family strength, there is no situation where one is superior to the other, but judging from the attitude of the Queen and the Church, my mother is indeed more valued by the Queen. Fusey recalled the conversation between Tan Suwu and Bai Jianqing. The Banshee family had a history of colluding with foreign enemies, but it still stood firm. It's quite capable. And if she remembered correctly, Ban Shiwui had been in this position for hundreds of years. Most of the people who colluded with Chris back then were also her. The guide who awakened the spirit of Medusa will become exceptionally long-lived. Moreover, as a woman, Ban Shiwui's gene sequence is close to perfect. Fusey had an inexplicable premonition. This balance is about to be broken. Ten Sui Wu did not bring up the leader battle on a whim. She probably wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to do something. However, in the current interstellar situation, the only people who are qualified for her to bring up the leader battle are Shilai and Morin, and Fusey. Morin cannot leave Moros, Shilai will not accept the invitation, and only Fusey, a moody guy, may bring up a leader battle with her. Fusey could not help but pat her forehead. Okay, I am setting a trap for her here. It must be said that Tan Sui Wu knows her very well, and knows that she will do whatever it takes to achieve her goals. For this reason, he specially proposed an ambiguous deal to stimulate her fighting spirit. Fusey's memory was pried open, and she had a clearer understanding of many things. Ten Sui Wu may really know her in the past, and perhaps their relationship is not bad. Fusey can now better guess her thoughts. Sheki felt a breeze blowing by his side, as if Fusey raised her arm. Fusey pointed to the horizon, and then remembered that Sheki couldn't see it. She said in a casual tone, "Just wait, when the sun rises, someone will be in trouble." Chapter 211. It turns out that Fusey's sensitivity in this matter is far greater than her love radar beacon. Before dawn, the two people sitting in the corridor heard a sharp buzzing sound. This sound was too familiar to Sheki, who grew up in Indiclai. He subconsciously exclaimed, "Something happened to the Black Tower." Huh? Fusey was a little surprised. Wasn't the Black Tower suspended because of human rights violations? Sheki explained quickly, yes, but later after Thor took office, he proposed to reactivate the Black Tower, not as a training place for sentinels, but to select mecha pilots, that is, ordinary human soldiers. Fusey nodded. No wonder he has such a high prestige among the people. It turns out that he transformed the main contradiction. If he was born in a war, he would be a strategist. Sheki smiled bitterly. Transforming contradictions does not mean that contradictions are weakened, but just exist in another way. As we all know, Indiclai is the most populous galaxy, and most of the people in Indiclai practice natural reproduction, so the sentinel population here only accounts for 20% of the total population. The number of guides is even more scarce. For every 10 awakened spirit body owners, only 3 will become guides. In the early years, when the selection of the White Tower and the Black Tower had not been stopped, the conflict between the sentinels had almost reached an irreconcilable point. The sentinels with strong bodies and large numbers were natural warriors. A high-level guide was enough to control hundreds of low-level sentinels to fight at the same time. The sentinels who retired from the battlefield could not get spiritual counseling from the guides, nor could they get good comfort from the shadow of war, and most of them died young. This situation was not alleviated until Ten Sui Wu came to power. She promulgated a number of laws on the rights of sentinels, and used her own spiritual sequence as an upgrade reagent to improve the genetic conditions of most female sentinels, so that their spiritual bodies were stabilized again. When centralization reached its peak, Tan Sui Wu did not choose to monopolize power. She delegated the power in her hands to her guides, and the 4 major families, achieving a balance in a certain sense. In this respect, she is somewhat similar to Morin. It's just that Morin went too far when he promulgated the law to abolish the old aristocracy hundreds of years ago. The Review Council was no longer a dog that acted according to his face, but turned into a hungry wolf that was staring at the hunter's pillow. Who thought about it? Judging from the current population base and number of sentinels in Indiclaire, Sol could not sit on the position of Pope without the support of the bottom foundation. In other words, Sol gave ordinary people the opportunity to make achievements. At the same time, it also transformed the unequal class contradictions between sentinels into contradictions between ordinary people and spiritual body owners. Otherwise, he was a master of strategy. No, Fusey suddenly remembered something else. Since the Black Tower is back in use, what about the White Tower? Sheki was not surprised to hear her question. The White Tower and the Black Tower of Indiclaire are like a pair of lotus flowers, complementing each other. With my current authority, I cannot explore the interior of the White Tower. Sheki lowered his head in shame, seeming a little ashamed. Then how do you know whether the sound came from the Black Tower or the White Tower? Fusey seemed to say unintentionally. Sheki pointed to his white pupils and nodded his ears. I can't see, so I am more sensitive to the sound. The alarm sound of the Black Tower is low-frequency fluctuations, which is not suitable for warning guides. This sound will be more obvious to your ears. Fusey's eyebrows sank slightly. Sheki was right. This kind of sound was like someone dancing on her eardrums. It was particularly refreshing to hear it. The Black Tower currently existed as a selection camp for human warriors. The time of the accident was so coincidental that Fusey wanted to go and see the excitement. She looked around. The monitoring star was still on strike. It seemed that it would not recover for a while. As for Sheki, Fusey looked sideways. The boy sat next to her blankly, his white eyes were lifeless. Fusey didn't say anything, so he followed the silence. Want to go out and play? Fusey suggested, it's just right to send you home. If someone asks for accountability tomorrow morning, they probably won't be able to take care of it. I don't know if the prayer day and a few days can be held normally. Sheki thought about it, and nodded gently. The Black Tower is not far from here. If we can hijack a small shuttle, we can get there in 20 minutes. With the face of a good student, but talking about a plan that violates discipline and norms, it really makes the contrast full. Fusey lifted a strand of silver-white hair hanging in front of her chest and pretended to be worried. This white hair is still too conspicuous, I have to disguise it. Sheki was stunned, and then took out a disposable spray dye from his folded pocket. I brought this, but most women in Indiclaire have light hair color, you just need to disguise it a little. Fusey is a man of action. She put her hand on Sheki's left shoulder and said 3 words. Believe me. Sheki was slightly stunned. Before he could figure out the meaning of this sentence, the black fog that rose from the ground instantly swallowed his figure. The panic only lasted for a moment. Sheki was very adaptable, and quickly accepted the dark environment around him. When he recovered, he found a very strange breath in the corner. He looked over curiously, and found that it was a soft red plant vine. The thing slapped the space formed by the black fog twice in a bad mood, and then swam around in the place where it had hit as if it regretted it, like a pet cat that was angry because it found that its owner touched another dog. Sheki slowly calmed down. This place should be a folded space created by the spirit body. In principle, it does not occupy any space. It can accommodate the survival of organisms and spirits. It is a rare spiritual body mutation skill. This is... Sheki tried to speak, but his voice sounded like a film, and it was hazy and unreal when it reached his ears. Don't have a sense of resistance, you won't be digested. Fusey's voice came from all directions. Now Fusey was the only one left in the whole courtyard. She licked her lips subconsciously. This was one of her spirit body mutation skills. Disorder Corridor could temporarily store life forms, but they would be digested by her over time. The more struggling the prey was, the faster it would be digested. She had tried to swallow Morin with this skill once before, but the Shadow Weaver was too unpalatable, like chewing a wax-flavored wolf spider. And he had no intention of resisting at all. It took too long to swallow him, so she couldn't help but let him go. Morin was really like a slippery loach. He knew all her weaknesses and strengths, and knew very well how to survive under her hands. Fusey retracted her divergent thoughts, put Sheki in her spirit body, and walked out lightly. After all, this is a guest house, not the 18 prisons of the Tansway Palace. There are still loopholes to be exploited with a little trickery. However, Fusey did not hijack the shuttle boat parked on the road. Since the alarm sounded, the entire Qingyu Island has entered the first level alert. If she really hijacked a civilian shuttle boat, she would probably be exposed at the first time. Sheki still did not do enough bad things, and did not understand the importance of hiding his tracks. Fusey used the tall buildings around her to hide her body, but found that the surrounding monitoring stars had obviously reset the patrol routes manually. Such a meticulous route design and influence cannot be achieved by Sheki alone. Besides Thor, who else did you ask to help you? Fusey communicated with Sheki in a deep voice. He was silent for a moment, knowing that he could not hide it from her, and whispered, Bai Jianqing took the initiative to find me. He provided me with a route map and a private ship. I checked and the pass and documents are all real. Unexpectedly, Bai Jianqing could do this. Instead of secretly tripping Fusey up, he chose to take the risk of making Fusey disappear. Fusey was stunned. She was a little unsure of what Bai Jianqing was thinking. Sensing her hesitation, Sheki spoke at the right time. From the starting point, I think he is sincere. Fusey was silent for a while, and continued to move towards the Black Tower. She was very fast, and she did not need to follow the prescribed route of the shuttle, and she shuttled quickly in the central street with the alarm lights flashing. At this speed, it would only take her 20 minutes to get to the Black Tower by herself. Fusey squatted on the side of the road, staring at the patrol team that passed by quickly on the side of the road. They did not notice Fusey at all. What a loose team, Fusey sighed. At least they should be equipped with a quantum entanglement resonance device. Otherwise, if they encounter any invisible spirit body, Tan Sui Palace can come and go freely. Sheki whispered. This kind of team is generally only equipped with infrared detection and plasma aerosol appearance bombs. After all, it is still outside the main urban area, and large-scale screening equipment will not be activated, otherwise the normal life of the people will be affected. Fusey waited for them to go far away, got up and continued to rush towards the Black Tower. The monitoring star after passing the small building of the guest house is still operating normally, and because of the alarm, the first level alert mode was activated. The dense patrol route cannot let even a bird pass. Fusey looked for a while. She would not be detected by the infrared detector, but she could not blur the perspective of these monitoring stars by modifying cognition, so she could not use the method of dealing with patrol teams to deal with them. Fusey glanced, and saw the familiar raven emblem engraved not far away. Is that the logo of Liu Yu's family? Fusey narrowed her eyes slightly. Sheki couldn't see the screen, but he knew the approximate location of Liu Yu's family in Qingyu, and gave a positive answer. I remember that the inherited spirit of their family is very good at reconnaissance, so the number of monitoring stars inside the family is much sparser than outside. Fusey asked Sheki for confirmation. Sheki seemed to guess what she was going to do, and he nodded with gritted teeth. That's right, but the number of sentinels in Liu Yu's family is very large. If they are discovered, it may be difficult to escape. Fusey said very confidently, It's okay, if they are discovered, just kidnap Lukiki, and the boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Sheki, okay, you can invade from the right side, the monitoring star there is the weakest. One dares to speak, and the other dares to listen. Fusey saw the opportunity, and her figure suddenly disappeared under the huge raven emblem, and sneaked in silently. Chapter 212. Although Fusey's tone was relaxed and seemed to be joking, her actions were very cautious. If this operation was discovered, it would definitely be strictly monitored in the following period, and it would be difficult to avoid the eyes and act alone. Fusey hid in the shadows, and missed Luo Yi for the first time. His spiritual body was not suitable for frontal combat, but he was like a fish in water when doing this kind of infiltration mission. Speaking of which, from the news she heard, Luo Yi would be taken back to Indakla in a few days, but what identity he would return in was still under discussion. Fusey sighed softly. In the end, no one in this school graduated well. Fusey, pay attention to the front. Sheki said softly. Fusey stopped and looked ahead with a sense of something. Lukiki was sitting in the open space next to the training ground. In front of him was a white stone tower more than 1 person tall, and rectangular stones were piled on the side. Obviously, this game had been going on for some time. This is a stacking game that is more suitable for the Sentinel's physique. The density of the white stones is much higher than that of steel, and each piece weighs more than 1,000 pounds. Fusey has never played this kind of game, and it looks a bit novel. Wait, you can't draw that piece. Lukiki suddenly spoke. The sloppy voice sounded like asking for a beating. Why not? Hey, let me make it clear first. If you lose, you go and change your name. You can't cheat. Fusey raised her eyebrows. It seems that she ran into more than one acquaintance. Yin Cece's face poked out from behind the stone tower. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly stared at Fusey's direction alertly. Who? Fusey had no intention of hiding anything. She walked out of the shadows and waved to the two of them. Good evening. Lu Kik's eyes widened in astonishment. Am I Fuziki? Why are you here? Fuzzy disguised her hair color, but her face was still very recognizable. Lu Kiki recognized her at a glance. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Fuzzy spread her hands. But I want to borrow the thing in your hand. Lu Kiki was slightly stunned. She hadn't figured out why Fuzzy appeared here, and subconsciously looked at the black bracelet on her wrist. Yin Cece frowned and said unkindly, If I remember correctly, you should be waiting for a summons in the guest house now. Fuzzy took 2 steps forward and took in the surrounding situation without leaving a trace. Sure enough, when the two of them appeared together, the surrounding monitoring stars were in a dormant state. It seemed that this was not the first time they had such a private meeting. Lu Kiki hesitated. Since Fuzzy's identity was exposed after the finals, she felt as if she had been in another world when she thought of that finals. She said carefully, I don't have room to refuse, right? To be honest, Lu Kiki's intuition is very sharp. If you can't get it, then grab it. It is indeed Fuzzy's usual style. Fuzzy coughed lightly. I just want to join in the fun at the Black Tower. I won't cause any trouble. I will return it after I use it. I will also keep your meeting today a secret. How about it? Lu Kiki and Yin Cece looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. The guy opposite is not shy at all. She is simply a social terrorist. It is hard to say whether she will do something more outrageous. Fuzzy, let me out. Sheki suddenly spoke. Fuzzy disagreed. Are you sure? Sheki affirmed, believe me. He repeated what Fuzzy had said to him not long ago. Fuzzy thought about it, and lifted the disordered corridor, and Sheki's figure appeared in the dim training ground. Lu Kiki took a breath and shouted uncontrollably, Brother Chi. Why are you here? It's a long story. Sheki took 2 steps forward. You should have heard the alarm of the Black Tower. Without further ado, we need to use the internal route of Liu Yu's family to sneak in. The specific details are complicated. I will explain it to you later. He didn't give any effective information points, but his attitude was very sincere. Sheki didn't wear goggles, and a pair of strange white eyes stared at his former teammates quietly. That? Lu Kiki suddenly coughed, took off the black terminal on her wrist, and threw it to Sheki casually. My internal terminal is lost. Did you see it? She said the second half of the sentence to Yin Cece, who complained with a black line. Your acting is too bad. Lu Kiki hit him twice in a bad mood. You didn't see it, so what's the point of shouting? Seeing that she had made up her mind to continue acting, Yin Cece covered her arm and hissed twice. The Black Tower has recently transferred 2 patrol teams. Now there is a shortage of manpower and weak side monitoring. Although I don't know what happened, if you want to go, you still have to pay attention to the church's deployment. Fuzzy raised her eyebrows slightly, a little surprised that Yin Cece would cooperate like this. Although Lu Kik's speed of defection was also unbelievable. As a result, the cold black bracelet, this thing is a treasure. At least it can protect Fuzzy's actions in Liu Yu's house without any hindrance. Seeing Fuzzy's strange look, Lu Kiki turned her head unnaturally. Let me make it clear first, if you are discovered halfway, you can't blame me. Fuzzy smiled and waved her hand. Time is tight, we leave first, and I return this thing to you before dawn. After that, she turned around and swallowed Sheki, and disappeared in front of the 2 people in the blink of an eye. Yin Cece glanced at Lu Kiki, who was still in a daze. Are you still in the mood to play? Lu Kiki was obviously not in the mood. Suddenly I regret it. Why didn't you stop me just now? Yin Cece, how can this be blamed on him? Although AI Fuziki is called disorder after several encounters, it is not difficult to see that she has her own code of conduct. Yin Cece shrugged. Besides, His Majesty is in Qingyu. What can happen? Lu Kiki kicked his calf fiercely. I'm talking about you. The interference terminal was taken away by her, and the surrounding monitoring stars will resume normal operation immediately. Why don't you leave? Oh no, forget about it. Yin Cece cursed in annoyance, and disappeared before the monitoring star approached. At the same time, Fuzzy was listening to Sheki talking about the gossip about Liu Yu and Yin Shi's family. The 2 families have always been at odds. It's okay at school, but every private meeting is like a meeting of underground organizations. Fuzzy continued to move forward while looking at the interference terminal on her wrist. With the help of this thing, the entire monitoring star of Liu Yu's family regarded her as a large moth, and would not trigger the outsider alarm at all. In other words, this thing was specially developed by them for meeting? Fuzzy concluded. Yin Cece got full marks in the mechanical modification and program development courses, but she almost failed the battlefield command and individual combat courses. Sheki's tone was somewhat helpless. As she spoke, Fusey had already reached the edge of Lu Yu's house, and could vaguely see the outline of the Black Tower. The Black Tower has the word tower in its name, but it does not look like a traditional tower. Fusey narrowed her eyes. This thing is completely different from the artificially constructed large towers in the Mike auditions. Those black towers restored in the competition under the name of ancient relics still look like human creations. No matter how tall and symmetrical the building is, it is not as weird as the thing in front of it. After the Black Tower of Indiclé was put back into use, it was not renovated. The building, which looks like an upside-down blue whale, is covered with a layer of dark red mesh material. It is a self-repairing nanoalloy. After hundreds of years of defense reinforcement, it has been able to spread to the entire Black Tower area. This is also the main reason why the main city can be built around the Black Tower. No matter how lively it is inside, there is an energy barrier of this neural network to protect it. Fusey half knelt in the shadow of the vegetation at the edge of Lu Yu's house, muttering in a low voice, "The alarm has stopped." Sheki could not hear the information from the outside world, and could only infer the situation based on Fusey's retelling. The alarm is used to warn ordinary people. It usually lasts for 20 minutes. Your speed is faster than I thought. Fusey can understand that warning the public. Bernard has several laboratories placed in Kananki. If there is an energy leak, the alarm will be sounded immediately to evacuate the surrounding irrelevant people. But just now, Fusey came all the way and did not see a large number of residents evacuating. From the outside, the order of the Black Tower is clearly under control, without the expected chaos and tension. Sheki hesitated for a while, and confirmed again, "I know that your spiritual body mutation skills can break through the outer defense line, but the situation inside is complicated, and I can't provide effective information." His voice became smaller and smaller, because Fusey didn't listen to his concerns carefully, and the whole person was already standing at the feet of the upside-down whale. This thing is estimated to be 600 meters high, and it is not clear whether there is an underground area. Judging from its appearance, the whale's head is probably buried underground. At this point, the interference terminal that Luca can use is no longer effective, and Fusey can only walk the rest of the way by herself. Fusey estimated her mental power storage. Due to the restrictions of genetic shackles, she cannot use the mental body mutation skills for a long time, not to mention that she has to maintain the disorder corridor, and the mental power she can mobilize is very limited. Chaos can break the original rules within a certain range. To give the most straightforward example, the data world is composed of 1 and 0. After entering the field of chaos, 1 and 0 will no longer be distinguished, and the operation of all machines will fall into chaos and fail to trigger the proper defense system. Fusey was like entering an empty space, and she successfully sneaked into the Black Tower in just 3 breaths. However, she was severely restricted by her genetic shackles, and could not maintain a large range of chaos for a long time. However, Fusey was flexible. Since she could not maintain the operation of chaos for a long time, she would start the second plan. Fusey carefully avoided the center. People were crowded here, almost all moving towards the underground direction. For a while, even the monitoring stars in the corridor were a little dizzy. After getting away from the crowd and the monitoring stars, Fusey lifted the chaos state. The surrounding monitoring stars looked up alertly, but did not catch any abnormalities. But the good times didn't last long. When Fusey tiptoed towards the elevator, a hesitant female voice came from behind her. "Fusey?" Chapter 213. Fusey slowly turned her head, and saw an unexpected face. The girl's calm face exuded a calmness that was incompatible with the environment, and her thin face looked like a pure water lily. Fusey searched in her memory, and gradually matched the face and name. "Shea?" Fusey looked at her from head to toe. "The first person to find me was you." Shea was wearing a special radiation protection suit, and the whole person looked extremely fragile. Her face was as pale as a morning dew, almost transparent. Shea didn't seem surprised that she appeared here. She coughed twice against her lips. "You better leave quickly." Fusey stared at her face for a while, and sensed a very strong aura of death. Shea's vitality was much weaker than the last time they met. Before Fusey asked for any details, Shea coughed twice again, and moved to the central area. Sheki seemed to sense Fusey's doubts and explained, "Shea's spirit is very special. You should have seen it during the semifinals. She was born to be sacrificed." Fusey recalled Shu Wei, who was resurrected from the dead, and suddenly understood something. In the mic competition, Shea used divine vision without hesitation to save Shu Wei's life, because death in the simulation chamber is not real death. In the real world, Shea's spirit body mutation skill can only be used once in a lifetime. Fusey stared at her back and asked Sheki, "Why is Shea here? Sheki paused and replied, after the semifinals, Shu Wei and Shea performed well, and the church extended an olive branch to them. The church is the workplace that most Indiclare natives yearn for the most, not to mention that Shu Yu and Shaya have received such an attractive invitation before they step out of the ivory tower. However, Fuxi is still a little strange. Why Shaya's vitality has been lost so much after not seeing her for a few months. Time is tight. I must go down and take a look. Fuxi's eyes turned to the chaotic central area. Shichi did not stop him. He just suggested, you can find the energy center here first and see how they work. Fuxi did not comment. She looked around for a while, and took a gap in the personnel and slipped in. There are as many rooms here as ant nests, and they all look the same from the outside. Fuxi can only judge from the sign at the door that this room is a data room. The data room that can be placed on the outermost layer must not have any core secrets. Fuxi picked up the chips scattered on the side and observed them carefully. It's so strange, these gems look crystal clear and perfect in color, but no energy fluctuations are found after careful perception. It's like being hollowed out. As soon as this thought came up, footsteps approached the door. Fuxi immediately hid behind many data cabinets, using the large cabinets to hide her body. Something went wrong at this time. It must be that the seventh set of experimental data has not been reviewed. A slightly hoarse voice came from the door. Fuxi tilted her head. I'm sorry, teacher. I will recheck the corresponding data immediately. This voice sounded crisper and younger. Idiot! What's the point of remedying it at this time? A series of clanging sounds seemed to have swept all the stones and data to the ground. Hurry up and pack up. This job can't be continued. I don't want to risk my life in this endless experiment. What do you mean? Teacher, we have something that we can't get away. Fuxi's eyes lit up. Although the two people spoke in Sanskrit, which she was not good at, Fuxi still understood the fear in their tone. What can you think of? I can't think of it. I have already got the uninstalled terminal. Take these materials. Although they are semi-finished products, they are enough to ensure that we have enough food and drink. Fuxi lowered her head, and Xiao Hei was still on her wrist. If these two people were captured and their memories were read, would there be more gains? Sheki suddenly whispered in her spirit body. Can you understand what they are saying? Fuxi was stunned, and then she quickly reacted. You only speak Sanskrit? When I was a child, I once learned it for a period of time to please my mother. Sheki smiled self-deprecatingly. Unfortunately, with my language talent, it is difficult to understand the basic logic of Sanskrit. Fuxi's doubts became even greater. She had obviously not studied such an obscure language for a long time, but she could automatically translate it into the corresponding meaning when she heard it, and there was no communication barrier at all. There was no time to study it in detail, and the sound of packing things came from outside. Fuxi pinched Xiao Hei on her wrist and gave an order. Can you read the memories of these two people now? Xiao Hei had been hiding his existence. He dared to speak after hearing Fuxi's question. Of course, I can, but reading their memories will consume my accumulated energy, so helping you may have to be postponed. Considering Sheki was here, Xiao Hei thoughtfully chose to help Fuxi conceal the truth. Xiao Hei is now confined in Yuming's body, and the means of accumulating energy are very limited, so he can only recover slowly. Reading the memories of two people will cause Fuxi's plan to dig out memories to be postponed. Let's take care of the present first. I want to know what research they have been conducting. Fuxi made a decision. This data room only has monitoring stars and mental fluctuation detection devices set up outside. Xiao Hei drew out a part of his mental power and approached the two quietly. Move quickly. The two people who were completely unaware were instantly controlled by Xiao Hei and fell to the ground in a blink of an eye. Fuxi counted to 3 silently, and Xiao Hei replied, I got it, but I need some time to digest it before I can tell you. It must be said that the work efficiency of this little mouse is as reassuring as always. Fuxi glanced at the two people lying dead on the ground, and no longer cared about the energy leakage of the riot in the central area, and took advantage of the chaos to leave this huge black whale. Sheki was a little surprised. With Fuxi's personality, it was really unusual that she didn't make any noise here to make things difficult for Thor. Going back was much easier than coming here, not to mention the interference terminal provided by Lu Kiki. Sheki curled up in her spiritual body, and was very quiet on the way back. Lu Kiki was sitting in the open space next to the training ground. The stacking games were piled up next to her, still in a shaky state. Fuxi took off the terminal in her hand, and threw it to her. With Lu Kiki's AA level sentinel rating, she didn't react at all, and let the black bracelet fly to the open space in front of her. Paw! With a light sound, Fuxi raised her eyebrows. What happened? Lukiki came to her senses and immediately jumped up from the ground. She picked up the bracelet and said in a panic, "Hey, you're back so soon." The expression on her face was still a little dazed, not sure if it was because of surprise or something else. "Thank you for your terminal." Fusey nodded to her. "I won't stay in Indiclare for long. Although you helped me because of Sheki, I don't like to owe debts. If you have any wishes, you can tell me." "Ah." Lukiki didn't expect that someone with the title of Disorder would be so clear about gratitude and resentment, and she didn't know what to say. Fusey looked at her leisurely. I don't have any wishes either. If you have to say something, can you help me draw a stone but keep it from falling?" Lukiki pointed to the white stone tower of Jenga standing beside her. Fusey clapped her hands. "Okay, that's it, no need to change it." Lukiki looked at her expectantly. "No need to change it. No need to change it. I'm going to rub that guy's spirit hard." Fusey walked around the stacking game, and could see that the confrontation between the two sides was very tense. Most of the stones on it had been pulled out, leaving only a few stones that looked very dangerous. I thought she would hesitate, but Lukiki watched her pull out a stone at the bottom, and the whole white stone tower shook violently, and then miraculously stabilized its center of gravity, and did not fall down. Lukiki cheered in surprise. "You are so awesome." "Thank you. We are even." Although she fought back and forth with Fusey and Atlantis, and would hide in the dark to secretly shoot arrows at Fusey, now she is acting like a child. Fusey laughed and shook her head. "Then I go." Lukiki nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay. Fusey then left in the direction of Germanman again. The most dangerous place is the safest. Fusey sent Sheki back to Germanman's student dormitory under the patrol of a group of monitoring stars. Because of the existence of genetic shackles, it took a little longer, but fortunately it was safe. Sheki's feet still felt a little unreal when he stepped on the floor of the apartment. German Society apartment has strict records of entry and exit. "I will return to the Banshee family residence by myself before dawn," Sheki said. Fusey nodded. This was also her intention to send Sheki back here. Bai Jianqing is the honorary principal of Germanman. He should make up a reasonable reason for you to enter and exit. Don't alert the church, Fusey explained. Okay. Sheki opened his eyes wide, and his strange white pupils looked scary and pitiful in the dim light. Is the leader battle inevitable? Fusey sighed and changed the subject. Do you want to go higher? The Banshee family hasn't had a male leader for a long time. Sheki pursed his lips and pointed to his eyes. A blind man can't convince others. Fusey suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder, speaking faster. I never begrudge experience and guidance. This is the case with Euphemia and Xingqi. Now I will show you a clear way. You are a good child. From now on, don't work for Bai Jianqing anymore, and you don't have to avoid competing with the church. Assist Tan Suiyan to take power as soon as possible. After the leader battle, whether I can survive or not, something should happen. Sheki is not a student who knows nothing. He is more mature than normal people, and because of years of intrigue within the family, he has trained the ability to adapt to the situation. Hearing Fusey say this, he has understood most of it. The two of them were silent for a while, and Fusey did not dissuade him anymore, waiting for him to speak. Finally, Sheki reached out and held Fusey's arm, gently shaking it. I understand. I won't fall down early. Having said that, Fusey had nothing to say. She turned and left German. Sheki looked at her back, lowered his head silently, took out a portable optical computer, and used the mental power link to edit a message to send. Mission failed. Suspend action. Chapter 214. Fusey's journey back was safe and sound. The sky was getting brighter, and all the noise was quiet. As expected, no matter what happens, the stars will continue to operate as usual. Fusey raised her hand to block the morning light shining on her face, and said with a dull look, Are you ready? For some reason, Xiao He, who was always talkative, became particularly taciturn after coming out of the Black Tower. Even though Sheki could no longer hear the conversation between the two, it still chose to remain silent. After a while, Xiao He spoke from the depths of her spiritual sea. Ready? The memories of those two people are not complicated. I can synchronize them for you. Although according to past experience, it only took Xiao He a moment to synchronize the images to her, but in order to avoid being seen, Fusey decided to return to the room, clasped her hands together, and lay on the bed, pretending to sleep. Come on, come on. Fusey closed her eyes expectantly. Xiao He obediently packaged all the images, and sent them to Fusey's mind. Prepare for the first data experiment, with human cells and 70% concentration of drugs as the control variables. This voice belongs to the slightly older researcher. At this moment, his student's face is still young, and he looks no more than 16 or 17 years old. Fusey calculated that this was probably 10 years ago, when the Black Tower had just granted the church as an experimental site. Fusey's perspective gradually deepened, and the scenes that had never been seen in the central area were revealed one by one. The whole picture was very clear, which meant that this memory was very deep in the researcher's impression. The underground area of the central area was far more complicated than Fusey imagined. The light cards made up of countless defense systems would only alert the enemy if they entered rashly. Xiao Hei's skill is really useful. Fusey couldn't help but be distracted. Professor, this is our first live experiment. If it fails. The student behind him was a little uneasy. Fusey's perspective stopped. The older professor scolded his student harshly. Why did the greatest and most advanced laboratory in the galaxy come from Moros? Since you have chosen this path, don't be timid and dare not innovate. People who often spend time in the laboratory must know that sometimes the tutor orders people more like ordering animals, without any humanitarian care. The student behind the professor opened the door of the laboratory tremblingly and whispered, if this research succeeds, can we really? Before she finished speaking, she closed her mouth tightly, as if she saw something horrible. Fusey's perspective changed rapidly, and she saw a person with a blue body. To be precise, that person can no longer be called a person. His body was covered with blue veins and tendons, his eyes were white, and he was soaked in a light pink nutrient solution, but he looked conscious. When he saw the two figures, the muscles on his face twitched twice, but he was like a doll with parts missing, and could not control himself. Record the body parameters, and compare them with the previous animal data. The professor instructed the students behind him. Fusey quickly translated the data in front of her. When she was in Moros, she had also seen a lot of tests and research on human experiments, and could understand some drug names and test methods. She was not unfamiliar with the things contained in this memory, but was very familiar with them. This is a culture medium that is the same as the interferon base. It can inhibit the activity of most cells, but the activity of brain cells is not disturbed. To put it simply, this thing can stimulate the spiritual body to further awaken. This is the case for sentinels and guides. But the person in the culture dish is clearly an ordinary person. In this high concentration of interferon, he will lose control of his body, like a patient with ALS. The scene changed, and the professor continued to instruct the students. Start the second phase of research. The person in the culture dish has lost his self-awareness, and only the vital signs monitor next to him proves that he is still alive. Fusey watched them inject the unknown reagent into the body of the little blue man. The person who was originally dormant in the culture medium suddenly went crazy. The culture medium, which was as warm as amniotic fluid, suddenly became boiling water. He pounded the transparent cover frantically, but after a few seconds, he could no longer move because of muscle stiffness. What followed was repeated experiments and repeated injections. Finally, after the fifth experiment, the little blue man's vital signs completely disappeared. Fusey's heart sank, as if she had swallowed a stone, heavy and dull. The picture flew again. Xiao Hei knew what she wanted to see, and directly pulled the timeline to a few months ago. After countless failures and doubts, the meridians of the little blue man gradually returned to normal, and the monitor next to him issued an unusual prompt sound. The professor's hands trembled, and the student's face also showed uncontrollable ecstasy. Finally. Succeeded? Wait, something's wrong. The professor's voice was hoarse as if he had spoken for a long time. The color of the little blue man's body did return to normal, and his mental fluctuations were far beyond ordinary people, but his brain waves also disappeared. The brain waves of a person can still be maintained for a long time after the body dies, which indirectly shows that the activity of the brain is much higher than that of other organs. But now the heart of the person in the incubator is still beating, the blood is still flowing, but the thinking consciousness has been lost. No, not only that, the professor and her students are ordinary humans, so they can't detect the extremely manic mental power in the room. Before Fusey could figure out where this strong mental power came from, the mental power that was enough to make the S-level sentinels go crazy suddenly became silent and disappeared completely, as if it had never appeared. The student hesitated and said, "We failed again?" After a while, the professor nodded heavily. The experimental subject lost his autonomous consciousness and entered a vegetative state. She sighed. Put it in the underground experimental area for observation for the time being. This is the fourth failed case this month. Fusey listened to her, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. She can now almost confirm that the church is conducting experiments on artificial guides. Because the spiritual body of the guide is more gentle, the induction process is easier, while the Sentinel needs a strong genetic sequence foundation and acquired awakening conditions. Under the influence of multiple factors, the guide is more likely to be artificially made into a god. But this person did not fail. On the contrary, they succeeded as much as they could. At that moment, the strong mental power fluctuations were almost as strong as those of the K2 level Pioneer guides. They were not only very aggressive, but also extremely pure. But the instrument showed that the human body lost its brain wave reaction, and the mental power fluctuations disappeared. The person died, but the spiritual body did not. The spirit body occupied the body, just like Fusey occupied 2547's body. If Fusey hadn't been awakened by the mysterious prize brought by Sheki, she might not have discovered the clues. Fusey knew that she was not human, and 2547 was just one of the shells created by Morin for her. And the artificial guide inside the Black Tower, like Fusey, has become a container of another life at this moment. Saul is different from Morin. He does not have keen spiritual insight. Most researchers are ordinary people. They rely on instrument detection and regular guide inspections. They can't find the spirits hidden in the human body at all. Fusey withdrew from her memory. Those two people were not the most core researchers, and could not touch the most core part. She could not see the final result of the experiment. Were those artificial guides destroyed or continued to be stored underground? It would be better if Bernard was here. Fusey could not fully determine the efficacy and function of some reagents, so she could not deduce whether this research would eventually lead to destruction or rebirth. Fusey opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling expressionlessly, suddenly a little confused. What on earth am I? Since she was born, Fusey has known an indisputable concept. I am very strong, and the rules of the known universe cannot restrain me. It is just because I live in a human body that I am subject to certain restrictions. The weak one is 2547, not her. But there will be more doubts. If I am strong enough, why would I be attracted to a human body? Why do Mo Lin, Shi Lai, Ten Sui Wu He and even Yi Song Bai act very familiar with her, but don't tell her anything about the past? Can the artificial guides under the Black Tower move freely like her after their bodies are invaded by the spirit? If they can, why do they hide their existence? If not, why do they enter the human body and willingly be imprisoned? Why did the alarm sound today? Fusey rubbed her temples painfully. She really couldn't remember anything. How long will it take for you to recover enough energy? Fusey asked Shiohei. Shiohei was silent for a moment. It will take at most 5 days. If you can give me a taste of your spirit, 2 days will be enough. Fusey spread her hands, and a wisp of black mist as thin as a hair wrapped around her wrist. Is this her spirit, or herself? Fusey's control over the spirit is far better than other sentinels, which means that the genetic shackles that can bind the sentinels can only have less than half the effect on her. Shiohei whispered, "What's wrong with you?" Fusey then noticed that Shiohei's voice suddenly matured a lot, like a boy of 11 or 12 years old turned into a young man in his early 20s. All of the things about Danceta suddenly flooded into Fusey's mind, and Shiohei's majestic and ethereal body flashed in her mind. Fusey immediately asked, "Why are you so obsessed with my spiritual body?" Shiohei thought for a while. "I don't know why, I feel that you are very kind and scary. If I can devour your power, I will definitely enter the mature stage immediately." Fusey's breathing stagnated. "What about Yuan?" "What?" Shiohei was a little puzzled. "What is that?" A faint blue mist appeared on Fusey's hand again, thinner than a hair, which she got from Poseidon. Shiohei paused. "It looks delicious, but it's still a little worse than your spiritual body." Fusey seemed to understand the source of Shilai's intimacy. Shiohei, Yuan, Fusey herself, they are of the same race, and are the source of pollution that will cause countless harm in the eyes of humans. It's just that Yuan has no intention to do evil, Shiohei has not yet formed, and Fusey has been distracted by Morin and Shilai, and has no intention of devouring low-level humans to build an empire. Fusey took a deep breath, a little dazed. She always felt that something was not right, but she was indeed not a human. Rather than saying that she was a sentinel who awakened her spiritual body, it would be better to say that she occupied the spiritual body of the sentinel. Fusey lay back. The group of things under the Black Tower might become good nutrients. I hope it hasn't been destroyed yet. Chapter 215. Maigas wore a 3-finger-wide tactical eyepiece on his face, and a dark red light kept shining on the eyepiece, instructing him to sneak into the cosmic ruins in front of him. Yi Tsongbai got Maigas' private line from somewhere, and sent all the data coordinates directly to him without going through a third person. As Fusey said, Darkfire is a very cautious and good at escaping bandit organization. Several major galaxies have been unable to carry out a destructive elimination of them due to the federal contract. Yu's voice came from the communication channel. Boss, how about letting me explore the way first? Maiga's has a combat unit left by the Kadia family, all of whom are the elite of the family in the past. Martha's decision to prepare for a rainy day saved their lives, but they could not escape the fate of being expelled. After the destruction of Kadia, Uncle De found Maiga's and reassembled them, but he kept his identity hidden and never exposed them to the public. Maiga's stopped the cruise. I act alone, and I may be able to escape if I encounter an emergency. The geographical environment here is too complicated and not suitable for group operations. His spirit body has devoured the spirit bodies of many dying people, and the spirit body mutation skills he copied are numerous and complex, which is more than enough to deal with a second-rate interstellar refugee organization. Yi Tsongbai collected a lot of information about the spirit body of the Dark Fire leader, all of which were hard to find in the black market, and shared it with him so easily. Well, this bowl of soft rice has to be eaten. Maigas closed his eyes. He couldn't associate any people or things about Fusey now, otherwise he would inevitably fall into a low mood. For a guide, he must maintain mental stability. Any violent emotional fluctuations will affect the effectiveness of his spiritual body mutation skills. Even if Fusey did not expose his identity, Maigas could not keep up the disguise. Staying with her, he always cannot keep calm. If he stays with her for a longer time, he might just throw away his weapons and armor. That is too worthless, Maigas smiled bitterly. Boss, the preliminary cracking data of the magnetic field has come out. Pay attention to the timely synchronization situation, Yui reminded. Maigas moved forward along the damaged metal cabin wall and stepped onto the edge of the temporary station of Dark Fire. There was a lavender nerve poison floating in the air around him. A dozen semi-mechanical modified human guards were patrolling the intersection in front. Their mechanical eyes flashed a faint white light in the dim environment. Maigas spread out his palm, and a pitch-black sheephorn snake swam out of his palm. Chaos energy boiled in his blood vessels. He clenched his right hand in the air, and the gravity rules of the entire space were instantly reversed. The cyborg guard seemed to be slapped by an invisible giant hand on the wreckage of the damaged airship, and the spine collided with the alloy price, making a crisp cracking sound. Anti-entropy can create an anti-gravity field with a radius of 30 meters, and at the same time, it can temporarily scrap the communication equipment of the Dark Fire, which is not well developed. Maigas loosened his palm, accompanied by a crackling sound, and more than a dozen mechanical guards collapsed on the ground like locusts that had been sprayed with medicine. Judging from their degree of mechanization, breaking the metal spine will not cause them fatal damage, and will not trigger a death reminder. Maigas continued to move forward on the red blood on the ground. The information sent by Yi Tsongbai showed that the leader behind the Dark Fire had been active on the Moran border for a period of time not long ago. After being repelled by the commander of the Moran 4th Fleet, he fled to Dansitu. Taking advantage of the chaotic period of the Warden's change, Yi Tsongbai suggested that he fight quickly and decisively. This guy is more cunning than a loach. If he misses this opportunity, he doesn't know where he will run to next time. The eyepiece suddenly flashed a red light, and Maigas heard Yui's puzzled voice. Strange, a weak original life energy was detected, without any mechanical transformation. Maigas suddenly realized something, and pushed open the door in front of him without hesitation. What came into view were 3 dark blue dormant chambers. The technology level of Dark Fire was not as advanced as Moran. Through the glass outer wall, 3 beautiful girls were sleeping in them. Boss, their life energy is infinitely close to zero. I'm afraid they can't be saved, Yui said. Before Maigas could answer, the tactical eyepiece suddenly emitted a warning red light. Unknown life form detected. The holographic interface suddenly exploded into a blank, and Maigas cleverly ducked to avoid the energy beam flying towards him, and quickly distanced himself. It's interesting that a devouring spirit can still live until now. The person who walked out of the shadow looked like a full system projection with poor signal and poor technology, and strange black pixels kept appearing on the edge of his body. The leader of the Dark Fire, the spirit's mutation skill, Retracing Shadow, allows him to always exist in the gap between reality and the void, and all detection methods and energy beams cannot really hurt him. Maigas looked at him. This man's face was hidden under the mask like him. Judging from his body shape, he was a man in his prime. Just looking at his developed and broad shoulders, he didn't look like a K1 level guide with extraordinary spiritual realm. Maigas took off the tactical goggles on his face. The goggles were affected by the person in front of him, and were now just a piece of scrap metal. I'm curious about who told you about my whereabouts. When did Defiel and Moran become so close? The man's voice was somewhat playful, just like a casual chat. He had just fired dozens of energy bombs at Maigas. Maigas was not annoyed. He pointed to the dormant chamber behind the man. If it weren't for you kidnapping hostages from Morin first, you wouldn't have ended up like this. The man laughed. What? Before he finished speaking, Maiga's pupil shrank slightly. He suddenly raised his hand and threw out 2 dark blades. The floor under his feet suddenly twisted into a kaleidoscope, and the walls flowed down like melted wax. Maigas retreated quickly, but the soles of his boots sank into the suddenly liquefied ground. He tilted his head, raised his right hand, gathered his power in his palm, and punched the incoming wave of liquid metal. At the moment of contact, dark red lines spread along the crystal, transforming the bright silver metal into a dirty ink color. If you look closely, you can see some ink-like light. Black tie distortion will directly transform the material that the host touches into highly toxic asphalt. It is a relatively useless ability, because most sentinels are immune to toxins, and the guide will not give him a chance to get close. Now, a fearless guide comes to confront him head-on. Maigas lost contact with the fleet. Stanley knew that he had to fight quickly. Only by killing the guide in front of him could he have a chance to escape. Stanley's figure flashed in 18 different directions at the same time. They all took out high-frequency ion transmitters and focused their fire on Maigas in the center of the encirclement. Maigas was unable to dodge, and a blood hole appeared on his shoulder. Blood splashed, but he pulled off the pulse weapon hanging on his tactical belt as if he didn't feel any pain, and poured in a vast spiritual force. Before Stanley could react, he detonated the corridor without hesitation. He controlled the range very well, and the dormant chamber behind the 2 of them was not affected. Only the cyborg guards, who came after hearing the sound, suffered. The blue-white electromagnetic storm swept through the passage, and all illusions were nailed in place. The pulse energy wave disrupted the magnetic field, and to a certain extent, it offset Stanley's spiritual body mutation skills, creating a momentary attack gap. The molecular cutting blade came out of the body, and the sound of flesh tearing exploded in the ears of the 2. Stanley's figure fell from midair, and the silver blade inserted in his left chest was still vibrating at a high frequency. Maigas looked at his gradually emerging face and slowly smiled. Your mutation skills are really good. Stanley's face was distorted by the severe pain. He looked at the silver blade inserted in his chest in disbelief and uttered 3 words. Betray me. Maigas had no time to think about the deep meaning of his last words. He grabbed Stanley's tail, which was disappearing from his vitality, and devoured his spirit body. When everything was over, Noah and other corpses had become a gray and empty shell, with only the silver blade inserted in the chest flickering. Maigas looked down at his palm, and dark pixels appeared around his slender white fingers, mixed with dried blood, with a weird sense of detachment. Cosmic Mirage, S-main body shuttles between quantum superposition states, and conventional attack and detection methods are unable to do anything to him. It was only then that Maigas realized what kind of gift Fusey had given him. When Martha was alive, she could not support him like this. With the combination of Void Wings and Cosmic Mirage, he could quietly drive an entire space fleet into the territory of Defil, and even quietly dismantle the Internal Review Committee. Maigas' eyes moved, and he saw the silver dagger on Stanley's chest. You are very powerful. A soft female voice came from above his head. Maigas looked up, and saw a small shuttle ship parked right above him. Talus jumped down lightly, and landed almost silently. Maigas pulled out the dagger, wiped it clean with the soft cloth he carried with him, and handed it back to her. Thank you. Conventional means could not hurt Stanley, so Talus found him temporarily, and gave him this special genetic weapon, which was made by Morin after the last Darkfire invasion, specifically for dealing with the Darkfire leader's spiritual body mutation skills. Talus took the dagger and threw it into his folding pocket, pointing at his shoulder. Don't you want to deal with it? Oh, this? Maigas was stunned for a moment, and a faint blue mist suddenly appeared around his wound, and flesh and blood grew wildly. In just a moment, the wound was almost healed. That was a temporary mark left on him by Fusey when he went through the combination heat. Because it was not long, it could still have some effect on him. Talus was obviously surprised. She raised her eyebrows and exclaimed, Wow, this is the first time I see Fusey give her own mark. It seems that I did not help the wrong person. Maigas' lips curled slightly. Thank you for your trust. Talus thought about it, and simply got straight to the point. I heard that you went to Berna. Do you need anything? Maigas knew that Fusey and Talus had an unusual relationship, but this was a secret. He said vaguely, I want to buy interferon from him to suppress the manic period of the Sentinels in the team. Who knew that Talus was still shocked? She even told you about interferon. It seems that this time it is true. Maigas didn't hear what she said later. Just when he was about to ask a few questions, he saw Talus' pupils light up and received an encrypted communication. He immediately said goodbye to him, went to the back to retrieve the hostages, and embarked on the return journey. Finally, she also extended an invitation to Maigas, claiming that Governor Moran wanted to meet him. Maigas blinked, indicating that he needed to think about it for a while. Talus did not force him, and left him a letter of passage before leaving. Chapter 216. I don't care. This game doesn't count. Xiao Hei jumped up and down in the room in a state of collapse. Fu Si looked at the gray-white civet cat running around in the room with a schadenfreude, and poured cold water on her. Give up. Have you ever won since yesterday? Tan Sui, Wu did not restrict her right to use the optical computer, but the information would be blocked 7 days before and after the prayer day, and the information in the guest house would only enter but not leave. Since the day when Haida sounded the evacuation alarm, everything returned to a peaceful state, as if everything had been resolved. Shichi never came to see her again, but Feng Xiamen visited her twice, bringing Fu Si daily necessities and sentinel-specific inhibitors. I'm sorry, the guest house here has never been put into use since it was built, and many facilities are missing. Feng Xiamen looked at Fu Si's face calmly. If you have any needs, just tell me. Normal people who are locked up at a place completely isolated from the outside world may have many negative emotions, especially for sentinels whose mental fluctuations are already unstable. Who knew that Fuzi looked not in a hurry at all, as if she was back home. Feng Xiamen always had a smile of the same arc on her face, and Fuzi felt bored after talking to her casually. After hearing too much official language, Fuzi thought she was a peace envoy representing Moran to establish diplomatic relations. The fake smile on Feng Xiamen's face was really hard to agree with. It was not as interesting as playing games with Xiao Hei in the room. Neither side got the information they wanted, so they had to return home disappointed. However, because of her visit, Fuzi gave up the idea of letting Xiao Hei go out to find food. Anyway, it can recover its strength before the leader battle. Xiao Hei didn't understand, staring at her with his two bean-sized rat eyes. Why do I feel that you have become a salted fish after arriving in Indiclay? What magic does this place have? Fuzi snorted and laughed twice, without commenting. To be precise, after Fuzi got the strange piece of metal iron, she was not so obsessed with the past memories. Xiao Hei's feeling was very sharp and accurate. You should be glad that I didn't expel you because of your declining value. Without Yumming's body, you are no different from a street rat here, Fuzi said coldly. Xiao Hei shut up silently. The prayer day arrived as scheduled. As a national festival that the entire galaxy attaches great importance to, the entire Qingyu is stained with a strong festive atmosphere. Xiao Hei sat in the corridor with Fuzi, a little confused. I feel the queen's spiritual fluctuations. Is this a bit too big? Fuzi glanced at him, and was not surprised. Indiclay has always been known as a war maniac. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a country of war. There will be casualties in wars, and the prayer day exists for those who have passed away. At the same time, this day is also the day for the election of the Pope of the Jinzi Church. The prayer day is held every 3 years, and the weight of the popular election accounts for 60%, and the other 40% is in the hands of Tan Sui Wuha alone. Sol has been re-elected twice. If he still holds the throne of the Pope this time, he will be the first male Pope in the history of Indiclay to be re-elected 3 times. For an ordinary person without any spiritual body, it is simply a history-breaking existence. Even Xiao Hei couldn't help but sigh. If I become an ordinary mouse, it would be better for me to die. Fuzi said with a hint of meaning. Break history? I don't think so. You know it again, Xiao Hei replied subconsciously. Now you are in the dark, you can't run out to watch the fun like last time, right? After he finished speaking, he realized that he had spoken too quickly again, and Xiao Hei raised his head and met Fuzi's deep eyes. Xiao Hei, eh? Fuzi raised her eyebrows. That's what you said. She stood up and adjusted the hem of her clothes, and acted reluctantly. Then I will take you to see it, and throw you out to attract attention if something happens. Xiao Hei huddled up, not really wanting to exchange his life for gossip. However, his opinion was not important. Fuzi pinched it with both hands and put it in her folding pocket. Taking advantage of the moment, when the monitoring star turned around, her figure disappeared on the spot. Xiao Hei suddenly yelled in her mind, What are you doing? The monitoring stars are not fools. They will immediately sound the alarm when they find you missing. Fuzi frowned impatiently because of its noise, and temporarily stopped on the street building, squatting at the highest point. Wake up, they don't care about me now. Fuzi raised her chin. It's too late to clean up the house. Xiao Hei suddenly stopped, and the semicircular light barrier in the distance was clearly reflected in Fusie's eyes. The strong mental fluctuations through the light barrier still had considerable power. Xiao He carefully sensed a circle, and did not detect any potential threats. He quietly crawled to Fusie's feet. "What's going on? Isn't it a prayer day today? Where are the people?" Xiao He asked in confusion. Fusie narrowed her eyes. No wonder she didn't notice the surrounding life energy fluctuations when she took Sheki into the Black Tower that time. She thought it was the genetic shackles that limited her perception range. "I'm afraid that the citizens of the main city have been transferred since then. It should be said or not, this silent contest started from the day Tan Sui Wuha returned to Qingyu. Is it because of the thing we saw last time?" Xiao He was a little nervous. Fusie raised the corner of her lips. "Go and see." The situation inside the light barrier was very vague. Only the heavy mechas and elite troops guarding the periphery showed that the battle inside was fierce. Unexpectedly, Fusie saw the figure of a familiar face. Feng Zhao Qingye and Shuyu stood side by side, and the heavy mecha troops of the Queen's Guard were parked beside them, ready for battle. Her ability was suppressed by most of the gene shackles, and if she got closer, she would be at risk of being discovered, and she could not hear their conversation clearly. Xiao He glanced at the gene shackles on her wrist and said coldly, "Can this thing really lock you?" Xiao He still hasn't figured out the real strength of this guy. "I'm afraid that except for the special gene engine weapon, there is nothing that can really lock her." Fusie subconsciously touched the ring on her wrist, and heard 2 clicks, and the genetic shackles that could withstand 100 tons of pressure from a hydraulic press broke. "Fusie, more fragile than I thought." The man and the mouse stared at the shackles on the ground for 2 seconds, and Xiao He read, "It's come to this. Use your magical powers to take me to see the live broadcast." Inside the light barrier, the underground area of the Black Whale has been filled with countless culture chambers. The dark red emergency lights are flashing constantly, and a strong smell of blood permeates the enclosed space. After half a day of light sweeping, this place has become a purgatory of corpses. Tan Sui Wuha lowered his eyes, and looked at the broken arms and limbs lying limp on the ground, his voice slightly cold. "I said that all experiments on interferon will be stopped immediately, and all related materials will be burned. Did you ignore my words?" As Fusie speculated, those artificial guides were controlled by spirits after their death. There were thousands of failed high-level guides in the entire underground layer. If they were allowed to flow to the outside world, the consequences would be disastrous. Tan Sui Wuha moved her fingertips slightly, and the golden foot crow disappeared behind her, and the oppressive feeling that made her heart beat hard was immediately relieved. She led the team in person, and set up checkpoints in advance, mobilized nearly half of the guards to evacuate the people, and did not alert the church's spies. Every step could not be disclosed. Under this premise, Tan Sui Wuha had minimized the losses of this operation. But she never thought that Sol had taken a step ahead of her, and transferred 1/3 of the failed products out. Sol Wuchi, Tan Sui Wuha slowly took 2 steps forward, "Now return to Qingyu to surrender, and explain your crimes in public. There is still room for maneuver." In front of her was not Sol himself, but a huge void projection. He was still polite and kind, and he did not show any fear when he heard it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you are more powerful than I thought." So many high-level guides, who had completed the spiritual body fusion state, were wiped out by Tan Sui Wuhi in just half a day. Tan Sui Wuhi raised his eyes. "Due to your contributions over the years, I wanted to give you a chance. Now it seems that you want to carry out this revolution to the end?" Sol chuckled, and through the full system projection, everyone could clearly see the sarcasm on his face. "Your Majesty, you have been in a high position for too long, and you can't understand what kind of price people like me have to pay to climb to the current position." Tan Sui Wuhi didn't care about his accusations. She issued an ultimatum. "If I don't see you in the main city before nightfall today, a wanted order for you will be sent to the surrounding 32 galaxies." "I wait." Thor waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's not terrible to be blinded by one leaf. Face the reality as soon as possible. You don't have time." The whole system image was shut down, and the black box suspended in the air ran out of energy and rolled to the ground. Tan Sui Wuhi fell silent. Obviously, Thor's last sentence, "you don't have time," hit her in the reverse scale. The subordinates were finishing the work. Because the blockade was in place, and no one else interfered with the operation, 2,300 failed products lost all vital signs, and were declared dead under the personal capture of the guards, and Tan Sui Wuhi. But according to the confession of the captured researcher, Thor secretly transferred 900 failed products, which took nearly a year, and no one knew where those failed products were transported. It is worth mentioning that the people responsible for escorting and transporting are ordinary people promoted by Thor. They have no spiritual bodies, but dare to take on such a dangerous task. Tan Sui Wui closed his eyes. This contradiction was not caused in 1 or 2 days. The church was originally a hub to balance the relationship between the Sentinels and ordinary humans, but now it has become the first horn of rebellion. There is nothing to be sad about. Tan Sui Wui thought about this day when she continued the dictatorship of the previous monarch. Fortunately, she discovered it in time and destroyed most of Thor's bases. Your Majesty, the voting results on the Star Network are out, and Thor is still elected first with a high vote. The subordinate handed over the light brain to report the results, not daring to look at Tan Sui Wui's face. The operation was carried out in secret. Because of the prayer day, most of the citizens in the main city were sent to other space stations to live, so the citizens still regarded Thor as the people's faith. Tan Sui Wui waved his hand. I know, notify everyone, this Pope election is postponed, voting channels are temporarily closed, and the opening time will be notified separately. She turned around and looked at the messy underground research area, and said calmly, take inventory, send all the data and bodies to the incinerator, notify the guards to come in and deal with the aftermath, no need to block the news, send Thor's wanted order to the surrounding galaxies, and notify me immediately once he is caught. The subordinate lowered his head. Yes, Your Majesty. She was a little nervous. The support for Thor on this prayer day was very high. If such news was announced, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. She was busy next. Chapter 217. Things developed faster than Fusey expected. I thought they would wait until the election of the Pope on this prayer day before launching the crusade, but I didn't expect Tan Sui Wui to be so decisive, and would not tolerate any sand in his eyes. The result of this was that most people in Indicli were dissatisfied. The matter of the Black Tower laboratory was not made public, and the existence of interferon could not be leaked to the public. Therefore, in the eyes of the public, the charges against Sol were all made out of thin air. Sol's prestige among the people was very high. The ratio of men to women in Indicli was not as disparate as that in Sentinel, so the gap in status between men and women was not large, but a few people thought that men were not up to the task. The combined effect of many factors made Sol the most controversial and prestigious church leader in history. Have you regretted it? Fusey leisurely picked up the wine glass and clinked it with the teacup opposite. This time the trouble is not small. This scene was really weird. Indicli is rich in tea, which is almost extinct in Moran and Defil, but it is the most common souvenir in Qingyu. Tan Sui Wui glanced at her, and the words turned around on his tongue before he spit out. What are you regretting? The reform policies he proposed over the years are indeed useful, and the foundation of the church is not rotten in his generation. Surprisingly pertinent, Fusi looked at her with her chin in her hand. So you didn't call me here today to accuse me? On the day of the incident, she accidentally crushed the genetic shackles and watched the live broadcast. No one present except Tan Sui Wui noticed her. When Fusi received the summons, she thought Tan Sui Wui was going to settle accounts with her, but she just asked Fusi to come for tea. Fusi knew that she was in a bad mood, so she didn't say anything else, but just replaced the tea with wine. Tan Sui Wui stared at her ice blue eyes and blinked slowly. There is someone who wants to see you, and I also want to hear your opinion. Fusi raised her eyebrows. My opinion? You are a famous immortal, and your knowledge and experience must be broader than mine. I have indeed been in this position for a long time. Tan Sui Wu's voice was very shallow, as if he was caught in some memories. Because of this, I haven't heard any negative comments for a long time. The compliments day after day have blinded my perception. I am not sure if this is right, but I know I must do it. Fusi was surprised that she could think this way. In fact, the Sentinel is not suitable to be a leader. Most of Moran's commanders are guides. Only the 1st and 2nd fleets, which represent the highest combat power, are controlled by the Sentinel. Similarly, the chairman of Defir and Moran's manager are guides, so that there will be no emotional decisions in major decisions. Fusi couldn't help but clap her hands twice. Very good awareness. But then again, Fusi pointed at herself. I am also a Sentinel. How do you know if I will speak with strong personal feelings? You are different from us, Tan Sui Wui blurted out subconsciously, and only realized what he said when he touched Fusi's puzzled gaze. The reason why you are a Sentinel is just because this body can carry you. Fusi looked at her silently for a moment, and suddenly laughed. You seem to know me very well, but you are unwilling to reveal half of my past to me. Tan Sui Wui opened his mouth, but could only change the subject stiffly. I called you here today for 2 main reasons, one of which I have already told you. The other thing. I want to tell you that Yulan has probably been completely converted into star core energy by Thor for research. Fusey was not surprised. If Xiaohe is a molecular organism in its infancy, then Yulan can only be regarded as an embryo that is not yet fully developed. Its ability and intelligence are not as good as that of Xiaohe, a wild one. Speaking of this, Fusey remembered the legendary gemstone, the mystery of Jialan, which triggered a series of events. Originally, I wanted to see whether the acquisition of energy gems was the Queen's intention or Thor's personal action. Once this happened, I saved the step of testing and could directly determine Thor's purpose. The Church's large-scale acquisition of energy gems and the mystery of Jialan were all private activities that were kept secret from Tan Sui Wuhe. I don't know what banner it was under to hide from the Queen's eyes. But Fusey still cared a little. No one knew the energy consumption of interferon better than her. From what Fusey saw yesterday, she knew the amount of interferon needed for more than 3,000 experimental subjects. Those experimental subjects were also obtained by Thor from various places over the years, and it was impossible to achieve them all at once. The energy gems needed to support 3,000 cultivation chambers are far less than what Thor has collected over the years. After removing some daily expenses of the Church, the account also revealed something very wrong. Not to mention that Thor also captured Yulan, an infinitely regenerating energy body, so he didn't have to worry about energy supply at all. Fusey couldn't help but think for a while, until the tea on the table was no longer steaming. She said, "Do you believe in fate?" She asked suddenly, but Tan Sui quickly responded, "Even if Thor hadn't appeared, the Church would not be able to continue the glory of 1,000 years ago. The current power system in Indicli is destined to the decline of the Church. Besides, I really don't have time to welcome the next change." She was very calm, and there was no sadness in her light golden pupils, but instead filled with a glimmer that Fusey couldn't understand. The atmosphere was inexplicably depressed, and Fusey sat up. "Who wants to see me?" "Let me guess, did Bai Jianqing take Luo Yi back?" In total, her acquaintances in Indicli, except for Tan Sui Yin, were left with Luo Yi, who had an awkward identity. Tan Sui Wuhe stared at her. "You are very perceptive. When did you find out?" Fusey shrugged. "There is nothing special about Luo Yi's name in Sanskrit, but if you read it in Sanskrit, his name is unexpected. Obviously, your guide does not want this child to appear." This is what Fusey discovered later. She did not think so much when she was forming a team in Tanya. She chose Luo Yi just because he was a warm-hearted good guy and helped Fusey to slack off in the mechanical assembly class. Tan Sui Wuhe believed her explanation and sighed. "I am not a qualified mother. For this identity, I still have a lot of shortcomings." Modest, Fusey raised her chin and faced the direction of Feng Zhao's house. "For you, Feng Zhao Qingyou's inner demons are all in the shape of Tan Sui Yin. In fact, it is not difficult to see that Tan Sui Wuhe's strong style in politics has not been brought into family relationships by her. Neither Bai Jianqing nor Tan Sui Yin thinks she is a strict mother or partner. Unfortunately, she is in a high position and sometimes has to make choices. Luo Yi is the child who was sacrificed. Tan Sui Wuhe is so eager to clean up the remnants of the Church, crack down on the Fengzi family, and instruct Bai Jianqing to test the attitude of the Banshee family. Isn't it all for Tan Sui Yin's subsequent succession to be smoother? In this way, even if the result of the leader battle is not ideal, the obstacles will be cleared. And everything Tan Sui Wuhe does now will make her bear the infamy. The masses will criticize her as a dictator and an ambitious person. Only a few people know the truth. But this will not shake the foundation of Tan Sui Palace, because the armed composition of the guards is still sentry soldiers. Those people were promoted by Tan Sui Wuhe and will not be affected by public opinion. They will only assist the new empress to take the throne wholeheartedly. When this country is handed over to Tan Sui Yin, it will be brand new and harmless." Fusey couldn't help but wonder, what kind of feelings can make a person do this for another person? It's not that she has never given love before. The Void Wings technology and the confidential list sent to Meigas have condensed a lot of Fusey's efforts. But Fusey prefers to define their relationship as a partnership. The premise of this relationship is profitability, not emotion. Fusey couldn't help but take another look at the person sitting in front of her. She exuded a brilliance that Fusey had never seen before. Only maternal love can drive humans to do such things without considering their own interests, Fusey thought. "So do you want to see him? After all, you are not Tanya's student now, but Moran's former commander, Eve Siki, and now a potential high-risk criminal. If you have concerns, you don't have to see him." Tan Sui Wuhe knocked on the table. Fusey knew that she was secretly teasing the long prefix that Fusey added when she first introduced Euphemia. The boomerang will eventually hit everyone. Fusey said indifferently, Why not meet? After all, we are former teammates. It's okay to meet and reminisce about the past. Unlike some people, they pretend to be unfamiliar with me even though they know me. Tan Sui Wuhi's eyebrows moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something to refute her, but he was worried about something and endured it. This made Fusey laugh. It was rare to make Her Majesty the Queen suffer. Tan Sui Wuhi tilted his head. I will notify Jian Qing to bring people to Qingyu. Calculate the time and arrange for you to meet in 3 days. Fusey nodded. It seems that Tan Sui Wuhi did not intend to let Luo Yi return to the main city at first, but now he changed his mind because of her. Come to think of it, you and the captain of the Special Task Force of Defil are also old acquaintances. Why haven't I seen you two reminiscing about the past? Tan Sui Wuhi said coldly. The smile on Fusey's face suddenly disappeared. Fusey leaned forward. How did you know? Tan Sui Wuhi smiled lightly. I watched every game of yours. The semi-final was very exciting. I think Morin and I have the same opinion. Fusey's breathing slowed down. Tan Sui Wuhi took a sip of the tea on the table. She has a mark that I am very familiar with, which is similar to Mo Lin's Tongsheng mark. If nothing unexpected happens, her vitality will be slowly eroded and she will eventually die of mental exhaustion. It's a pity that twin spirits are rare in a century. If it weren't for that mark, she would never have fallen to Tanya and lived in anonymity. She looked at Fu Xi's expressionless face and changed her tone. Mo Lin has a way to offset that mark, but judging from his attitude, he obviously doesn't have this idea. Fu Xi blinked quickly. Are you serious? I never lie. Tan Sui Wuhi put down the teacup. Just now I told you. I'm discussing the topic of fate, but now I have to change my mind for a friend who is not really a friend. Fusey crossed her arms. Without my invitation, she would never go to Tanya to enroll, nor would she reveal her identity in the mic competition. This is a debt I owe. Now it was Tan Sui Wuhi's turn to show a half smile. Excellent hunters often appear in the form of prey. Even I have heard about your going to planet 2547, let alone the Garoman who is best at collecting intelligence. Fusey was stunned, and then laughed. Really? That's great. It's better to go both ways than to be wishful thinking. Well, this person can't be guessed by common sense. Tan Sui Wuhi pushed the teacup a little further away. Chapter 218. It's hard to believe that Thor could escape your floor search. He is probably no longer in Indeclare. Fusey pushed back the cup that she had pushed. Her inference was not unreasonable. Since Thor dared to do such a secret thing under the nose of the Queen, he probably had a way out. And Fusey was very concerned about one thing. Thor was just an ordinary person who had been mechanically modified. Could he really do it by himself? Even if he had a very high prestige and had many research results, many people wanted to work for him, but his upper limit was there. He couldn't do the physical body sanctification thing. Fusey was speechless for a second because of her thoughts, and the expression on her face was captured by Tan Sui Wuhi. According to my intelligence network, Thor only had his right arm that was mechanically modified. From a biological point of view, he is more like a human than me. Tan Sui Wuhi's light golden eyes exuded a metallic luster under the shining of the stars. The two looked at each other, and saw the other's eyes clearly. He has a very powerful helper, Fusey said in a deep voice. On this issue, the two reached a consensus without any hesitation. Fusey held her chin with both hands. Will it be your guide? It is no exaggeration to say that many people regard Bai Jianqing as the real decision-maker of Indeclare, and Tan Sui Wuhi's decentralization has inadvertently increased the authenticity of this statement. Fusey asked bluntly until Tan Sui Wuhi slowly shook his head and denied. They know where my bottom line is. Fusey's evil thought surged into her mind again. Are you sure? What about the incident of gene sequence leakage more than 10 years ago? As soon as the words fell, they raised their eyes and met each other's gazes. Fusey's heart skipped a beat. She did not see any anger or shame on the other person's face for being exposed. Instead, she felt a sense of ease that everything was under control. Thinking carefully, this unexpected bloodline did not cause any trouble to Indeclare, nor did it shake Tan Sui Wuhi's position. Because he was exiled since childhood, Luo Yi had no idea that he had such a bizarre life experience and background, so he naturally would not have some inappropriate thoughts. Perhaps from his perspective, this was just a simple trip. His most valuable thing was the bloodline inherited from the Queen. The Silas Flag Galaxy violated interstellar regulations by developing clones as an active blood bank for the upper class, so Fusey personally led a team to destroy and crusade. The clones have the same gene sequence as the original body, and all the organs, and even the blood in the body are replacement warehouses prepared for the original body. They can not only solve the problem of organ aging and cell necrosis, but also slow down the aging of the original body. What is the difference with the artificial immortal species? But Fusey actually sensed some of this meaning from Tan Suo's eyes. Luo Yi was born as Tan Suoyan's backup organ bank. No wonder she was not angry at all when she mentioned this unexpected child, but turned a blind eye to Bai Jianqing's behavior. Fusey couldn't help but say, "You are the leader." She swallowed the second half of the sentence before she said it. This was not the result of Tan Suo's instructions. On the contrary, she was still a victim. A victim betrayed by the person next to her. Whether from the perspective of the family or the country, Tan Suo can stand firm. It seems that we are just as bad. Fusey fell down again, leaning on the table like a boneless person. Now that your guide is excluded, who else can cooperate with Sheki to disappear under your nose? Tan Suo did not speak, but lowered his eyes and poured himself a cup of clear tea. Fusey was just curious. After all, this was an internal war in Indiclaire, and it was difficult for outsiders to intervene. Seeing that she was not going to say anything, Fusey did not intend to dig into the root of the matter. Calculating the time, Xiao He would be able to recover his ability to help her dig deep into her memory tomorrow. Since there was no progress here, she would find another way. Jean shackles can't lock you up. At least you have to show it to outsiders. Tan Suo's eyes moved to her wrist. Tell them that you are controllable now, she said to Fusey, with a flat tone, as if she was persuading. The surroundings were silent, with only one or two occasional bird calls coming from outside the window. Fusey raised her eyelids and looked at her. You too? I'm not. Tan Suo reached out and pointed at the painting beside him. Family and friends are my anchors, Fusey said dryly, and still put on the jean shackles that were in the way. Her identity was sensitive, so she had to keep a low profile before the leader battle. Fusey came back with a pair of shackles and an optical computer that could connect to the internet, which added a bit of fun to her future life. This optical computer can only connect to the internal LAN of Indiclaire and cannot transmit messages to the outside. It's better to say that this is a one-way reading light screen than an optical computer. At this moment, the official star network of Indiclaire has been in a mess, and the public's emotions have been continuously pushed to a climax. I am not saying that Mr. Thor's contribution is obvious to everyone. Why not let him continue to be re-elected? We still don't know what happened in the main city that day. I am still waiting to register for the church's mecha pilot election exam in the second half of the year, but now it seems uncertain. Lord Thor, I am your career fan. I want to enter the institute and work hard for you. Am I the only one who thinks this is a waste of the cake of those celestial dragons? Keep your voice down. Is this glorious? I really don't understand. It's so hard to have a pope who is approachable and capable. Why can't he be re-elected? The mediocre one can still be re-elected 4 times. Why can't Lord Thor? Fusey was a little speechless when she saw this. Indiclaire has a lot of honorifics, but when it comes to Thor, it's like they don't cost money. This guy has his own way of doing things. But think about it carefully. Now most of the sentinels and guides are rushing to the front line to solve the subsequent risks brought by artificial guides. There are very few people who can speak a fair word on the Star Network. Fusey continued to read on without being surprised. The main city area is so desolate these 2 days. Doesn't this IP go online? Is it true that something happened? The daughter of the neighbor of the cousin of the cousin of the younger son of my second aunt works in the church. They are all restricted from leaving the city these 2 days, and they can't even go home. There is a ban on travel on the prayer day. Isn't this news worth surprising? And Thor's resignation does not mean that the various systems will change. The notice has not been issued yet. Why rush? How can I not be anxious? Do you know how difficult it is to find a decent and high-paying job now? This kind of job is impossible to find a decent and high-paying job. It's hard to find a job at any time. Only K1 level guides don't have job anxiety. Ordinary people still have to be down to earth. Am I the only one who thinks that Thor is a black-hearted pope who only knows how to make empty promises? Last time he said he would reduce the price of the new generation of inhibitors by 30%, but he hasn't implemented it until today. Inhibitors are not necessities. Why do you have to reduce the price? Only sentinels need that kind of thing, okay? Sentinels are not a niche group. There are more than 1 billion people in Indiclaire who need inhibitors. Seeing that the point of the debate under this post was a bit off, Fusey clicked on another prophecy post. Who will win the leader battle? A comprehensive analysis from spirit to combat power. As we all know, Morin is home to many lunatics. I won't talk about the inhuman combat power of the First Fleet. I'm sure you have all heard of this person. To be honest, I think it's a 50-50 chance. 50-50? Are you praising her too much? She is not even worthy of carrying shoes for His Majesty. Because names and key words cannot appear in this kind of post, the poster used many pronouns, and even the title of Fusey did not appear. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell who is being referred to. Since Fusey went to Tanya to enroll, she has hardly seen any comments about herself. The comments on the mic competition forum only say that she is just slacking off and clinging to her teammates. There are few serious comments at all. Fusey continued to read with a mentality of observation and appreciation. That person is not even a little bit inferior to Our Majesty. He is just a cannon fodder who is here to be killed. I really don't know how she has the courage to propose a leader battle. Does she really think we are soft persimmons like those in the Centaur Galaxy? If you really count, she only has a few impressive achievements. She can't even pass the assessment of the personal guard here. Fusey read all the way, and almost all of them were not optimistic about her remarks, thinking that she didn't even have a chance of winning. Obviously, in the previous post, she was still openly and secretly questioning the Queen's decision to force Thor to resign, and this post was so united that it was sigh-worthy. However, those doubtful voices will eventually dissipate with time. The Phoenix spirit is almost a godlike existence in Indiclare. They don't need to anger the Protector. War is very cruel. This is also the original intention of the leader battle. The decision to sacrifice the self for the greater self is always popular. Fusey is not angry. After all, these people are no different from those confused students watching Mike, and their vision is even narrower. She casually flipped through it twice, but she saw a figure standing in the corner stealthily. Fusey turned her head, and was stunned. Shohei came over awkwardly. "Hey, what's that expression on your face?" The young man in front of him had a handsome face like a demon, and a pair of strange blue eyes that were exactly the same as Fusey's, but the color was darker, and the black ring around his wrist indicated his identity. Fusey looked left and right, but couldn't tell whether it was its true body or a body created by Yumming. The model was almost as detailed as the hair, and Fusey secretly marveled at his ability to transform. "Give it back to you." Shohei threw the silver bracelet to Fusey. "My strength is almost restored. When do we start?" "Wait a minute." Fusey caught Yumming and put it on her wrist, stood up and took 2 steps towards it. "Why are you like this?" It would have been fine if she didn't say it, but Shohei got angry as soon as she said it. "What? You can be a human being, but I can't?" Fusey couldn't help laughing, and without considering Shohei's expression, she pointed out mercilessly, "Why are you so shy? This expression is too human." Shohei was embarrassed and angry. "Don't push it too far." It screamed and turned back into a Totoro. Its chubby body looked very Rua. Fusey narrowed her eyes. "Tell me, why do you want to become a human?" "I have entered the mature stage." Shohei looked down at the tip of his claws. "I don't know why. It's much faster than I expected." Fusey said calmly, "This is a good thing. At least you can hide your breath, and don't need to rely on Yumming to cover your tracks." Shohei was silent for a while, then raised his fat round head. "Shall we start?" Fusey thought about it. No one would come to visit at this time. The leader battle was in 4 days, which should be enough for her to walk around in her memory. After all, the strange metal card only made her immersed for a moment. So Fusey nodded and said without hesitation, "Now you can." Shohei jumped onto the table and looked at her with his big eyes. "It may be painful. This process is equivalent to planting a seed in your brain. The soil space is constantly occupied, and finally the tree species is inferred based on the flowers and fruits produced." It described it very specifically. Fusey imagined it for a while, and finally nodded. "I know, let's start." Shohei couldn't say anything more because she was so straightforward. It raised its short front paws, and a more condensed white mist instantly wrapped Fusey's body. The fluctuations of various body values are within the normal range, and the fluctuations of mental power are relatively active. Further observation is needed. The unfamiliar language sounded in Fusey's ears. Fusey felt a little dizzy, and she calmed down, and then she saw the scene clearly. A very familiar face appeared in front of her, with black hair and black eyes, hard lines and sharp features, but he always smiled when he looked at her. Mo Lin turned his head to explain to the researcher, "She is looking at me." Fusey saw the strange expression on the researcher's face, as if he wanted to say something but was concerned about Mo Lin's identity, and couldn't make it clear. His face looked like "Is the chairman crazy?" which made Fusey look down at herself. "Oh, she has no body, only a dark mist filled this small square box. Just like Yulan, who was captured by the Banshee family." This is indeed Fusey's memory. It's just that this is not the time period Fusey wants. Is her mood not high because of the lack of radiation time recently? Emolyn suddenly spoke. The researcher standing next to him had gray hair and looked over 70 years old. He was still answering the chairman's question conscientiously. According to what you said, 2 to 3 hours a day, and the intensity of exposure has not been reduced recently. Mullen responded indifferently, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Since she saw him, Fusey didn't want to look him in the eye. The damp and dense sight reminded her of the lingering rain and snow in spring, which made her feel uncomfortable. She looked around the laboratory, and saw the stellar energy analyzer that was only available in the last century. Fusey roughly calculated that from now to when she entered 2547's body, there would be a time span of nearly 300 years. It's too early, Fusey couldn't help but complain. Now she only has vision and hearing, can't speak or use the spiritual body mutation skills, which is really uncomfortable. Why is it like this? Fusey couldn't help but kick the transparent cover in front of her. Who knew that Morin's breathing suddenly became heavier, and he said in a deep voice, "She has the performance of awakening self-awareness. The senior researcher who runs the laboratory, This person may have gone crazy doing research." Mullen looked at her for a while, and then explained in a gentle voice, "According to past data, there will be an observer effect when observing her, that is, the final form depends on the cognitive level of the witness, and it is normal that you can't see it." Fusey couldn't help but shrink back. What's going on? What about digging up memories? Why does she think that the Morin in front of her is so real? Fusey is not unfamiliar with the observer effect. Simply put, people who are familiar with apples will naturally classify them as fruit and food when they see apples. But people who don't know apples will only classify them as hard and irregular spheres when they see apples. Different cognitive levels will change what you see. Fusey thought of what Tan Sui Wu has said to her at an inopportune moment. He may be the one among us who least wants you to die. At first, she was very skeptical about this sentence, but now it seems to be somewhat credible. Morin at this time has not changed much compared to 300 years later. He has awakened a spiritual body like Shadow Weaver, and it is difficult for him to die in a short period of time. I will continue to follow up on the subsequent monitoring results," the white-haired old man said to Morin seriously. This seemed to be a signal that the observation was over, and Fusey breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace. She really didn't want to face Morin's dead face all day. Seeing that the old man was about to close the external viewing window, Morin suddenly stopped him and said, "Wait a minute." "Old man?" Morin's serious face suddenly showed a smile, which made the old man shudder. "Open the micro-cloud crystal box," Morin instructed. The old man's eyes widened. "What did you say?" Mullen repeated briskly. "I said, let her out, she doesn't like staying in there." The old man was obviously angry but dared not speak, and he could not twist his arm against his thigh. In the end, he could only open a gap in the box where Fusey lived according to Mullen's instructions. Fusey looked at the gap suspiciously, and felt that there was a trick. Mullen was not afraid of death. He stepped forward and spread his palms to Fusey, and whispered, "Come on." Fusey didn't want to pay attention to him. This was just her memory. It was normal for her to do nothing. Anyway, she didn't have any subjective consciousness at this stage. Mullen stared at her for a while, and his slender fingers reached into the area behind him. The Shadow Weaver who had been hiding in the shadows brought up a kitten woven by spider silk at the right time. He put the kitten in the gap and said in a gentle and persuasive way, "Use this as a temporary body, I will take you out." It was not until this time that Fusey realized that Morin seemed to have been trying to talk to her. She kicked the crystal box and Morin soon noticed her displeasure. No way, he in her memory is also a similar existence to the isotope? Fusey tentatively leaned forward, and Morin's eyes were filled with a smile. "I have many kitten dolls, all of them are yours." "It's over." Fusey only had this thought in her mind. This is her memory, and it is also Morin's. In other words, in Morin's memory, there will be such a clip where she took the initiative to show her kindness. Fusey collapsed peacefully. Tired, destroy it. Chapter 219. Seeing her lying down with a gloomy look, Emolyn was a little confused, and lowered his eyes to put the doll made of spider silk back into his pocket. "Don't you like it?" He muttered a few words in a low voice, and his drooping eyelashes cast a small shadow on his cheek, and his expression was hard to tell. Fusey had already begun to rehearse the scene of cutting Xiao He into pieces in her mind. "I knew it was unreliable, but I didn't expect it to be so unreliable." This memory was humiliating in Fusey's memory, and there was no useful information. Facing Emolyn's dead face, Fusey also became calm. "Let's see who can't help it first today." Fusey began to play dead, and no matter what Emolyn said, she didn't respond at all. Seeing the expression of the old man behind him getting weirder and weirder, Fusey couldn't help cursing in her heart. What is this guy still looking at? What can she see from this state? She looked like a ball of smoke floating up after a bonfire, which was collected in a box and only a vague gray shadow. This was almost her weakest form. She'd lost all her means and strength, and her mood was really not bright. Mullen didn't insist on her to respond, and told the researcher next to him to increase the frequency of irradiation. Finally, he looked at her before leaving. Fusey tried to restrain herself from emptying her mind. She doubted that she didn't simply enter the memory fragment, but traveled through the timeline back to the past. The terrible thing about the butterfly effect is that it is unpredictable. If something is done now that causes Morin to have unnecessary expectations 300 years later, it will be more troublesome. Logically, Xiao He should have followed her into the depths of her memory, but Fusey used her weak perception to search around and found no trace of Xiao He. Now that things have come to this, let's go to sleep first. This form requires a lot of energy to support Fusey's conscious thinking. She has already started to feel dazed in just half an hour. Human cubs need more than 12 hours of sleep every day when they are just born. The time will slowly decrease after they grow up, and it will be shortened to 4 or 5 hours in old age. Once Fusey returned to the embryonic stage, she was sleeping most of the time. She was only awake for a moment during the daily feeding time. The so-called feeding means putting the microcloud crystal box where Fusey is located within the range of stellar radiation and letting her absorb energy by herself. As time passed, Fusey gradually became anxious. Since Fusey rejected Morin's invitation, the number of times he came to the laboratory in person has greatly decreased. Even if he came, Fusey was sleeping, which successfully eliminated the starting point of the conflict. At the same time, it also cut off Fusey's channels for obtaining information. Damn it, she shouldn't have believed Xiao He's lies. Fusey thought this for the 10,000th time. Finally, 3 months later, the situation took a turn for the better. Morin dismissed all the researchers and subordinates, and said to her in a very strange tone, "I brought you a gift." Fusey lazily slumped in the same place, without any reaction. It was not until Morin controlled the Shadow Weaver to lift up a baby girl immersed in the incubator that Fusey realized what he wanted to do. "If you don't like animal bodies, how about this body?" Morin approached a little eagerly. It's a little rushed in terms of time, but now the technology of artificial humans is close to maturity, and it's no different from normal humans. Fusey was silent for a while, and couldn't help looking at the baby in the incubator, who was soaked in the culture medium. Things became serious. Did Mo Lin come up with so many experimental subjects after being rejected by her? His brain circuit was too weird. Why did he have to find a body for her? No, why was she trapped in this laboratory? And she looked so weak. Fusey's frozen mind recovered a little. Perhaps this memory is not completely without reference value. She may be able to explore Mo Lin's real purpose. For example, why is he obsessed with finding a suitable body for Fusey, when she can choose her own form after reaching maturity like Xiao He? But in that case, she might also be regarded as a source of pollution that endangers humans. After all, her ideas are sometimes worse than Xiao He. Fusey stretched her body tentatively, and Mo Lin's eyes lit up. He accurately captured her movements and immediately opened the door of the crystal box. To be honest, Morin's behavior is no different from a zookeeper releasing a wild tiger or lion. It's really a bit of a disregard for her. Fusey squirmed out of the translucent observation box, and turned her head to see Morin's undisguised gaze. Like an old father watching a child babbling, his eyes flashed with a strong emotion of kindness and love. Fusey was disgusted, and her body that had finally stretched out shrank back. Morin was stunned for a moment, and seemed to notice her flash of disgust, but he couldn't believe it. The biggest reason why pollution sources cannot be contained and utilized is that they cannot communicate. There is no so-called distinction between good and evil, only the most instinctive sense of aggression. If Fusey showed an emotional reaction, it would be a milestone in the great progress of this experiment. He tentatively moved forward a little, and indeed felt a stronger rejection emotion. Morin immediately stopped where he was, but he did not give up and stretched out his mind tentacles to get closer to Fusey. This action seemed to touch a switch in Fusey. She escaped from the microcloud crystal box with great disgust, but found that the entire laboratory had entered a closed state, and there was no gap for her to live in. She was like a fish suddenly thrown into boiling water, and her body quickly spread out with emotional fluctuations, trying to find a breakthrough. Morin did not expect her to have such a big reaction. Before he could stop her, he saw her body disintegrate, like gray smoke blown away by the wind. In just a few seconds, Fusey dissipated all the energy accumulated over these days, and strangely felt that her body was empty, with a sense of lightness. Fusey secretly thought it was not good, and her strong biological instinct was telling her that this was a sign of death. Her current state is very unstable. I don't know where Morin captured her from. She has been relying on artificial feeding to maintain a stable energy state. Strictly speaking, the life strength of the baby brought by Morin is comparable to that of Fusey now. Morin stepped forward quickly, and immediately opened the spiritual realm of the Shadow Weaver, redefined the space medium, and stabilized the particle dynamics in the space. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, Morin tried to make his voice sound softer, your state is unstable, come to me. The huge laboratory was covered with the silver-gray spider silk of the Shadow Weaver, which flashed a dangerous and secret luster under the light of the stars, and a sense of suffocation spread in Fusey's heart. It was like a butterfly that had just transformed into a butterfly and fell into the dense net of a jungle hunter. There were birds of prey outside and cages inside, and it was full of the breath of a dictator from inside to outside. Seeing that she had not responded for a long time, Morin's expression was gloomy for a moment, and he put down his arm and said calmly, "You have to understand that I will not harm you." Before Fusey could figure out what he meant, Shadow Weaver appeared behind her silently. By the time Fusey realized what he wanted to do, it was too late. A familiar emblem appeared in Fusey's ethereal body, and the black shadow vaguely wove a rough outline, and the co-birth mark was immediately generated. Fusey was stunned in disbelief. Was this emblem branded under such circumstances? Morin noticed that her intention to resist was slightly weaker, and his face looked better. He touched his index finger and middle finger lightly, and the complete co-birth mark shared all his mental power and lifespan with Fusey. The constantly overflowing vitality instantly became full, and Fusey lowered her perspective and looked at Morin silently. Morin was still trying to defend himself. It's not that hard to accept, right? Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. He said it twice in a row. Fusey saw his slightly trembling fingers, and looked at his face, that was pretending to be calm. A strange idea gradually arose, he was afraid. Fusey was a little unbelievable. What was he afraid of? Afraid that I would die? The co-birth seal was Morin's most threatening spiritual body mutation skill, and now it became the medium for her spiritual power. Fusey's body swayed slightly, and the abundant energy supply made her body solid again, which was much faster than absorbing stellar radiation. Morin reached out and caught Fusey, who was falling lightly. Worried that she would rise again, he just reached out and held her back to the original microcloud crystal cover. Be careful, he forced a smile, looking a little pitiful, I won't appear in front of you casually. Fusey watched him retreat to a safe distance, manipulated the Shadow Weaver to preserve the baby's body, and turned to leave. His back was desolate, but his waist was straight, looking carefree. Fusey sensed the co-birth mark in her body, and confirmed that this was the one she metabolized after entering 2547's body. It turned out that this thing had been in her body for so long. It's not an exaggeration to say that the situation just now was dangerous. Morin planted the co-birth mark as a stopgap measure, but it might also be selfish. Fusey huddled in the corner silently. Her thoughts were still dull. She couldn't understand why Morin had to spend so much effort to save her. Judging from the events that happened 100 years later, Morin held the genetic sequence code of 2547 in his hand, which was equivalent to controlling her lifeblood. Logically speaking, this is a very advantageous bargaining chip. At least it can threaten Fusey to use it for his own benefit, just like he used Ina to work for him. But after the result of the confrontation with Dansatu, he chose to use Euphemia to restrain Fusey's mind, rather than attacking Fusey directly. However, Euphemia is no longer her loyal follower now, so this threat is basically zero. Fusey suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and suddenly connected the clues. Euphemia had the mark of an unknown sentinel on her, and Morin had planted the same life mark on her, so everything that happened to Euphemia would be synchronized to him. He must know who the sentinel who marked Euphemia was. Damn! Where did Xiaohei go? Fusey suddenly became anxious. If we know who left the mark on Euphemia, we can find the person who set a trap for her with Posiris and Tan Suiyin. Think carefully about what Morin's counterpart said before he died. He said he couldn't wait too long. Was it because he sensed that the vortex under the undercurrent had begun to turn? Fusey turned around twice. Putting aside Morin's style of doing things, he was able to sit in the position of chairman for so long, so his intelligence and ability must be above tens of thousands of people. Maybe he really knows something. Chapter 220. He burst into tears. Although Mo Lin said that day that he would leave resolutely, he could not suppress his desire to get close to Fusey, and always secretly came to see her under the pretext of inspecting the assembly of the kinetic mecha next door. But most of the time, he just looked at her from a distance, and left after confirming that her indicators were very stable. If it weren't for the mark in Fusey's body that could sense his approach, she might not have been able to detect his spying. A male ghost with a strong sense of stealing. Fusey waited for the stars and the moon, but she didn't wait for Mo Lin to appear again, but waited for Xiao He, who appeared hurriedly. Xiao He stared at Fusey's insufficient gaze and explained embarrassedly, "You have too many memory fragments, I accidentally got lost." In order to make up for his mistake, Xiao He quickly saved his face. "I will take you to a deeper memory now." It was about to use its ability to take Fusey out, but was horrified to find that its mental power was completely imprisoned in this laboratory. Fusey was not surprised. That day, she almost disappeared in front of Morin, which sounded a warning to Morin. From that day on, the entire laboratory was covered by the spider silk of the Shadow Weaver, and any tiny mental fluctuations could not pass through the Shadow Weaver's monitoring. Fusey threw a glance at Xiaohei and said coldly, "You are finished." As Fusey's voice fell, the door of the laboratory opened with a bang, and Morin hurriedly stepped in, locking onto the abnormal mental fluctuations floating around Fusey at a glance. Xiaohei was shocked. From its appearance to Morin's entry, less than 10 minutes had passed. Did he really think Fusey was a fragile thing? Fusey thought that as she left with Xiaohei now, this body would become unconscious again. Will Morin notice her leaving? Fusey was a little unsure. Xiaohei saw Fusey's hesitation and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "I feel like his eyes are going to eat me." Molin's face was indeed not warm, and there was a chill in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. He didn't act rashly because he was worried that Xiaohei would suddenly attack Fusey. Xiaohei couldn't help but lean towards Fusey, even though her current growth level was several levels lower than Xiaohei, and she couldn't stop his figure at all. Fusey said coldly, "You better not get too close to me." It must be said that although Fusey didn't spend much time with Morin, she knew his pain points very well. Before Xiaohei could react, Morin raised his right hand and clenched it hard in the void. Xiaohei screamed and was framed into a strange space. This space, and the space where Fusey was obviously overlapped. Xiaohei could sense that Fusey was still nearby, but there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking in front of him. No matter how hard Xiaohei tried, he couldn't break through. Mo Lin walked to the micro-cloud crystal cover and confirmed that Fusey's mental fluctuations had not weakened at all. He breathed a sigh of relief with his naked eyes. Fusey raised her eyes to observe him. In fact, Fusey was a little curious about how Mo Lin would react when he saw Xiaohei, a spiritual body of the same type as her. There was no surprise on his face, only some hidden worry spreading in his eyes. He seemed not surprised by Xiaohei's existence and arrival. Remembering the promise last time, Mo Lin did not step forward, but stretched out his hand and made a pinching gesture, directly pulling Xiaohei away from her. "Xiaohei, the world where only I am hurt has been achieved." After confirming that there were no other abnormalities around, Morin took Xiaohei to another laboratory. Xiaohei looked at the man in front of him anxiously. Last time in Dancetu, he read part of Fusey's memory and created Morin's isotope. He knew too well what kind of existence this man was. "Help! Fusey, save me!" Unfortunately, all his mental connections were unilaterally cut off by Morin, and Fusey could not hear his call for help. Xiaohei was as anxious as a headless fly. If his fellow tribesmen knew that he had fallen in the memory fragments he was best at, he would have no face to go back in this life. Morin threw it into a square crystal cover casually, and did not seem to worry about Xiaohei's resistance. Xiaohei sensed the surroundings, and found that the general structure of this place was no different from that of the laboratory where Fusey was, except that there were a few more gravitational wave transmitters and ion compressors. Xiaohei shuddered violently. If Fusey's laboratory was just a functional laboratory used for research and cultivation, then the laboratory where it was now could be called a torture zone. Xiaohei shivered, hoping that Morin would not be too cruel. Who knew that Morin looked at it for a long time, and finally said in a calm voice, "According to Defei's recent intelligence monitoring, there should be no other Yas. Where did you come from?" Xiaohei suddenly raised his head and stared at Morin in shock, trying to see some clues from his face. But then he thought, since this guy can keep Fusey in the laboratory, he must know something about them. Xiaohei thought about it, and decided to tell everything. When it was lost in Fusey's memory fragments, it had seen a lot of fragments about Morin, so it was not completely unfamiliar. Putting aside some emotional filters and interference, Xiaohei did not think that Morin would hurt Fusey. When he was in Dancetu, everything that happened in its contaminated area could not escape its perception. When Morin attacked Euphemia, Xiaohei saw the true face of this man. He was just a poor guy who would go crazy if Fusey didn't look at him straight in the eye. There's nothing to be afraid of. Xiaohei encouraged himself. Turning his head to meet Morin's gaze, his momentum suddenly dropped. "It's so scary. How can this guy have two faces in front of people and behind people? He was obviously kind and worried in that laboratory just now. Okay, double standards, right? Xiao He got angry and decided not to answer anything Morin asked, let him figure it out himself. Who knew that Morin's next sentence would be a thunderbolt? So that's how it is. Did you find this place through her memory? Morin lowered his eyes. It's just the mature stage. Who supplied you with energy to achieve this? Xiao He was stunned and trembled twice in disbelief. His body shrank into a white ball, looking more like a mouse. Morin stared at it for 2 seconds, thinking, she actually shared her energy with you. Xiao He didn't know what to say after his underwear was seen without saying a word. What else is there to say? He has already said it. Xiao He was silent for a while and decided to ask for advice humbly. Can you tell me how you know? Morin suddenly smiled, which made Xiao He shudder. I know everything about her, not to mention that your mental fluctuations are so similar. Before Xiao He could sigh, he heard Morin say, I can let you leave safely and return to the normal timeline, but you have to promise me one thing. Why does it feel like I'm setting a trap for him to jump into? Xiao He asked carefully. Can you tell me? Morin glanced at the closed laboratory door and told it directly. Fusey asked you to find the memories of the past, and you must not let her remember anything about the past. Xiao He was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked back, why? Morin closed his eyes and said, I'm going to tell you about it. He closed his eyes, and did not answer the question directly. Do you remember what happened before you were born? Little Black answered subconsciously, of course. Mo Lin stretched out his hand to pinch it out, and forcibly pressed it to stamp a mark similar to Fusey's, and said coldly, from now on, you and her will live and die together, and once she recovers all her memories, you will all die. Little Black twisted his body in fear, and couldn't believe it. What do you mean? Mo Lin threw it away casually. You don't need to know the details, you just need to remember this result, and use all your strength to prevent her from recovering her memory. Little Black's 2 black bean-like eyes showed a desperate look. Finally, he couldn't help crying wow. Chapter 221. Xiao He was released. Fusey was a little surprised. She thought Xiao He was in danger this time. Xiao He was very depressed, but he still had to hide the marks on his body to prevent Fusey from finding out. Are these 2 devils? Xiao He was crying silently in his heart, pretending to be scared after escaping death. Morin's order was still buzzing in his mind, and Xiao He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he and Fusey were now fog creatures, and his inner thoughts could not be judged from micro-expressions. What sin have I committed? Didn't I just eat 2 birds in the dance into pollution area? Is it necessary to punish me like this? Xiao He silently lit a candle for himself. Forget it, who made him a weakling? When he reaches the fantasy period, he must retaliate 100-fold. Ahem, I'm fine, let's go to the next memory fragment. Xiao He quickly cheered up and said to Fusey. Staying here would not give any useful information, so Fusey quickly followed Xiao He out of this memory. After another trance, Fusey's eyes went dark, and her mental fluctuations temporarily subsided. At the same time, Xiao He made up his mind and threw Fusey into a memory fragment. No matter what, saving her life is important. If Fusey gets angry later, she can use getting lost as an excuse. This may be the first and last time in Xiao He's life that he has the courage to do such a thing. After an unknown amount of time, Fusey woke up again. What she saw was an extremely familiar face, her own face. To be precise, this was 2547 before she became Ifuziki. It seems that the timeline is not long after she awakened her self-awareness. Fusey lived as 2547 for a long time, and once she had lost herself. If Poseidon hadn't exposed the fact that she was not 2547, she would not have confessed. But now, Fusey looked at the bright and lively girl in front of her, and for the first time she felt a strong sense of separation. Today's training is so tiring. I need to use information points to exchange for some special dishes to recover my health. 2547 stretched and came out of the training room, with a thin layer of sweat on her face and a clear blush on her cheeks. Fusey had seen their various training methods, and almost every one of them was challenging the limits of human function. Just as she was thinking about it, a gentle question came from above her head. Are you satisfied? Fusey realized that she was being held in someone's hands, and there were crystal covers made of microcloud crystal stones all around her. When she looked up, she saw Morin's dead face that had not changed for 100 years. Fusey, Xiao He really didn't want to live anymore. If she had 8 points of suspicion before, now she was very sure that Xiao He was taking revenge. How else to explain that she would see Morin's face every time she woke up? Well, the initial gene editing of this batch of experimental subjects has been done to the extreme, but I still feel that something is missing. Mullen whispered to her, but he did not mean to let Fusey respond. It was more like talking to himself. Fusey was silent. At this time, she already had her own consciousness. Morin would always take her out of the laboratory to patrol everywhere. This kind of conversation always ended with his self-questioning and self-answering. This feeling of being controlled by others made Fusey very uncomfortable, not to mention that Morin had been by her side since the day she woke up, forcibly squeezing into her thinking in life. Fusey's disgust is never without reason. But Fusey now has a different idea. She wants to get some clues from Morin. If Fusey suddenly spoke. Morin was stunned when he heard her voice, then lowered his head in disbelief. Are you talking to me? Fusey was angry again, and she patiently said him. Morin's breathing became clearer, he blinked his eyelashes quickly, and asked eagerly. Don't you like to see these? Fusey felt puzzled, so she simply said straight to the point. If I say that you will plant the same life mark on another guide in the near future, and that guide has been temporarily marked by other sentinels, can you sense who the sentinel who marked her is? This description is very abstract, but Morin still understood it. It was also at this time that he realized that the Fusey in his hand was no longer the Fusey in the current timeline. Calculating the time, 300 years have passed. Morin's eyes were filled with a smile, and his voice became lower and softer. You want to ask about the Tongsheng seal? Now that he needed help, Fusey rarely answered his questions. Yes. Well, I gave this mark to a guide? That's right. That guide had been marked by other sentinels, right? Yes. Is it a temporary mark or a lifelong mark? A temporary mark. At this point in the conversation, Fusey began to doubt. Could it be that Morin had grown old and his memory had deteriorated over the past 300 years? Hasn't she just explained these details very clearly? There is no need to confirm them again. Morin stopped when he saw that things were going well. He looked around and saw that the corridor was full of researchers who were walking in a hurry. Seeing the chairman standing here, they all nodded and greeted him cautiously. It's not a good place for communication. Morin frowned and quickly took Fusey into a fully enclosed data room and put her on the table in front of him. Fusey has never had much patience with him. Seeing that he didn't mean to answer, she couldn't help asking again. So, can you sense it? Morin touched his chin, feeling a little sorry. He wanted Fusey to say a few more words to him. Although her attitude was not gentle, and her tone was cold. In theory, yes, all changes in the spirit body are irreversible. As long as she has been marked, this information will be passed on to me. Morin held his chin and looked down at Fusey. Fusey got the answer she wanted and wanted to go to Defir to ask him for clarification even more urgently. Morin in this timeline didn't even know who Euphemia was, and couldn't answer all her questions. Morin asked casually, Is your guide cheating? Fusey, you can think more freely. Morin was in a good mood, his eyes narrowed, and he could hardly hide his smile. If he betrayed you, it would not be too much to cut him into pieces. Fusey then remembered that Morin's co-birth seal had another effect, which could almost determine the life and death of the person being manipulated. It's not betrayal. Fusey thought carefully about her emotions at the time. I just felt a little surprised. The smile on Morin's face gradually disappeared. The guide you were talking about, isn't it me? Fusey was a little puzzled. Of course not. Morin didn't speak again, and the air around him became quiet. Strange. Fusey only narrated the incident to him from a third-party perspective. Why did he think that the guide in the story was himself? Speaking of which, Morin at this time didn't know that Shilai would raid Defir and take Fusey away. From his perspective, Fusey would be left in Moros by him, and the only guide she could contact was Morin himself. And under what circumstances would he imprint the same life mark on other guides? Fusey suddenly realized that she had revealed incredible news to him. Chapter 222. The silence between them did not last long. Morin would always be the first to break this atmosphere, and try his best to create a warm and intimate atmosphere for the two of them. In fact, we rarely communicate calmly like this. Morin considered his words. Maybe you can try to believe me. Here it comes again. Fusey couldn't help rolling her eyes. Mullen was either persuading or on the way to persuading. He always tried to assimilate Fusey's thoughts and behaviors. The hunter carefully built a gilded birdcage, prepared delicious food and exquisite toys, and naively wanted to keep the falcon as a canary. It was difficult for Fusey to understand his starting point and purpose. It is said that humans are highly selfish animals. What good does this do for him? Fusey decided to give him a chance. The best way to resolve a conflict is to face it directly. It is of course good to be able to resolve it. If not, then resolve the person who created the conflict. I want to know why you are so persistent with me. Mullen moved his lips, his expression changed several times, and finally he just said, I won't hurt you. Fusey was obviously used to his hesitating and vagueness. In her opinion, Morin did not want to solve the conflict between them from the bottom of his heart. In this case, there is no need to continue to ponder. She just needs to wait for her to return to the correct timeline and find the mysterious sentinel who has contacted Euphemia. Maybe she can find the level of the mystery. Seeing that she began to be silent, the smile on Morin's face gradually disappeared. His facial features were much more oppressive than those of ordinary guides. His heavy eyes cast over, and he could make people feel uncomfortable without speaking. Fusey didn't buy his tricks. Morin had been in the position of chairman for a long time, and he always subconsciously used his aura to pressure others, making them compromise under invisible pressure. Morin saw that her whole body collapsed, lying on a thin layer at the bottom of the crystal cover, as if she had fallen asleep. Morin quickly reached out and picked her up again. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Fusey said in a light voice. Yes, I feel upset when I see you. Morin thought about it, and the Shadow Weaver emerged from his shadow, and his two long front legs drew a square, framing him from head to toe. How about this? His voice came from the empty room. It appeared the Shadow Weaver's most troublesome phase shift ability, which was used by him to frame Xiao He at that time. It's true that without seeing his face, Fusey really felt like the clouds had cleared and the moon was bright. Fusey uttered a few words. What on earth are you going to do? If she remembered correctly, this spiritual body mutation skill consumed a lot of mental power, almost like a killer. As long as Morin wanted, he could instantly move a star-level star to the current space, and use the star-level energy to carry out a devastating attack. If that really happened, the eternal life that Shadow Weaver brought to Morin would come to an end. I just hope you stay here, stay in Moros. I can find you anything you like. The level of technological development in Moros is also enough to support you to do anything you want, as long as you stay here. Mullen's voice became smaller and smaller, and he seemed to lack confidence. Fusey listened quietly, without any emotion, and even wanted to laugh. He should be told about Poseidon's deeds and his end. In essence, there is no difference between the two men. It's just that Morin lived longer, and was crazier. Perhaps you will find it hard to accept now. Morin approached her, his voice coming from far away. Time will be a good medicine. He obviously wanted to say something, but the door of the laboratory suddenly sounded a reminder. Someone was outside the door. Fusey simply shrank in a corner of the microcloud crystal cover, hiding most of her body. When someone disturbed him, Morin instantly revealed his figure, gathered the crystal cover containing Fusey in his arms, and covered the small ball in the corner with his coat. He glanced at the visual access control, and it was Manhard standing outside the door. As Morin's most restless adopted son, Manhard would come to see him every once in a while to report to him the latest diplomatic details and mineral sharing. Anyway, it was just some trivial matters, just to show off his presence in front of him. If it was normal, Morin would still give him some attention, at least it would be acceptable. Today he was really in no mood to deal with Manhard. He didn't know when Fusey would leave this timeline, and he didn't want to waste the event on unimportant people. Father, are you in there? Manhard's voice came through the visual access control. Morin frowned slightly, moved his eyes to the door, connected the access control with his mental power, and opened the door for Manhard. Manhard walked in with his hands and feet tied, and saw Morin, who looked unfriendly, sitting in the first seat and looking at him. Today should not be the day for you to come to Moros to report on your work. Morin was too lazy to follow the procedure and asked directly, what do you want to ask for this time? Manhard is a fool with a family background but no brains. He looks decent, but his mind is full of garbage. Morin didn't care to deal with the guys in the review meeting, so he left it until now. Father, this time I came mainly to report to you the progress of the energy tower renovation on the D7869 star. Manhard didn't see that Morin was impatient at the moment, and was still laying the groundwork for his real purpose. Morin suddenly interrupted him. You still have to hide in front of me. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, just get out. Manhard finally saw that he was in a bad mood, and said quickly, at this point in the breeding plan, some experimental subjects with lower numbers are not qualified to match the father's genes. I want to help you share the problem of tight breeding funds. When Morin heard this, there was no extra emotion in his eyes. He raised the corner of his lips. Which experimental subject do you like? Fusey huddled in the corner of the crystal cover to listen to their conversation. At first, She didn't understand what Manhard was talking about until Morin asked this question. Manhard, a useless person with a mind full of women and money, liked a certain experimental subject and actually came directly to Morin. It's not unfair to say that he can't accomplish anything. Manhard laughed twice, just now. Experimental subject number 2547, I think she is very good. Mullen sighed faintly. Should he say that he has good vision or bad luck? Although the serial number of 2547 is later, she is the most balanced one in terms of genetic inheritance and data feedback. And her appearance, Mullen lowered his eyes and glanced at the crystal cover in his arms without leaving a trace. It really looks like her. Go back. Don't let delis know that you have been to Morro's. If you rush into the experimental area again, you will die even if you have my last name on your head. Mullen narrated calmly. Fusey suddenly recalled the judges of the Mike finals. Manhard, as a non-diplomatic personnel, was sent to complete such a task with Bailuan, but she kept him at the finals forever. And Bailuan's non-diplomatic attitude, and he helped her write the report, without any panic of the chairman's adopted son dying tragically in a foreign country. He didn't seem surprised by Manhard's death. Is it because Bailuan has been traveling for many years, and is used to emergencies, or is Manhard's death already destined? Fusey then had a sense of cause and effect. Perhaps it was because Manhard showed his extravagant thoughts about 2547 in front of Morin, that Morin sent Manhard to die in the Mike finals. I always feel something is wrong. 2547 is not a Vesky yet, but a simple experimental subject, born as the successor of the chairman's genes. Manhard asked him for it, probably because he saw 2547's marginalized identity. But Morin's attitude obviously doesn't seem to be treating a simple container. On second thought, he has cultivated this batch of experimental subjects for quite a long time, so it is reasonable that he has developed extraordinary feelings for them. Fusey was lost in her own thoughts, and didn't notice how Morin was sent away by Manhard. She was taken out of the dim inner pocket. Morin saw that she was listless and thought that Manhard, who was full of yellow garbage in his head, had ruined her mood. He comforted her kindly. I have sent him to do hard labor on the marginal wasteland planet. Don't be angry. The brain circuits of Utafe people are really different from ordinary people. Fusey didn't think she showed any anger. I don't know how Morin saw it. Emolyn thought for a moment and added, when you have a suitable body, I give it to you to practice with. Fusey, that's not necessary. Chapter 223. Xiao He has not appeared, and Fusey reasonably suspects that it is intentional. During this time, Fusey has been looking for opportunities to ask Morin about his past indirectly. But this guy is a smart guy among smart guys. Although he will answer all of Fusey's questions, he obviously has mastered the essence of communication between people. Just talking nonsense. Fusey never thought that Morin, with a gloomy and cold face, was actually a hidden chatterbox. He moved Fusey from the laboratory to his office, and only Fusey was placed on the large semi-open indoor observation platform, which was empty and looked like a huge ship docking station. Fusey in this timeline would not have had much communication with Morin. Most of the time, she would sleep in the crystal cover to accumulate energy. But now that Fusey has changed her core, it is inevitable that there will be more communication. Morin supported his chin and listened to the Minister of Foreign Affairs in front of him reporting to him about the recent activities of the affiliated galaxy. All of these were meaningless things. Fusey originally wanted to hear if there was any confidential information that could be used, but the result disappointed her greatly. Apart from hearing that the review committee was seriously corrupt, there was no useful information. According to the timeline, Martha was still alive at this time, and the Cadia family had not experienced any major changes. Fusey wanted to meet with Martha to talk about the new inhibitors and interferon, but she also knew that she was under all-round surveillance now, and a hasty meeting with Martha would only bring her trouble. Fusey would never believe Xiao He's lies again. Are you worried about something? Morin set away the people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and stared at Fusey's figure for a long time without seeing her move a bit, guessing that she was thinking about something. Fusey came to her senses and wanted to ask about Martha's recent situation, but she was hesitant because of Morin's beast-like insight. Although there were some contradictions and conflicts between the two that could not be reconciled, Fusey could not deny that Morin knew her very well, and every conversation might reveal her thoughts. This was an internal struggle to feel, and Fusey did not want to participate too much unless necessary. Seeing that she had not responded, Morin sat up straight subconsciously and held her in his arms. Are you unhappy? These things sound very annoying. I take you out to play? Fusey glanced at the reflection on the crystal mask, a dark mass. With which I did Morin see that she was unhappy. You think too much. Fusey stopped him from throwing out the plan in time. I just think that you, as the chairman, are really stupid. From the conversation just now, at this time, the top leaders of the Fear are taking advantage of the abolition of the Nobles regulations to make money crazily. The quantified energy supply plan can be seen to be concealed, but in Fusey's eyes, it is still full of loopholes. It is obvious that someone has pocketed all the energy veins and tradable precious metals that should have been reported for recycling. Well, Morin recalled the report documents submitted by the Oddby family, which were obviously more outrageous than last time. However, he was busy watching Fusey curled up in the corner, and had no intention of dealing with their little thoughts. Greed, anyway, the review will be killed sooner or later. I won't interfere, and they can't drag me down. At this time, Morin reached out to take the light computer on the table, flipped through the confidential documents casually, threw them on the table, and then picked up the crystal cover containing Fusey. Where do you want to go to play? Fusey had the illusion of playing the lute to a cow. No matter how the topic turned, it would eventually turn to herself. Then let me out. Fusey stretched out a tentacle, and knocked on the crystal cover in front of her. Morin smiled and shook his head, saying, Sorry, I can't agree to this for the time being. I'm really sorry. Fusey snorted. Although she had no entity now, and was still in the larval stage of growth, Morin didn't dare to let her move freely like he did 300 years ago. One emergency was enough. Morin didn't want to experience it a second time. Fusey didn't force it. Anyway, after a while, the experimental subject would riot. At that time, Fusey would enter 2547's body and help her complete the second awakening. The speed of time flow will be affected by many factors. Fusey could not accurately infer the ratio of the speed of memory time flow and the speed of normal time flow. She had a hunch that Xiaohei's sudden disappearance this time was inseparable from his private conversation with Morin. What did you say to Xiaohei? There was no need for any twists and turns between Fusey and Mo Lin. Apart from the two topics of freedom and memory, Mo Lin had nothing to hide from her. Sure enough, after more than 300 years, Mo Lin sold Xiaohei without hesitation. I asked him to do something for me. With the effect of the Tongsheng seal, he had no choice but to refuse. Fusey was silent. She should have known that Xiaohei was a fence-sitter. It was because of her credulity that Fusey was stuck in her memory. This could almost be considered a low-level mistake. Everyone should pay for their mistakes. Fusey accepted it well. This time, she lost to Mo Lin by a single move. The price was just being trapped in the past timeline. What about next time? Don't be upset, baby, Morin lowered his eyes. You just lack a little luck, not strength. Luck? Fusey thought about it. In fact, in the world of carbon-based creatures, luck is essentially linked to strength. If you think about it carefully, she doesn't have a spiritual body mutation skill like pulling silk. It's really a bit hasty to let Xiaohei use the backtracking skill on her without being 100% sure of holding her in her hand. Fusey's thoughts diverged unconsciously. Since Xiaohei often coveted her spiritual body, could she swallow Xiaohei in turn to improve her own abilities? Mo Lin's mouth couldn't be idle at all. He could talk to himself for a long time even if Fusey ignored him. Fusey simply gave him a topic. Since you also planted the same life seal on him, can you sense his location? Originally, she just asked casually. Morin didn't have the ability to shuttle through timelines. His memory and behavior were single-threaded, but he had a keenness that ordinary people didn't have. Who knew? He raised his chin and turned his eyes to a corner. He can't be too far away from you. We caught him and locked him in the research area on the bottom floor the day we left the laboratory. Fusey, when did it happen? Mullen stretched out his hand and tapped on Fusey's crystal cover. The movement was very light, and the collision between the fingertips and the cold and hard crystal cover did not make any sound. The first night you came here. It was also at this time that Fusey realized that Mullen had already seen that she did not belong to this timeline. Perhaps he had discovered this fact earlier, but chose to suppress it. No wonder he talked so much. It was to seize the opportunity to say a few more words, and there would be no chance after Fusey returned to the normal timeline. Take me to see him, Fusey said without hesitation. This time, Morin was silent for a longer time than before. After a while, he slowly shook his head. Swallowing it will not give you its ability. You may fall into a cycle dilemma. His tone was very firm, as if he had seen through Fusey's intention to threaten Xiaohei to return to the normal timeline. He added, "It's not to prevent you from returning to the correct timeline, but the time is not right yet. You will only add troubles if you meet it." Fusey snorted coldly. "Do you really have no selfish motives? It's better to say that the reason why I am like this, imprisoned in this narrow crystal cover by you, is the result of your wishful thinking. Morin's face suddenly turned pale, his lips moved a few times, but he found that any excuses were pale. Fusey was just stating the facts. He had no rebuttal. Whether it was the hundreds of experimental bodies, or the capture and recultivation of Fusey's fragments, he never asked Fusey's wishes from beginning to end. A trap decorated with flowers and fluff is still a trap, and the harm beautified by emotions and behavior is still harm. Morin only felt guilty for a short while before he cheered up again. The guide's spirit was extremely tenacious. He could move forward alone for nearly 1,000 years, with only a trace of obsession. Fusey could not dissuade him with just 1 or 2 words. I am very important to you. I don't hesitate to let you revive me in this way. In the worldview of carbon-based creatures, the word resurrection is more accurate than reorganization. Fusey swung around in a narrow crystal cover. Interesting, whether your starting point is good or bad, I am a little curious about your psychological motivation. Fusey calmed down. The space in the entire crystal cover was really limited, and she could only do some small-scale activities. It was like an ornamental fish adopted in a bathtub, and she had to be careful not to touch the wall of the tank when wagging her tail. She kept using declarative sentences, not just to dissuade him, but to break through Morin's psychological defenses and see if he could spit out some useful information. Morin blinked quickly, and his dark pupils trembled uncontrollably for a moment, but he quickly stabilized them. I'm sorry. Morin's voice and posture were very low. Humans are like this. They are bruised and bloodied for an impossible goal, and still don't repent. I'm not the only fool like this. He wanted to say something else, but Fusey didn't want to communicate. Morin's road was blocked, and he felt a sense of as expected in addition to disappointment. Fusey didn't expect that a dog could spit out ivory. Chapter 224. Hard work pays off, and Fusey finally got the golden opportunity she had been waiting for. Every night, Morin would put Fusey next to the hibernation chamber, making sure that he could see her when he opened his eyes, and there was a shadow weaver next to her, watching her every move at all times. It was a 24-hour monitoring without blind spots, and it was difficult for Fusey to do anything under such circumstances. Unfortunately, no matter how strong Morin was, he was still a flesh and blood body, and he would also be troubled by the occasional combination heat of the guide. The higher the level of the guide, the more fierce the combination heat. If a guide of Morin's level wanted to survive the combination heat safely without the assistance of a sentinel, he would have to inject a large amount of inhibitors. Overdose of inhibitors would cause perception to go out of control, and he had to isolate himself in the simulation room to prevent the degree of alienation from increasing. This period of time was Morin's rare weak period. Fusey thought Morin would send her back to the laboratory, but Fusey watched him inject 2 light blue inhibitors, put her in his arms, and walk to the simulation room. Hey, Fusey couldn't help but speak. The guide simulation room is used to isolate external interference. What's the matter with you taking me in? Mullen kept walking. His authority was at the top of the entire Moros. When he arranged a simulation room for himself, he would choose the quietest and most secluded place. I will feel relieved if I take you in, but it may be a bit boring. Mullen reached out and stroked the crystal cover, and then quickly continued to arrange various matters. Fusey heard him comfort her with 2 minds at the same time. It's just 3 days. I'm sorry to bother you. When I finish here, the screening work in the laboratory should be coming to an end. Screening work? Fusey was a little concerned about this word. Wait, at this point in time. Fusey had a bad feeling. The selection you mentioned, wouldn't it be to let the experimental subjects collide with each other to compete for the most suitable carrier to hold me? Morin was silent for a moment, and then pretended to be calm and answered, this is their only value. Absurd. Thor created the guide to expand his personal strength to swallow the church, and Morin spent no less manpower, material resources, and financial resources than Thor to create the Sentinels here, but just to resurrect Fusey, who has no past and future. Life and death have their own laws, and everything is reincarnated. Fusey cannot agree with this experimental method that can be called defying the will of heaven and changing fate. What's more, the ultimate beneficiary of this project is herself. It makes her look like a villain in a novel. Morin can guess what Fusey is thinking. She has always been as free as the breeze of events, and she comes and goes as she pleases. This way of rebirth and identity is not Morin's ideal plan. But this is the limit of what he can do. From the moment he took over the position of chairman, he has been thinking about rebuilding a new identity and body for Fusey all the time. He will bear all the infamy and sins on the road. As long as Fusey can't touch the memories of the past, this plan can be said to be perfect. Unfortunately, it now seems that there is a flaw in the plan. Otherwise, Fusey will not come to find him in the past. He in the future is not by her side. Morin was a little disappointed. Shadow Weaver brought him endless life and peerless abilities. Almost no one in the known universe can overthrow his current rule. No one can take Fusey away from under his nose. Unless... He fixed his eyes on Fusey and softened involuntarily. If it really comes to the point of risking one's life, Morin will no longer insist on his own ideas. The combination heat will last at least 3 days. Morin was inexplicably a little flustered. He subconsciously tightened the crystal cover in his hand and slowly stepped into the set simulation room. In the middle of the night, Fusey glanced at the person sitting in the corner with his eyes closed, stretched out a tentacle as if no one was around, and poked the bottom of the crystal cover fiercely. With a clang, the crystal cover shattered. The internal molecular density of the microcloud mineral crystal is more stable than that of diamond. Fusey worked hard for several days to create a weak area with this weak body. As long as the crystal cover is pierced when Morin loses his mobility, it is not difficult for Fusey to return to the experimental area to find Xiaohei with his current ability. Fusey drilled out along the gap. The appearance of no entity facilitated her movement. Fusey experienced the happiness of Xiaohei's coming and going without a trace. As if sensing the movement from her side, Morin's eyebrows moved slightly, his narrow eyelashes trembled, and he struggled to open his eyes. There was always soft and bright light in the simulation room, ensuring that the guides and sentinels staying inside had the most comfortable and relaxing environment to spend the special period. So Fusey had no intention of using the darkness to escape. She planned to go out through the main door openly. Morin took 2 steps on his knees. His white and transparent skin was a bit like the epidermis of a white-fronted stilt spider, revealing the blue-green blood vessels inside, which were now abnormally flushed. "Don't go," he pleaded in a low voice. His spiritual body was drooping, and Fusey stretched out a tentacle to pinch the forelimb of the Shadow Weaver, ignoring its trembling body, and forcibly removed a small section of the thawed tentacle. Fusey casually threw away the Shadow Weaver, who wanted to get close to her, and used Morin's own mental fluctuation frequency to open the simulation room. Seeing that he couldn't keep her, Morin immediately wanted to use his mental body to circle this space. But he saw the Shadow Weaver holding a small ball of dark fog and rolling it around. Morin, careless. Fusey used a small piece of her body to hold the Shadow Weaver, and Morin was completely disabled. She just walked out of the main door in such a swagger. She had figured out the internal structure of this office in the past few days, not to mention that she had no entity at all now, and she could enter any place where the air could squeeze in. However, Fusey saw many people or shuttles rushing to the experimental area on the way to the experimental area. In addition, the energy fluctuations generated by the light energy barrier were captured by Fusey at a considerable distance. What's going on? Only when there is a large-scale enemy situation will the light barrier be activated to divide the battlefield. Morin is now trapped in the simulation room. The only people who can speak to Defil are the guys in the review committee. Are they going to do something big at this time? Fusey was confused and moved faster. However, she only left the crystal cover for a while, and felt a strange sense of oppression eroding her mental power. The longer she wandered outside, the more obvious the feeling of powerlessness became. Temporarily suppressing the uneasiness in her heart, Fusey turned her perspective and randomly chose a person who was pleasing to her eyes and lived on him. This person seemed to be going in the same direction as Fusey. He looked clear-eyed and childish. He was probably easy to fool. As Fusey thought about this, she saw a very familiar mark on the back of his neck, which was half blocked by his black hair. If you didn't look carefully, you might think it was part of his hair. A man from Garoman? Fusey was slightly surprised for a moment. This tattoo has the same pin stroke as the one on Ayane's body, but the specific details are different. Could it be that different tattoo styles also mean different job levels? Before Fusey could think about it, a strong mental wave came from far away, like a thunder explosion in her ears. Fusey looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the experimental area originally hidden underground had been exposed for half of the building. The noisy voices were boiling in it, like a pot of cooking with all kinds of strange ingredients, which made people sick just by smelling it. What's going on? It's so slow. What if the chairman ends early? What are you afraid of? We have a legitimate reason this time. Even if he holds us accountable, we can use the usual means of the review meeting to get away with it. Fusey heard a hazy conversation in front of them. They were standing on the top platform of a military heavy mecha, conspiring loudly. Turning to view, the surrounding area was full of the same military heavy mechas, and there were dozens of high-level sentinels' mental fluctuations lingering around. It seemed that this review had been planned for a long time, and they were well prepared. What did they want to do? Fusey quietly left the young man and headed towards the interior of the experimental area. Her journey was not smooth. There were too many high-level sentinels gathered here, and she would be discovered if she used her strength a little. Xiao Hei's location was originally unknown, and now it was even more chaotic. The best way Fusey could think of now was to find them one by one, or see if she could let it roll out by itself. While hesitating at the intersection, a violent wave suddenly erupted from the ground. The half staircase that had originally emerged from the ground cracked in the middle, and countless spirits squeezed out with all their strength like fish swimming into the sea. Fusey was startled. The scene in front of her was really familiar. Could it be that? Ah! A piercing scream interrupted Fusey's thoughts. She looked in the direction of the sound and happened to see a familiar face lying in a pool of blood. That was the experimental subject number 1009, and Fusey had seen it many times in 2547's memory. At this moment, she was being cut off by the heavy mecha's ion cutter like scrap metal. Fusey's body paused. This was the day she replaced 2547. What happened? Why did the review committee choose this day to attack the experimental area? Screams rang out one after another. Fusey had no time to see how they died at the hands of the mecha. She could only see blood-red waves blooming one after another, at a speed that was so fast that it was shocking. The weapons they used to destroy the experimental subjects required genetic weapons, with controlled gene sequences. But according to Fusey's knowledge, the genetic sequences of the experimental subjects were kept by Morin alone, and no one could get the underlying genetic code of the experimental subjects without him. Could it be that Morin had revealed the genetic sequences of the experimental subjects? No, that's not right. After Fusey became 2547, she also fought against the Defil army, and they did not have genetic weapons that could suppress her. Things became weird. Save me. A familiar voice sounded in the pool of blood. Fusey didn't want to pay attention, but her figure seemed to be nailed to the spot, unable to move at all. Save me, save me. The faint cry for help still lingered around her. Fusey's sight inevitably turned to her. The spirit in 2547's eyes was slowly disappearing. The girl's face was still a little childish, but now it was stained with blood under her. I don't know how she crawled to Fusey's side. Fusey had obviously avoided the center of the battlefield. I don't want to die. Cough cough, save me. The girl pleaded sadly. Her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and there were several fist-sized holes on her body, gushing blood. The experimental subject did not awaken the spiritual body, and was essentially just an ordinary human with slightly better physical fitness. With such a serious injury, unless she could be moved to the full-body medical cabin for treatment immediately, she would die in half a minute. But she actually burst out with an amazing will to survive. Her eyes were dull, but she looked firmly in the direction of Fusey. Can she see me? Fusey approached her tentatively, and this time her body finally obeyed, and the black mist slowly floated in front of 2547. At this moment, 2547 suddenly jumped up as if he had a last burst of energy, and pounced on Fusey, and his broken body was still oozing red and thick blood. Fusey subconsciously wanted to dodge, but 2547's amazing speed got there first, and he completely sank into the blood hole on her body. Fusey lost consciousness. Chapter 225. It hurts. Her body felt heavy, as if it was stuffed with countless iron blocks and sand, and her head was muddled as if it had been soaked in formalin for a long time. Something was wrong, 9 out of 10. Fusey suddenly woke up. How could she feel such a specific pain? That was a perception that only carbon-based creatures could produce. She opened her eyes, and looked at her hands, with thin calluses in disbelief. This was 2547's body. With the facts in front of her, Fusey had to admit that she was fused with 2547. I don't know if it was influenced by Xiao Hei. She has always regarded humans as a weak and incompetent species. Even if she is in the larval stage now, she should not be fused with 2546 so easily. Fusey sensed that 2547's consciousness has not completely disappeared. Such an action would cost her a huge price. 2547 is very weak. Even if she completely merges Fusey into her body, she no longer has the ability to drive her. Fusey got up from the ground, and a buzzing sound came from above her head, making her eardrums buzz. The sky was originally dim at this time, and only the stars on the space station illuminated the range of the experimental area. Now the light was blocked, and the overwhelming darkness pressed down densely. Fusey's pupils shrank slightly. There were hundreds of artificially controlled Loy cages. How could it be Morin had just developed the Loy cage and put it into use at this time? How could Defir use Morin's core engineering results? There was no time to think. Countless Loy cages were hanging above everyone's heads, as if they were about to be beheaded by a guillotine. The experimental subjects had never seen such a strange hexagonal box, and thought it was a new type of killing weapon, so they fled in all directions in confusion. The Lloyd cage can capture the corresponding life form according to the input genetic information code. Why did the people from the review committee call in so many Lloyd cages? What objects can they screen one by one here? Fusey had a bold guess in her mind. Could these people be looking for her? The Lloyd cage once captured her on her way to Indeclare. Fusey originally thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that there is something strange everywhere. Let's not talk about why Ada has the right to use the Lloyd cage that Moran banned, and why she was the only one who was captured in the entire Haney. The only explanation is that the underlying code of the Lloyd cage was tailor-made for Fusey. MTA's strange sound pulled Fusey back to her thoughts, and she saw that the dark and lightless hexagonal cage door opened wide, and a dark black-green wave of light spread down. Fusey tried her best to open her eyes wide, and the scene in front of her gradually slowed down, just like the movie scene was put into the timeline and turned into a frame by frame. Only Fusey's own actions were not affected. She looked around and heard the familiar voice again. The time has come. Fusey was stunned. This was the voice of 2547, but she clearly did not speak. It's ridiculous. The opportunity we have been waiting for came in this way. Fusey understood that this was the way the host and the spirit body communicated, but she had never used it before, and did not react for a while. My life has come to an end. I hope you can help me finish the rest of the way. Fusey was silent. The Louis cage above her head was still staring at her, but she had a little inappropriate curiosity. 2547 is just an experimental subject in the underground laboratory of DeFeel. What unfulfilled wishes does she have? She obviously doesn't even know the whole picture of this world. You must be thinking, what unfulfilled road can a frog in a well like me have for you to walk? Fusey blinked. 2547 was surprisingly perceptive. Not long ago, 1009 told me that she accidentally peeked at our archive data. We are not artificial people created by the chairman in the breeding chamber, but abandoned children of the old nobles. Everything is just because DeFear can't tolerate our gender. The chairman sent the abandoned baby to the experimental area and integrated a new gene sequence, and then we were born. Fusey paused and subconsciously said, "What did you say?" It's surprising. We who should have been abandoned have a second life because of the chairman's whim. But I just can't accept it. People who abandoned us just because of gender also tried to use us to explore the gene sequence in the hands of the chairman. Why do they get what they want? The voice echoing in Fusey's mind became louder and louder. Fusey could feel that her emotions fluctuated greatly, and her vitality was burning with it. It was at this time that Fusey finally understood what the review committee was planning. The child they abandoned was taken by Morin for human experiments. This kind of news must be hidden. Morin somehow got a better female gene sequence. He modified the gene sequences of all abandoned babies, and kept them in the experimental area as reserve carriers. When the people in the review committee got the news, they wanted to use the Lloyd cage to capture the best experimental subjects to study their gene sequences. Female genes have always been the weak link in DeFeel's reproduction plan. This is also the usual reason for DeFeel to restrict women's reproductive freedom. Fusey immediately understood what 2547 meant. She was going to fight back. I want them to watch the plan fall apart. Even rabbits will bite when they are anxious, let alone 2547, who has lived in a high-pressure environment since childhood. Fusey, what do you want me to do? What happened today is irreversible. I hope you can annihilate all the experimental subjects and leave no one alive. Fusey was stunned for a moment. Are you sure? Being captured by Lloyd Cage may not lose your life, but if I do it directly, surviving will not change the status quo. Only resistance. Only resistance? The way of resistance you are talking about is to kill all the experimental subjects in one pot. Fusey's voice rose at the end, with some subtle excitement. Have you asked their opinions? 2547 was very calm. Her vitality was fading rapidly, and only the last bit of obsession was left to support her will. We would rather see the enemy get what they want than live in disgrace. I have no power to control you, and you don't belong to me. I will use all my strength to imprison you in this body. As the successor of my will, you can't get rid of the identity of 2547, nor can you stop the review committee from coveting you. Fusey's eyes dimmed. It was hard to tell that 2547 was thinking this way. If Fusey took action, all the experimental subjects present would die, and only 2547 would survive. If the people in the review committee were still determined, then 2547 would be the only target. At that time, even if Fusey didn't want to wade into this muddy water, she couldn't stay out of it. It was a good hand. However, Fusey was not unhappy with the calculation. On the contrary, She admired 2547's courage to burn his boats. The person who could completely integrate her was not a mediocre person. 2547's mental strength was getting weaker and weaker. She left her last words. If possible, I hope 1009 can go more easily. This kind of last words really accelerated the speed of 2547's passing. Fusey could hardly feel her existence. Fusey looked up at the dense Louis cages like stars. They remained half open, and they were about to release the last straw that crushed the camel's back to this group of unfortunate people. Since fate wants them to bow their heads, Fusey will be a rebel. Fusey slowly closed her eyes, and the surroundings became quiet, and the flow of time returned to normal. The opening process of the Loy cage has reached the final stage, and their plan has also reached the most important link. Keep an eye on it, and report any abnormal mental fluctuations in time. Mr. Caligar, the most respected person in the review meeting, ordered his subordinates to keep a close eye on the control terminal at all times. Yes, sir. The man showed a determined smile, turning a blind eye to the sea of blood and corpses on the ground. There is no need to contain those inferior bastards, and killing some of them in advance can also serve as a deterrent. Sir, a strange mental fluctuation was found. The subordinate reported hesitantly. Caligar frowned subconsciously. What's going on? The subordinate analyzed the corresponding data frequency again. It's a bit like the mental fluctuation frequency generated after the sentinel awakens the mental body. Presumably, those inferior experimental subjects stimulated their potential and awakened their spiritual bodies in extreme panic. Don't worry about it. Speed up the release of the Loy cage, he ordered in a deep voice. Suddenly, everyone present heard a sigh. It seems that we are underestimated. Caligar shouted, Who is there? Fusey used 2547's body, and the blood on half of her body had not dried yet, but the fist-sized holes had healed. She raised her hand and pointed at the Loy cage floating above her head. I say, you don't want to rely on these things to select the so-called elites, right? Caligar stared at the woman, who suddenly climbed up on the monitoring screen, and gave an order disdainfully, Shoot immediately. Fusey raised her eyes, and the ion cannon on the main console turned around, and the black hole of the launch port was facing her, and the burst of light beams rushed straight to her face. Fusey turned her wrist, and the dark fog spread from under her feet, and the beam in front of her disappeared instantly. Something is not right. Caligar looked at the thick black fog spreading around him, and a strong sense of being out of control surged in his heart. Fusey coughed twice, and she probably understood why the memory was recorded from the time Sheila appeared. Her body and 2547's body had just merged, and it was a bit difficult to activate the large-scale spiritual body mutation skill. However, this was the only thing 2547 begged for, and Fusey decided to go all out. It would be best if the people of the review committee did not dare to trouble her in the future. The first and last time the spiritual body mutation skill, the end, appeared in the war record of Defear was on the first day Fusey woke up. The review committee dispatched nearly one-third of its combat power for this Loy cage deployment operation, and the cost of hundreds of Loy cages was far beyond imagination. After years of planning, finding out the combination heat law of the chairman, bribing the core researchers in the experimental area, and taking everything into consideration, the only variable was 2547. No one expected that the experimental subjects, who usually pass by at low altitude, had the willpower to make extraterrestrial civilization stop. On this day, Fusey shattered their daydreams of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of their labor. The end annihilated all organic and inorganic matter in the area, and thousands of experimental subjects did not even leave a hair. The entire experimental area was left with a huge pit. When Mori arrived at the scene, he only saw 2547's body lying quietly at the bottom of the pit, with his vitality so weak that it could be ignored. The people outside the light energy barrier were stunned, as if they were shocked by the huge change, and all of them fell into a period of mental disorder. In addition, none of the executors, who went deep into the experimental area, were spared. Chapter 226. Xiao He asked himself if he was a sentimental person. But since he met Fusey, he always wanted to cry, but had no tears. This time, he finally escaped when the war broke out in the experimental area, but he was caught by Morin before he ran far. But he looked in a bad state. Xiao He sensed very unstable mental fluctuations in him, as if he was forcibly stopped at a very important stage. Why are you here? Mullen frowned. What happened in the experimental area? His tone was extremely urgent. Xiao He was a man of tact, and he immediately told him what happened. Kukumorin cursed, threw Xiao He onto the shuttle behind him, and sped towards the experimental area. Along the way, Morin's personal light brain kept ringing, emitting warning sounds like crazy. Mullen just took a look and threw it aside, with no intention of paying attention at all. Xiao He asked weakly in the corner, "Why isn't Fusey with you?" It would have been better if he didn't say this. As soon as he said it, Xiao He felt that the air was about to freeze. Although there was no change in Mo Lin's expression, Xiao He was almost suffocating. Although he didn't need to breathe. Looking at this, Fusey must have found an opportunity to escape like him. It also happened to be Mo Lin's special period. Look at how anxious he was. He was almost crazy. It was not until Xiao He saw the experimental area razed to the ground that he realized how serious this incident was. It stretched out a claw in doubt and pointed at the huge pit in front of it, and said in a trembling voice, Was this done by Fusey? It's impossible. At this time, Fusey is just a juvenile. How could she have such great power? Morin had no intention of clearing his doubts. His eyes had been fixed on the bottom of the pit for a long time, but he was troubled by the surrounding light energy barriers that prevented him from approaching. Morin found the control terminal of the experimental area as soon as possible. The people in the review committee around him had been confused by the mental waves. They watched the chairman appear, but could not report to the senior management of the review committee. Morin lifted the light energy barrier that besieged this world. Xiao He's body dissipated for a moment, and he was unable to open his eyes because of the strong breath that came to his face. Although it didn't need to open its eyes. Xiao He was about to find a corner to shrink and wait for Morin's attention to divert, and then look for an opportunity to escape, but he was caught and thrown to the Shadow Weaver for safekeeping regardless of his screams. Morin arranged the mental counseling link for the on-site personnel in a very short time, and told his subordinates to count the number of survivors and property losses. This accident can be said to have affected half of Moros, and 1/3 of the entire review committee were involved. Pulling out the carrot brings out the mud, and countless mice hiding in the dark were implicated in this operation. Just recommending new people to the list kept Morin busy for 3 months. Of course, this is all later. The last big problem facing Morin now is Fusey herself. He stared at the girl in front of him, his fingers trembling imperceptibly, and gently stroked her silver white hair. This scene has almost become the most unbearable scene in his midnight dreams. Fusey's vitality is rapidly fading, and her whole body exudes a breath of freedom like the wind. Morin tried his best to keep her, but it was in vain. Xiao He popped his head out from behind the Shadow Weaver and whispered, "What are you going to do?" It was unbelievable. Even if he overdrew all the power of the larval stage, Xiao He could not match the impact that Fusey had caused now. What kind of existence is this guy? Xiao He trembled. There were tens of thousands of advanced life forms, all annihilated in Fusey's hands. Even Asta, known as the Lord of Death, could not do this. Morin lowered his eyes, and looked at Fusey lying in the medical cabin. Her physical injuries could be repaired, but the overdrawn mental power could not be restored. Xiao He was still acting as a background board on the side. Morin sat on the right side of the medical cabin, looking down with his eyes down, looking pitiful for no reason. Any tricks, boss? Xiao He was a little afraid of this silent atmosphere, and tried hard to make the rainy and dark breath on Morin fade a little. Morin closed his eyes, and the Shadow Weaver suddenly stretched out 2 forelimbs to imprison Xiao He in place. Xiao He struggled for a while, and found that it was completely useless. He was forked in front of Morin by the Shadow Weaver with a dead heart. Morin opened his eyes again. His eyes were deep, not as crazy as Xiao He imagined. "I will send you to Dancetu." Xiao He did not seem to react. "Huh?" Morin seemed to have made up his mind. "Your power is of the same origin, and the Tongsheng seal can link your lives. Fusey will not die, and you will not die either, but you will fall into a deep sleep. I will send you to Dancetu, where there are no other pollution sources and black hole singularities. You have a long time to accumulate strength and regain your life." "No, wait. Hey! What are you going to do?" Xiao He was shocked. Shadow Weaver's translucent body was reflected on the ceiling like a nebula, reflecting Xiao He's terrified figure. Xiao He finally understood why he regained consciousness in a wasteland like Dancetu, where no one would even look at a pollution source. It seemed that this guy had thrown it over there. "It's useless for me to say anything, right?" Xiao He said dryly. Mo Lin's thoughts were very clear. Xiao He's power was essentially the same as Fusey's. They were like water in 2 sealed containers, and the Tongsheng seal was the pipeline connecting the two. Now that the cup of water that belonged to Fusey was gone, as long as Xiao He's cup of water was transferred to Fusey's side, her crisis would be resolved, and Xiao He would fall into a dormant state because of the effect of the Tongsheng seal. Xiao He is now in the mature stage, while Fusey is still in the larval stage. The recovery power of the mature stage is not comparable to that of the larval stage. This is the best way to save Fusey, and Xiao He will not lose his life because of this. It can be regarded as the best of both worlds. At this time, Xiao He suddenly became terribly calm. Are you sure that transferring all my power to Fusey can save her life? Mullen looked at it quietly. I will try my best. It is better to say that this is the best solution Morin can think of now. At least it can ensure that Fusey will not perish as the spiritual body of 2547. Xiao He sighed. In this way, it will be trapped in this timeline forever, and every time it wakes up, it will die again. Mullen said, I know her very well, and I also know you. When you reach the fantasy stage, you will naturally jump out of this cycle and enter the next cycle. Xiao He was inevitably a little desperate. Do you know how much energy you need to absorb to reach the fantasy stage? There will be, Morin said softly. Maybe what you lack is not enough energy, but an opportunity. He spoke vaguely, and Xiao He couldn't fully understand his subtext. As Xiao He's power was completely drained, Fusey began to be repelled by the current timeline. Morin sensed her mental fluctuations, and could not help but realize that Xiao He's power was useful. When Fusey opened her eyes again, she saw Shilai, who was fighting with Morin for the ownership of the experimental body. Shilai would ask, do you want to go with me? And Fusey would follow the destined trajectory to Morin, get to know Shizai, and finally make a bet with Shilai, and go to Tanya Incognito as an ordinary student. After Mike, her identity was exposed, and she was taken to Dansa by Po's Lise for trial, but she was brought down by mistake, and Xiao He, who had returned to his larval stage, was captured by the Wei. In the end, she had no choice but to accept Tan Sui Wu's suggestion and invited him to a leader battle to avoid the trial of the crime. Fusey widened her eyes, and the scene in front of her was extremely familiar. It was the guest house prepared for her by Indiclaire. The timeline returned to normal. So that's how it was. Her experience didn't start from becoming 2547. It was just that the sequelae of overdrawing her mental power to activate the end made her forget everything that happened in her infancy. Fusey didn't see the scene of Morin saving her, but she automatically completed this experience after accepting Xiao He's power. This time the plan to dig up memories was not fruitless. But Fusey thought of the Cobra seal that she had erased. It turned out that it was not a means for Morin to restrain her, but the hub of her and Xiao He's power connection. Her act of erasing the Cobra seal undoubtedly cut off Xiao He's retreat. At this moment, Xiao He's mental fluctuations had completely disappeared. Fusey lowered her head and fiddled with the silver bracelet on her wrist, a little absent-minded. Fusey has always disdained the method of exchanging one life for another, and never thought that such a thing would happen to her. Even if this was Morin's idea, not Fusey's subjective will. Wait, Fusey is a little confused. Digging up memories will not change the past. The past has already happened, so how did Xiao He appear in the past? This is a very obvious loophole. If Xiao He had not been instructed by Fusey to spy on her memory fragments, he would not have been caught by Morin, and there would be no subsequent things at all. Fusey should have died at the moment of launching the end. It was Xiao He in the future who saved Fusey in the past, but at that point in time, Xiao He should not have existed. Fusey realized that her thinking was limited. According to the thinking mode of carbon-based organisms, there must be a past before there can be a future. But if you jump out of this inherent thinking, the past and the future exist at the same time. Fusey in the future, Fusey in the past, and Fusey in the present exist at the same time. The future Xiao He, the past Xiao He, the present Xiao He is... Dear Ms. Ai Fuziki, let me remind you, the private butler who had been silent in the corner suddenly spoke up, interrupting Fusey's thoughts. The time you agreed with Her Majesty the Queen has come. Fusey suddenly realized that the time for the leader battle had come. This time was set by her herself. For some reason, Fusey subconsciously avoided the development of her thoughts just now, and she quickly stood up and walked out. Can't think. Can't think. Fusey pressed her rapidly beating heart in her chest, and was pulled back a little by the military airship parked in front of her. This was something she promised to Tan Sui Wuha, and she couldn't break the promise. Fusey calmed down and stepped onto the airship sent by Tan Sui Wuha with ease. When she came, she only brought Xiao He and Yu Ming with her. Now she was going to the battlefield, and only Yu Ming was left hanging on her wrist. Chapter 227. I don't know what means Thor used, but there is no trace of him in the entire Indiclaire. Tens of thousands of artificial guides, and the previous pope disappeared, which really makes people wonder if Thor was instructed by a master. However, compared with this speculation, Fusey is more willing to believe that there is a traitor inside Indeclare who helped Thor to move his position. When they met again this time, Tan Sui Wuha did not change much, but Fusey looked dazed and haggard, as if she had not rested well. What did you do again? Tan Sui Wuha stared at her and asked. The word again is very spiritual. Fusey rubbed her temples and suddenly remembered something. Didn't you say someone wanted to see me before? When Tan Sui Wuha talked to Fusey before, he accidentally revealed the news about Luo Yi. Fusey thought she could see him again before this leader battle. But she didn't expect to be delayed in the past timeline for so long, wasting the time for pre-war preparations in vain. Unexpectedly, Tan Sui Wui's face darkened upon hearing this, and he said in a deep voice, On the day you left Tan Sui Palace, the team escorting him was intercepted by rioters at the border, and happened to encounter an interstellar storm, and lost contact. Fusey was stunned for a moment, and asked suspiciously, What a coincidence. Thor's resignation did cause quite a stir within Indical, and the position of the Pope was vacant, and many ambitious people were ready to make a move, but because they could not figure out the Queen's mind, the fox's tail was not exposed for the time being. It was my negligence. Tan Sui Wui looked down at the light brain. In recent years, there have always been man-made riots in the 3 no-control area near the border. In order to prevent public opinion from fermenting, I adopted a policy of appeasement. Fusey frowned disapprovingly when she heard this. You are raising a tiger to harm yourself. Someone leaked the news that Luo Yi left Tanya. I think you should have a better idea about this matter than me. Tan Sui Wuha pursed her lips, hinting at something. Fusey knew what she was hinting at after a little thought. Luo Yi has been studying in Tanya, and Tanya is almost in the center of Moran. Only Moran people can get first-hand information about Tanya and pass it on. Fusey couldn't help but think back to the dark fire encirclement and suppression operation before the might competition. In that operation, Shilai sent Nai to join her. According to common sense, the armed level of the Dark Fire Force is still in the last century, and there is no need for the captain of the First Fleet and Fusey to take action. Has Shilai noticed that there was a traitor in Moran a long time ago, but Fusey never figured out what this traitor was after? Unlike Tefil and Indicli, Moran has always been called the Utopia in the universe, and the peach blossom spring in human history. All Moran people are bred in the breeding warehouse. Whether each person can awaken this spiritual body is determined from birth, and even the gender ratio is calculated. It can be said that all turmoil caused by natural factors is eliminated. Getting permanent residency in Moran is like getting a number plate to heaven. In such a galaxy background, the benefits of rebellion are infinitely close to zero. Fusey couldn't help but wonder, this traitor couldn't be Shilai himself? According to Fusey's understanding of him, Shilai is undoubtedly a realist who will prepare for the worst in everything. But Moran is full of idealism, which is completely different from Shilai's style of doing things. Such a person could sit firmly in the position of governor for so long, it is hard not to make Fusey doubt his way of ruling. Thinking of this, Fusey was a little curious. Have you seen Shilai's guide? Her original intention was to chat. Tan Sui Wuha set the location of the leader battle on pure Mercury, 3 million light-years away. The journey was long, so he had to say something to pass the time. If this scene was seen by those interstellar media, I am afraid it would be published on the headlines for 3 consecutive pages. Who can sit down and drink tea and chat before going to the battlefield? However, Tan Sui Wuha's reaction surprised Fusey a little. Her wrist trembled for a moment, and the water in the cup rippled. Tan Sui Wuha looked up at her and answered the question irrelevantly. Have you seen it? No, I have never seen him get close to any guide. Fusey tried to recall and confirmed that Shilai has always been alone. Fusey has never even seen Shilai go to the purification room for help. It would be better if I didn't think about him. The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Seeing Fusey's expression becoming more and more subtle, Tan Sui Wuha sighed. Do you suspect Shilai? Is it so obvious? Fusey raised her eyebrows. The more silent he is, the more likely he is to be perverted. He is the kind of sawmouth gourd with the greatest potential to be the villain behind the scenes. This description is unexpectedly accurate. Tan Sui Wuha was speechless. Fusey saw her silence and blinked quickly. You also think Shilai is suspicious, right? Tan Sui Wuha silently lowered his eyes and tapped on the light brain. I just didn't expect your thinking to be so erratic. Let's not talk about anything else. If Shilai is really the mastermind behind everything, he can do it openly. Anhua, a non-public organization, should not be in his eyes at all. I heard that many of Moran's 12 commanders joined the army because they admired the governor, and Nai and Talus have served Moran for hundreds of years. Fusey carefully calculated the time. At this time, Yi Tsungbai should have sent the whereabouts of the Dark Fire leader to Meiga's. If this action was not blocked, it at least means that the other party could not spy on the intelligence chain in Yi Tsungbai's hands. Thinking of this, Fusey asked, "Can I borrow the optical brain?" Her optical brain has been under control and can only connect to Indiclay's internal LAN and cannot receive external information. She said so, and Tan Sui Wuha did not mean to refuse, but she told Fusey that she would be monitored when browsing any interface. Fusey didn't care at all, and casually flipped through 2 interstellar expresses, accurately capturing a certain inconspicuous entertainment section. Virtual idol Moshia suddenly announced her permanent retirement during the tour. How bad is the current public opinion environment? Seeing this inconspicuous entertainment report, Fusey knew that Meyergas must have won a great victory. Few people know that Moshia, the most popular virtual idol, is a digital life form created by the Dark Fire leader using his spiritual body mutation skills. It is hard to imagine that the core of the sweet and lovely pink-haired girl is a 1.9-meter tall strongman with a knife-like edge. Moshia was created by the Dark Fire leader and put into the Star Network. As an independent individual, she is a very useful news collection station. Besides, it is reasonable to have excessive information flow records when staring at the shell of a virtual idol. It was not until before the mic competition that Yi Tsungbai found a secret eavesdropping virus in his subordinate's optical brain and found this hidden stake. However, they had been keeping their troops in place, and had not let the leader of the Dark Fire discover that his intelligence collection station had been secretly monitored. Until Yi Tsungbai found out the most secret base of the Dark Fire, Fusey handed it over to Meigas, in order to allow his spiritual body to acquire a certain degree of concealment ability. Now seeing this interstellar report, it is most likely that Stanley has died, and Mosiah has also disappeared in the data turbulence. In this way, Shilai's speculation that he wanted to bring down Moran was shattered. As the governor's manager, Yi Tsungbai has a high authority, but not higher than Shilai himself. If Shilai was determined to help the Dark Fire escape the pursuit, Meigas would have no chance to find their lair and catch them all while they were repairing and replenishing supplies. But if it wasn't Shilai who could do this, starting from Mike, all of Fusey's actions seemed to be predicted in advance. From Tanya to Dansita to Indakla, there was always a sense of discomfort of being spied on. Fusey glanced at the person sitting opposite her. Tan Su proposed the purpose of the leader battle. Fusey could more or less understand it after seeing the influence of Thor. No matter how much influence Thor has among ordinary people, it is based on the premise that Indiclay is unprecedentedly strong. If the situation is turbulent, Thor's influence will be immediately diluted. Maybe it can also attract many ambitious people who are ready to make a move. When it comes to Fusey, she also has her own selfishness. The two looked at each other, and some secret words remained in their stomachs. Fusey did not continue to share her guess with her. But Fusey was still a little curious. If Tan Sui Wui really died in the leader battle, could Tan Sui Yin really complete the series of tasks of fighting the rebels, suppressing the uprising army, and consolidating the status of the galaxy? The young bird that has been protected under the wing since birth may have to rely on its mother for food. In Fusey's few friendships, Martha and Tan Sui Wui are almost two mothers with completely opposite parenting concepts. One advocates the survival of the strong, and the other believes in the boundless maternal love. The children raised are indeed two completely opposite people. If nothing else, if the person lurking in Tanya was Tan Sui Yin, Fusey would not give her the core information of the wings of the void. It is really hard to feel at ease. Fusey really wanted to ask Tan Sui Wui if he had left a way out for Tan Sui Yin, who knew that Tan Sui Wui's eyes lit up slightly, and an encrypted communication came in. She raised her hand to signal, and Fusey understood and turned around to avoid it. After waiting outside the door for a while, Tan Sui Wui ended this short internal meeting. She said in a serious tone, "There is an interstellar storm around the location of the leader battle, which will affect the normal arrival time." Fusey was a little surprised and pointed to the galaxy belt outside the window. "Choose any one of these barren planets, and we will start nearby." She didn't expect the other party to agree. The location selection has always taken into account many factors. For example, if one party's spirit body is a flying type and the other party's spirit body is an aquatic type, choosing a pure water planet will definitely be more beneficial to the latter. The leader battle must be completely fair and just in the location selection. And it is hard not to suspect that Tan Sui Wui had chosen a pure water planet before. The combat effectiveness of the golden-footed crow will be greatly reduced in the water. This common sense is almost known to everyone. So Fusey proposed a blind selection suggestion, randomly finding a barren planet with few people, which can not only save a lot of time, but also prevent Tan Sui Wuhi from suspected of letting the water go. Tan Sui Wuhi was silent for 2 seconds, but still agreed. There is an interstellar storm. If you insist on going, you will have to spend at least twice as much time on the road. There is no time to delay them. Tan Sui Wuhi stood up and locked onto a deserted planet with no life fluctuations. He told Fu Si, "Meet at this coordinate in 3 hours." The indicator light flashes as a signal. Fu Si stood up and stretched. "Okay, see you in 3 hours." The venue of the unprecedented battle was set in such a hasty way. Tan Sui Wuhi was in a trance for a while. I hope there is enough time. Chapter 228. Crackle Fusey threw a stone casually. 3 hours was enough for Fusey to figure out this inconspicuous desert planet. This planet was still in the stage of single-cell organisms, and there was no trace of any highly intelligent life forms. It was a veritable gray Earth planet. For the sake of fairness, both sides had a certain amount of time to explore the environment and formulate tactics. Fusey should have found the nearest water source at this time to achieve the purpose of suppressing the golden-footed crow. But Fusey chose to squat on a small mound and stare blankly. The surroundings were very quiet, there was no wind or smoke, and there was no breathing sound from any animals, as if she was the only one left in the world. Fusey couldn't help but tremble, and a slight tremor climbed up her spine. She still wore the silver bracelet transformed by Yumming on her wrist. Strangely, Tan Sui Wuha had no intention of taking it away. In addition, there was also one unused tactile branch that Shizai gave her. Fusey took out Yumming and the bright red vine from her bosom. With the nourishment of her spiritual power, the branch became more colorful, as if it had just been peeled off. She wandered around this desolate planet for a long time, and finally found a suitable place to entrust the orphan. Yumming turned into a ball according to Fusey's thinking, with a little finger-sized hole at the bottom, just enough for the branch of the guaiac tree to drill in. Fusey pointed at the silver-white ball that Yumming had turned into, and signaled it to drill in. The red vine obediently followed her instructions and drilled in, leaving only a small section outside, standing up and staring at her. Fusey found a sheltered hole in the ground and put them in, gently touched it with her index finger, and got up and left without any reluctance. If there is a chance, Fusey will come back to find it. At this time, Fusey seems to understand Tanya's students' fear of the final exam. Even if they know that their ability reserves will get good results, they will still worry about the process. Fusey and Tan Sui Wuha are both double S-level sentinels, but Tan Sui Wuha's body strength is higher. Shasha Fusey walked to a desert. The sulfide on this planet is very rampant, so the soil is seriously desertified. At this moment, the signal receiver in her hand lit up, and the time she and Tan Sui Wuha agreed on was up. Fusey looked up as if she had sensed something. "Can you monitor a large range of mental fluctuations?" Shizai asked Bernard on the side. Bernard blinked sleepily, and heard the words, and tapped twice on the console. "Nothing has been found yet, and the interstellar storm is approaching rapidly. We have to leave as soon as possible." Shizai pressed his eyebrows. He did not feel his tentacles, but this galaxy was clearly the coordinate point announced by the leader battle. Bernard glanced at him, and said casually, "Is it really okay for you to leave Moran like this?" The news that Disorder was going to fight a leader battle with Queen Indical had spread throughout the galaxy. Many forces wanted to see the actual battle of these two god-level sentinels, so the location of their leader battle was also speculated by many parties. However, such confidential information could never be disclosed casually. Only the management of major galaxies could receive accurate information, and send the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to be the witness. As luck would have it, Shizai heard the confidential conversation between Yitsombai and Shilai, and knew the approximate location of the leader battle. He took Bernard, who had just returned, and sneaked out. Shilai had no idea what he was busy with recently. He had no intention of disciplining the rebellious teenager, and let Shiza leave Moran. Shiza dared to sneak out completely relying on the second feeler branch that Fusey had never used. The perception range of the K1 level guide was very terrifying, with a radius of millions of light years. The most advanced detection radar could not catch up with the spiritual perception of the guide. Who would have thought that there was a problem with the original coordinate point, and Shiza came up empty-handed? In response to Bernard's question, Shiza answered absent-mindedly, "Shilai has been very busy recently. The leader of the Dark Fire died in the old nest. Talus brought back the remains of some citizens who were kidnapped before. I have a lot to do these days." Bernard moved his neck lazily, and he was not surprised to hear this. The guy chosen by the boss this time is indeed quite powerful. He caught a slippery loach like Stanley. Before he finished speaking, the people around him suddenly breathed a little heavier. Bernard suddenly realized something, and swallowed the second half of the sentence that had not yet come out. He glanced at Shize's face. Fortunately, he didn't look angry. He almost forgot that the man next to him had been holding a grudge against Meyergas for a long time. Fusey handed the wings of the void to an outsider, although Shize would not make any accusations against her behavior. But this did not prevent him from being jealous. Yes, he is really amazing. Shize's tone was flat. He was so bewitched by his sister that he even gave away his own mark. This was told to him by Talus after she came back. Shize's eyebrows gradually turned cold. It's over. It's not easy for this ancestor to calm down a little in the past 2 days, but now he is provoked by Bernard's unintentional words. Fortunately, Shize stopped talking casually with a few words and turned around to fiddle with the perception radar in the airship. I think I found the reason why the location of the boss battle was temporarily changed, Shize muttered to himself while staring at the detection radar. In addition to the interstellar storm, these bastards are too annoying. Huh? Burner asked in doubt. The two looked at the picture fed back on the detection radar together. The target coordinates were surrounded by large and small airship marks, which meant that many people gathered here like them, just to witness this great battle with their own eyes. Burner kept refreshing the Interstellar Express with his optical computer in his hand. A few seconds ago, Indakla announced the latest boss battle coordinates. It seems that they don't want to be disturbed. Burner concluded quietly. There are not few such boss battles in the history of the known universe, and each time it will attract a large number of people, including some senior managers. As expected, no matter what position a person reaches, the heart of gossip will never be erased. In fact, Burner was also a little curious, who is better between the famous Disorder and the Queen with Eternal Life? He didn't plan to discuss this question with Shize. Love can make people blind. At least now in Shize's eyes, Fusey is the first sentinel in the Interstellar. He didn't think Fusey would lose to the Queen at all, and there was no need to avoid her. Shize's hands flew on the console. In order to prevent Moran from monitoring his mental activities, he had been using the most primitive mechanical control method. Bernard was a little surprised when he saw the coordinates of the destination he set. How do you know they changed the location to here? Basic elimination method. Shize's men kept moving and explained distractedly. Since they chose the external caliber of interstellar storm, they will eventually choose from the barren planet on the border of Indiclay. To ensure fairness, this planet must not have extreme terrain. Bernard seemed to understand, but he was obsessed with research and didn't know much about this kind of thing. I heard that the wings of the void have been put into mass production. Shize glanced at the person next to him. You should have a backup plan, right? This kind of thing is called poverty alleviation in a nice way, and colluding with foreign enemies to rebel in a bad way. That is to say, Fusey's identity is special, and Shilai turned a blind eye. In addition, Bernard has an independent weapons manufacturing factory, which can hide it from most people. When this technology was created, we all agreed that it would be a research that would subvert the historical situation. Shize said indifferently. When he said this, his expression inevitably became lonely for a moment. I just didn't expect my sister to hand it over to outsiders. How could he not understand Fusey's intention? As the orphan of Cadia, Maigas is the most suitable as a sharp blade to cut open the review meeting. Fusey only provides technology, so that even if the action fails, Moran will not fall out with the fear. Isn't it a way to avoid war to turn the war between the two galaxies into an internal conflict? Besides, they didn't want to wipe out the entire Defeater, but just let someone else take the position of the Supreme Commander. Since the day he was born, Shilai has cultivated him as his successor. These strategies and strategic deployments have accompanied him throughout his enlightenment period. How could he not understand? The only thing that made Shize difficult to understand was Fusey's attitude. How could she give so much friendship and trust to another guide? Bernard saw that Shize's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out, and hurriedly said, although the core information of the Void Wing has been mastered by Maigas, all mecha fleets will be installed with specific self-destruct devices. If he wants to counterattack, we have an absolute means of winning. I know, Shize said in a deep voice. Originally, Shize didn't care too much about the data distribution, but Fusey insisted that this was the result of their joint research, and one person should be in charge of the manufacturing process, and the other person should be in charge of the destruction process. This is how the self-destruct device came into being today. If Maigas honestly dismantled the review committee according to Fusey's expectations, everything would be fine. But if he had other ideas, Moran would never sit and wait for death. Those who keep tigers in captivity must ensure that they have their vital points in their hands. This common sense must be clear to Maigas. In the final analysis, this kind of cooperation is also a challenge for Maigas. Fuzi only provided a feasible plan, and he was the practitioner. If it works, Fuzi can share half of the fruits of victory, and if it doesn't work, only Meigas will be imprisoned. This is what Shize really feels unhappy about. How could Meigas, a smart man, not understand the interests involved? But Meigas is still willing to do it. He confidently handed the military manufacturing plan to Bernard, allowing Bernard to tinker with the manufacturing process. Love makes people blind. Meyergas is the blind fool. Shize thought with gritted teeth. Chapter 229. Duh. Fuzi landed on a hard stone slab and stared at the huge flame-colored wings in front of her slowly closing. It was a novel experience to watch the spirit body of the golden-footed crow up close, and Fuzi couldn't help but take a few more glances. Not far away, Tan Sui Wuha asked calmly, "Are you going to hide forever?" Since Tan Sui Wuha threw out the first flame, Fuzi has been using the spirit body mutation skills to hide, and has no intention of fighting her head-on. Not knowing Fuzi's trump card, Tan Sui Wuha can't rashly use his full strength, and can only follow her rhythm to use stage skills, but this is not a long-term solution. Having been in a high position for a long time, Tan Sui Wuha disdains to use despicable sneak attacks, and Fuzi is also aware of her concerns. The silver-haired, blue-eyed sentinel shrugged, "The phoenix is famous. If it comes up and kills me, will my reputation still be ruined?" Tan Sui Wuha was speechless for a while, not knowing what was wrong with Fuzi. Fuzi glanced at the black and gold bird that was suspended in the sky. This thing was golden red when it used the spirit body mutation skill, but now it has returned to its black appearance. When it fell from midair just now, Fuzi almost didn't react. She was stunned for a moment before she barely dodged it. Turning around to see the magnificent and huge body of the golden-footed crow, Tan Sui Wuha didn't say anything nonsense and went straight to the point. The burning sparks disappeared in the gravel like a meteor, and the temperature around it rose visibly. The moisture around Fuzi evaporated quickly, her face became tight, and her skin became dry. Jokes aside, the dark mist slowly seeping out from Fuzi's feet became more and more condensed. "It's really come to this point. I'm still a little reluctant." Fuzi smiled. "If your supporters knew that I used this method on you." Her tail tone was very light. Tan Sui Wuha was highly focused, and immediately noticed that the sand under his feet was feeding back abnormal mental fluctuations. Boom boom, there was a buzzing sound in his ears. Tan Sui Wuha's pupils shrank slightly, and a touch of dark gray was reflected in his light golden eyes. Before he could react, the black mist like a skyscraper rose from the ground. The thick and sticky black house submerged Tan Sui Wuha's figure like a tide. When Fuzi was dealing with her, she spread her spirit body around, just for this moment. The two people were facing each other, so this couldn't be considered a sneak attack. This level of attack could not pose a life threat to Jinzu at all. Fuzi looked at the people who gradually walked out of the smoke and dust, and smiled bitterly. It seemed that this battle would not stop easily. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a round hole was suddenly torn in the sky, and golden molten magma flowed out from it, which looked like a soup bowl with a hole knocked out. Fuzi's eyebrows twitched, and her figure was as small as gravel in front of the hole. Really cruel, using a big move right away. This is the unique spiritual body mutation skill of the Jinzu, Tingwa Tan. The name is very beautiful, and those who die under this move will not even have bones left. Before she could sigh, the gilded molten magma overflowing from the hole instantly wrapped around Fuzi's body. The specific heat capacity of sand is very low. After a few seconds, Fuzi's feet standing on the gravel felt the scorching temperature. Fortunately, Fuzi has her own coping skills for this kind of large-scale domain skills. She clenched her palms, and, unbalanced, was instantly released. The gravel and magma were mixed together, making the entire battlefield a mess. The hot magma flew everywhere, and anyone who was hit by it would definitely be burned to pieces. This move is powerful because it can instantly make the opponent's spiritual body mutation skills invalid, but the battlefield is a bit ugly. Tan Sui Wuha looked at the floating lava blocks all over the field, thinking. The reason why AI Fuziki is called Disorder is mostly because of her unpredictable spiritual body mutation skills. It's just that this is the first time the two of them have confronted each other head-on, and Tan Sui Wuha still can't figure out the operating rules of her skill. At present, it seems that the lava that should have been attracted downward by gravity is suspended in the air, and gravity has no effect on it. The high heat in it is diluted by some unknown means, and the temperature in the air is gradually decreasing. In this way, AI Fuziki can not only disrupt the original molecular state, but also affect the gravity within a certain range. Tan Sui Wu's eyes dimmed, and a pair of majestic black wings slowly opened behind her, helping her to hover in the air and stabilize her body. So far, Fuzi has not shown a clear intention to attack. Are you going to fight or not? Tan Sui Wuhe was inexplicably agitated. She was a person who respected the battlefield very much, and hoped that the other party would treat this battle with the same attitude. Fuzi saw her face frosty, and sighed in her heart. What was coming was still unavoidable. Fuzi approached with both hands, and her voice was ethereal. I really don't want to use this trick. The end will eliminate all creatures within a radius of 100 miles, and it is an indiscriminate attack. The last time it was launched, it directly cleared the experimental building of Moros, and no one was spared wherever it went. Before he finished speaking, with Fuzi's clasped hands as the center, a circle spread out like a black hole singularity, covering half the size of the sky in an instant. Silence. A panicking silence. Fuzi looked up, and the gravel and magma in the entire space disappeared, and Tan Sui Wuhe also disappeared. The end of time can swallow everything. Compared with the devouring spirit body that everyone fears in the interstellar space, Fuzi at this moment is more like the terrifying black hole original body. Fuzi narrowed her eyes, and her heart was beating wildly. A secret excitement was fermenting in her body. She was sharp penetrating sound. Fuzi lifted her eyelids, and the brilliant gold was spreading from the edge of the black hole. The next second, the overwhelming golden flames tore the edge of the black hole. The light golden pupils were as brilliant as before, but the slowly healing wounds on her body weakened her momentum a little. Being able to destroy the queen's body to such an extent, the power of the end is indeed not to be underestimated. Fuzi blinked. Her original plan was that since the golden-footed crow could not be killed by outsiders, she must have a rated recovery speed. As long as the destruction speed exceeds the recovery speed of the golden-footed crow, perhaps it can complete the annihilation strike to some extent. The instantaneous energy of the end is no less than that of a star explosion. Under Fuzi's intentional control, this barren planet still has a small half of the star body left. The surroundings are desolate. Fuzi pressed her chest that was beating wildly, and the corners of her lips raised a provocative arc. Standing on the back of the planet, Fuzi's blue eyes were frighteningly bright. The magnetic field failed, and the ground under her feet felt a lot of vibration. It seems that we have to fight quickly. Tan Sui Wuhe wiped the blood from his lips, and the golden wings spread out from behind again. At the same time, the black mist under Fuzi's feet was more intense, entwined and connected, and sticky and thick tentacles were wrapped around her body. At this point, the spiritual bodies of both parties were in a fusion state. There was no need to hide. Facing Fuzi's hideous and terrifying appearance, Tan Sui Wuhe did not seem surprised. It was better to say that this was a bit of a life-and-death duel. Fuzi hooked her fingers. As a spiritual body, the mental power she could mobilize at this moment had reached its peak. The next second, pure black and golden intertwined, and the already shaky desolate star almost couldn't withstand the impact. When Shizai arrived, many military spacecrafts of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the galaxy had gathered around. They were really not afraid of death. The waves of mental power caused the surrounding airships to lose balance one after another, and they could only fall far away on the gray star next to them. According to the feedback from the detection radar installed on the airship, the battle situation is very intense, and the mental power emitted by the two people can already rival the radiation of a small star. Bernard glanced at the data fed back on the control panel, and was a little surprised. This is the first time I have seen Fuzi's mental threshold reach this level. Not just you, Shizai said in a deep voice, this is the first time I have seen it too. They could not get too close, and could only rely on Moran's most advanced detection system to observe the situation on the scene. Shizai frowned as he looked at the constantly jumping data stream. Tan Sui Wuhe is worthy of being the monarch who rules the super galaxy. Her mental power fluctuations have always been maintained at a peak, and there are rarely any low periods. On the other hand, Fuzi's mental power was fluctuating, and she was always jumping off a building, sometimes high and sometimes low, which made people worry about her mental state. Shizai poked twice, and connected to the nearby local area network. The major witnesses were discussing it heatedly on the Star Network, and some people had even opened bets on the Dark Network. Bernard obviously saw it too. His personal assets were not small, and he was hesitating about who to buy to win. Fuzi's usual inhibitors and interferons were made by him, and no one knew her physical condition better than Bernard. Fuzi's mental body was very strong, but her body might not be able to keep up. Shizai didn't notice Bernard's little action. He was staring at the Star Network news around him. Oh my god, who can tell me why there is only half of this asteroid left? Fortunately, I caught up. This kind of unprecedented battle is really not to be missed. We can only watch here? I'd like to get closer. This kind of top sentinel fight will be close to death if you get closer. I am willing to take risks. I am a loyal supporter of Her Majesty. I have no regrets in seeing Her Majesty die. I don't think they can finish it for a while. 3 interstellar hours have passed. A vacuum cannot transmit sound. All people can see is that the originally shaky, desolate planet exploded like a large firework. Shiza's pupil shrank, and Bernard's hand movement stopped. The two of them looked up and turned to the grand scene in front of them. In the chaos and filth, the fragments of the planet flew everywhere. Shiza was stunned for a second, and looked down at the monitoring panel in front of him. The mental fluctuations belonging to Fusey completely disappeared. At the same time, the foreign ministries of major galaxies came back to their senses, and swiped the screens on the star network. The Queen one. Indical is eternal. Golden Foot Crow is eternal. Bernard was stunned in place, a little surprised. Fusey lost? Chapter 230. Shiza immediately denied this conjecture. He had imagined the final outcome before coming. The worst result is just a draw. Both sides will suffer. Fusey will never be a complete loser. Bernard came to his senses and saw Shiza walking towards the spare airship room without saying a word, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. You can't go out now. You can't reveal your identity. Shiza wanted to go out to find the remnants of Fusey's mental power. His mental power detection is more useful than any instrument. But in this way, the unique mental power fluctuations of Yuchuangmu will also be captured by the nearby airship. Bernard's heart trembled. He must stop him. Calm down. Fusey will not be in trouble. She has merged with Yuan. Even if her body is irreversibly damaged, she will not die. At most, she will enter a dormant state. Bernard spoke quickly, fearing that the person in front of him would disappear if he spoke slower. Shiza breathed heavily, and the deep blue in his dark pupils was about to be uncontrollable. Fortunately, he stared at Bernard's face, and calmed down a little. Bernard was still here. Even if Shiza himself was exposed, he had to ensure his safety first. Bernard had a lot of information and data about Fusey in his hands, and he must not make any mistakes. She has my tentacles on her body. I need an external interface, a conversion device similar to the wings of the void. Can you do it? Shiza made himself look as calm as possible. Fortunately, although his breathing was still morbidly rapid, the size of his pupils had returned to normal. Bernard thought for a while. Okay, it will take a few minutes. The sooner the better. Shiza frowned, rarely. The equivalent of the planetary explosion is too huge. I'm afraid the tentacles won't last long. The tentacles are the weakest part of the guide's spiritual body. A slightly stronger mental fluctuation will cause them to wither, not to mention such a violent planetary explosion. Bernard immediately set about modifying the airship's external detection method. This simple modification program was not difficult for him. The mental fluctuations disguised by the program spread timidly. Fortunately, Shiza quickly found the lonely anchor point. It's so strange. The tentacles were obviously well maintained, but the mental fluctuations they emitted were very weak. It's as if it was isolated by something. Found it. Bernard carefully opened the side hatch, and the red vines flashed by, grabbing a silver-white spherical object. That thing was still intact after such a huge impact, let alone the tentacles hiding inside. Shiza grabbed Yuming, whose shell was a little hot, and his expression was suddenly clear. How could it be? It's here. Then where's Fusey? A flexible red vine emerged from the bottom of the silver-white ball, and wrapped around Shiza's wrist affectionately. At the same time, the touch branch and the main body completed the sharing of thoughts, and countless fragments and emotions flashed through Shiza's mind, all of which were related to Fusey. Starting from Dansatu, Fusey and Pocelus's secret conversation, the various events that happened halfway to Indakla, and Fusey and Sheki's secret exploration after the alarm sounded in Indakla's Black Tower. One by one, all were transmitted to Shiza through the mental connection. Shiza took a deep breath. He didn't expect that Fusey would abandon his feeler at the last moment and bind it to Yuming instead. Some kind of guess slowly emerged in Shiza's mind, and he calmed down completely. His feeler had been lurking in Fusey's spiritual sea, and could serve as her backup hidden energy or locator when necessary. But Fusey placed it on the other side of the planet, even though she knew it was dangerous, in order to prevent Shiza from snooping. Strange, what was there to hide in the leader battle that was worth Tan Sui, Wu's temporary change of address, and Fusey cooperated in hiding it. Now it seems that Fusey must have anticipated this situation, so there is no danger to life. Shiza breathed a sigh of relief. God knows how fast his heart beat when he saw the asteroid explode. He reached out and took Yuming, injected mental power into it, and transformed it into the shape of a bracelet. It was at this time that Shize saw a layer of dents slowly appearing on the bracelet with the faint light of the stars. Shize reached out and touched it. It was a row of concave dots. Shize murmured in a low voice, 18.98.94.24. This is a very accurate coordinate position. Shize's heart tightened, and he immediately returned to the airship to inform Bernard to input this line of coordinates. He must find Fu Si before everyone finds her. Fortunately, Shize found the touchdown very early. When he and Bernard arrived at the corresponding coordinates, the group of people who were looking for the remains of Ivsky were still running around like headless flies. Fu Si's condition was better than they expected. At least, there was no large-scale damage on the surface of her body. Her eyes were tightly closed, and a whole piece of muscle was torn off her waist. There was a faint burnt color from the flames spreading from her wound. This is a planet with a land area of up to 90%, and there are already rare vegetation and animals. Staying here is not a long-term solution. Shize wanted to take her back to the airship for treatment, but he was afraid that touching her wound would increase her pain. Even if Fu Si herself was unconscious now, it was hard to say whether she felt pain or not. Bernard said directly, "It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Return to Moran as soon as possible. She is now relying on the power of Yulan to support her. Her body is already at the end of its strength." There was a faint blue mist around Fu Si's wound, and her flesh and blood continued to grow, but it could not be completely healed because of the remaining flames. Shize did not dare to hesitate any longer. He avoided Fu Si's wound and carried her back to the medical cabin equipped on the airship. He gave her a simple treatment, but found that it was of no use at all. A large piece of tissue and muscle was missing from her entire abdomen, 3 ribs were broken, and her clavicle was comminuted. She looked like she was run over by a heavy train. And the wound on her abdomen was bleeding, almost dyeing the entire medical cabin platform red. Shize used a phototherapy device to stop her bleeding, but the effect was minimal. Bernard began to prepare special medicines and energy agents. 2547's body was different from that of ordinary people. As long as her body functions were improved, she might be able to offset the spiritual body mutation skills left on her by Tan Sui Wuha with the phototherapy device. Shize's nose was always filled with the unignorable smell of blood. It was hard for him to remain calm when looking at such a large area of blood. He felt a little more real. Fu Si was also a flesh and blood body. The planet could be destroyed one day, let alone humans themselves. "There's something I don't understand." Bernard's voice suddenly came from behind him. "The loser of the leader battle will definitely die, but now it seems that Fu Si and Tan Sui Wuha both have vital signs. In other words, no one paid the price of life in this battle. Or in other words, the war was only over on the surface." Bernard and Shize's eyes fell on Fu Si's abdomen involuntarily. This position is very fragile. All the internal organs are wrapped under the ribs and the skin of the abdomen. Fu Si's real muscle is better on the left side of the waist, and the intestines and other organs inside can be seen faintly. If this position is a little higher, Fu Si's heart will not be saved. Shize suddenly turned over Fu Si's arms and calves gently, and did not find any major injuries. At most, there were some scratches, which were slowly healing. The two looked at each other, and finally found where the weirdness was. Generally speaking, the most important parts of a sentinel's body are the heart and brain, followed by the torso and limbs. When the abdomen and heart are threatened, people will subconsciously use their limbs to block the impact and protect the torso. But Fu Si was completely open to the enemy, and the most important part was completely exposed to the enemy's attack range. Then, Shize thought of another question. Why did Tan Sui Wuha let go of the weaker heart? Shize's eyes turned to the unconscious Fu Si, and his fingers combed her messy hair neatly, and his mind was clear. He was finally able to be sure that Fu Si would not die. The wavering heart settled down, and the IQ regained the high ground. The coordinates left in advance, the temporary change of the battle site, the sudden disappearance of the mental power fluctuations, and the integrity of the heart were guaranteed despite being seriously injured. It must be said that Fu Si's plan was very meticulous, and what was even more unbelievable was that the other person was willing to cooperate with her. Shize gritted his teeth and poked Fu Si's intact wrist angrily. Judging from his actions, he might have wanted to hit her to vent his anger. In the end, he didn't have the heart to do it. It's really hard to be angry when you make yourself look like this. These two people made such a big show. What exactly do they want to do? I'm afraid only Fu Si herself can answer. At the same time, the wound on Fu Si's abdomen that kept bleeding gradually stopped. Shize took a closer look and luckily didn't faint. The wound did not heal, but was completely scorched by the high temperature. The skin shrank together, so there was no wound to bleed. Any A-level sentinel would have been dead with this level of injury. Shiza was so anxious that he couldn't help asking Bernard, "How long will it take to get back to Moran?" "Bernard, it took us 49 interstellar hours to get out, and it will only take half the time to get back." Shiza nodded slowly. The spiritual body of the commander of the 7th Fleet of Moran is a tardigrade, which has a very strong healing spiritual body mutation skill. He happened to be on vacation in the main city during this period. As long as Fusey can return to Kananki alive, the fatal injury will heal in minutes. Shiza had been worried that she would die on the way, but now it seems that she has already calculated the severity of the injuries, and can completely delay them until they arrive at the main city of Moran. Shiza couldn't help but curse Fusey's plan again. Can life be used for calculation? If Tan Sui Wu had been more severe, or if Yulan's effect had been weaker, she would have died in this leader battle. Before Shiza could find her by following her clues, she would have been eaten alive by the beasts on the planet as food. Fortunately, Fusey didn't use the second tentacle, and fortunately, Tan Sui Wu didn't take back Yuming. Shiza couldn't help but lower his eyes. Fusey's pale and colorless cheeks looked more fragile than thin ice, making people reluctant to exert a finger force. He lowered his head and gently rubbed her temples with his forehead, drowning his breath in the cold blood. "Fortunately, you are still alive." In the corner where no one could see, a crystal light flashed, quickly sank into Fusey's neck, and melted into the pool of blood under her. Chapter 231. The two took Fusey back to the space station above Kananchi, where there are the most complete medical equipment and the most advanced medical standards. More importantly, Tan Chung is on vacation recently, and will go to the headquarters space station to check in every day. His spiritual body is a water bear, and he has mutated the corresponding spiritual body skills. As long as the person is still alive, he can pull him back from the hands of the god of death. However, Shiza's eyebrows were stained with a trace of worry. In a sense, Fusey's relationship with other colleagues is not good. Nai is a lone ranger. I don't know why Fusey has such a harmonious relationship with him. Talus is the guardian assigned to Fusey by Shilai, and there is a lot of time to cultivate feelings. Among the remaining people, Euphemia was recommended by Fusey personally, but now they have parted ways because of political differences. In addition, Fusey really has no close friends. Tan Chung had a grudge with Fusey in the early years. The two of them would not say hello when they met at the headquarters, and directly treated each other as heir. Shiza felt a headache. Moran believed in human rights. If Tan Chung was unwilling to help, Shiza could not use his power to force him to bow his head. Just like Fusey did not choose the sentinel who saved him. Bernard knew nothing about Shiza's concerns. He was checking Fusey's wounds. There were severe burns and scalds on the edges of her wounds. The skin and flesh were rolled up and tangled together, making it difficult to start. The wound left by Tan Sui Wu on her body was still expanding. If the spiritual power left by Jin Zhu Wu was not metabolized as soon as possible, the wound might spread to a more fatal place. Fortunately, before the two people became anxious, the airship successfully arrived at the headquarters of Kananki. It was just that a small incident occurred when Fusey was transferred to the medical department. Because Fusey voluntarily gave up her identity as a commander, her personal information was now marked in red, and she had no permission to enter the core area. It happened that Shilai and Yi Tsongbai were not stationed in Kananki at this time, and no one could give Fusey temporary permissions. However, this problem is easy to solve. Fusey's own residence in Kananki is also equipped with a complete medical team. If you can't enter the headquarters, can Fusey's own home be entered? After a lot of chaos, Fusey was finally settled. After a simple treatment, Fusey's vital signs turned into various data and presented them in front of the two. Shiza glanced at them, and his eyes went dark again. Fusey lost too much blood, and the speed of bone marrow hematopoiesis could not keep up with her blood loss speed. Most of the organs in her body began to show signs of failure. Without further ado, Shiza contacted Tan Chung immediately, saying that he needed his help with something, and his tone was urgent, but he did not directly tell him the specific situation here. First trick him over, and when Tan Chung finds out something is wrong, Shiza has plenty of ways to make him nod. Shiza returned to Fusey, looking at her calm and pale face, and suddenly felt a strange sense of separation. You don't need to look at the interstellar reports on the optical brain to know that all major forces are now searching for Fusey's body to make sure she is really dead. The victory or loss of the leader battle is not important. That kind of thing is originally done for outsiders to see. Even if Fusey loses, she is now a free person, and Indiklai will not launch a plunder for this reason. At most, he was a little more assertive in the diplomatic draft. A noise reduction tower was placed in the medical room. The only sound in the room, except for the slight sound of the instrument, was the shallow breathing of Shizai. When he received the news from Shizai, Tan Chung was in the White Rose Garden. He would choose to take a vacation during this time of year. Only when he was in the Rose Garden could he get a moment of peace. Shizai's tone was really urgent. His identity was special. Tan Chung thought there was something urgent, so he immediately set off for the main city residential area. But the closer he got to the location given by Shizai, the more strange it felt. This place used to be the residence of Governor Shilai, a duplex manor with an extremely large area. But since Shilai brought back the experimental subject from Dafir, this place has been occupied by the cuckoo and became the personal residence of Isiki. Why did Shizai let him come here? Now it's all crazy outside. Isiki gave up the honor of commander and fought a leader battle with the current monarch of Indikal, and was defeated as expected. Failure is failure. The leader battle has always ended with one life and one death. Tan Chung looked at the open door, feeling uneasy. Shizai received the message from the smart housekeeper and learned that Tan Chung had arrived. He told Bernard to take care of Fuzi's vital signs and walked out alone. He quickly thought about the chips in his hand and what conditions he could offer to make Tan Chung agree to help. If all methods were exhausted and Tan Chung still refused to give in, pulling thread can maintain the original owner's spiritual body activity when it is just implanted in the human body, and can use the spiritual body mutation skills. But once this method is used, Shilai may not give up. Chairman, what's the matter with calling me here? Tan Chung spoke carefully. Shiza glanced at the man in front of him. Tan Cheng's face was abnormally pale. He was tall and thin. His face, which could be called elegant, lost its color because of the fatigue in his eyes. I asked you to come here today because I really have something to ask for. Shiza pointed to the chair in front of him, not showing too much eagerness. Sit down. I shouldn't bother you today, but it's a serious matter. I still hope you can consider it carefully. He said everything perfectly. Tan Chung couldn't tell Shiza's attitude, so he just said straight to the point. Just say it. Shiza was silent. Okay, then I say it straight. AI Fusiki is now seriously injured and needs your spiritual body to help metabolize the spiritual power left in her by Tan Sui Wuha. Are you willing? Tan Chung stared into Shiza's eyes for a few seconds to confirm that what he said was true. It's strange that AI Fusiki actually survived. You should know. Tan Chung abandoned the honorifics. His voice suddenly turned cold. I have an irreconcilable conflict with AI Fusiki. If I agree to help, aren't you afraid that I will do something and send her directly? Shiza unconsciously clenched his fingers. I believe in your character. The situation is urgent and urgent. You can say any conditions. Tan Chung suddenly sneered. Conditions? My condition is to let Yi Tong come back alive from the contaminated area. Shiza pursed his lips and looked at the blue veins on Tan Cheng's forehead helplessly. Everyone in Moran doesn't know that the governor gave her the only 2 RB joint agents. The meaning of that thing is to save lives. Just one can save Yi Tong's life. But you know what she said at the time? Tan Chung changed his usual calmness and taciturnity, and every word he spoke was full of tears. She said that he was a person who was supposed to die, so what if he was saved from the contaminated area? Tan Chung couldn't help but fall into memories, and his emotions were extremely excited. Only the 2 of them went deep into the center of the contaminated area on that mission. Yi Tong herself was not afraid of poisonous fog, so how could she lose her life because of a third-class rated mission? Tan Chung poured out all the pain buried deep in his heart, and the suppressed emotions finally had an outlet for venting. Shiza took a deep breath. Calm down first. You want me to calm down? Okay, then let me ask you, if the person lying in there today was not the real body of Isiki, but her corpse, would you be able to calm down? Tan Chung slapped the table with his palm, shaking the entire table. Fortunately, he was not a sentinel with terrifying palm power, and the guide's strength was still too weak. Shizai listened to his questioning and inevitably imagined the scene of Fu Si's death. In just a moment, his heart suddenly ached. He couldn't say anything against his will, so he could only remain silent. Fu Si did go on a mission with the commander of the 5th Fleet back then. Chu Yedong's spirit body was a rare species, immune to most known toxins. Shizai had heard a little about that mission. The highly toxic pollution source affected all nearby water sources, not only humans, but also animals and plants withered. Fu Si and Chu Yetong went together, but only Fu Si came back intact. Chu Yetong was only a hair's breadth away from death at the time. Everyone thought Fu Si brought her back to inject her with RB combination agent to prolong her life, but who knew that she just wanted Chu Yetong and Tan Chung to see each other for the last time. Thinking about it carefully, it is cruel to do so. Watching your lover die is much more difficult to accept than hearing the news of his death. Moreover, Tan Chung believed that Chu Yetong still had a chance of survival, as long as Fu Si took out the RB combination agent. Shize was not in Canaan Chi that day, and did not know the details. He only knew that Chu Yetong did not survive the dawn, and died in the late night before dawn. Looking at the person in front of him, it was clear that all the blame had been attributed to Fu Si. Shize adjusted his breathing rate. Fu Si was still unconscious, and he had to calm his mind. Chairman, you are the person appointed by the governor. I admire the governor's ability to stay in Morin, and will not argue too much, but I cannot agree to this matter. Tan Cheng's voice was hoarse, but his tone was particularly firm. Shize looked into his eyes, his throat stagnated, and he could not say anything to dissuade or plead. He could see that Tan Chung hated Fuzi to the core, and no matter how he persuaded, he would not bend his knees to save her. First courtesy, then force. Since courtesy doesn't work, then we can only... Bang! The door of the living room suddenly opened. You are here, the familiar voice accurately reached the ears of the two. It's easy for me to find you. Shiza turned his head in astonishment, and saw Fuzi weakly leaning against the door. His body was much faster than his brain, and he took 2 steps forward to support her. Are you awake? Shiza's voice was unspeakably light, and he was afraid that the person in front of him would be blown away by his breath. Fuzi glanced at him. Her voice was weak, but her momentum was not reduced at all. Give me your optical brain. Her voice was sickly hoarse, and Shiza held her body, not daring to move at all. The red vine snaked out along his arms, quickly rolled up the optical brain in the corner, and handed it to the two of them. Fuzi's right clavicle was shattered, and she couldn't lift her right hand. She raised her chin and stubbornly ordered him, open the star network for him. Shiza wanted to persuade her to lie down first, but he saw the bright light in her eyes, so he could only open the light computer in his hand and present the interface to her. Fuzi quickly browsed over, and after a while, she laughed softly. I still lost. Shiza subconsciously followed her gaze, and saw that the news of Indical was on the front page, and the whole star was boiling for it. The throne of Indical has changed, and the glory of the former queen has become a thing of the past. Shiza realized it belatedly. Fuzi could stand here and talk to him, not because of a flash of life. It was just because the monarch sitting on the platform was dead. Chapter 232. Time goes back to the moment when the planet exploded. Tan Sui Wui quietly looked at the direction where Fu Si was blown away, ignoring the gradually approaching airships, and returned to Indical's fleet. Everyone subconsciously wanted to cheer and celebrate the Queen's victory, but heard Tan Sui Wui's cold order, return, don't make a sound. The well-trained guards would not question the Queen's orders, and immediately kept silent, and set off for the return voyage in an orderly manner. Tan Sui Wui returned to the lounge, and gently covered his chest. The abrasion on the inside of the wrist has not healed for a long time, and the pain in the chest has become more and more obvious. This situation is almost a sign of dying for the extremely resilient Jinzu. From the outside, Tan Sui Wui just has messy hair and slightly dirty clothes, and is a well-deserved winner. Only she knows that this is just the last glimmer of a dying person. She doesn't have much time. We must return to Qingyu before things get worse. She felt a sharp pain in her chest, gasped twice, slowly leaned over and lay on the soft chair, trying to suppress the restless spirit in her body. At the same time, Tan Sui-yin, who was far away in the main city of Qingyu, felt a pain in his heart, and suddenly woke up from his sleep. Qingyu was shrouded in darkness at this moment, and it was still a long time before dawn. According to the church's time, the return time would be tomorrow noon. But what was this inexplicable panic? Tan Sui-yin tidied up his messy hair, opened the door, and went downstairs. It was midnight, and the entire Tan Sui palace was silent in sleep. Only many monitoring stars were working tirelessly. She walked all the way to the terrace, wanting to see the returning interstellar fleet as soon as possible. Who knew that before she got close, she heard a faint argument. Why? Am I not doing this for? Don't be so stubborn. You deserve it. Okay, I don't want to quarrel. You'd better. Tan Sui's footsteps slowly stopped. She was wearing a suppressor, so she couldn't hear the two people's deliberately suppressed voices clearly, but she could also tell that they were by Kong Qing and by Jianqing's voices. Why are they here in the middle of the night? Tan Sui-yin instinctively shouldn't go forward to disturb them at this time, and turned to leave. Who knew that his heart suddenly hurt, and a few low moans came out from his lips and teeth. Tan Sui-yin's eyes went black, his feet softened, and he fell to the ground. This movement was not small in the silent night, and the two of them released their spirit bodies at the same time to check the abnormality. Two Medusas with human faces and snake bodies appeared in front of Tan Sui-yin at the same time. After seeing who was coming, the two beautiful snakes, whose gender was indistinguishable, looked at each other. Xiao Yin? Bai Jianqing was a little surprised. Why did you come out? Tan Sui-yin's condition was obviously not good, and the two hurried down the terrace and came to her side to check. Pain. Tan Sui-yin curled up on the ground in pain. It's not that her endurance is low, but her heart is affecting her internal organs, and even the bones of her whole body are in unbearable pain. Bai Jianqing and Bai Kongqing looked at each other, and their faces became solemn at the same time. Bai Kongqing took his daughter into his arms, and his spirit body wandered forward, releasing a soothing mental force to relieve her pain. Tan Sui-yin came to his senses and murmured, "Why is this happening?" Bai Jianqing looked at their overlapping figures, and his voice turned cold. "The thing we are most worried about has happened." Tan Sui-yin quickly realized something and raised his head suddenly. "Do you mean that mother lost?" Mother and daughter are connected by heart, not to mention that there is a very special connection between the spirit bodies of Jinzu. As the only relative of Tan Sui, who is connected by blood, Tan Sui-yin's pain seems to be easy to explain. Tan Sui-yin certainly knew what it meant to lose the leader battle. She was a little puzzled. Why? So soon? It's obviously not time yet. Her voice was unstable, and Bai Kongqing could hear her hidden fear. He patted his daughter's back and said softly, "Don't be afraid, Susu. We said before that whether your majesty wins or loses, you must face it calmly." Tan Sui-yin's eyes gradually faded, his lips stammered a few times, and finally nodded gently. The three of them fell silent, and an atmosphere of despair and sadness spread. "Why are you all here? What happened?" A gentle male voice suddenly sounded, breaking the stalemate of the three people. Tan Sui-yin woke up as if from a dream. She supported Bai Kongqing's arm and stood up. Her eyes met the visitor. "I have insomnia, so I came out for a walk." Luo Tianxin looked at the strange faces of the three people, and felt that he came at the wrong time. As the guide of the queen, Luo Tianxin lived in the huge Tan Sui palace, more like a traveler. Luo Tianxin opened his mouth to speak, but a strong mental wave flashed, abruptly stopping everyone's conversation. Tan Sui Wu held the carved pillar on the terrace, took a deep breath, and tried not to make herself look too embarrassed. She used the last bit of mental power to leave the main fleet and return to Tan Sui Palace in advance without being discovered by anyone. Tan Sui-yin seemed to have sensed something, looked up, and shouted in surprise and joy, "Mom!" Tan Sui caught her daughter, who was flying towards her, and her body swayed slightly, but she still managed to stabilize. Looking up, she met the solemn gazes of her guides, and smiled slightly. "It's all here, saving me a lot of energy." Unlike Tan Sui-yin's joy, the guides who had been marked by her for life could clearly sense her condition. Bai Jianqing was the first to lose patience, and blinked his eyelashes. There were no tears, only endless sorrow. "Your Majesty?" He spoke tremblingly. Tan Sui Wu waved his hand. "Jianqing, I told you not to use honorifics to me a long time ago, but you still can't remember it today." Bai Jianqing shook his head helplessly. "It's not that I can't remember, Your Majesty, I'm ashamed of you." "Okay," Tan Sui Wu gently patted his daughter's shoulder. "You and Kongqing go to arrange Tianqin's affairs. I have something to say to Susu." Luo Tianxin realized something, and looked at her silently. Her always brisk steps were a little difficult to move for a while. The joy on Tan Sui-yin's face disappeared, replaced by endless panic. "Mother, you..." Tan Sui-yin tried his best to open his eyes wide, not wanting to cry in front of his mother. Tan Sui Wu sighed. "Susu, don't cry." The guides left silently, leaving only the mother and daughter on the huge terrace. "These years, I'm always afraid that the time left for you is too short, and you can't experience a complete childhood." Tan Sui Wu couldn't stand up anymore. She sat cross-legged casually. Tan Sui-yin had already lost her mind, and she bent down woodenly following her mother's movements. She didn't dare to speak, for fear of missing a word from her mother. "As a monarch, I have given Indical a lot. My 1,000-year rule has enabled me to make many achievements. As a mother, I have given you too little." Tan Sui Wu looked up at the starry sky. "I am always afraid that you don't want to be my daughter." Tan Sui-yin asked subconsciously, "Why?" "As my daughter, you always have to bear so many responsibilities. The future of the stars, the future of the people, and the future of civilization all have to be on you. I really can't imagine it." Tan Sui Wu lowered his head, and looked at her kindly with his pale golden eyes. "It's too cruel to take you as the continuation of my life without authorization. Tan Sui-yin was almost forced to tears by this sentence, and his voice was stained with tears. Why do you think so? After all, I never asked you if you want to be my daughter. Tan Sui-woo touched her cheek calmly, with a slight curl at the corner of his lips. I wanted to eliminate Thor and the Banshee family together to prevent future changes. Tan Sui-woo paused, but then I thought, I can't be with you forever. The golden-footed crow has a strong regenerative ability, which is also a cruel curse. When the mother gives birth to the offspring, it will enter the nirvana period. Even if there is no leader battle today, I can't hold on for much longer. Tan Sui-woo pointed to his heart. Giving you the power earlier can also reduce the pain. Tan Sui-yin's heart beat violently, and blood flowed backwards. She realized a very difficult fact to accept. The battle between her mother and Eve Siki, leading to the wolves and tigers hidden in the church, is secondary, and forcing herself into a desperate situation is the ultimate goal. Only the golden-footed crow can kill the golden-footed crow. Tan Sui-yin finally understood the meaning of this sentence. This is not an affirmation of the golden-footed crow's strength, but a most vicious curse. Tan Sui-yin spread his hands tremblingly and asked in disbelief, You want me to kill you? Tan Sui-woo's face was not afraid at all, only love that was about to overflow. I am already at the end of my strength. I only need a little bit of strength. It won't be difficult. Tan Sui-yin's face was cold, her eyes gradually blurred, her mind was blank, and she didn't realize that she had already burst into tears. Back then, I killed the previous monarch, gained all her power, and led Indicli to today's position. Susu, you will only be better than me. Tan Sui-yin subconsciously wanted to refuse. She didn't need to rely on this method to gain power, and she didn't need to step on the corpses of her loved ones to ascend to a high position. However, she was horrified to find that she couldn't move. Tan Sui coughed twice, and the bright red on her palm was hidden by her calmly. You're still here, Tan Sui-woo said softly. Tan Sui-yin watched Bai Kongqing emerge from the corner of the terrace with Medusa, and shouted angrily, What are you doing? Why did you use the spiritual body mutation skill to restrict her movements? Bai Kongqing didn't look at his daughter. He knelt on one knee beside Tan Sui-woo and presented a brand new dagger. This dagger is very similar to Yuming, but the color is a brighter light gold, and the lines are smooth and light. Tan Sui-yin watched his mother pick up the dagger in fear. Yuming still has flaws, but this weapon was designed and made by me, and now I give it to you. Tan Sui-woo put the dagger in her palm, touched her stiff fingers, and said helplessly, Let her go, Kongqing. We can't make decisions for her forever. Bai Kongqing looked at her silently. Medusa disappeared behind them, and Tan Sui-yin immediately stood up and stepped back. Tan Sui-woo sat there calmly. I give you the chance to choose, Susu. I don't have much time. No. No, only Jinzu can kill Jinzu. As long as I don't do it, you won't die. Tan Sui-yin looked at her in a daze. Tan Sui-woo shook his head gently. Even if I can survive, it won't be me, just a walking corpse controlled by a spirit. Tan Sui-yin was stunned. Although he had guessed it long ago, he still couldn't accept it when he heard his mother admit it herself. Tan Sui-woo would become a monster similar to the one in Thor's laboratory, which was a great shame. Ahem. Tan Sui-woo patted Bai Kongqing's shoulder. You should go meet Jianqing again. Bai Kongqing kissed her lips silently, got up and left. Tan Sui-yin was hit by the facts and felt dizzy. The dagger in her hand was cold and warm, reminding her that everything in front of her was reality. She was really exhausted, so Tan Sui-woo sat there as she was, slowly opening his arms. Hold me again, Susu. Tan Sui-yin approached her step by step, solemnly hugging her gradually cold body. The pale golden dagger sank deeply into the woman's heart, and the figure of the golden-footed crow appeared in the air, turning into a stream of light and sinking into the girl's eyebrows. The sky was faintly bright. Tan Sui-yin stared at the faint morning light woodenly. Strange, why did the warm and bright stars in the past become so dazzling today? It must be because she had a nightmare. Tan Sui-yin thought to himself. After waking up from the dream, I must go buy her favorite orchid cake. In the past, when she had a nightmare, her mother would always use it to cheer her up. Well, I will go when I wake up from the dream. The second act, Golden Crow Falls, is over. Chapter 233. Fusey frowned. Her tinnitus and dizziness were always bothering her, which was really annoying. Shize looked down and saw the bloodstains on her waist that were getting brighter and brighter, his pupils trembling slightly. Your injury. Tan Sheng only found his voice at this time, and he looked strange. You are so lucky. Fuseki's condition was not very good. Most of her body was stained with blood. No wonder Shize was so anxious. Fusey raised her eyes and looked at Tan Sheng. Just a glance, she knew that Shize's persuasion was not going well. I'm sorry to bother you, Commander Tan. Fusey pointed to the direction of the gate coldly and distantly. Please keep today's matter confidential. The order to expel came so quickly and fiercely that Tan Chung was a little slow to react. Now the outside world speculates that I Fuziki and Tan Suo tied, and both of them should have died. If the news that AI Fuziki was alive was leaked, it would not only cause trouble for those with ulterior motives, but also cause internal turmoil in Moran. Oh, you will die one day because of your arrogance, Tan Chung said stiffly and left. Fusey lowered her head and coughed violently. Blood flowed down her jaw, and the smell of blood was about to break through the ceiling. Don't scare me. Shiza was already at a loss. He supported Fusey's body stiffly, fearing that any movement would cause her pain. Fusey moved her intact arm and took the initiative to hold his neck. Carry me back. Forcing herself to wake up and find him had exhausted Fusey's last strength. Fusey's body lost a lot of blood and her weight dropped sharply. Shiza held her in his arms and returned to the medical room lightly. Bernard leaned aside expressionlessly, not surprised to see them come back. Such a big man disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was puzzling that he could run out to find someone even though he was injured like this. Shize bent down and put Fusey down. His movements were very gentle, and his arms passed under her knees. Fusey coughed twice again, causing the two to look at her constantly. Shize stretched out his mind tentacles, trying to get close to Fusey, but he was worried about something and stopped in midair. Fusey closed her eyes, turned to Bernard and said, "You step aside first, I have something to tell him." Bernard glanced at her waist and warned, "Don't think of yourself as an immortal myth, take it easy, you can't get into trouble now." Fusey knew what he meant, and she nodded. Shize didn't know why Fusey was in the mood to talk about business at this time. His shaking heart had not yet calmed down. In fact, as early as when I was in Dansatu, I found that Tan Sui Wuha wanted to die. Fusey said slowly. As both powerful people in the world, Mo Lin lost his ability to reproduce when he awakened the Shadow Weaver, and so did Shilai. They will never have their own bloodline in this life. This is the restriction of nature, and the rule of the universe. But after Tan Sui Wuha awakened the spirit of the Golden Foot Crow, he still had the continuation of his bloodline. Fusey raised her eyes. Her life is about to come to an end, so I just treat her as a chess piece that can be used. Now, the goal has been achieved. Tan Sui Wuha hopes that his death will have some value rather than disappearing suddenly on a sunny afternoon. Shize suddenly interrupted her. "You don't have to explain to me. It's not too late to heal your wounds first." Fusey pointed to her temple helplessly, shook her head, and smiled bitterly. "It's very noisy here, and it's uncomfortable to close my eyes." During the time when she was unconscious, her mind was full of incomprehensible fragments, and she really didn't want to enter that state again. Her voice was not clear, and Shize's eyelashes trembled slightly. He wanted her to stop talking, but he couldn't go against Fusey's wishes. The arc of the medical table perfectly fits Fusey's body curve, and lying on it is still comfortable. Fusey continued, "I have long thought that Tan Sui Wuha has other intentions, but I still agreed to her proposal and challenged her to a leader battle." Shize looked at her sharply. "You want to deliberately set up a game? Do you want to drop the big fish behind you?" The two top sentinels, Ai Fuziki and Tan Sui Wuha, fought to the death, and the final outcome was that both of them fell. Once this news spreads, it will definitely cause shocks to all forces. For example, Thor, who is already a stray dog, or the inner ghost hiding in the dark. But this is too risky, entering the game alone. Even life is ranked second? Fusey wanted to continue to explain, but saw that Shize's eyes slowly turned red. He knows how to control her. Fusey sighed. What's wrong? In fact, without asking, you know that Shize is blaming her for acting on her own and not considering his feelings at all. The two have been together for more than 20 years, and there are always some inexplicable emotions tied up. How could Fusey not know his subtext? Have you ever thought about why I was secretly targeted when I was just an experimental subject abandoned by Moros? Fusey lowered her head and glanced at the wound that was slowly healing, and her voice was very soft. Shize answered subconsciously, because of me? Or do they want to get the better gene sequence from Morin for human body modification? Fusey shook her head slowly. I think neither. Most of her past enemies were killed by her on that day, and she would never let them make a comeback. Except for Morin, he is too difficult to kill. Shize's current identity is just like Tan Sui and not long ago. If he wants to shake Morin's foundation, he may attack the two of them. Shize's eyes were slightly red, staring at her ice blue eyes. You have someone chosen? Yi Songbai and Shi Zhe were not completely unaware of the various anomalies in the headquarters, but they had been tracking for a long time, and only pulled out some insignificant minions. The person behind was hiding very deeply. Shi Zhe even thought about whether there was someone with ulterior motives among the 12 commanders. Well, there are only 11 left now. After Euphemia left, the position of the commander-in-chief of the 12th fleet has been vacant. Shi Zhe could think of this, so Fu Si naturally thought of it too. She thought of Morin's figure. He had peeked into Euphemia's spiritual sea through his isotope, so he could naturally find the sentinel who had marked her. Perhaps it was time to go to Defeer and see Morin again. Okay, Shi Zhe interrupted her thoughts and reached out to take a pair of sharp scissors. Your wound needs to be bandaged, and the rotten flesh should be removed. I call Bernard in. Fu Si watched him cut open the blood-stained combat uniform, revealing the charred and broken skin inside. Tan Sui Wu had died, and her spiritual power dissipated. With the self-healing ability of the Sentinel, such a wound would not be a big deal if it was properly treated and healed for several months. But Fuzi's mental state really worried him. She was a little too excited. Shi Zhe carefully cut open Fuzi's clothes. There was a high-temperature flame around Fuzi's wound before, so he and Bernard did not dare to act rashly. Now it seems that the injury is really horrifying. Shi Zhe put down the silver scissors, his fingers trembled for a while, and then quickly stabilized. Fuzi half closed her eyes and leaned on the bed. Tan Sui Wu is still held back, but it looked scary. Shi Zhe's eyes unconsciously glanced down, and the waist and abdomen that were originally smooth and muscular were charred black, but there was fresh pink flesh growing inside. Can't anesthetize, it will hurt. Shi Zhe's slender fingers gently touched her cheeks, as if to comfort her. The body of the Sentinel is immune to most drugs, and ordinary anesthetics will only increase the body's metabolic burden. Therefore, most Sentinels use the guide's pheromone as anesthesia, or have high-level guides to assist in the operation. Shi Zhe tentatively extended his thought tentacles, and gently, and slowly touched the side of her neck. We are a good match. I will be the main surgeon. You won't feel any pain. Fuzi opened her eyes, and stared at the thought tentacles that were so close to her, but she didn't speak immediately. Shi Zhe knew very well that Fuzi would not refuse. After a while, Fuzi opened her eyes again, and turned her face to the side. It can only be a temporary mark. Shi Zhe whispered, okay. 2 hours later, Berner pushed open the door of the medical room and faintly smelled a rich floral scent. He saw that Fuzi's wounds were properly treated, and she had changed into a suitable hospital gown, as if she was using the medical room as her bedroom. Berner raised his eyebrows. Are you finally willing to accept the guide's temporary mark? The relationship between the Sentinel and the guide is not a simple one of dominance and being dominated. The Sentinel can leave a mark on the guide's spiritual sea, and the guide can do the same. Now Fuzi's spiritual power is exhausted, and only Shi Zhe can be the guide. Bernard was not surprised, but he was a little emotional. Once upon a time, you would rather use hundreds of millions of interferon original fluid to suppress the manic period than seek help from the guide. Now you finally think it through? Fuzi was just pretending to sleep, not really asleep. Hearing this, she defended herself. Special treatment for special circumstances. I am not an old-fashioned person who sticks to my own way. Bernard stretched his waist lazily, without revealing Fuzi's thoughts. Before, Fuzi was reluctant to accept any guide's closeness, mostly because she was worried about the influence of the spiritual mark. The connection between spiritual bodies is much closer than imagined, not to mention that at the spiritual level, the guide is the real leader. Temporary marks will affect the emotions and decisions of the Sentinel. Fuzi hates others interfering with her decisions the most in her life. Bernard knocked on the door frame. In that case, I will go back to the laboratory first. There are a lot of things piled up there. Fuzi didn't say anything yet, and Shi Zhe nodded first. Okay, you go back first, and remember to leave from the transport path at the back door. I will delete the records of the monitoring star, and you should not reveal Fuzi's news to others. Bernard would naturally not reveal Fuzi's news to others at this critical moment. As a senior employee, if something happens to the boss, who can he ask for salary from? Shi Zhe watched Bernard leave, his face turned cold, and he turned to the control room to clear all the backups of the nearby monitoring stars, and erase Tan Cheng's entry and exit records. Considering Shi Zhe's order, Tan Cheng would not reveal the news that Fuzi was still alive in a short time, but Shi Zhe had to make 2 plans. Warning alone was not enough to ensure safety. Shi Zhe calculated that he would go to the headquarters and delete his and Bernard's exit records, perfectly hiding Fuzi's entry records. It's a pity that Yi Songbai is not at the headquarters today, otherwise he could be directly entrusted to do this. Shi Zhe settled Fu Si, told her that he would be back soon, and immediately set off for the headquarters. However, Shize did not expect that the accident happened right after he left. Chapter 234. Fusey always unconsciously relaxes her vigilance in Moran, probably because this is where she has lived for more than 10 years, and there will always be some subconscious mischief. After Shize left, Fusey closed her eyes and took a nap for a while. She didn't expect deep sleep, but it would be good to calm her restless brain for a while. Who knew that just when she was half asleep and half awake, the street outside the manor was in chaos. Airships cannot enter residential areas, except in special circumstances. And now, it is that special situation. The First Fleet is responsible for all security and protection work in Kananki. As the main city battle fleet, they have the first execution right to act first and report later. It just so happened that Nai was on vacation in Kananki recently, and he was a little helpless when he was hurriedly pulled back to work by his adjutant. He almost works all year round, and he finally took advantage of Shilai's field vacation to have the opportunity to have 2 days of leisure. He also knew about the battle between Ai Fuziki and Tan Suowu. As for the rumor that both of them died, actually, there was nothing to be sad about. He and Fusey were just ordinary colleagues. They were particularly familiar with each other because of the relationship between the deliberation chair. At this time, he received a notice from his adjutant requesting support. A team used some unknown means to lurk all the way to the main city without being discovered by any monitoring means. It was very similar to the Darkfire troops that sneaked into Moran to steal. For a moment, Na was in a bad mood. It was a great dereliction of duty that he did not watch the Darkfire rats last time and let them slip in. Although the governor did not blame him for this, he still felt guilty. Na immediately ended his vacation and contacted his adjutant to lead a team to encircle and suppress. It was evening, and the traffic on the street was huge, so we couldn't afford any mistakes. Most of the main city area was residential area where citizens were active, so large-scale lethal weapons could not be used casually here, and spiritual bodies could not be released at will. And I don't know what the invader was thinking. After being discovered, he had no intention of escaping, but rushed all the way to a more central location. The airship he was in was actually equipped with an interference system that Moran couldn't detect, which didn't seem to be the level of technology that the Darkfire mob could come up with. More like the work of Indiclay or Defeer. Nai's first reaction was that the Darkfire was incorporated into other star systems, and took advantage of the Darkfire leader's special spiritual body mutation skills to target Moran citizens again. But Talus had clearly cleared out the Darkfire remnants before, and there shouldn't be anyone with that headache-inducing lurking skill at this moment. Nai couldn't help but frown. The damned rat was haunting. Nai immediately connected to the adjutant's video. Send more people immediately to strengthen the protection of the residential area. Don't let him hurt the people. But the adjutant's voice was a little hesitant. We analyzed the intruder's stealth route. No matter when, his goal seems to be only one, that is, the governor's mansion. They all knew who was living in the governor's mansion now. Nai was a little stunned. Fusey's place was indeed the one with the least monitoring and guarding stars, and after the leader battle, it was probably deserted. Nai came to his senses, and immediately drove the shuttle to chase after him. He didn't dare to release the flame demon easily. His spirit body was too domineering. For the untrained guides in the main city, its power was no less than throwing a goblin shark in the freshwater area. But he was even more to blame for letting this guy break into the governor's mansion. Turn on the alarm and evacuate the people. Nai ordered immediately. Who knew that at this moment, something strange happened. The small shuttle that they had been chasing in front of them suddenly disappeared. Nai immediately started to sense, and then found that he had activated the spiritual body mutation skill again, and perfectly hit his figure in the detection radar. Strange, why does it feel that this guy is weak and strong? Nai was suspicious, but did not dare to think too much, and immediately released the spiritual body to track him. Fusey walked out staggeringly, and just happened to see the huge body of the fire demon completely covering a dark airship, and the overwhelming flames were like the sun descending. Fusey narrowed her eyes, and before the airship was swallowed, a very familiar mental wave flashed. The air twisted for a moment, and a dark figure suddenly appeared, just falling at her feet. Fusey finally saw who the person was. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Why are you here?" Nai, who was chasing after him, saw this scene and braked suddenly, which prevented the spirit from wreaking more havoc. When Meiga saw Fusey for the first time, the sword that had been hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground, his chest stagnated, and he didn't speak for a while. Fusey half squatted down, and her body was slightly painful, but she was used to it, so it was not a big deal. She held Maiga's face and asked softly, "What happened?" Nai realized later that Fusey was not dead, but was seriously injured. He looked down and saw the slightly intimate behavior of the two, but he still did not relax his vigilance. "Do you know each other?" Nai's voice was slightly cold. "What is the relationship between Anhua and him?" Fusey understood after hearing 2 sentences. Maiga's must have seen the news that she and Tan Sui Wuha were both dead, and came to Moran to confirm her life or death. He had no intention of alarming Moran's patrol team, so he used Stanley's camouflage skills. But he didn't expect it to cause a commotion. "I'm sorry," Maiga's apologized in a low voice. "I didn't believe you would die, and I came to you without permission." Fusey glanced at Nai, who was still standing aside, and signaled Maiga's not to speak first. "Go back, it's late at night, don't make people panic," Fusey said casually. Nai subconsciously pointed at the man who was still kneeling on the ground. He violated. "I know," Fusey looked unhappy, and had little patience. "You go and check his accomplices. If you find them, come to me to ask for punishment. If not, I will explain to Shilai." Having said that, what else can I say? He shrugged and turned to inform the adjutant to appease the people and cancel the alarm. Maiga's held Fusey's hand, and the cool touch didn't seem fake. "You're fine, that's great." He took off his mask, revealing a slightly haggard face. In order to successfully enter Kananki, he spent a lot of mental energy to disguise his whereabouts, just to confirm a possibility. Fusey wanted to say something, but her throat felt fishy, and blood followed by coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Fusey didn't feel anything, and Maiga's was shocked. He stretched out his only mental tentacles to explore Fusey's spiritual sea, but was blocked by a strange mental barrier, and could not move forward. Fusey subconsciously rejected, "No." Before she finished speaking, another surge of blood rushed up. Fusey bent down, and the blood that kept overflowing from her lips and teeth soaked her hands. Maiga's immediately retracted his mind tentacles, and dared not touch them again. He could see that what Fusey coughed up was internal blood congestion, and the situation was not fatal. But he still felt scared, and reached out to hold Fusey's shoulders and patted her back. Fusey gradually recovered, and her body was already sending her an alarm. If she continued to overdraw her mental and physical strength, I'm afraid. Maiga's asked her softly, "I will carry you back and won't touch your wounds." When Fusey came out, she was only wearing an outer coat, and her body was wrapped in sterile gauze. She smelled of blood, and must have been seriously injured and not healed. "Okay, let's talk about it when we get back." Fusey did not refuse again, and she put her arms around Maiga's neck. Maiga's picked her up, and the weight of his hand made his heart sink. It was too light. The bone density of a sentinel was 1.5 times that of a normal person. Fusey was as light as a feather in his arms. The so-called leader battle was just a cover, but Fusey had also walked through the life and death barrier, and Maiga's steps were a little heavy. Fusey touched his cheek with the back of her hand. "What are you thinking about?" Maiga's did not answer immediately. He had always been obedient in front of Fusey, and this was the first time he had a rebellious streak. Fusey then discovered that his stature was taller than Shizei, and the perspective in his arms was not as bumpy as imagined. The child who was homeless after his family was wiped out has indeed grown up. Fusey didn't know what she was thinking of, and chuckled, with her warm and cool hand still on his neck. Maiga's eyebrows moved slightly, and there was some subtle fear in his red eyes. Before Fusey appeared, he couldn't imagine her lifeless face at all, let alone accept the news of her death. "Don't frown," Fusey's voice sounded again, "I still prefer your smiling face." Hearing this, the pale and handsome guide subconsciously smiled, and Fusey pinched his face. "That's right." Maiga's leaned over and put her on the soft bed in the medical room, and touched her forehead with his chin to confirm that she didn't have a fever. Fusey asked again, "What are you thinking about?" He lowered his head and looked at Fusey. His eyes were soft, revealing an imperceptible joy. "You promised to fulfill a wish of mine before the mic started," Maiga said word by word. Fusey narrowed her blue eyes, and stared at his face for a while. "Tell me, what do you want?" The previous list of Cadia encirclement and Stanley's whereabouts were all given to him by Fusey voluntarily, which was really not a wish. At this time, he mentioned this promise again, and Fusey still thought it counted. Maiga's raised his finger slightly, gently stroked her bright and smooth silver hair, and pinched it at the fingertips. "I want this." Fusey followed his gaze, and fell on the end of her hair. After a period of neglect, her hair almost grew to her waist. But she was a little surprised. "You said you want this?" Maiga's rolled her silver hair around his fingertips. "Just a little bit, okay?" Fusey glanced at him strangely, without saying yes or no. Maiga's half knelt beside the bed, raised his face, and looked earnestly. My mother once told me that she was separated from her parents very early, and often stared at her grandmother's personal jade pendant to miss her. I have no relatives, but you, I worry about you every day and can't sleep at night. Can you leave me a thought? Fusey understood that he didn't come to ask for benefits and troops today, but just wanted to see her. To confirm that she was still alive. For some reason, Maiga's appearance always made her feel familiar. So persistent, so desperate. If Fusey hadn't happened to be recovering in the governor's mansion today, he might not have been able to get out of Moran alive from Nai's hands. It is not ruled out that Maiga's has other trump cards, and even if he takes risks, he can still get out of it safely. But at this moment, Fusey felt that he probably didn't think so much. Fusey moved her fingers, indicating Maiga's to take the silver scissors on the operating table. You cut it yourself, Fusey said gently. Chapter 235. Crack. After a slight sound, the silver thread was cut off and slid softly into the man's hand. Fusey glanced at it and was a little surprised. Only these? The silver hair in his hand was only as thick as a little finger, but the length of an adult male's forearm. In his broad and slender hands, it was as small as a pet snake. Maiga's lowered his eyes, tied it into a slipknot with great care, and put it into his folding pocket. Fusey's eyes were fixed on the silver hair, and she had a new understanding of Maiga's again. Everyone knows that greed is insatiable, but how many people can resist the temptation and stop in time? The hair in his hand is his ambition. It's just a bunch. Fusey laughed and shook her head. It should be said that genes are really amazing things. Maiga's personality is almost exactly the same as Martha's. Fusey confirmed again. Just this? Yes, Maiga's whispered, thank you. It's strange. When Maiga's was still Xingqi, he used this kind of humble words many times, but since he left the academy, he has not said it many times. Fusey raised his chin with some playfulness. If you really want to thank me, get the gene sequence of 2547 back from Warren as soon as possible to prevent more trouble. Maiga's followed her movements and moved closer, his lips slightly opening and closing. I understand. Fusey understood his hint, and the strength of her fingers deepened. Maiga's obediently came over, and their lips slowly approached. I said a familiar voice suddenly sounded at the door. Maiga's turned a deaf ear to it, and continued to lower his head, and kissed Fusey's lips. Hey! Don't push your luck. Hai stepped forward quickly. Fortunately, Maiga's stopped when he saw the opportunity, and only touched the water briefly without going deeper. Hai glanced at Fusey half complaining and half worriedly to confirm that she had no new injuries. I was just out for a few hours. Hai opened his mouth with difficulty, and shot a sharp look at Maiga's who was blocked by him. A wild dog sneaked in. Maiga's met his gaze without fear. When their eyes met, neither of them was willing to bow their heads first. The guide who was as obedient as a rabbit in front of her rarely showed the color of a jackal. If this scene was placed somewhere else, Fusey would still be in the mood to watch it. Highs, send him away. There are many strange people in Canaan. When leaving, be sure to use the Sero route and be careful. Fusey rubbed her forehead, feeling a little tired. Highs suppressed his resentment. He knew that this was not the time to act on impulse. Sister, I have something to tell you. Shize looked down at her. This time he broke into the main city of Moran rashly, alarming many people. If there is no reasonable explanation later. Maiga suddenly turned around and looked at the door through the window. He sensed a very strong mental wave flashing, but it only lasted for a few seconds. Shize's voice also paused. Fusi didn't understand why, and felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Shize's voice was a little strange. He may not be able to leave. Fusi understood immediately and immediately got up and was about to get out of bed. Shilai is back? Don't move. The two of them stepped forward in unison to support her, and then checked whether her wound had broken open again. She was the one who was injured, but she was also the one with the most casual attitude. It's just an external injury. Why are you so nervous? Fusey didn't care. Shize held her shoulders patiently. Even if it's for me, be more careful, okay? Fusey looked at him, and the boy's eyes were full of pleading. Fusey nodded reluctantly, and lay back down with the force of Meyergast lifting her calf. Okay. Then she reminded, Shilai's side. Shize reached out and tidied the short ends of Fusey's hair, and said meaningfully, he will pass this level sooner or later. Meyergast was rubbing Fusey's cold bare feet with a low eyebrow. The temperature really made him sad, and the hot palm seemed to be completely unable to warm her body. Fusey noticed her movement and wanted to shrink her toes, but she couldn't control her body. Excessive blood loss caused most of her body to be numb, and not very flexible. Shize had sharp eyes, and saw their little movements. He gritted his teeth secretly and urged, "You go out, he will arrange it." Maigas raised his eyes, and Fusey spread her palms and motioned him to come forward. Fusey touched the cheek that Maigas handed to her and sighed. "Go, remember, it's evil to say one thing and do another." Maigas wanted to be intimate with Fusey for a while, but he also knew that the timing was not right. He kissed Fusey's intact hand and said goodbye slowly. "Then I leave." Shize watched him lower his head to take off his gloves and take off a black wooden bracelet from his wrist. The bracelet was the right size for Maigas' hand, and it fit perfectly on Fusey's wrist. Fusey turned her head, with a slightly questioning look in her eyes. "The roots of the purple phoenix tree, I hope it can help you get through this period." Maigas did not stay for too long, left the things to her, and got up to leave. Shize did not stop him. The purple phoenix tree is a rare plant that only grows in Moros. Its whole body is a treasure, and its roots are even more rare. To put it simply, this thing is similar to the RB joint agent, and it can save lives when necessary. Anyway, it is a treasure delivered to the door, don't miss it. Thinking of the RB joint agent, Shize's eyes unconsciously drifted to Fusey, and he wanted to ask what conflict had happened between her and Tan Chung back then. Just this look, the layers of sterile gauze on Fusey's body reminded him that Fusey was still seriously injured. Fusey studied the wooden bracelet on her hand enough, looked up and observed for a while. Shize's face was a little uneasy, but he did not show obvious hostility to Maigas. Regarding RB combination agent, Shilai should have told you that it is only a promoter that accelerates cell reproduction, and it cannot achieve the ability to revive the dead. Seeing that she took the initiative to bring it up, Shize followed her and said, "I have heard a little about it. The Moran laboratory spent nearly 10 years of hard work to develop 2 semi-finished products. Shize has never participated in the development of RB combination agent, but only heard a few words from Shilai. But he didn't expect that Shilai would give all the 2 semi-finished products to Fusey for safekeeping." Shize couldn't help frowning and questioning. "Isn't it obvious that Fusey will be the target of public criticism? Shilai gave me the 2 drugs at the beginning because the development of interferon lacked a series of formulas at that time, and Bernard's research encountered a bottleneck." Fusey recalled the days when she first arrived in Moran, and her tone was a little melancholy. As for Chu Yetong, her spirit body is a poisonous leaf scorpion. Every time she uses the spirit body mutation skill, she will increase her own pollution. She has long become a semi-pollution source. Shiza was a little surprised. Sentinels are indeed more easily assimilated by pollution sources than guides. Even a powerful person like Tan Sui Wuha has to rely on the assistance of guides to suppress the pollution in his body all year round. Chu Yetong is indeed a founding elder of Moran. She has been fighting on the front line all year round, and entering and leaving the polluted area is commonplace. But, if I say that Chu Yetong herself doesn't want to live, do you believe it? Fusey told the truth very calmly. Chu Yetong is a qualified soldier. When she was dying, she had only one wish, which was not to tell her lover that she wanted to die. Fusey didn't mind being a cold-hearted villain, so she agreed without hesitation. However, due to Moran's regulations, no citizen should be allowed to die in a foreign land. Fusey still brought Chu Yetong's body back to Kananki, which led to Tan Cheng's questioning. Now think about it, maybe Tan Cheng should not be allowed to face his lover's body directly. Shize thought about it, and nodded slowly. "I understand. In fact, you can tell Tan Cheng the truth. He is not a weak person, and will not be unable to accept it." "It is precisely because he is not a weak person," Fusey interrupted his thoughts. "He must not understand Chu Yetong's decision. There is a saying that is widely circulated among humans. Since you are not afraid of death, why are you afraid of living?" Tan Cheng has also been loyal to Moran for many years. He is also a high-level guide who goes in and out of the front line. However, because of his special spiritual body, it is probably difficult for him to be killed by external forces in this life. From the beginning, this couple was destined to not be able to make it to the end. RB joint agent is only a semi-finished product. It has no effect on the half-contaminated sentinels. Fusey thought about it and decided to tell him, and one of the 2 potions was given to Bernard for research, and the other was used on Talus. So Tan Cheng used all his means back then, but he didn't wait for Fusey to soften his heart. On the one hand, Fusey respected Chu Yetong's choice, and on the other hand, she didn't have the legendary RB joint agent in her hand. "But why don't you defend yourself?" Shize was a little anxious. "You know, because of this incident, the evaluation of disorder as disregard for human life and cold-bloodedness spread throughout Moran. It was not until the Silas Flag Crusade that Fusey's reputation gradually turned around. To be fair, Shize didn't want Fuzi to be isolated and helpless. Even if he was not by her side, Fuzi had people she could rely on and trust. So, even if Shize didn't like Maiga's, he wouldn't harm him secretly. Although Tan Chung is extreme, he is loyal enough. I don't need to push him to the edge. Fuzi glanced at the entrance of the manor. If not, Tan Chung would not have been able to walk out of here just now. The news that she was not dead could not be leaked, otherwise it would destroy her deal with Tan Sui Wuha. The two agreed in Dansai that no matter what the result of this leader battle was, it could only be a draw. According to the regulations, the winner of the leader battle is eligible to plunder resources from the loser, and the current situation is unclear, so Indiklai and Moran are not suitable for war. And Fuzi did not want to use this excuse to start a war against Indiklai. The current situation is the best result. Fuzi patted Shize's hand on her shoulder. You go out and watch. Don't let Shilai communicate with Maigas for too long, and send him out of Kananki as soon as possible. Although Shilai is a taciturn Samouth Gourd, Fuzi is not at ease letting Maigas meet him alone. And I don't know if he listened to what she just said to Maigas. If you say one thing and mean another, you're a devil? This is not just a casual advice. Maigas always keeps his thoughts to himself, and keeps 9 points to himself. If he were to face Shilai with this style of behavior. According to Fuzi's own observation, Shilai seems to have some kind of mind-reading ability. This ability allows him to easily control his opponents in the political arena. Therefore, Fuzi does not want him to face Maigas. Chapter 236. This was not the first time Maigas and Shilai had met. The nearly 1.9 meter tall sentinel was so oppressive that Maigas wanted to retreat just by standing there. Not only because he was standing on Moran's land, but also because the person in front of him had an extraordinary relationship with Fuzi. Not long ago, Talus told him that Shilai wanted to see him. But he didn't expect to meet in this situation. Shilai's appearance was very confusing. He had a typical pale face, with a distant look between his eyebrows. Upon closer inspection, he had some strange similarities with Shize. But, looking more carefully, those similarities became different again. The two stood at the door of the manor, and Maigas glanced at the surrounding monitoring stars, and they were all in sleep mode. Please follow me. Shilai spoke first. This used to be his residence. He was familiar with all the side halls and small buildings. Fuzi was recovering in the main building, and Shilai had no intention of disturbing him. Sentinels naturally didn't get along with each other. Every time Shilai and Fuzi met, they couldn't communicate calmly. At this critical moment, it was better for them not to meet. Shilai took Maigas and pushed open the door of a reception room, motioning him to sit down and talk. Maigas glanced at the cold and hard tables and chairs, and cautiously made way. No, please sit down. Shilai slowed down his breath. Don't be nervous, I know you have no ill intentions, and you barged in rashly, but you are just worried and confused. His voice was very cold, but his words were very humane, which was very different from the scene that Maigas imagined. He thought Shilai would come to question him. After all, he was the one who disguised himself to approach Fuzi first. Actually, Shilai looked up at Maigas, who was standing there. The relationship between Fuzi and me is very simple. My guide and she are of the same race. Maiga's pupils dilated involuntarily. The same race? The meaning of this word is not simple. Shilai seemed to see through his doubts, and continued, they are not human beings. The body is just a carrier. You should know this. Maigas nodded hesitantly. I have only one request to see you today. Sal tapped his fingers on the table. I hope you can stop her from recovering her memory. Maigas subconsciously asked, why? I thought Shilai would avoid the question, but he said bluntly, if she recovers her memory, the self-destruction program will be activated. Not only this body, but everything will be destroyed. What? Maigas suddenly came into contact with the truth, and his first reaction was to question. How can I trust you? Maigas recalled the sudden change in Mike. As Governor Morin, did he really know nothing about the criminals who sneaked into Tanya to interfere with the competition? Or was that the result of Shilai's acquiescence? Shilai still looked calm. I don't need to gain your trust. It's your business whether you believe it or not. The two looked at each other for a long time. After a while, Maigas nodded carefully, indicating that he knew. Shilai didn't say anything more and immediately stood up and walked out. I will personally send you off. The border of Defil has been unstable recently, and Shiza cannot leave Kananki. If Fuzi were here, she would be surprised at how Shilai could become so talkative. You know, Shilai never bothered to explain anything to outsiders. Maigas followed his footsteps and walked out. Who knew that Shilai suddenly stopped in place, and he only heard him whisper, have you ever got her mark? Get the mark? What a strange word. Maigas paused. Only a temporary mark. Shilai didn't say anything more after hearing this, just nodded, always with his back to him, not letting him see any expression. Yuzi dreamed again. She knew very well that everything in front of her was a dream. The red and blue entwined guaiac trees in front of her reached the sky, and the thick and vast trunks almost covered the entire field of vision. When Fuzi first arrived in Morin, she had this dream almost every day. There was no one in the dream, no plot, and no changes. There was only the blue and red intertwined guaiac trees reaching from the ground to the sky. Fuzi could not see its crown or its roots. But today her dream seemed to have changed. There was a person standing under the tree. Judging from the back, this should be a young man. But he is so white. From hair to fingers, his whole body is white, comparable to the whiteness of 2547. Fuzi couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, but found that the distance between the two seemed very short. But in fact it was very far away, and there were countless guaiac roots emerging from the ground blocking the way. Fuzi couldn't help but narrow her eyes, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" I thought he wouldn't respond, but Fuzi's voice floated over, and actually made the man turn around. Fuzi was confused and looked closely, but didn't see any facial features. This man has no face. His face was foggy, and it was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. Fuzi suddenly disappeared from the spot, and moved forward several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. However, no matter how far she walked forward, the man was always not far from her. Fuzi stopped, and her mood was not very good. It was obviously her dream, but she could not follow her wishes. "Don't be angry." The warm and cool voice of the young man reached Fuzi's ears, causing her to look sideways. "Originally, I shouldn't have seen you at this time." He continued, "It's just that you were seriously injured this time, and I'm a little worried." Fuzi tilted her head. "Who are you?" "Your friend," he answered. Fuzi nodded thoughtfully. "My friend? You are not a human like Shiohei, right?" The person on the other side did not answer this question, but changed the subject. "You found your guide, right?" He asked a trivial question. Fuzi did not comment. "You came to my dream just to ask this?" He stopped talking again. Fuzi wanted to get more information, so she answered his question. "I guess so." The young man seemed surprised by her answer, and he took 2 steps forward. "Have you signed a lifelong mark?" Fuzi looked into the distance, and the two looked at each other for a while before Fuzi said, "No." "Well, is that so?" The young man thought, "It seems that it is too early for us to meet." Fuzi's face, which had been expressionless, suddenly showed a smile. "Do you regret it?" The young man tilted his head slightly. "What are you going to do?" The ground under his feet suddenly felt a faint vibration, and the whole dream began to have bad spots. Fuzi's smile grew bigger and bigger. "If you dare to break into my dream, you must leave some clues." The young man was stunned for a moment, and countless black mists suddenly appeared under his feet and wrapped around his body. The whole person was fixed in place by Fuzi's mental power, and could not move. Fuzi walked forward slowly. "Can we talk properly now?" The young man quickly came to his senses and smiled instead of being angry. "I am your friend, you can trust me, but there are some things that I haven't found the most suitable solution for yet, so I can't tell you for the time being." Fuzi suddenly stopped, her ice blue eyes fixed on his feet. Fuzi didn't really catch him at all. His figure was ethereal, entangled with a dark mist, and it was hard to tell them apart. Aware of her unfriendly eyes, the young man lowered his head and looked at her, and said with a smile, "I should go." Fuzi's heart was empty, and her body moved slightly to move forward. The next second, the whole person sat up suddenly from the medical cabin. The dream was awakened. Fuzi panted twice, and the scene in front of her gradually became clear. Shizei was sitting next to her. Seeing her like this, he subconsciously held her arm and asked softly, "Did you have a nightmare?" Fuzi hurriedly shook her head. "Has anyone been here?" Shizei was a little surprised. "No, there are only you and me here. Shilai never came back after leaving yesterday. He personally sent the boy out of the border." Fuzi was in doubt. Shizei was here. If she wanted to bypass him and invade her brain, she had to reach at least the level of Morin. No, even Morin couldn't sneak into her consciousness without anyone noticing. Fuzi couldn't help but put her hand on the back of her neck, and her back couldn't help but tremble slightly. Who is it? She hated the feeling of losing control of things. She had to go to the field as soon as possible. She had to know who was behind the scenes. Seeing her in a daze, Shizei cut the gauze on her body, cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and wrapped the sterile gauze again. Fuzi suddenly looked down at him. "Have you seen Shilai's guide?" Shizei paused and thought for a second. "No, he has been alone since I can remember." Speaking of this, Shize was also a little strange. If a sentinel like Shilai didn't have a guide to provide him with spiritual counseling all year round, he would have become an alien species and lost in the contaminated area. There are many K1 level guides in the entire Moran territory. If Shilai needs it, there will always be someone who will go through life and death for him. Fusi wanted to get up, but found that her left leg was fixed and a little heavy. Shize explained in her ear, "I checked later, and found that you have a slight bone fracture in your left leg. It was not serious at first, but you dragged your injured leg and forced yourself to walk yesterday, which aggravated the injury." His breath was very light, brushing against the hair beside her ear, which was a little itchy. Fusi did not doubt him. Shize had studied medicine as a minor when studying biochemistry. He was more reliable than ordinary doctors. Shize glanced at her waist and abdomen, and gently advised, "Lie down and change the dressing first. Shilai will not be back for a while." Fusi still felt scared. That person could sneak into her spiritual seas so easily, and he could also use it to plant other seeds in her. If someone ambushed her secretly. The wound on her abdomen was not anesthetized, and Fusi subconsciously snorted. "Sorry." Shize stopped immediately. The temperature of his fingertips smudged through a thin layer of gauze to her lower abdomen. "Did it hurt you?" Fusi lowered her eyes. She leaned back in the medical cabin, just in time to see the miserable state of her abdomen. There was a large piece of flesh missing below the bloody ribs, which was the main part burned by the high-temperature flames. After the wound was cleared of the rotten flesh, the whole waist looked empty. As Fusi breathed, the red and rotten flesh rose and fell, and when it came into contact with the air, there were traces of pain spreading up. At this moment, Shize stretched out a thought tentacle and slowly pressed it against her neck. "Does it hurt? Do you want to?" He moved his thought tentacle suggestively around her neck and tapped her skin lightly. "Shize," Fusi suddenly interrupted his action, "you said you wanted to be my relative." She turned her eyes and looked at him, bluntly. "What are you doing now?" Chapter 237. Occasionally, one or two birds chirped outside the window. Apart from that, the whole manor was terribly quiet. Fusi and Shize looked at each other for a long time, and neither of them wanted to look away first. Shize's eyes were very special. Usually, there was only endless black, but under the light, a hint of blue would appear. The smile on Shize's face slowly faded, and his voice was still very gentle. "He can, but I can't." In the statement, Fusi tasted a bit of questioning in his eyes. In a sense, Fusi was not an emotional wooden man. On the contrary, she was very sensitive. She could clearly sense Morin's possession and morbid love for her, and she could also see Meiga's hidden dependence and admiration for her. It's just that her understanding of emotions was different from that of ordinary people. In this regard, Shize and she had the same view. Love cannot exist forever. It is the product of hormones, and the external value of a beautiful skin, but it cannot be the highest stage of human emotions. Therefore, Shize decided early on that he would only be Fusi's relative, not her partner. The care between relatives always lasts longer than the charm between lovers. He thought he could hold it in. Always stay in the right position, don't cross the line, don't be greedy. But Meiga's provocative behavior yesterday could not be removed from his mind for a long time. When he came to see her today, he was inevitably a little out of control. Shize originally wanted to say something tactfully to ease the atmosphere, but when he met her eyes, they were cold and without any tenderness, and he subconsciously said, "He can do it, but I can't." A little aggrieved, but he forcefully disguised it as the last layer of shame. Fusi looked at him relentlessly, as if he had to bow his head and admit his mistake first. Shize clenched his fingers, his finger bones turned white, and his rebellious psychology prevailed. He didn't want to argue with Fusi when she was seriously injured, but his emotions were always out of control. Fusi watched him take a deep breath, got up and left without saying a word. At this time, if Fusi was willing to speak to him, even if the tone was a little cold and the attitude was a little unfamiliar, he would turn back and comfort himself. But Fusi didn't. Or, she never took the initiative to give Shize a way out, and every time she relied on the passage of time to dilute the conflict, or simply dealt with it coldly. It seems that she would never take the initiative to give others a way out. Perhaps, it was only because the object was him that Fusi was so indifferent. Shize was a little absent-minded. He silently took out his light brain to contact Bernard, and asked him to come and help Fusi deal with the wound. If the wound was exposed to the air for a long time, there would be a risk of infection. He shouldn't be so impulsive. Shize was a little annoyed after realizing it. Fusi was so seriously injured that the Sentinel's own healing ability was greatly reduced. She was reminded of critical illness by the medical cabin several times. Strictly speaking, she has not passed the critical period. Zhe involuntarily deleted the message that was supposed to be sent to Bernard, and gave up the idea of asking someone else to do it for her. Fusey heard the movement and half turned her head, just in time to see Zhe coming back. She raised her eyebrows. Why are you back? I thought I wouldn't see him today. They used to have this kind of friction often. Sometimes it was some disagreements, and sometimes it was just some quarrels. It is difficult to achieve 100% unity between two independent minds, unless one party is willing to completely accommodate the other party, and completely suppress its instincts and temper. It is okay for 1 or 2 days, but it will be suffocating for a long time. It is difficult for Fusey to put herself in others' shoes, so there is no need to let others suffer with her. No need, Fusey said softly. If you feel pain in our relationship, you can end it at any time. Anyway, we have no blood relationship. It would be better if she didn't say this. As soon as the voice fell, Zhe suddenly looked up, and his eyes, that had never looked at her, were not as calm as imagined. So? You have a guide and don't need me, right? Zhe snorted and laughed. I thought there would be no third person between us, and even if there was, it wouldn't last long. His emotions came and went quickly, and when he said the second sentence, he had changed from indignation to sadness. Sister, can we go back to the past? Zhe looked at her with a stubborn and fragile look. Fusey sighed softly. She couldn't bear it. She raised her intact hand and put it around his neck. This was a soothing gesture. Zhe was flattered for a moment. His shoulders froze for a moment, and he didn't lean over to her. Fusey patted his back lightly, but didn't speak immediately. This time when I went to Dansethu, I met the youngest daughter of the Nilbirai family, Nofuyi. She said that as long as I answered a question for her, she would be willing to work for me. Fusey suddenly talked about another topic. Zhe leaned in her arms without saying anything. Fusey didn't care. She continued, You should know about Nofuyi. She is a very traditional native of Dafir. Her husband sent her to Dansethu as an abandoned child to take the blame. I am very curious about what kind of mood she was in when she asked me this question. Zhe's ears moved quietly. She asked me what love is. Fusey thought, patriarchy prevails in Dafil. She asked such a question not because she only has love for men in her mind, but mostly because of the influence of the environment and the dogma of society's words and deeds. Fusey was a little cunning at the time. Fusey knew how to answer to touch Nofuyi's long silent heart. Apart from her father and brother, there was only Martha, who she had always regarded as her opponent. Fusey took advantage of Nofuyi's competitive and stubborn character and deliberately used Martha's incident to stir up waves in her heart. Facts have proved that her countermeasures are very useful. Fusey opened her mouth to continue speaking, but suddenly her abdomen hurt, causing her to groan. Zhe couldn't pretend not to hear it now. He immediately left Fusey's arms, bent down, and picked her up, and put her back in the medical cabin. Fusey let him take the medicine bottle and sterile gauze to change her dressing, and continued, Nofuyi has a reason to be so persistent about this issue. What about you? Zhe paused, then returned to normal, neatly applied the closed film, washed the pus with saline, and wrapped the sterile gauze again. During the whole process, he did not mention the use of thought tentacles to help Fusey relieve pain. He did not intend to answer Fusey's question. Only he knew the reason. He could not answer. He had the most primitive desire for his relatives. He was not satisfied with the status quo, and he deserved it. You should rest well, and I will answer you when you are fully recovered. Zhe lowered his eyelashes, and his voice could not distinguish between joy and anger. Fusey added with a half smile, Are you really not avoiding the problem? Zhe pursed his lips, and finally said nothing, just shook his head to deny. Okay, he doesn't want to say it, and Fusey won't continue to ask. But before he left, Fusey told him to leave the light computer behind. Fusey's light computer was torn into pieces by herself, and had lost its core storage equipment and was basically scrapped. She can't go out now, and all the sources of information are from Moran's internal regional network. Zhe's light computer just has the corresponding authority. Fusey is a little curious about the current situation in Indiclay. Zhe has always responded to her requests, not to mention that it is just a light computer that receives news from the outside world. His light computer is encrypted with the headquarters authority, and can receive first-hand internal information. The disadvantage is that it can only be browsed but not edited, otherwise it will expose the fact that Zhe himself and the information IP are not in the same coordinates. But Fusey is already satisfied, otherwise if she stays here to recuperate, she will probably grow mushrooms out of boredom. It is worth mentioning that there is a group chat of more than 10 people in Moran, and Talus, Tanchung and others are in this group. Taking another look at the number of people, There are only 13 people in this group, including Itsobai and Shize. Excluding Euphemia, who has resigned, it is exactly the total number of active commanders in Moran. Fusey was a little curious. She had never entered such an internal chat group. It didn't look like a work group chat with a strong official nature. Instead, it was a bit like a small group dedicated to private complaints. Because there are 11 such groups in Shize's light brain. Fusey clicked on one casually, and the message popped up. Xu Yin, hey Tan Chung. Someone said that you were summoned by the deliberation director yesterday. What happened? This is a small group of 7 people. The group leader is the one who is talking. She is the commander-in-chief of the 6th Fleet, and is usually very close to Tan Chung. Fusey remembers this cheerful guide. Yi Tsobai can only get Stanley's whereabouts with her help. Xu Yin, why is no one talking? Not convenient to talk? Then I will chat with you privately. Fusey couldn't help laughing when she saw her straightforward message. She is also a social terrorist. Then, another small group was pushed up. There are only 3 people in this group. Except Shize, the remaining 2 are old acquaintances of Fusey. Yin Mo, I say, can this news be told to Bai Hung? Bai Hung is the code name of Talus, which means an indelible star. For the Sentinels, this title is comparable to the immortal myth of Jinzu. Bai Hung, what news? Yin Mo, I'm not sure if I can tell you. Fusey, No, when did everyone become so straightforward? If Nai really wanted to ask Shize whether he could reveal the news about her to Talus, he should have chatted privately. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to post it in the group, unless he had already said it and wanted to make up for it now? Fusey silently sent a message. 1. The group was silent for a while, and Nai was the first to ask, why is the IP address of the deliberation director displayed in the residential area? I just saw him at the headquarters. Fusey then answered, because his optical computer is in my hand. Flame Demon, oh that's it. Fusey saw a dry feeling from these words. Fusey then replied, you can tell Talus, but this news needs to be blocked for a short time. Bai Hung, Fusey? Are you okay? That's great. I'm worried, but I can't leave now. I visit you when I return to Moran. Talus is on an overseas mission recently. Unlike Nai, who is on vacation at the headquarters, she just popped up and sank back down. Yen Mo, there was an emergency over there, otherwise she would have flown back to the headquarters to confirm your news. The Moran border has not been peaceful in recent years, and Talus often goes out to quell riots. Being Fusey's nominal guardian is almost the easiest task Talus has ever received. Fusey suddenly remembered something. Is there any news about Indeclare? I just looked around on the Star Network and didn't find any official news. There was silence for a while, and Nai forwarded a link to her. Fusey clicked on it, and found it was a gray website. The news on this kind of website usually comes from the public, commonly known as gossip, which may not be accurate, but it must be true enough. Lord, when will this damn pacification army leave? If they don't leave, I won't be able to open my business. Will the new queen kill us all? A new official has 3 fires when he takes office. I think they won't be able to leave for a while. I miss the days when Lord Thor was in office. The date of the Pope election has been postponed again. Can the church still support normal operations? I heard that the church is now managed by the new monarch, and can still support normal operations. Ordinary people like us have no way out in this life. God knows which relative will be the next pope. I also want to participate in this year's Mecha pilot examination. Now I have no place to go. Fusey browsed around and found that most of the people at the bottom of Indakla were complaining about when this encirclement and suppression war would end. They didn't want Thor to fall, nor did they want a new pope to succeed. This situation is not uncommon. For a superstar system like Indiclay, only a small number of citizens are native superiors, and most citizens are natives of other star systems that were invaded by colonies when expanding their territory. This phenomenon is not a feature of Indiclay. Compared with the endless war, most people still want their country to be accepted by the superstar system, so that at least they don't have to hide and be homeless. Therefore, many superstar systems will absorb the surrounding pre-nuclear civilizations, on the one hand to expand the territory, and on the other hand to prevent war. Fusey looked around and roughly understood that Tan Sui-Yin had probably succeeded. The power that was originally scattered in the hands of major families was gathered, and the centralization of power reached a high degree of unity, and the encirclement and suppression of Thor and others was unprecedentedly strong. Strangely, such a vigorous and resolute style is somewhat unlike Tan Sui-Yin himself. I thought she would cry for 2 days, and let the Banshee family take advantage of her in a daze. I didn't expect her to cheer up so quickly. Is she still the innocent and arrogant little princess? But on second thought, The special way of Jinzu's power transfer should severely shatter Tan Suiyan's childhood dream. After seeing the cruelty of the world, she has no reason to continue to be weak. No wonder Feng Zhao Qingyu misses the motherly love of Her Majesty the Queen so much. Whether as a mother or a monarch, Tan Sui Wuha can be called the ultimate. Fusey quit this gray website, and did not expect to find any clues about Thor here. From the perspective of ordinary people, Thor is indeed a dawn that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. He opened up a third way besides sentinels and guides, turning the main contradiction between sentinels to the dispute between ordinary people and sentinels. If this were put in an interstellar war, Gao Di would be a manipulator who plays with people's hearts. However, Fusey was a little concerned about another thing. Whether it was official news or gossip, there was no news about Thor. He seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. With so many artificial guides, where could he escape to? The manipulator who had been helping him had such ability. Why did he choose Thor? Fusey gently rubbed his forehead. According to common sense, the self-healing speed of the Sentinel's body is 3 to 5 times that of ordinary humans, and the speed varies depending on the rating of the body. 2547's rating among the experimental subjects is not the lowest, and the body rating is also above S level. After surviving the life and death test, it should not be so weak. Unless, it is really like Morin said, this body is about to collapse. It is undeniable that the meeting in Dansitu was not pleasant at that time, and Fusey would not consider Morin's proposal at all. But after Xiao Hei's operation, Fusey learned about the mental body riot that year, and she was a little more pleasing to Morin. Fusey sniffed twice, and the air was filled with a faint smell of rust, and the strong smell of bitter medicine. Her wound would not heal for a while, and the schedule to go to Defeer would definitely be postponed. Fusey suddenly thought of Tan Cheng's face again. His mental body mutation skills were related to cell proliferation and repair, which could restore Fusey's body to normal in a short time. The matter was originally very simple, but because Chu Yedong's life was between the two, it became difficult to execute. Fusey sighed, and lay back obediently. Forget it, it won't be too late to go to Defeer after there is progress on Maiga's side. But Fusey didn't expect that this wait would take 2 years. Chapter 238. While Fusey was recovering in Kananki, she gradually learned some news from the outside world. Indiclay completely overturned Fusey's stereotype of Tan Suiyan. In just a few months, Tan Suiyan quickly solved the historical problems left over by the church. But a small episode happened in the middle. Someone captured the gene sequence fluctuations of Jinzu at the border of Indiclay. After testing, it was found that the person had a clear blood relationship with the current queen. This incident caused an uproar. Everyone knows that the queen's gene sequence is very important. If it falls into the hands of the enemy, it will be the most advantageous support for genetic weapons. They threatened Tan Suiyan with this. Fusey had no way of knowing the specific items. She only knew that in the end this unknown barren planet was removed from Indiclay, and the hostage carrying the queen's gene sequence was also seriously injured and unconscious. His current situation is unknown. This undoubtedly sounded the alarm for everyone. Tan Suiyan was not a good person. She was much more ruthless than the previous monarch. Later, Tan Suiyan not only promoted the new pope, but also reorganized the selection of energy mecha pilots. This move undoubtedly affected many people's cakes. On the day this announcement came out, some people couldn't hold back. It must be said that Tan Suiwu entered the game with his own body. Not only did he perfectly pass on his power in his heyday to Tan Suiyan, but he also made many floating piles hidden in the dark reveal their feet, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After this battle, the Banshee family fell apart, the number of personnel was greatly reduced, and the glory was gone. In fact, this incident was not accidental. Even if the Banshee family did not fall yesterday and today, it would fall tomorrow. Collusion with foreign enemies is fatal enough once. However, to Fusey's surprise, Tan Suiyan actually promoted Sheki as the new pope. It was pitiful that the entire Banshee family was falling apart. At this critical moment, Sheki won the favor of the new queen and rose to prominence. Now, the blind boy became the target of public criticism. I don't know how many people are waiting to pull him down and eat his blood buns. However, his situation is really similar to Tan Suiyan. The Interstellar Federation attacked Indiclay, pointing out that the current queen was not up to the task and should hand over the position of the chief of the Federation to eliminate the existence of a veto. The Interstellar Federation conference was held again, and Tan Suiyan publicly announced that he would transfer the current position of the chief of the Federation to Chairman Defeer. This decision can be said to have caused a lot of ripples. Not to mention that Indiclay has always been at odds with Defeer. This decision almost ignored Morin. Shilai is still alive. Even if Tan Suiyang gives up the position of the chief of the Federation, the next chief should be decided between Shilai and Morin. After all, it is one of the 3 major star systems. Being underestimated like this, the outside world said that Shilai would take advantage of the Queen's death to directly attack Indeclare, just as an expansion of territory. Not everyone loves peace. There are always people who like to watch the excitement and make a fortune in war. Arms, energy, population are all resources that cannot be cashed in during the peaceful and prosperous times. However, Shilai's choice once again surprised everyone. He also agreed that Defeer would get the agency of the Federation. Therefore, Morin was almost pushed to the position of the chief of the Federation. He had to leave Moros and go to the Federation conference to accept the appointment. It didn't matter that he left, something happened to Moros that night. There was a reason why Morin had been in power in Defeal for many years. He held the gene sequences of many important people in Defeal, and a whole arsenal of gene engine weapons. As soon as he left, the nominal adopted sons in the main city became restless, and were eager to do something big. You know, Morin almost achieved immortality under the influence of Shadow Weaver. If they waited until this old thing got tired of them and abdicated, they would have become interstellar dust. Opportunities are rare and time will never come again. If Morin really accepted the position of the chief of the Federation this time, the already weak Review Council would be even more unable to suppress him. We must act as soon as possible. Undermine his power. No matter how powerful Morin is, he can't fight against thousands of troops alone. However, who said that only Moros was envious of the power in the hands of the chairman? However, at this moment, the Review Council suddenly killed 2 people in succession. They were not low-ranking minions, but familiar faces who could ascend to the Supreme Tribunal. The weird thing about this incident is that no one knows how the 2 people died. This is no less than 2 people being shot in the head and dying on the street in a crowded city. There is a sense of absurdity in the horror. Everyone subconsciously asked the chairman to investigate the cause of the incident. His Shadow Weaver can track all the mental power residues to find the real owner. This kind of thing is easy. Unfortunately, the chairman went to attend the federal meeting. The whole of Defeer is leaderless, and there are countless tigers and wolves lurking in it to fish in troubled waters. Fusey glanced at the death list and saw 2 familiar names. As expected, they were the people involved in the encirclement and suppression of the Cadia family. Unfortunately, the information did not mention the cause of their death, nor did it provide death images. Fusey could not tell what kind of spiritual body mutation skills they died of. Meiga's was as straightforward as ever. Starting from these 2 names, he pushed all the way from the main city of Moros. In just 2 weeks, everyone from the review committee to the management of Gauls was in a panic. The more powerful people are, the more afraid of death they are. It was also at this time that the people of the review committee realized that they could not do without the protection of the chairman. Without the chairman's order, the heavy mecha team guarding the entire Moros would not obey their orders at all. Since ancient times, military power has been the lifeblood of a country, not to mention that Morin's personal soldiers almost covered the entire Defeal fortress. The people of the review committee thought they had replaced most of Morin's confidants and infiltrated the power center, but in fact they were just bait thrown by the hunter to give them a little sweetness so that they would not jump around. It's not over yet. You have to know that there are hundreds of names on the list that Fusey gave to Meigas. How could he stop after killing 2? So not long after, there was a hanging tower incident within the Oddby family that shocked the whole family. The limelight of this incident was quickly suppressed, but Fusey still figured out the whole story. About 3 days before Morin returned, the largest branch of the Oddby family was brutally wiped out, and no one survived. Their bodies were placed on the tallest building in the central area of Moros, and they were made into an upside-down posture, facing the northernmost part, drained of blood, and twisted with limbs. That scene shocked many people, because in the pictures taken by the nearby monitoring star, these people hanged themselves on the high building without any help. Many people describe it as a ghost demanding life. In terms of seniority, they are the descendants of Bailuan's uncle, and once had a relatively glorious history in Moros, but the younger generations behind them were not competitive and gradually declined. Until the destruction of the Cadia family, they got a share of the pie, relying on the manuscript left by Martha, got the patent for the latest stimulant, and filled their pockets with foreign trade, and re-entered the public sight. But they didn't expect that their glory this time would be shorter than the last time. At this point, the group of cowards in the review committee came to their senses. These dead people were all the main players in the Cadia eradication war that year. It's really a ghost asking for life. The whole family of Cadia was wiped out, and there was no record of it in history. How could someone come here just for revenge? It's not too late. I don't know when it started, but an unknown anti-aristocratic alliance was formed inside Defear, which was bound to break the monopoly left by Defear for thousands of years. No one took them seriously at first. Facts will always prove that underestimating the enemy is a taboo in military strategy. In just 3 months, they swallowed up the Shuayan energy point set up by the Odby family on the B-1002 star, and more than 50 asteroids around it also changed hands. As Defear's subordinate stars, these asteroids are equipped with corresponding star core weapons. If there is an invasion by foreign enemies, they will immediately deploy light energy barriers to prevent the invasion. Who knew that the team used some unknown means to quietly sneak into the main control station, effortlessly obtain the base resources, and crack the control of the star core weapons? Originally, the mysterious death case in the city has not yet caught the real culprit behind the scene, and now this kind of thing has happened again. However, when the review committee trembled and reported to the chairman, asking for his help, they only got one sentence: "Don't be afraid, you can do it." Decide what to do. The enemy is about to hit the doorstep, but the chairman wants to protect himself? The review committee realized that whether it is the special dispatch team or the main city guard, their dispatch power is in the hands of the chairman alone, and the troops raised by the review committee have already consumed all their strength just to deal with the internal enemies. After Morin returned from the federal meeting, he did not immediately investigate the tower hanging incident, but instead killed several adopted sons, who took advantage of the situation to create disputes. Crazy, the chairman went crazy after going out. He didn't care how outsiders invaded, he just killed his own people. Morin's decision can be said to be a turning point in the war. When the chairman no longer protects the people, there will be a backlash. Many people are afraid of the omnipresent hunters and plan to surrender. Seeing this, Fusey couldn't help but think of Morin's attitude towards the head of the Odby family in his memories. It is obvious that Morin doesn't care about their lives. He is just immersed in his own world and enjoys himself. So the first batch of defectors appeared. They always feel that such a useless team can be turned into peace as long as they are given some favors and surrendered. After all, no one wants to rebel just because they have a good life. They must have never seen the glory of the upper class and wanted to rise to the top overnight, so they went astray. As long as they are assimilated, this crisis can be easily resolved. Fusey sighed, otherwise it would be said that Defear is a weird place. The review committee has such a decentralized power deployment. When something happens, it is solved one by one. Everyone hides behind and refuses to contribute. It is only a matter of time before the country is destroyed. If Morin is willing to be the leader and make decisions, it will be fine. Now he is completely free, deliberately letting many old nobles bite each other and suspect each other. It would be strange if there is no chaos. Sure enough, not long after, the people sent by the Odby family to surrender were detained on the spot, and the 300 barrels of water flames they brought with them were swallowed up. This behavior completely angered the already arrogant and ignorant upper echelons of the review committee, and they decided to launch a formal encirclement and suppression against this rebel army. It was at this time that the biggest weakness of the old noble forces was finally exposed. No one was willing to be the first to use their own captive army to be the vanguard of the encirclement and suppression. Originally, the Nobirai family had the strongest financial resources, and had cultivated many high-level sentinels and heavy mecha fleets in recent years. However, because the rebels did not attack the family members, they were unwilling to be the first to do so. Only Fusey knew that the current head of Nobirai liked to whitewash the situation. If outsiders knew that his youngest daughter not only did not serve her sentence well in Dansetsu, but joined the rebel camp, he might not be able to sit firmly as the head of the family. This was also Fusey's initial idea. If Nofuyi could not be used by her, it would be good to tie her up and use her as a handle. However, Nofuyi was more aggressive than she thought, which saved a lot of effort. Chapter 239. 2 years, not long or short. Fusey's wounds were basically healed in the 3rd month. Originally, for a sentinel, as long as the mind remains clear, physical injuries are not a big deal. But this time, Fusey's recovery speed is far below the average level, and even cannot catch up with the healing speed of A-level sentinels. And in the 3rd month after Fusey returned to Morin, she was looking for the seeds of Moneta Vanilla in the back garden. Somehow, her eyes went black and she fell asleep. This sleep lasted for half a year, and almost scared Shizei to death. Fortunately, Bernard came to the rescue in time. After testing, it was found that Fusey's body function could not bear the existence of a high-energy spirit body, and she went on strike. Fusey's spirit body is different from that of ordinary people. Her spirit body is also a part of her. When the spirit body falls into dormancy, her body becomes a vegetable. Fortunately, Bernard had studied 2547's body and provided a corresponding treatment plan, so Shize did not run to Tan Chungmin to use his spiritual body mutation skills to tie him up. During this period, Talus came back once, and after confirming that Fusey was not in danger of life, she hurried away. Defeer and Indicli were in turmoil one after another, and the internal Interstellar Federation was not a stagnant pool. Large-scale pollution areas broke out one after another at the border of Moran, and Talus and Nai were busy all the time. At this time, Shilai was missing all day, and Yi Tsobai had not taken a vacation for half a year. The last time Shize went to the headquarters, he was almost detained by Yi Tsobai as a coolie. Fortunately, Fusey's condition gradually improved, and she woke up after the 176th day of coma. The first thing Fusey did when she woke up was to integrate her equipment and go to Defeer, but she was stopped by Shize. "You can't leave at this time." Shize held her right hand, his eyes earnest. "The situation in Defeer is unclear now. If you show up at this time, you will definitely become the target of public criticism." Fusey did not respond to his request directly, but showed her the computer in her other hand. "Do you see this?" Fusey pointed to the upper right corner of the game interface of Infinite Mana. Shize looked away for a moment. Fusey is a leader in various competitive games, and this account has allowed her to reach the highest level. Shize praised sincerely. "I saw it, the top one in the first zone of the StarCraft server. So awesome, sister. I have 3 game accounts like this." Fusey shook off his hand. "If I don't go out, I will grow mushrooms." Shize was speechless for a moment, his eyes dimmed for a moment, and then he cheered up again. "Then I will accompany you to Linux Star to play, or you like it more?" "Okay." Fusey threw down the light brain and pressed his lips. "You know I don't mean that." Shize was forced to look at Fusey, and neither of them wanted to give in. Shize reached out and grabbed Fusey's wrist, but accidentally touched the raised scar on her wrist. His fingers trembled and his heart tightened. Fusey didn't notice his little action, and looked at him leisurely, as if she wanted to hear what excuse he came up with. Who knew that this time he actually waited for Shize's compromise? Defel is divided into 2 camps, and it's not a good place to go. Shiza paused. "If you must go, let Scylla go with you." Shiza stroked the scar on Fusey's wrist and explained. "The 4th Fleet is on a rotation period recently. Scylla mentioned to me 2 days ago that she was going to catch Krula Beast near the border of Defel, so she can go with you." "Krulamon." Fusey's eyebrows moved slightly. "Are you serious?" Krulamon has long been extinct. Krulamon is also known as the Dragon Cub. The dragon civilization has long been hidden in the depths of the universe. Krulamon is a legendary creature. Shiza nodded seriously. "Of course it's true. Silu is keen on finding legendary creatures. If you don't believe it, you can confront her yourself." Okay. Fusey knew that this was the biggest concession he could make, and she had no reason to force him to give in completely. Shiza looked at her expression, confirmed that she agreed to this plan, and immediately started to prepare. Strictly speaking, Silu is the youngest guide in the entire Moran command. She retains the most basic curiosity about the outside world. When she heard that she could travel with Fusey this time, her first reaction was not that she was still alive, but, "White hair is really cool." Scylla circled around Fusey with Indy. "I like white Kruramon the most." Fusey looked at the little girl with a sweet face in front of her and asked tentatively, "Silu?" Scylla nodded. Her height could only reach Fusey's chest. At this moment, she looked up and looked more childish. "How is it? Is it different from what I imagined?" Fusey has never seen the Commander-in-Chief of the 4th Fleet. She only heard that her ability is very abnormal. Nai and Talus both praised her. Scylla's codename is Tongyin, a K1 level guide. At the age of 19, she officially joined the Moran command, and was appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the 4th Fleet by Shilai himself. Fusey looked at her wide-open almond eyes, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her slightly chubby cheeks. Very cute. Shiza was originally watching their conversation with a look of relief, but when he saw Fusey's intimate gesture, the smile on his lips suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Silu turned around and saw that Shize looked unhappy. She waved her hand carelessly. "Chairman, you don't have to look at me like that. I won't compete with you." Fusi was puzzled. "What are you competing for?" Silu didn't care about Shize's life or death at all. She sold him out with her little mouth. Everyone in the headquarters knows that the chief of the review is only interested in one person. He never takes any sentinel's kindness seriously. He doesn't allow anyone to slander you. He keeps saying sister. Okay, Shize saw that the situation was going to develop in an unpredictable direction and immediately shouted, "Go and come back quickly. I'm ready for the accompanying fleet." If it was somewhere else, Lu would definitely stop when she saw the good. Lu is a high-level guide and is very sensitive to people's emotions. She can feel that Fu Si is happy, and these words will not cause her disgust. So she continued to expose Shize's secrets and scrupulously. Don't be shy, chairman of the review. If you love someone, you should say it boldly. Shize's face was gloomy, and he excused himself in a deep voice. We are relatives. Isn't it normal to protect relatives? Lu clicked her tongue twice, stretched out a finger and shook it. Chairman of the review, how long have you been deceiving yourself? Have you ever thought about taking some medicine to regulate it? Fu Si couldn't help shaking her head, watching Shize's neck and earlobes getting redder and redder, and spoke up to help him out. Since we are ready, let's go. Shize immediately nodded and agreed. Okay, I prepare the pass for you. Lu looked at Shize's back with regret, and turned back to tease Fu Si. Why don't you let me say a few more words? It's rare to see the chairman of the review show this expression. Fu Si curled her lips. She rarely met a guide as familiar as Lu, and was a little curious for a moment. What is he like in normal times? This question was beyond Lu's comfort zone. She had a cold face and coughed twice. Who did the contaminated area containment report this quarter? Why is the data quantification so vague? Go back and redo it. The momentum and demeanor, even the pause habits of the sentences, are exactly the same as Shize himself. Fu Si hadn't seen such a lively person for a long time, and was immediately very curious. It's like this? Is there anything else? Let's not talk about the distant past. At the group meeting last week, Lu took a deep breath, with a complicated expression. From Lichia to Tan Chung, no one escaped. They were criticized one by one. In the end, I didn't remember anything except the violent temper of the deliberation chairman. Fu Si was really surprised this time. Really? Lu nodded heavily. I never lie. The deliberation chairman is really scary when he is working normally. Fu Si touched her chin. She had been with Shize most of the time in the past 2 years. The more than 100 days of coma pulled out all the thorns on Shize. Since Fu Si woke up, Shize was almost obedient and never overstepped the line. She never thought that Shize had 2 faces in front of and behind people. Don't blame me for gossiping. The main headquarters is too boring. I can't stay here without eating some melons to change my mood. Lu looked innocent. Fu Si came back to her senses and waved her hand nonchalantly. What's the big deal? Lu felt a little guilty. She didn't dare to say that she had written a fan fiction of more than 100,000 words. The girls in the 4th Fleet each had a copy and passed it around. The entire fleet was supporting the CP of the Chief Review and Disorder. This time, Lu wanted to meet the legendary Ifuzaki on the one hand, and on the other hand, she wanted to have a good relationship with her, so as to avoid the chairman of the review being furious in the future, and to find a way to plead for mercy. Fu Si didn't notice her guilty conscience. She was always distracted these days, and sometimes she could only come back to her senses when people walked in front of her. Suddenly, someone pulled her skirt. Fu Si lowered her eyes, and Lu said shyly, Can I ask another question? Fu Si's eyebrows relaxed. Asked. That? Lu glanced at the door. You and the chairman of the review, is it true? Fu Si didn't quite understand for a while. What? Lu thought she didn't want to answer, and immediately made up for herself. It's okay, I just asked casually, there's no time to lose. Do you have any luggage to pack? Fu Si shook her head slowly. No. Okay. Lu clapped her hands. We set off today. If the interstellar storm is calm, we reach our destination in less than a week. Lu suddenly remembered something. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what are you doing in Defil? Are you interested in Krulamon? Fu Si thought about it, but still didn't tell the whole story. She just said, I'm going to find my guide. He recently got a job in Defil. Lu suddenly broke down when she heard this and trembled. Your guide? Fu Si nodded, and Lu felt like being struck by lightning. Her CP, bad ending so soon? It turned out that Fu Si didn't want to answer just now, but she didn't have the heart to expose her. Lu wanted to cry, but had no tears, and then she cheered up again. Let's go now. She wants to see who can get the favor of Disorder. At this moment, Lu's interest in this guide has completely surpassed Krulamon. Fu Si looked at her suddenly lonely, and quickly cheered up, and chuckled. Shize really had good intentions. Hearing that she was bored, he specially found Lu to accompany her. If Shize hadn't acquiesced in the show just now, Lu would not have been able to finish. The attitude of the superior represents everything. Lu obviously also saw that Shize was making a lot of noise, but not doing anything. Lu was traveling with her this time, so-called accompanying, but actually monitoring. Fu Si sighed with a smile. Let him be. If he can be assured, what's the problem with monitoring? Chapter 240. Before departure, a small incident occurred. Since they were traveling as individuals this time, they could not arrange for heavy warships to accompany them. They had to take private routes throughout the journey and travel in a low-key and frugal manner. Fusey thought it was okay, and Silu also thought it was okay. But Shizai disagreed. No, the private airship is not equipped with any weapon components. Shizai was surprisingly stubborn on this issue. Wait 2 more days. Let me think of a way. Fusey and Silu looked at each other, and Silu couldn't believe it. So in the eyes of the deliberation chief, we are 2 powerless rookies? It was a very novel adjective. Fusey raised her eyebrows, and turned to look at Shizai. Do you want to wait until Knight comes back from the mission and borrow his alien airship to send us to the border of Defel? Lykia has a special warship under his command, which was an alien warship specially built by Shizai for Nye in the early years. It is not included in the headquarters warship sequence, and is completely independent. This warship has top combat power, and is not difficult to operate. Silu and Fusey can quickly get started. Scylla touched her chin when she heard this. She and Lykia have not met many times, but she has heard about the alien airship in his hands. And there is some hidden curiosity. Silu is very clear about her advantages. She turned around and pulled Fusey's sleeve. Then let's wait. Anyway, Lykia's mission has entered the final stage, and it won't be delayed for too long. Fusey lowered her eyes and looked at Silu. Her voice was as sweet as her face, and it was difficult for people to say no. Okay, Fusey nodded and agreed, at most 3 days. After 3 days, no matter whether Knight returns or not, we will immediately use a private airship to leave secretly. Silu nodded heavily. Okay. Fusey's eyes flickered between Silu and Shizai for a moment, her expression subtle. Fortunately, she was in a good mood today, so she just glanced at them a few times and passed by lightly. Silu was dispatched by Shizai on the pretext of a personal mission, and could not show up at the headquarters in a short time, so Fusey asked her to stay for a while. Fusey pointed to the empty second floor of the manor, and said arrogantly, You can choose any place you want. Not anywhere is fine. Shizai followed them, and his voice suddenly came out from nowhere. You can only live on the second floor, and you are not allowed to go to the 3rd floor after nightfall. Silu pouted, and did not argue with him on this issue. Don't worry, I won't disturb your midnight date. She deliberately dragged out the tail tone, with a hint of joking, but Fusey didn't care. In just half a day, she had gotten used to Silu's way of speaking. Finally, Silu chose a room in the corner. She liked the rose house and bird garden behind the manor very much. This place was just right for a panoramic view. Fusey stared at her brisk back, and inexplicably missed the first few years in Tanya. Shizai lowered his eyebrows and eyes, and his eyes slowly covered Fusey's profile. What are you thinking about? Fusey looked straight ahead and slowly said, Are you doing this on purpose? The atmosphere was silent for a while, and Shizai's lips moved a few times, as if he wanted to explain something. Don't make excuses. Since I promised you to stay for another 3 days, you should understand where my bottom line is. Fusey's tone was flat, and she didn't know whether she was happy or angry. Shizai took a breath and nodded. I understand. After a slap and a piece of candy, Fusey softened her eyes, and patted his shoulder in a soothing manner. She could not bear to be too cruel to him. That night, Fusey's room was on the top floor, next to the medical room. Fusey had been lying in the medical cabin for half a year, and after waking up, she preferred to sleep in bed. Kananki is like spring all year round, and the night breeze blowing in from the window is warm and gentle. With the existence of the noise reduction tower, it is a very comfortable and quiet environment. A dark figure appeared at the end of the corridor, and walked slowly and firmly towards Fusey's room. Fusey's door was half closed. He paused, and strands of red vines emerged from his fingertips and slipped in through the crack of the door. The soft and tender vines slowly approached the sleeping Fusey, and pheromones began to spread, and a light and cold breath rose in the air. Shizai stood outside the door, his fingers slowly curled and clenched. The spirit body mutation skill, Doze, can make the target lose control of the body, and the spirit body will be dormant for a short time. It is a ranged skill, and is gentler than pulling threads. A gentle knife. Every knife is deadly. The time was almost up. Shizai pushed the door open and entered. The fragrance filled the room instantly, but was trapped by the suddenly closed door. Fusi was still sleeping. Her heart was beating evenly and powerfully. The vines were winding up along her ankles. The red and white were intertwined, like fresh blood flowing on her calves. Shizai's eyes lingered on her wantonly and greedily, and the concentration of pheromones in the room increased again. He leaned down and gently embraced Fu Xi's waist, which was trapped in the bed. The vines wrapped around her were a little excited, and they couldn't help but tighten a little, squeezing into her calf flesh. Shi Zai's thoughts were a little confused, and his sleeves were rolled up above his forearms, just revealing the bruises on the inside of his elbows. If Fusey was awake, she would definitely recognize that it was the mark left after the injection of the inhibitor. Shi Zai lowered his eyebrows, and gently rubbed the top of Fusey's head. Even though he knew she would not wake up, he still kept his movements to the lightest. The body in his arms was very soft. When he held it to his chest, it was close to his heart through a layer of skin and flesh. The soft and fragrant touch made him a little distracted. There was an emotion in his chest that was about to overflow, which made him breathe heavily and his heart beat like thunder. Fusey was different from some sentinels, who wore combat uniforms when they slept. She paid great attention to the quality and experience of rest time. She only had a layer of silk fabric, as thin as cicada gauze on her body. It felt skin-friendly, and clearly reflected her body contours. Shi Zai calmed down. Fusey never rejected physical contact with him, nor did she avoid his gaze. It was just that this was the first time for them to be intimate under such circumstances. He straightened his back, and ran his fingers down along the collar. A slight friction sound of fabric was heard. The soft light of the planet outside the window spread in through the window, reflecting on the outline of his muscles. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were only his least noteworthy advantages. The sharp muscles on his waist were clearly defined, rising and falling with his breathing. Shi Zai took her hand, placed it on his lips, and kissed it twice, then held her arm and wrapped it around his neck. Fu Xi's clothes were intact, and she looked no different from before she fell asleep. If you look closely, you will find that under the thin fabric, there are soft and complex vines winding around her waist and legs, and the slightly rough vines rubbed her skin, leaving small indentations. Fu Xi closed her eyes unconsciously, breathing slightly, and her breath brushed Shi Zai's collarbone, causing his back to tighten and his Adam's apple to roll, which was a bit unbearable. Shi Zai closed his eyes. He felt sad for his debauchery. His finger joints were soft and pink. He gently lifted Fusey's chin, raised his head, and kissed her, and there was an ambiguous sound of water between their lips. His body temperature continued to rise, and the temperature of his lips and tongue was burning, but he refused to let go of this rare opportunity, caught Fusey's relaxed tongue tip and sucked it. Saliva flowed down along the lip line, and was kissed by him again and again. So sweet. Shi Zai's pupils were overflowing, and he murmured in a low voice. Just the contact made him tremble all over, standing still, and the pain in his lower abdomen became more and more obvious. Shi Zai panted twice, reached down, and with a broken jar, untied the last layer of restraint. He pressed against her naked, his chin groped the top of her head, and his palm stroked her back from top to bottom, with a kind of comforting meaning, just like she had done to him before. The thought tentacles extended along his arms. Because of the guide's emotions, the thought tentacles also expanded to an exceptionally thick body, lingering on the back of Fusey's neck. Temporary marking can only establish a short-term connection. If Shi Zai wants to keep her, he must establish a closer and more reliable relationship. The lifelong marking between the sentinels can be called the most reliable chain in the known universe, and it is also the most difficult fetter to cut off. Once established, it will never end. Such a close connection is also a double-edged sword. After the lifelong marking, if one party dies, the other party will fall into a mental disorder period forever, relying on inhibitors to survive, and the final outcome is mostly depression. Shi Zai pressed close to Fusey's body, feeling the trembling between her breathing, and with just such a small touch, he was about to reach climax. The veins on the man's palms were bulging, twisting all the way to his forearms. His blood vessels swelled with his accelerated breathing, like a beast under his belly. Shi Zai hesitated for a while, but finally made up his mind. His slender fingers flexibly untied the ties behind Fu Xi's back, and the layers of clothes instantly fell under the two of them like withered buds. Fu Xi's body was not unfamiliar to him. To this day, he can still recall the bloody and horrible ribs at that time, but at that time, he was full of Fu Xi's safety, and had no romantic thoughts at all. Now, Shi Zai's eyes moved down to Fu Xi's flat belly. It had completely healed there, leaving only a layer of light pink scars. The clear lines of the vest line made her waistline tight and powerful. Shi Zai reached out and grasped it, with his thumb and little finger spread out, just enough to cover her entire waist and abdomen. His hot palms pressed against her cool skin. Shi Zai did not take the next step for a long time, but just hugged her tighter and tighter, just to comfort her. He was very patient, but his spirit body reflected the man's anxiety. The soft vines called friends and twisted into several thick strands, eager to try. Shize frowned and forced himself to suppress his spirit body. The tide in his eyes was about to condense into substance. His eyelashes trembled. I don't know if it was tears or sweat, but it just hit the concave part of Fusy's collarbone. The bright water light reflected Shize's wandering face, or his damp and dirty heart. I don't know how long it took. Shize stretched out his hand to lift Fusy's knee, which was still left with red marks from the vines. The porcelain white calf pressed against his thin waist. Shize raised his head and took a deep breath, then lowered his head, wanting to kiss her slightly open lips. But he just met her calm blue eyes. Shize opened his eyes wide, his fingers trembled, and Fusy's legs fell into the soft mattress. I think, Fusy spoke, her hoarse voice revealing the passion after a deep kiss. It's better for me to be awake at this time. Shize's pupils trembled, his spirit body danced rapidly in his palm, and his shoulders and neck were extremely stiff. Fusy blinked, as if she didn't see his panic, and asked, What do you think?